Chapter 1. The city of C has officially entered the peak of summer, with daily average temperatures soaring to 40 degrees Celsius. Shu Wan glanced out of the window. The sky was devoid of clouds, and the relentless sun scorched the city. One could even see the heat waves sweeping across the streets, rendering them nearly devoid of human presence. Shu Wan withdrew her gaze and looked at the time in the lower right corner of her computer screen. Exactly 4 p.m. She had been idling in the air-conditioned office for 2 hours now. A green WeChat icon flickered. It was a message from the HR lady. "You have been dismissed. Please report to the HR office immediately to complete the necessary procedures." As she opened the message, her mind momentarily froze. What's going on? It can't be that I got caught slacking off. It hasn't escalated to the point of being fired. Shu Wan graduated from a third-rate vocational college in C City, majoring in accounting. The industry was fiercely competitive, with low salaries and high demands. The job she currently held was one she had to run around tirelessly to secure. Although the company was small and the pay modest, she felt immensely grateful that a company was willing to employ her right after graduation. Standing up from her workstation, she made her way to the HR office, eager to learn the reason for her termination. "I want to inquire about anything else. I simply wish to know why," Shu Wan politely asked the HR lady. "This individual is here to take over your responsibilities. Please hand over your work to her." Though the HR lady said nothing further, Shu Wan immediately understood upon seeing the newcomer she was none other than the boss daughter, who had returned after studying at a prestigious university. It became clear that the boss frequently visited Shu Wan to inquire about work processes and practical operations for a reason. Suppressing her feelings of injustice, Shu Wan briefly transferred her duties to the boss daughter and packed her personal belongings before leaving the company. Although a sense of resentment lingered within her, she recognized the harsh reality of society without power, wealth, or connections. It was challenging for an insignificant individual to alter a fate marked by vulnerability. With an air of determination, Shu Wan strode down the stairs and exited the building housing her company. Even in defeat, she would not allow her spirit to falter. Yet after 10 seconds, she turned back into the lobby. The heat was unbearable, and stepping outside felt like being scorched. Deciding to take refuge in the air conditioning, she resolved to wait until the weather cooled before squeezing onto the subway to return home. Seated in the lobby, she pulled out her phone, intending to play a game to pass the time and vent her frustrations. Suddenly, a call came through. It was her dear friend, Qi Shi. "Wan Wan, where are you?" Qi Zai's sweet voice resonated from the other end of the line. "I'm in the lobby of the company building." "Shi, I've just been fired." "Shi, I feel so miserable. Do you know who is taking over my job? It's my boss daughter. No matter how capable she is, I'm still the pitiful one without a father to rely on." Shu Wan felt particularly wronged, overwhelmed with emotion, and on the verge of tears. Hearing the distress in Shu Wan's voice, Qi Shi hurriedly offered comfort. "Don't worry, Wan Wan losing a job means we can search for another one. If this place doesn't want you, there will be another that does. The next job will surely be better than this one. Or I could introduce you to my father's company that way. You'd have a connection, haha." Shu Wan felt warmed by Qi Zai's genuine concern, and her minor grievances dissipated. Qi Shi was right. As long as she worked hard, she would undoubtedly find a better job. "Thank you, Qi Shi, but please don't introduce me to your father's company. It wouldn't be good for either of us," Shu Wan replied, mainly to avoid burdening her friend. Moreover, Qi Zai's family business had higher expectations for accountants, and Shu Wan feared that if she couldn't keep up, it would lead to unfavorable outcomes. Shu Wan had always regarded the adage "rely on no one but yourself" as her life philosophy. Life is one's own journey. One must navigate it step by step. She feared that attaining things too easily might lead her to lose herself in the vastness of the city. The circumstances of Shu Wan and Qi Zai's acquaintance were quite serendipitous. Qi Shi had been coerced by her father into a blind date, and discontented with his insistence on introducing her to the son of a family friend who happened to be rather unattractive, she ran away from home, ending up as Shu Wan's roommate. Qi Shi quickly grew fond of this resilient, resourceful, and unmaterialistic girl who also happened to be quite beautiful. Their values aligned closely, and Shu Wan often cooked delicious meals for the pampered Qi Shi, which blossomed into a deep friendship. After 3 months, Qizai's father cut off her financial support, compelling her to return home, which was when Shuwan discovered that she was a wealthy heiress from a large corporation. Initially, Shuwan attempted to distance herself, believing their social strata were too disparate. However, Qi showed no concern for such distinctions and frequently invited Shu Wan for outings. Over time, they became inseparable confidants. Wan, my brother Qi Xian has opened a place up in Yendishan where you can eat, drink, and have fun. He invited me to experience it first. Let's go together. You can relax and then look for work, Qi suggested. Under normal circumstances, Shuan would have declined to join Qi and her circle of friends. While casual outings were fine, she always felt out of place when Qi attempted to include her in activities with her affluent acquaintances. However, given her current state of emotional turmoil, she thought that perhaps a bit of fun would help lift her spirits. After all, she would merely be indulging in food and drinks, nothing more. All right, I'll go with you, Shuan replied to Qi. Great, let's make plans. Wan, wait for me, there'll be right over pick you up, and we'll pack our bags and head out immediately. She said excitedly from the other end of the line. Shuan couldn't help but marvel at Qizai's efficiency in less than half an hour. They were already en route to Yendishan. Yendishan was situated approximately 150 kilometers from the center of Sea City. The mountain boasted 8 towering peaks, rising steeply with rugged terrain, ancient trees, and stunning scenery. Before Qi Xian, it had not undergone any commercial development. Capitalizing on their wealth and influence, Qizai's brother was the first to introduce commercial ventures to Yendishan. As Qizai's SUV wound its way up the mountain road, the lush trees and swirling clouds created a scene reminiscent of delicate white veils floating in the air. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves like golden sand, cascading upon the flowers and grasses below. Shu Wan was utterly captivated by the breathtaking beauty before her, and the weight of her earlier melancholy had completely lifted. Half an hour later, they reached the mountainside, where the road narrowed, prompting Qi to slow the vehicle. Suddenly, Shu Wan noticed the neighboring peak of Yendishan swaying slightly, and she thought she must be imagining things. She closed her eyes briefly, then opened them again, but nothing seemed amiss. Qi, do you think I'm seeing things? I swear the mountain across was swaying. Shu Wan remarked. Wan, once we're out, don't overthink it. Worrying too much can lead to premature aging. Qi replied, focused on driving. No sooner had she spoken than a massive boulder appeared to plummet from the sky, crashing directly in front of the car. Qi slammed on the brakes, the vehicle skidding to a halt mere inches from the boulder. Before either of them could regain their composure, more boulders began to tumble down from the mountain. The ground trembled violently, trees toppled, and the sky rapidly darkened. Earthquake! It's an earthquake! Shu Wan exclaimed in terror. Before she could finish her sentence, a boulder struck the car's roof, and she felt a sharp pain before losing consciousness. The mountain itself then split open, swallowing both her and the vehicle into the chasm. Excruciating pain engulfed Shu Wan's entire being. She opened her eyes, struggling against the pain to sit up. Feeling the area where the pain originated, she realized she had only been affected by the boulder's fallout, her head having taken a blow that caused her to faint. She discovered a large bump on her head, and as she touched it, a wave of agony surged through her, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. After assessing her body, she found that aside from her head injury, she was otherwise unharmed. Her limbs were intact. Shu Wan breathed a sigh of relief. Marveling at her fortune surviving an earthquake surely made her the luckiest person of the year. She resolved to buy a lottery ticket the next day. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed no fallen boulders or collapsed trees. Strangely, where was Qi? Wasn't she supposed to be with her? And where was the car? As she propped herself up, she realized she had been lying next to a clear, shallow stream. The water sparkled, revealing the bottom, while the aquatic plants swayed gently with the current. The banks were adorned with wildflowers unfamiliar to Shu Wan, and a few stunningly beautiful butterflies danced around them. In the distance, she could see a couple of rabbits drinking from the stream, and everything exuded a serene and enchanting atmosphere. Everything around her was so breathtakingly beautiful that it felt almost surreal. The beauty was so overwhelming that she momentarily believed she had already departed from this world. Yet, the sharp pain in her head served as a stark reminder to Shu Wan that she was not dreaming. Nor had she passed away, she was very much alive, immersed in the raw reality of life. But perhaps it was best not to dwell on such thoughts. She needed to find Shishi without delay. Shu Wan picked up a sturdy branch to support herself as she slowly made her way upstream along the creek. At that moment, she found herself devoid of any inclination to appreciate her surroundings. As she walked, she called out, "Shishi, where are you?" After 2 exhausting hours, Shu Wan felt her strength waning and her voice hoarse. Yet she still had not located Shishi. She found a stone by the creek and sat down to rest, intending to drink some water before continuing her search. Approaching the water's edge, she cupped her hands to drink, and in doing so, caught a glimpse of her reflection in her bag. It appeared quite large, its top shimmering brightly, prompting her to poke at it curiously. "Ouch!" she gasped. She was indeed being a bit reckless. Having quenched her thirst, Shu Wan noticed a fruit tree growing by the creek, laden with plump, crimson fruits. Apples. Fortune smiled upon her. Thirst had led her to the creek, and hunger had revealed the nearby fruit tree. She approached, plucked an apple, wiped it on her clothing, and took a bite. Delicious. Naturally grown fruit was undeniably far superior to those hastily cultivated with artificial means. After finishing the apple, Shu Wan resumed her quest for Qi. After nearly 2 hours of trekking, she finally arrived at the summit of a hill. Gazing out, she was greeted by vast expanses of towering trees. Aside from the trees, there was nothing else in sight, and still, there was no sign of Qi, causing her to grow increasingly anxious. She continued to walk and call out, having received no response after searching for so long. Surely, Qi must have sustained serious injuries or encountered some dire fate, otherwise she would have answered. Shu Wan dared not entertain such grim thoughts any further. Suddenly, a loud crash caught her attention, and she eagerly turned toward the source of the sound, hoping it might be rescuers or Qi. To her dismay, it was merely 2 wild beasts engaged in a fierce struggle. Quickly, she concealed herself behind a nearby tree, peering out cautiously. Now, Shu Wan could see clearly. It was not so much a battle between 2 beasts as it was a massive python mercilessly attacking a lion. The size of these creatures was astonishing. The lion was 2 or 3 times larger than those typically found in a zoo. As for the python, it was over 20 meters long and nearly 2 meters wide, complete with an enormous head. Shu Wan was utterly stunned, quickly covering her mouth in fear of being discovered and meeting a gruesome fate. In less than 2 minutes, the lion was on the brink of death. The giant python unhinged its jaw and swallowed the lion whole. Shu Wan watched in horror as the lion slid down the python's throat, unable to bear the terrifying sight, realizing the snake was likely still hungry. Without a second thought, she turned and fled, her fear overwhelming her. If the lion could be devoured in a single bite, she stood no chance against such a creature. With her slender limbs, she would be nothing more than a morsel, perhaps even a mere toothpick for the python. Having just feasted, the python suddenly detected a faint sound from the opposite hillside and swiftly slithered in that direction. Shu Wan stumbled and crawled, barely managing to cover 20 steps before she saw the massive python closing in on her. Gathering her strength, she thought to herself, indeed, not all fruits are safe to consume. As she ran, something fell off. The python was no longer pursuing her, but instead ran alongside her, occasionally glancing at her with its colossal head. It felt as if it were toying with her. Shu Wan felt insulted. If it intended to eat her, then just do it. Did it think that a leisurely stroll would alter the flavor of her flesh? She cursed inwardly, unable to suppress her frustrations despite her usual politeness. Panting heavily, Shu Wan came to a halt, unable to run any longer. Ahead lay a steep incline, and she resolved that further flight was futile. Perhaps she could plead for mercy from the python after all. She was merely skin and bones, hardly enough to satisfy its hunger. The python paused as well, its massive head fixating on Shu Wan. A chill ran down her spine, and she felt as if something slimy dripped onto her head. "Oh, great python, let us negotiate. Spare me, for I am but a bundle of bones with hardly any meat to offer. Seek out a more substantial prey surely. You could enjoy a hearty meal, Shu Wan implored, striving to maintain her composure and suppress her fear, regardless of whether the python could comprehend her words. Exhausted, she resigned herself to her fate. If death were imminent, she might as well face it without further distress, lest she be judged unfavorably in the afterlife. The python's head slowly drew closer to Shu Wan, and she felt her hair stand on end, her heart racing. It was coming to consume her. At this moment, Jiang Yu felt as if she were being grasped by the nape of her neck, akin to a puppet of fate, as the great tiger sprinted forward, carrying her in a swift dash. Her voice was drowned in the roaring wind, and the zealous Yao was utterly oblivious to her plight. Ha! The creature bore its prey upon its back, while clutching another in its jaws, maintaining an unyielding speed that thrust Jiang Yu into a perilous thrill akin to a roller coaster ride. No, for Jiang Yu, this experience was far more exhilarating than any amusement park attraction. The forest was fraught with obstacles, yet Yao, despite holding her tightly, adeptly leaped and dodged with remarkable agility. This left Jiang Yu in a state of constant anxiety. Terrified of being flung from her precarious perch, her heart racing as if it would leap from her throat. Finally, after an intense half-hour of relentless speed, the great tiger halted in a mountainous area dotted with numerous stone caves. When Yao set Jiang Yu down, her legs felt utterly weak, rendering her nearly unable to stand. Thankfully, her backpack was of high quality. Had its straps snapped mid-journey, she would have been done for, damn it. She vowed never to hitch a ride like this again. Yao shifted slightly, tossing the prey from his back while emitting a series of howls to summon his kin. Soon, a throng of 20 to 30 beastmen emerged from the various caves. A mix of males and females, young and old, including several small cubs resembling tigers. The cubs, upon hearing their leader's call, sprinted forth eagerly, responding with their own playful yelps. The fastest little beastman reached Yao first, affectionately rubbing against his leg, only to glance up and discover another beastman beside their leader. I could see that moment. The other beastmen noticed that their leader had returned with a peculiar, slender, and small creature clad in strange attire. Curiosity piqued, they gathered around, eager to examine this unusual newcomer. What kind of animal fur is she wearing? I've never seen anything like IT. IT doesn't seem very warm. Does it? Look, she is carrying something on her back. What is on her feet? The beastmen marveled, whispering amongst themselves, occasionally gasping, and one particularly small tiger cub even crouched beside her, cautiously meeting her gaze before gingerly reaching out a paw to touch her backpack. Clearly intrigued, Jiang Yu thought to herself, well, for these barefoot beastmen, clad only in fur skirts around their vital areas, her outfit of a hoodie and jeans must indeed seem quite outlandish. She recognized that they meant no harm, merely expressing curiosity, yet being the center of their attention made her feel somewhat uneasy. Yao transformed back into his human form, gently patting the head of a small tiger clinging to his leg. All right, Jean, go play over there. The leader has important matters to discuss. The little beast man emitted a reluctant whine, returning to the embrace of his mother. Yao then stepped forward, addressing the gathered beastmen. This is Jiang Yu, a youngling of the human race, hailing from a faraway land. Her kin have perished, leaving her as the sole survivor. Henceforth, she shall reside with us in our tiger tribe. Upon hearing their leader's explanation, the beastmen exchanged glances and began to murmur amongst themselves. Goodness, how tragic for this little one to be all alone, exclaimed Jean's mother, Gina, her hands clasped in shock, clearly taken aback by the revelation. No wonder she appears so frail and small. She must not have had enough to eat. Indeed, look at our tiger tribe's youngsters, all plump and well-fed, while she is so thin one can see her bones, remarked another beastman, gesturing towards Jean and a few other tiger cubs, then pointing at Jiang Yu to highlight the stark contrast. Little one, you need not worry. You are welcome to live among us in the tiger tribe, chimed in another beastman mother, her voice filled with compassion. Jiang Yu conceded. Although being forced into the role of a youngling was somewhat humiliating for an adult, witnessing the warmth and kindness of these beastmen eased the weight in her heart. Newcomer, what is your name? They inquired. I am Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. The beastmen echoed the name, stumbling over its pronunciation, unable to articulate it correctly after several attempts. Jiang Yu realized then that it wasn't Yao's folly, but rather a collective inability among the beastmen to pronounce her name accurately. "I am the shaman of the tiger tribe," one elder beastman declared, stepping forward on behalf of the entire tribe. "I welcome you. You can feel secure living among us." Just as she contemplated this, the kind elder walked up to her, gently holding her hand and correctly pronouncing her name. "Mother, I leave her in your capable hands. I must continue my patrol of the territory. Bart, Gavin, Nicole, you shall accompany me on the hunt." Yao nudged Jiang Yu towards the elder, indicating that she would be looked after by her. He then summoned a dozen strong beastmen, both male and female, to join him in the hunt. Once all was arranged, Yao transformed into his tiger form, and those he had summoned quickly followed suit, trailing behind him as they set off to hunt. At this juncture, only a few frail female beastmen and a gaggle of frolicking younglings remained in the tribe. "All right, everyone, return to your own activities," the elder instructed, dispersing the remaining beastmen before leading Jiang Yu to familiarize her with the tribe. "Come along, dear child. I shall show you to your new home." As Jiang Yu observed the obedient dispersal of the beastmen, she realized the elder's esteemed position within the tribe. Moreover, she was the sole individual thus far capable of accurately pronouncing her name, indicating a level of education that set her apart from the others. She recalled the elder introducing herself as the tribe shaman. Thus, were all shamans as formidable as her? As she pondered this, she inadvertently voiced her curiosity to, "Ha, silly child. Do your human tribes not have shamans? No wonder your kin are no longer present." The elder responded, not with anger, but with patient explanation. "The shaman is the wisest among the beastmen, possessing knowledge of written language and medicinal herbs, tasked with healing the ill. Thus, the beastmen hold the shaman in high regard. Without a shaman, any beastman injured while hunting or suffering from illness would be deprived of timely care and would soon perish." With this clarification, Jiang Yu understood that in this world of beastmen, where medical resources were scarce, a shaman served not only as the tribe's sage, but also as a healer, a lifesaver, indeed deserving of reverence. The tiger tribe was nestled within a rare stretch of flat ground in the forest, surrounded by large stones. Some of these stones had been hewn by the beastmen, forming caves where families resided. This expansive area, encircled by the stones, served as a safe zone for the younglings to play. The elder led Jiang Yu onward, introducing her to the various caves along their path, each representing a home to the beastmen. Pointing to the largest cave at the end of the path, the elder said, "That is where the leader resides. Currently, there are no vacant spaces within the tribe. As a youngling in need of care, and given that the leader brought you back, you shall stay with him for the time being. Once you reach adulthood, you may move out on your own." Jiang Yu nodded, realizing that the entire tiger clan resided in caves. The location mattered little to her. The old orc, seeing her acquiescence, sighed in relief. This little cub appeared frail and emaciated, and to her, it seemed unlikely that she would survive the winter. Among the tiger clan, only the chief's dwelling was the most suitable, with the least harsh winds and the warmest furs. With such considerations, perhaps she might live a little longer. Contemplating this, the old orc looked at Jiang Yu, who obediently followed, and affectionately patted her, feeling a stronger pang of compassion. Truly, she was a pitiable child. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yu, the old orc's inner thoughts were far from her mind. She followed him like a shy guest. The old orc led her into Yao's cave, and upon entering, Jiang Yu was greeted by a chaotic assortment of items scattered about, followed by several makeshift beds crafted from large animal skins. At the back of the cave lay a haphazard pile of various animal pelts, alongside some seemingly unused objects, with nothing else to be found within. Jiang Yu thought to herself, "The conditions are quite harsh." Suddenly, she found herself missing the rickety little bed from her dormitory. Nevertheless, despite the simplicity of her surroundings, they were still preferable to sleeping in the forest at night. Moreover, the orc had kindly taken her in. She had little cause for dissatisfaction. It was merely the jarring transition from the 21st century to a primitive orc society that left her feeling somewhat disoriented. The old orc deliberately selected the largest, driest, and softest animal skin from the disarray, carefully brushing off the dust before preparing a bed for Jiang Yu. This was the warmest sheep's wool, providing the utmost comfort for sleep in the entire tiger clan. This was the only one, a legacy left by Yao's mother. Yao's mother? Jiang Yu pondered, feeling puzzled. Earlier, she had heard Yao refer to the old orc as Muma, assuming he was Yao's mother. The old orc seemed to sense her confusion, explaining that Yao's biological mother had perished during a hunting expedition, having ascended to the beast god kingdom. Being the eldest in the clan and a shaman, everyone affectionately called her Muma, if she wished. She could as well. Yes, the old orc chattered on while diligently laying out the bedding. She added some straw beneath the pelts, smoothing them out meticulously. Finally, she insisted that Jiang Yu lie down and assess the comfort. Jiang Yu removed her backpack and set it aside, reclining on the soft wool bed, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. How is it? Do you need another layer of fur? Or perhaps some more straw underneath? No, it feels quite comfortable as is. This raw, unrefined animal fur could not compare to modern industrial products. Yet witnessing the old orc's concern for her like a caring mother stirred a myriad of feelings within her. To these orcs, she was merely a stranger, perhaps even a burden, yet they were willing to unconditionally shelter her. An orphan raised in a welfare home, she had long grown accustomed to relying solely on herself. Yet she never anticipated that a familial affection she had never experienced in the human world would manifest in the orcs. Just as they finished preparing the bed, cheers erupted from outside the cave. Jiang Yu looked towards the old orc, bewildered. With a smile, the old orc explained, "The hunters have returned. Judging by their cheers, the hall must be quite substantial." With a nod, the old orc gestured for Jiang Yu to join her outside. Indeed, Yao returned with a robust group of orcs, elatedly carrying their quarry. They arranged their catch in the central clearing of the clan, which included 4 wild boars, 1 antelope, and the elk that Yao had initially slain. A total of 6 large game animals, a remarkable bounty for the tiger clan that day. Jiang Yu gazed at the lined-up animals in astonishment. The wild boars and antelopes were significantly larger than the pigs and sheep of the 21st century, at least 2 to 3 times their size. Witnessing such a substantial catch, the Orcish folk erupted in cheers, joyfully clamoring for meat. Several young orcs surrounded a wild boar, drooling in anticipation. Today, we feast heartily to celebrate our clan's new member. Yao proclaimed with delight. The crowd cheered, both for the new addition and the prospect of a meat feast. Armed with a bone knife, Yao swiftly began to butcher a wild boar with the help of several strong orcs. Those receiving the fresh, bloody meat could hardly contain their excitement as they devoured their portions with fervor, while others, who had yet to receive any, gazed enviously. Jiang Yu stood in stunned silence, feeling a profound shock at the scene before her. Surely, she would not have to consume raw meat, would she? Perhaps her expression of despair was too evident, as the old orc patted her shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Fear not, cubs do not eat meat like this." With that, Jiang Yu sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't eaten raw, she could manage. However, the old orc continued, revealing the second part of her statement. Cubs' teeth and biting power are not sufficient. The meat provided for them is cut into small pieces for easier consumption. Jiang Yu exclaimed, "The size of the meat is not the issue. Help! Help! I truly cannot eat raw meat," just as her internal turmoil peaked. Jean's mother, approached with a handful of bright red fruits, beckoning Jiang Yu and the young orcs to partake. "Little ones, you mustn't only eat meat. You should have some fruit as well." Upon hearing the mention of fruit, Jiang Yu practically sprinted to accept the offering, unlike the young orcs who hesitated, displaying disinterest. This was no mere fruit. It was her lifeline. The fruits were round, red, and plump, roughly the size of her fist. Tentatively, she took a bite, finding it sweet and tangy, with plenty of juice. Delicious. Gina distributed 1 fruit each to the young orcs, who reluctantly nibbled while their eyes remained fixated on the meat, swallowing hard in envy. Whereas Jiang Yu savored the fruit with delight. "Look at this child, so pitiful, yet she enjoys her fruits so much," Gina mused as she watched Jiang Yu relish her treat. Jiang Yu thought to herself, "What choice did I have? Besides, this fruit is indeed delightful. Large, juicy, and perfectly balanced in sweetness and tartness. It would be considered a premium fruit even in modern times." She quickly finished the fist-sized fruit and glanced longingly at the remaining ones, still wanting more. Noticing Jiang Yu's yearning for more fruit, Gina, concerned she might spoil her appetite for meat, concealed the remaining fruits behind her back, preventing Jiang Yu from seeing them. Alas, we picked fewer fruits today. There aren't any left. Moreover, you must limit your intake. Be wary of not being able to eat meat later. Jiang Yu stared incredulously at Gina's actions, reminiscent of a parent deceiving a toddler by hiding things to make them think they were gone. Yet, that was a tactic for dealing with children aged 2 or 3. How old did they perceive her to be in the eyes of these orcs? Muma, I won't eat fruit anymore. I want to eat more meat, she declared. Upon hearing this, Jean and the other young orcs protested in unison that no, you eat meat every day. You must eat more fruit. After saying this, Gina carried Jiang Yu on her back and secretly handed each of the young orcs a fruit, whispering that they must finish it. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yu, who was not blind or deaf, absorbed the entire scene. Little ones, the meat is ready. Come and eat. Yao approached, carrying several pieces of neatly cut meat to feed a few small cubs. Upon hearing his arrival, the little beastmen hastily stuffed the unfinished fruits in their mouths, gulping them down in a rush before scampering towards the chunks of meat in Yao's hands. Letting out eager howls, each took a piece, chewed a couple of times, and with a delighted howl, swallowed a whole. They devoured the meat heartily, relishing every bite. Jiang Yu observed the sizable pieces of meat in Yao's hands, which had been specially cut small yet were still as large as her open palm, hesitating in place, unable to move. Gina, noticing her immobility, anxiously nudged her, urging her to hurry before the gluttonous Jean and his companions devoured everything. Yao also noticed Jiang Yu standing still and called out, "You, come and eat. This is the finest and most tender meat from our chosen prey. All the cubs love it." Still, Jiang Yu remained rooted to the spot. Seeing her reluctance, Yao took the initiative to walk over and personally offered her a piece, gesturing with his eyes for her to taste it quickly before it was gone. Gina chimed in beside her, encouraging, "Poor child, do eat. The more you eat, the stronger you will become." Jiang Yu looked at the meat in her hand with difficulty. She truly could not bring herself to consume raw meat. However, the beastmen's enthusiasm made it hard for her to refuse their hospitality. Just as she was caught in indecision, she noticed a nearby little beastman licking his teeth, and suddenly inspiration struck her. "I can't bite into this kind of meat," she declared, opening her mouth to show them her teeth. "Oh, indeed." Yao squatted down, leaning in for a closer look. The arrangement of this human cub's teeth was quite orderly, yet each tooth was small, lacking any sharp fangs. Truth be told, this was the first time he had seen such harmless-looking teeth. Even Jean and his companions could attempt to tear apart small animals. Yet Yu, though also a cub, could not even bite into meat. How could such teeth shred prey? It was no wonder she looked thin and small. She must not have eaten meat. Jiang Yu noticed Yao and Gina seemed to have concocted some wild assumptions, and even the little beastmen regarded her with sympathetic expressions, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She explained, "Our human tribe cooks the meat over fire before eating." Cooked over fire? Yao's expression shifted as he recalled some unpleasant memory, shaking his head vigorously. "Fire ruins the meat. It's not tasty at all. Cooked meat is always bitter." Upon hearing his description and seeing his face contorted in rejection, Jiang Yu could not help but chuckle, explaining, "You must have burned the meat, if the timing is managed well. The meat will turn out fragrant." Hearing the commotion, the old beastman approached, and upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, his eyes brightened as he inquired, "Have you eaten such meat?" Jiang Yu nodded. "Our human tribe always eats cooked meat. It is delicious and healthy, preventing illness." The old beastman nodded in agreement, reminiscing about the best meat he had ever tasted. "When I was a cub, our tiger tribe resided in the forest. Once the beast god became enraged and unleashed thunder and fire, burning the forest, and our tribe was scorched as well. Many pieces of meat, which we hadn't had time to eat, were also ruined by the fire. I could tea that time. We had nothing to eat but the scorched meat." The old beastman paused, piquing everyone's curiosity before continuing. Much of the meat was burned and tasted bitter, yet some pieces were different. They remained intact and were exceptionally fragrant. All the tribe members loved it. And as a cub, I ate the most. That flavor is something I will never forget. As he spoke, the old beastman unconsciously swallowed, seemingly recalling that delightful taste. Later on, we moved to the stone caves, and everyone missed the taste of fire-roasted meat. So, after the thunder and fire, we would gather burning branches, but despite numerous attempts, we could never recreate the delicious meat. Every time we cooked, it turned out bitter. Eventually, we all gave up. After hearing the old beastman's tale, Yao's expression shifted to one of realization. It turned out the meat he had eaten was burnt, which explained its unpalatable taste. The old beastman looked at Jiang Yu with anticipation. You say your human tribe eats such delicious meat. Do you know how to prepare it? Jiang Yu replied, of course I remember. My tribe often does this, and I recall every step clearly, but it requires fire. The old beastman nodded cheerfully. I have fire preserved in dry vines in my cave. I've kept it for a long time. Saying this, the old beastman called Gina to fetch the fire from his cave. Gina, delighted, hurried off to retrieve the item, as it was the first time she had heard of such a method for cooking meat. Mother, is the meat really that delicious when cooked over fire? Jean and a few small beastmen, merely listening to the shaman's description, were salivating, gathering around her, eager to hear more about how fragrant and delectable the meat truly was. That was the most delicious meat I ever had. The old beastman recounted enthusiastically, and the other beastmen, overhearing this, began to gather, wanting to learn just how delicious it was. These rough-living beastmen had only ever consumed raw meat, never having witnessed such culinary techniques. As they listened, they were enticed by the shaman's vivid descriptions. When they discovered that this newcomer, the human cub, remembered how to prepare the meat, they were all elated. Once Gina returned with the fire, Jiang Yu inspected it. The fire had been well preserved in the dry vines and could be used directly, but roasting the meat would also require some dry twigs and withered leaves, of course. Honey would be an excellent addition. As for spices, she did not dare to hope for those just yet. Jiang Yu conveyed her needs to everyone, and then recalling the beastman's habit of consuming prey without cleaning it, she added, we also need clean water to wash the meat. Upon hearing her requests, the orcs readily declared the tasks to be simple, and Yao swiftly assigned orcs to gather dry leaves, procure honey, and fetch water. Once the tasks were delineated, the orcs promptly divided into 3 groups, each merrily embarking on their respective duties, while the orcs ventured out to collect the necessary materials for roasting meat. Jiang Yu remained industrious, directing Yao and the 2 other sturdy orcs to cut the lamb into appropriately sized cubes. Concerned that the trio might be uncertain about the ideal dimensions, she gestured with her hands to illustrate the size. It was not that she had excessive demands, but rather the rudimentary roasting tools left her apprehensive. She feared that if the pieces were too large, the inner portions might remain uncooked while the exterior became charred. Thus, cutting them too large was simply not an option. Although she desired smaller pieces, the sharpness of the bone knife posed a significant challenge for the 3, necessitating a compromise. Upon hearing her description, the trio wasted no time and commenced their task. Given that it was their first experience roasting meat under such rudimentary conditions, Jiang Yu was cautious not to roast too much at once. She prepared only a small piece of meat to test the waters. Just as they finished cutting the meat, the orcs who had gone to fetch water returned. Not far from the Tiger Clan's settlement flowed a small river, and the water-fetching duty fell to several female orcs, who used large leaves from the banana trees by the riverbank to carry the water. The meticulous female orcs thoughtfully layered the banana leaves to minimize leakage during their journey back. Upon their return to the settlement, Jiang Yu utilized the water contained within the leaves to meticulously rinse the meat several times, and finally, she also washed the bone knife used for cutting. After cleansing the meat and instructing Yao to skewer the pieces onto the bone knife, the orcs responsible for collecting dry twigs and honey returned, thus completing the preparation of all necessary materials for starting the fire. Jiang Yu placed the tinder atop the pile of twigs and employed a 2-foot-long vine to swiftly and vigorously rub against the tinder, generating friction to ignite the flame. The orcs gathered around her, a mix of curiosity and tension evident in their expressions, fearing that failure to ignite the fire might dampen the spirit of this young human. As they held their breath in anticipation, the fire indeed caught. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Yu added more twigs to the blaze, then evenly coated the meat skewers with honey before handing one to the eager Yao, instructing him to place it over the fire. With only 6 bone knives available, they could roast a maximum of 6 skewers at a time. Although branches could serve as substitutes for the bone knives, Jiang Yu was hesitant to guarantee the success of their first roasting attempt. Hence, she opted to start with 6 skewers that if the meat turned out delicious, they could always roast more later. Jiang Yu took a skewer for herself, placing it over the fire, turning it periodically to ensure even cooking. Yao mimicked her actions, rotating his skewer with equal diligence. As the charcoal radiated its warmth, the skewers began to emit a tantalizing aroma. The orcs, possessing far more sensitive noses than Jiang Yu, inhaled the increasingly rich scent of the roasting meat. Their anticipation mounting. They had listened to the shaman's descriptions and were indeed excited about the prospect of roasted meat, yet the fact that it was prepared by a youngling tempered their expectations. Each of them resolved internally to praise her regardless of the outcome, determined not to discourage the young one yet, who could have anticipated that the mere aroma of this roasted meat would be so enticing. The oldest orc, particularly animated, breathed in the lingering scent of the roasting meat, exclaiming how delightful it was. The charcoal coaxed the juices from the meat, causing it to sizzle, a sound that resonated beautifully in the ears of the onlookers. As the cooking progressed, Jiang Yu applied another layer of honey to the skewers, ensuring they would achieve a golden hue on both sides while enhancing the tenderness of the meat. Yao, emulating her, clumsily rotated his skewer while applying honey, treating it as though he were crafting a work of art, his expression one of utmost seriousness. With both hands gripping the bone knife's handle, Jiang Yu gradually turned her skewer. With the passage of time, the exterior of the skewers developed a glossy, golden-brown hue, and the charcoal fully released the lamb's delectable essence, the rich aroma wafting through the air. The orcs found themselves swallowing in anticipation. Never having imagined that roasted meat could be so fragrant, Jiang Yu, captivated by the enticing scent, lamented the absence of seasoning. A sprinkle of cumin and pepper at that moment would have been perfection. The old orc gazed at the beautifully colored, aromatic skewers before her, contrasting sharply with her memories of poorly roasted, charred meat from the past. The two were in entirely different realms. She could hardly fathom how delightful the meat must be. Among the orcs seated slightly farther away, Yao, who was directly involved in the roasting, felt the most tortured. Waves of rich meat aroma infiltrated his exceptionally sensitive nose, almost causing him to drool on the spot. How could the illustrious Tiger King allow himself such a humiliating display? It was all due to the irresistible allure of the meat. Yao discreetly swallowed, glancing around to ensure no one noticed his predicament. Relieved to find everyone fixated on Jiang Yu's skewers. Thankfully, his moment of embarrassment went unseen. Otherwise, the dignity of the Tiger King would have been compromised to be why the gods. This meat was simply too fragrant. Yao swallowed repeatedly, and were it not for the need to maintain his chieftain's composure, he would have boldly questioned Jiang Yu why, with the meat smelling so divine, they could not indulge immediately. Jiang Yu observed Yao, whose face was clearly screaming, "I want to eat meat," yet he feigned restraint, casting reproachful glances in her direction, nearly prompting a laugh from her. Truly, he embodied the traits of a feline. His prideful demeanor mirrored that of the cats she had previously cared for. "Let me have the first taste to see if it is cooked through." Jiang Yu continued to roast the meat for a while longer, ensuring it was thoroughly cooked before she lowered her head. Under the watchful and eager gazes of all the orcs, she gently took a bite of the tantalizingly fragrant roasted meat in her hand. It smelled delightful, but upon tasting it, she found it rather tough and dry, lacking in flavor. While it could hardly be deemed inedible, it was certainly far from delicious. That it was a far cry from the succulent barbecued meat she savored in the modern world. Alas, the conditions were simply too harsh here. There were even no spices to mask the gamey taste of the lamb. Fortunately, this particular sheep, though large in size, was relatively young and female, resulting in a milder flavor that Jiang Yu found acceptable. Nevertheless, there was no denying that this meat was infinitely better than what the old orc had previously consumed, as his meat had merely been scorched by fire, whereas this had been brushed with honey and carefully cooked. Such confidence she possessed. After swallowing the morsel, Jiang Yu nodded at the eager orcs, signaling that it was ready and they could eat without worry. Upon receiving her approval, Yao swiftly divided the skewered meat amongst them. He first handed a skewer to the old orc, kept one for himself, and then distributed the remaining skewers to several younger orcs, including Jean. Although the other orcs gazed longingly, swallowing their saliva in anticipation. They voiced no objections to this distribution that I in the tribe. The highest status belonged to the chieftain and the shaman, followed by the younglings, those robust orcs who frequently ventured out to hunt, and finally the ordinary orcs. Unlike Jiang Yu, who had been spoiled by modern culinary delights, the shaman took a bite of the roasted meat and her eyes lit up. This honey-glazed meat was 100 times more delectable than any she had ever tasted before. The younger orcs who had received their share of meat joyfully devoured it, dancing with excitement. As for Yao, despite his position as chieftain, he did not gobble it down like the shaman and the younglings, instead savoring it with occasional smacking of lips. Yet his indulgent mannerisms revealed his satisfaction with the meal. The expressions of delight on their faces left the orcs who had not received any meat salivating with envy. Once Yao finished his skewer, still yearning for more, he waved his hand, commanding that the remaining wild boar and elk be brought forth to be roasted as well. Thus, the entire tribe, under Jiang Yu's guidance, began the vibrant process of roasting meat. Some washed the meat, others brushed it with honey, while yet more tended to the roasting. Jiang Yu occasionally offered guidance to the orcs, instructing them on when to turn the meat, when to apply the honey, and when it was fully cooked. This was to prevent any eager orc from mistaking the enticing aroma for being done, leading them to devour half-raw meat in their impatience. The orcs boasted hearty appetites, and with limited skewers for roasting and the lengthy cooking time, by the time all the orcs had filled their bellies, the sun had already set in this orcish world. Devoid of many entertainment options, it was nearly time for bed. Yao transformed into his tiger form, ambled to a nearby stream, and rolled around in the water before returning to the riverbank, vigorously shaking off the droplets from his fur. Once most of the water had been flung off, he leisurely strolled back to the tribe, lying down in the central clearing to bask in the warm glow of the setting sun. Jiang Yu looked at Yao, now lazily sunbathing after a hearty meal, with a hint of envy. Unlike these furry beings, her bathing was a far more complicated affair. After all, it was already autumn, and the river water remained quite chilly. She had to be cautious not to catch a cold. Thus, after all the orcs had washed up and gradually returned to their respective caves, Jiang Yu ventured alone to the stream for her own cleansing. By this hour, it was quite late, and, thankfully, the stream was very close to the tribe, also protected by Yao's arrangement of night watchmen, for she would not dare to remain alone in the wilderness at night. As she scrubbed her body with the icy river water, Jiang Yu shivered uncontrollably, longing for the luxury of a modern water heater. The temperature fluctuations between day and night were significant here. After a brief wash, she found herself at the mercy of the biting cold wind. With no other choice, she quickly dried off the water droplets, planning to put on her clothes and return to her cave promptly. It was only when she set about dressing that she encountered a significant problem. She had no change of clothing. The orcs merely wrapped a hide skirt around their crucial areas. But the unprocessed hide was exceedingly coarse, and she found it quite uncomfortable to wear. Reluctantly, she settled for donning her outer garment and squatted by the riverbank, washing her undergarments in the frigid water. After rinsing and wringing them out, she returned to the tribe, hanging her clothes on the small branches surrounding the area. Judging by the wind while she bathed, the evening breeze was quite strong, and it would dry her garments overnight. She simply needed to rise early the next day to retrieve her clothes from the branches to avoid any embarrassment. However, this was hardly a sustainable solution. She would need to devise a way to create garments suitable for her to wear. Inside the cave, in his tiger form, Yao lay comfortably on his soft hide bed, snoring contentedly, upon noticing Jiang Yu's entrance. He merely lifted an eyelid to glance at her before turning his head back to sleep. Jiang Yu, seeing him in such a lazy, slumbering state, felt a wave of relief wash over her. After all, sharing space with a great tiger was a test of one's composure. Even if this particular tiger was not inclined to eat humans, she tiptoed to her own bed, striving to be as quiet as possible so as not to disturb him, then lay down properly, closing her eyes and awaiting the embrace of sleep. Contrary to her expectations of tossing and turning for a long time after such an extraordinary day, she quickly drifted into a deep slumber, experiencing a night filled with pleasant dreams. The following morning, she arose early. First, she retrieved her undergarments that she had hung outside, and as she had anticipated, they had indeed dried overnight. Upon returning to the cave, she quietly approached Yao to check on him. Seeing him still asleep, she felt reassured and returned to her small bed, turning her back to him as she prepared to put on her undergarments. However, she overlooked the remarkable sensitivity of an orc's senses. Just as she was shedding her clothes to don her undergarments, Yao, facing away from her, suddenly opened his eyes. Upon awakening, the first sight that met Yao's gaze was Jiang Yu's bare back as she dressed. Curiosity filled him as he stared at her, clearly perplexed by her intentions. He had been enjoying a sound sleep when he suddenly heard the faintest rustle of footsteps. Years of experience in hunting taught him to remain still, adopting a sleeping posture while preparing for a potential confrontation. The footsteps drew nearer, and just as he was about to leap forward and greet the uninvited guest with his sharp claws, the footsteps halted right before him and remained still, as if observing him. His instincts heightened, and he remained on high alert. The footsteps retreated, growing distant. After a moment's pause, he finally opened his eyes to discover it was Jiang Yu. Oh, right. It dawned on him that he was no longer alone. Yet, why was Jiang Yu attempting to sneak a peek at him while he slept? Yao scrutinized Jiang Yu's smooth back, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him, his brow furrowing in bewilderment. Could it be that she was captivated by his powerful and majestic physique, wishing to become his mate? As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly wore a look of realization, his previously furrowed brow smoothing out in understanding. However, he completely forgot that he was currently in his tiger form, his furry exterior rendering Jiang Yu unable to perceive his formidable and powerful body. Surely that was the case. Yao nodded to himself, for how else could one explain Jiang Yu's secretive behavior? Then, it seemed a thought struck him, and his expression turned bashful. Why was Jiang Yu acting so brazenly? She was still a juvenile, yet here she was, attempting to glimpse his body. Unless she reached maturity, he would never acquiesce to her desires. Oh dear, Jiang Yu was truly too forward. How could a youngling engage in such embarrassing antics? This realization made him feel quite flustered. Convinced that Jiang Yu was peeking at him, Yao felt a mix of pride in his physique and bashfulness at the same time. He pondered whether Jiang Yu was satisfied with his form. Jiang Yu had no inkling of Yao's thoughts and could hardly fathom that her simple desire to evade him for a change of attire had resulted in such a misunderstanding. After she had changed her clothes, she emerged from the cave, and Yao, feigning sleep, only opened his eyes upon seeing Jiang Yu exit, putting on an expression as if he had just awakened. Once outside, Jiang Yu stretched lazily in the clearing at the center of the tribe, inhaling the fresh air. One must admit, the atmosphere of this beastly world was indeed splendid, imparting a sensation of complete comfort with every breath. In no time, the orcs began to rise one by one. The orcs typically consumed only 2 meals a day, thus they set out to commence their hunting for the day. Shortly thereafter, Yao divided the adult orcs into 2 teams. One composed of the more robust individuals who would accompany him on the hunt, and the other consisting of those slightly weaker who would gather fruits. Naturally, the elderly shaman and 2 female orcs remained in the tribe to tend to the children. Jiang Yu, being regarded as a cub, was included in the latter category. In this orcish realm, the classification of age was rather stark and simplistic. Anyone who had yet to reach adulthood was collectively referred to as a cub, even if they were merely a day shy of maturity. Once the arrangements were made, Yao led the hunting orcs away. Yet perhaps it was merely her imagination. She felt as if Yao had glanced back at her just before departing. Jiang Yu pondered this, but remained perplexed as to why he would suddenly look her way. Perhaps she had misinterpreted his gaze, or maybe he hadn't even been looking at her at all. Dismissing this strange notion, Jiang Yu approached Gina, who had been assigned to gather fruits, and implored her to allow her to join. She was not truly a helpless cub requiring supervision. She wished to accompany Gina and the others to collect fruits, while simultaneously familiarizing herself with her surroundings, given that she was still utterly ignorant of this world. Initially, Gina refused, believing that cubs should remain safely within the confines of the tribe. However, unable to withstand Jiang Yu's coaxing and pitiful demeanor, Coupled with the fact that the fruit-picking area was not too far from the tribe and there were 4 or 5 orcs responsible for gathering, she eventually relented. Nevertheless, she insisted that Jiang Yu must not wander off and should closely follow the fruit-gathering group. Jiang Yu eagerly agreed, repeatedly assuring them that she would not stray and cause trouble. Observing this newcomer, who appeared so serious and adult-like in her solemn promises to Gina, Mia, who was also assigned to the fruit-gathering team, found herself amused and playfully pinched Jiang Yu's cheek, exclaiming, "Such a good little one." Under Mia's playful scrutiny, Jiang Yu felt her face flush with embarrassment. Indeed, she was engaging in a bit of cuteness. It proved that such youthful antics, while perhaps shameful, were undeniably effective, as they had secured her inclusion in the outing. Mia and Nicole were twin sisters, yet strikingly different. Nicole was robust and an adept hunter, frequently accompanying Yao on his hunts, while Mia was naturally friendlier and often assigned to gather fruits. One deemed Yao's arrangements unfair, for in this primitive orc realm where hunting and gathering were equally vital, both roles held great significance. Moreover, it was the duty of every orc to adhere to the chief's directives. Once everything was prepared, Jiang Yu joined the fruit-gathering team as they set off. The group comprised 6 individuals: Gina, Mia, 2 female orcs unknown to Jiang Yu, and a strong male orc sent by Yao to ensure the safety of the gathering party. Forming a line, they entered the forest via a narrow path, searching for fruit trees along the way. Jiang Yu, positioned in the center of the group, constantly glanced around, scrutinizing the flora in the forest to see if anything appeared familiar or edible. "Look, there's a bebe fruit tree ahead." After about half an hour of walking, Mia, at the forefront, discovered the same red fruit that Jiang Yu had eaten on her first day in the tribe, which the orcs refer to as bebe fruit. Gina followed Mia's pointing finger and beheld a tree laden with large, ripe bebe fruits, each one plump and enticing that a smile broke across Gina's face, for their luck was indeed splendid. Merely harvesting from this tree would suffice for the day. The group gathered beneath the bebe fruit tree, and the male orc grasped its trunk, shaking it vigorously. Ripe fruits tumbled down with a satisfying thud, while the nimble female orcs swiftly collected the fallen fruits and stacked them together. Once they had finished gathering, they would transport the bounty back to the tribe. After a time, the number of fruits falling began to diminish, as some were merely ripe and not fully matured, thus could not be dislodged by shaking alone. Realizing the fruits had ceased to fall, the male orc halted his shaking and leapt up, reaching for a nearby branch with one hand, using his feet to push against the trunk for leverage. He ascended the tree to pluck the remaining fruits. He tossed the harvested fruits down, where the female orcs eagerly awaited to collect them. The bebe fruit tree was exceptionally bountiful, and with their seamless cooperation, a small mountain of fruits soon accumulated on the ground. Jiang Yu chose not to join the others in collecting fruits. Instead, she squatted a few meters away, casually breaking a twig and beginning to dig in the soil. The female orcs, noticing that she was not wandering off but rather playing in the dirt, paid her no mind, as they had no intention of assigning a cub to labor. Moreover, if a fruit were to fall upon her, it could indeed be painful, making the task ill-suited for a cub. While squatting and diligently digging, Jiang Yu was not merely playing in the mud. She was unearthing snow lotus fruits, initially intending to aid in fruit collection. She had discovered this delightful surprise when a fruit bounced away and rolled far from her reach while she was chasing it. She had spotted a wild snow lotus fruit. The leaves of the snow lotus fruit resembled weeds, and its fruit grew underground, making it easily overlooked, which was why she had not noticed it at first. Typically, snow lotus fruits should be dug up with a hoe, but lacking tools, she resorted to a small twig. After considerable effort with the twig, she finally managed to extract the snow lotus fruit from the earth intact. She meticulously wiped the mud off the snow lotus fruit, intending to bring it back to the tribe. Based on her observations over the past 2 days, the orc's diet was incredibly monotonous, consisting solely of raw meat or fruits, with only a couple of varieties available. "What is this?" Mia suddenly leaned in, startling Jiang Yu. The bebe fruits had been swiftly harvested by the other orcs, and as they prepared to return to the tribe, Mia approached Jiang Yu, still playing in the mud, urging her to come back with them. Upon closer inspection, however, she realized that Jiang Yu was not playing in the mud at all, but rather holding something she had never seen before. This object, known as the snow lotus fruit, was indeed a type of fruit. Jiang Yu presented the snow lotus fruit to Mia, who questioned, "Is this a fruit? Why is it growing underground?" Mia stared at the peculiar object, struggling to believe it was indeed a fruit. In the orc's understanding, fruits grew on trees, round and red, not the odd-looking thing before her that was neither round nor red and resided in the soil. "Yes, this is the fruit that our human tribe consumes," Jiang Yu asserted with certainty. "All right then, but we must first bring this fruit back to the tribe for the shaman to examine. She says we can only eat it if she confirms it is safe," Mia replied, her trust in Jiang Yu tinged with skepticism. That it was not that she doubted Jiang Yu's integrity, but rather that Jiang Yu was still an immature cub, and Mia feared she might have misremembered and inadvertently consumed something toxic. "Okay." Jiang Yu concurred with Mia's words. From the very beginning, she had no intention of consuming the fruits herself, as her plan was to bring them back to the tribe for the shaman to examine. Soon, Gina and 2 other female orcs gathered a plethora of large leaves, intending to place the fruits atop them for transport. However, the sheer volume of fruits harvested that day was overwhelming, rendering it impossible to fit them all. Regardless of how they arranged the leaves, faced with this predicament, the group resolved to make multiple trips back. Yet this decision meant that the 6 individuals would be compelled to split into 2 teams, one for transporting the fruits and the other to remain behind to guard them. In this perilous forest, having too few individuals posed a danger for both the orcs carrying the fruits and those remaining to watch over them, as a pack of ferocious beasts could emerge at any moment, threatening their very existence. This necessity for collective action during hunting and foraging stemmed from the fact that they could easily become prey themselves, just as the group found themselves at an impasse. Unable to devise a satisfactory solution, Jiang Yu, who had been quietly listening to their discussions, suddenly declared, "I have an idea." Her proclamation instantly captured everyone's attention. Jiang Yu proceeded to tear the large leaf she had gathered into strips the thickness of 2 fingers. Then took 4 of these strips and arranged them in a simple cross shape. She continued to add more strips, weaving them together through a series of challenges and overlaps, ultimately forming a base. Once the base was complete, Jiang Yu raised the strips upright, continuing the weaving process to create the sides of a basket. Indeed, she was fashioning a fruit basket from the leaves, having engaged in such handicrafts extensively during her time at the orphanage. She executed the task with remarkable ease. The weaving of the basket was straightforward, and she completed it in no time. However, it would be more accurate to refer to it as a basket frame, as she had not created any handles. Given the abundance of fruits, she made the basket quite large, fearing that handles would not withstand its weight. After finishing, she pressed down on the bottom of the basket and found it sturdy enough to bear the load. Without a care for the astonished expressions of the other orcs, Jiang Yu began placing the fruits into the basket. It was only after she had filled it that Mia could no longer contain her astonishment, exclaiming, "You, how are you so clever, as brilliant as the shaman?" Mia found herself a loss for words, feeling that Jiang Yu possessed a skill akin to that of the tribe's shaman. Jiang Yu chuckled at Mia's peculiar comparison, responding, "Oh, it's nothing. Let us hurry and transport the fruits back to the tribe." All right, Gina said, finally returning to her senses after the initial shock. She retracted her astonished gaze towards Jiang Yu, and together with the male orc, they lifted the large fruit basket and began their journey home. Upon their return to the tribe, the shaman immediately noticed the large basket being carried by Gina and the male orc. Oh, the elderly shaman, seeing such a novel object for the first time, was unable to contain her curiosity and quickly inspected the fruits as soon as they set the basket down. After squatting down and examining it intently for a considerable while, she finally understood how the basket was woven. She could not help but admire the craftsmanship in her heart. Who created this? The shaman's approving gaze swept over the 4 female orcs. She had never realized that there were such inventive and skillful females in the tiger tribe. The female orcs, under the shaman's intense scrutiny, felt a wave of shyness and lowered their heads. The shaman misunderstood. This basket was not their handiwork. Noticing the 4 individuals she had been watching either exhibiting evasive glances or awkward expressions, the astute shaman quickly deduced that the basket could not have been made by them. This left her even more puzzled. If not them, then who? Her gaze shifted towards the remaining male orcs. "Ah, "Mama, you're mistaken." Mia scratched her head, feeling a tinge of embarrassment for the adults who were outwitted by a mere child. Yet she spoke up, "This basket was made solely by you." Upon hearing this, even the seasoned shaman found it hard to believe. After all, Jiang Yu was just a child. Initially, she had dismissed Jiang Yu, assuming the basket was crafted by the 4 female orcs. After her astonishment subsided, the shaman approached Jiang Yu, affectionately patting her head and smiling as she praised her. "You truly are remarkable." Jiang Yu felt a mix of embarrassment for pretending to be a child and an inexplicable joy at receiving such praise from an elder. It felt wonderful to be commended in this manner. "What is it you have in your hand?" the shaman inquired, noticing the snow lotus fruit Jiang Yu was holding. Oh, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered that she had brought something back. She raised the peculiar-looking fruit, presenting it to the shaman. "This is a snow lotus fruit, an edible fruit." Snow lotus fruit? The shaman repeated the unfamiliar name while accepting the oddly shaped and somewhat unappealing fruit from Jiang Yu. Scrutinizing it closely, after a prolonged examination, the shaman still could not discern its nature. "Mama, rest assured, our human tribe consumes this type of fruit," Jiang Yu added, unable to contain herself at the sight of the shaman's perplexed expression. She was eager for everyone to embrace this fruit, as the tribe only had a few basic varieties, and the orcs had long grown weary of them. This would be a welcome change of flavor. Moreover, the snow lotus fruit not only had a crisp and tender texture with a delightful taste, but also possessed detoxifying properties, truly beneficial with no drawbacks. However, in this era of extremely rudimentary medical knowledge, the orcs were understandably hesitant to try new varieties of fruit. They only dared to consume those that the shaman instructed them to gather, as only she possessed the ancestral knowledge of which fruits were safe to eat. Thus, to convince the orcs to accept this fruit, she first needed the shaman's approval. Observing Jiang Yu's unwavering confidence in the fruit's edibility, and recalling her knowledge of roasting meat and basket weaving, the shaman ultimately chose to trust her. It wasn't merely due to the roasting and weaving skills. Rather, the shaman recognized Jiang Yu's intelligence, distinguishing her from the other children in the tribe. Had Jean or the others presented this fruit to her, claiming it was safe, she would have dismissed them outright and scolded them for attempting to consume something strange, warning them vehemently against the dangers of poisoning. With this in mind, the shaman, to demonstrate her trust in Jiang Yu, raised the snow lotus fruit to her mouth, only to be halted by Jiang Yu's intervention. "Wait." The shaman looked at Jiang Yu, puzzled by her sudden objection. "The fruit is covered in dirt. It needs to be washed first." Jiang Yu pointed at the remnants of soil clinging to the snow lotus fruit. After all, it had just been unearthed, and consuming it unwashed would be unhygienic. When Mia returned with water from the nearby stream and cleaned the snow lotus fruit, several minutes had already passed. The shaman tentatively took a bite of the now clean fruit. To her surprise, the taste was nothing like the peculiar flavor she had anticipated. Instead, it was sweet, refreshing, and delightfully crisp. Seeing the shaman's satisfaction with the taste brought Jiang Yu immense joy, as the snow lotus fruit was particularly suitable for consumption during the dry autumn months due to its cooling properties. "Not bad, not bad." The shaman nodded repeatedly. "I must document this fruit." With that, the shaman returned the remaining snow lotus fruit to Jiang Yu and hurriedly made her way back to her cave. Retrieving a turtle shell she used for recording and a bone knife specifically designed for engraving, beginning to carve the shape of the snow lotus fruit onto the shell. "What does this peculiar fruit taste like?" Upon witnessing the elderly orc hastily depart after a mere taste, Mia was consumed by curiosity and could not help but inquire of Jiang Yu. Observing the other orc's keen interest in the flavor of the snow lotus fruit, Jiang Yu decided to forego any suspense and promptly broke the fruit in her hands, offering them portions to taste for themselves, with one of the shamans having sampled the fruit first. They did not hesitate, taking generous bites. The crisp flesh, mingled with its sweet juice, glided down their throats, leaving their throats pleasantly soothed upon finishing. Noticing the expressions of delight on their faces, Jiang Yu understood that they had all come to relish this seemingly unremarkable fruit. She then presented the leaves of the snow lotus fruit to them, ensuring they could recognize its appearance for future foraging. Before long, Yao returned with the orcs who had ventured out to hunt. They had successfully captured 2 wild boars and 2 antelopes, and Yao had also brought back a lively nest of rabbits. claiming it was for the young ones in the tribe to practice hunting. At the mention of practicing hunting, Yao cast a subtle glance at Jiang Yu. The other orcs were initially puzzled. After all, Jean and the others had long since learned to catch rabbits by themselves. Why would the chieftain bring back rabbits for them to practice? It was only upon seeing Jiang Yu that they comprehended, casting sympathetic glances her way. They were already aware that this human child not only lacked hunting skills, but also had teeth that were virtually ineffective. At that moment, with everyone's eyes fixed on Jiang Yu, Yao, fearing that Jiang Yu might feel disheartened, pretended to cough twice to shift the conversation. It was time to prepare today's lunch. Upon hearing the word meal, the attention of all was instantly captured, and suggestions of roasted meat filled the air, as they clearly could not forget the delicious roast they had enjoyed just the day prior. Jiang Yu crossed her arms, smiling, feeling a sense of pride that the orcs took such delight in her roasted meat. Even in the absence of other seasonings, even the most basic salt, they still relished the meat she prepared. It was a testament to her superior roasting skills. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her laughter would soon fade, for after indulging in the exquisite taste of roasted meat, these orcs continued to savor it day after day. 4 or 5 days in a row, and judging by their enthusiasm, they could easily eat it for an entire year. Thus, on the 5th day of receiving roasted meat, Jiang Yu found herself struggling to take a bite of the meat in her hands. Of course, that was a tale for later. Yao waved his hand decisively, declaring that they would feast on roasted meat that night. The orcs erupted in cheers and immediately sprang into action, with Jiang Yu directing the fire starters and meat roasters. After a hearty meal, Jiang Yu found herself holding a small rabbit by its long ears, uncertain of what to do with it. Moments ago, Yao had distributed the nest of rabbits among several young orcs, instructing them to practice diligently. When it was her turn, he had earnestly advised her to practice well and learn to hunt as soon as possible. Jiang Yu let out a deep sigh. She glanced at the other young orcs who had received rabbits, each intentionally letting the rabbits escape only to chase after them once they panicked, reveling in the joy of the chase. The poor little rabbits repeatedly fled, only to be effortlessly captured by the young orcs. Jiang Yu felt a kinship with the little rabbits, both trapped in a world that seemed to inflict wounds upon them. To the young orcs, catching rabbits was a simple feat. They could afford to wait until the rabbits had scampered far before making their move. However, when the chieftain had assigned the rabbits to them, he had quietly advised them to refrain from showcasing their full prowess while practicing, lest Jiang Yu, who had yet to learn the art of hunting, feel disheartened. The young orcs, having heeded the chieftain's words, nodded solemnly, assuring him they would pretend to be less capable than they truly were. Little did they know, their respective mothers had discreetly informed them that this new arrival was particularly pitiful. Having lost her entire clan and suffering from poor health, likely nearing death. Exchanging glances, they tacitly agreed to hold back some of their strength during practice, with Mocha even intentionally allowing one rabbit to escape. Among the tribe's young, not including Jiang Yu, there were 4 others: Jean, Mocha, Dana, and Derek. Only Mocha was a girl. The rest were boys. Mocha was particularly fond of the new arrival, not only because she was a girl, but also because she had brought delicious roasted meat to the tribe. Hence, despite Jiang Yu's unassuming appearance, she longed to befriend her. After deliberately letting her rabbit escape, Mocha approached Jiang Yu, expressing her desire to teach her how to catch rabbits. Jiang Yu felt a chuckle rising within her at the sight of this young orc earnestly offering her guidance. Yet she maintained a serious demeanor, replying, "Hello. What is your name?" "I am Mocha. I am quite skilled at catching rabbits," the young orc declared, striving to impress Jiang Yu. "Very well, Mocha, please teach me how to catch rabbits." Jiang Yu replied, unable to refuse the earnestness in Mocha's gaze, fearing to hurt the young orc's feelings. After all, it was only her pride that might take a hit. "We must first do this, and then do that." Mocha, delighted to have been accepted by Jiang Yu, took the rabbit from her hands and released it, chasing after it while instructing Jiang Yu along the way. Soon, Mocha had successfully captured the little rabbit, holding its ears aloft as she returned to Jiang Yu, encouraging her to mimic her actions. Jiang Yu followed suit, letting the rabbit loose and attempting to pursue it as Mocha had. However, unlike Mocha's effortless grace, Jiang Yu found herself exerting tremendous effort, her speed not even rivaling that of the eldest shaman, and still, she could not catch up to the rabbit. She could only watch helplessly as the rabbit bounded away. Mocha, ever the little adult, sighed as she observed Jiang Yu's struggles. Then, like an arrow released from a bow, she darted after the rabbit and soon had it back in her grasp. "It's all right. We can practice a few more times," she reassured Jiang Yu, who was feeling disheartened. Mocha tiptoed to pat her shoulder in a comforting gesture, leaving Jiang Yu both amused and exasperated, yet she complied with Mocha's guidance. Meanwhile, Yao, who had been discreetly observing the situation, sighed deeply upon witnessing Jiang Yu's running speed. How to put it? Following Jiang Yu's utterly ineffective teeth, he discovered that her legs were equally inadequate. Her speed inferior even to that of the eldest shaman. How would she fare on her own when hunting in the future? It seemed he would need to find a way to become stronger, to procure more food, lest Jiang Yu go hungry. Having been in the tribe for several days, Jiang Yu still found herself unaccustomed to wearing animal skins. The untreated hides were rigid and coarse. And particularly when moving, they chafed against her skin, causing discomfort and, at times, even abrasions. Yet, she had no alternative. With but one set of clothing, she had to wear the animal skins to maintain cleanliness. After yet another instance of being chafed by the hide, Jiang Yu resolved to craft her own garments. However, the adage of a skilled seamstress being hampered by a lack of materials rang true. Without cotton, she could not fashion cotton clothes and would have to make do with the available animal hides. She rummaged through the pile of discarded animal pelts in Yao's cave and ultimately selected a fox fur for her garment, recognizing that clothing made from fox fur would provide the best warmth. With autumn already upon them and winter fast approaching, the importance of keeping warm became paramount in this world devoid of air conditioning and heating. Approaching Yao, she held out the fox fur. Yao, who typically slumbered in his tiger form, was no exception at that moment, lying comfortably on his bed, snoring softly, his tail occasionally flicking as he enjoyed a deep sleep. "May I have this piece of fox fur?" Jiang Yu gently nudged Yao's large tiger head, rousing him from slumber. Unbeknownst to her, in her inadvertent actions, she had once again sparked a misunderstanding in Yao's mind, in the realm of the beastmen. It is customary for members of the opposite sex to exchange prey and pelts solely during courtship. The greater the number of gifts exchanged, the more it signifies the hunter's prowess, if the recipient accepts these offerings. It indicates their acceptance of the courtship. Naturally, there's a certain etiquette surrounding the types of prey and pelts given. Some tribes espouse a meritocratic approach, valuing strength above all. In such tribes, both males and females may have numerous partners, with an emphasis on the quantity of prey rather than its variety. Conversely, other tribes adhere to monogamy, where courtship involves offering animals that embody fidelity and love, such as wolves and foxes. Foxes, in particular, are renowned for their unwavering loyalty, often having but one mate throughout their lives, and even in the event of a partner's demise, they remain steadfast in their commitment. When Yao's father sought to court his mother, he presented a veritable mountain of fox pelts. This particular fox had been caught by Yao in his youth. His mother had advised him to keep it until he accumulated enough to present to his future mate. At that time, still a cub and far from adulthood, he viewed the notion of having a partner as a distant dream, carelessly stowing the fox fur in his den alongside other pelts. Now, Jiang Yu unexpectedly inquired if she could have that very fox pelt. Jiang Yu was hinting at something again. Yao shot her a bashful glance, his fluffy head instinctively burying itself in his paws. Nodding shyly, Jiang Yu, being merely a cub herself, already yearned for a partner. What a mischievous child. Yet, why did this thought fill him with such joy? Jiang Yu had merely asked if she could have the pelt. But Yao, upon hearing her question, had first looked at her in confusion, then lowered his head in apparent embarrassment. After a moment's hesitation, the large tiger's head, still nestled within his paws, nodded and turned away. Refusing to meet her gaze any longer, with the pelt in hand, Jiang Yu pondered, what was the matter with him? She scratched her head, intending to clarify, but upon seeing Yao's refusal to engage, she decided to focus on her task instead. The fox fur had been left out for too long and felt slightly damp. Jiang Yu planned to lay it out under the sun to dry. As she stepped out of the cave, the warm, gentle sunlight pierced through the mist, enveloping her. It seemed today promised fine weather. It was still early morning, and the sun had already risen, after hanging the fox fur on a branch to bask in the sunlight. She resolved to head to the river to collect shells. She required lime powder to disinfect the pelts, and the simplest source of lime was shells, which could be ground into powder. Seeing Jiang Yu set off for the riverbank, Mocha, who had been practicing catching rabbits nearby, decided to join her, and Jiang Yu readily agreed. Ever since Mocha had taken the initiative to teach Jiang Yu how to catch rabbits, the two had frequently spent time together. However, it was somewhat misleading to say they were merely playing. Mocha viewed Jiang Yu as a good companion, constantly wanting to engage, while Jiang Yu, not truly a cub, felt as though she was merely babysitting. This arrangement reminded her of her days in the orphanage, where, due to the abundance of children, the matron had allowed the older ones to look after the younger ones. Mocha, having deposited the exhausted rabbit she had caught into a small nest, followed Jiang Yu along. The nest was crafted by Jiang Yu. After she had showcased her extraordinary rabbit catching skills, Mocha insisted that she practice several times daily. Thus, Jiang Yu had fashioned a rudimentary nest for the little rabbits outside Yao's cave, covering it with woven vines to prevent their escape. "You two, don't wander too far. Beware of the wild beasts outside," Gina, who was seated in a clearing weaving fruit baskets, cautioned as she glanced at the two cubs heading out of the tribe. "We're just going to the little river. We won't stray far," Jiang Yu assured her. The river was not far from the tribe, and she could easily observe the situation across the water. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Gina nodded in relief and returned to her task of weaving fruit baskets as instructed by the shaman. Jiang Yu's fruit baskets proved to be quite practical. Previously, when they had used leaves to transport fruits, they had to be exceedingly cautious to prevent the round fruits from rolling away. The baskets not only accommodated more fruit, but also prevented any from accidentally falling to the ground. Once the shaman recognized the advantages of the baskets, she had urged Gina and the other beastmen responsible for gathering to learn how to weave them quickly. Jiang Yu and Mocha chatted merrily as they made their way to the riverbank. The sun had only just begun its ascent, and the river water remained icy cold. As Jiang Yu dipped her hand into the water, she couldn't help but shiver. Once her hand acclimated to the temperature, she began to search for shells that, in her childhood, she had always enjoyed playing by the river, catching crabs, small fish, and collecting shells and pretty stones. These were the sources of her childhood. As she rummaged, she noticed a stone nearby, bubbling. Lifting the stone slightly, she reached into the crevice, promptly capturing a large crab. The fascinating aspect of crabs lies in their gill-based respiration. If they inhale too much air, the contact area between their gills and the air expands, causing the moisture within to escape, forming bubbles. Thus, spotting bubbles in the water often indicates the presence of a crab nearby, with more vigorous crabs producing a greater number of bubbles. Drawing on her ample experience, she soon had several crabs in her grasp. After catching the crabs, Jiang Yu handed one to Mocha, encouraging her to play with it. Now, she needed to get down to business. Otherwise, she wouldn't finish her task for the day. The river was abundant with shells, and she specifically selected the dead ones, those that were merely empty shells. After all, she only required the shells. Live clams could be kept for later consumption. Such empty shells typically lay submerged in the riverbed and along the banks, and Jiang Yu diligently sifted through both areas, quickly amassing a sizable collection. The next step involved grinding them into powder. She found a smooth stone slab by the riverbank, placed the shells upon it, and picked up another stone to smash them forcefully. The conditions were rudimentary, leaving her no choice but to employ this straightforward method. Mocha, holding the crab Jiang Yu had given her, gazed at her new friend with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. She struggled to comprehend Jiang Yu's thought process. One moment, they were discussing making clothes. The next, they were shell hunting, and now, at the riverbank, Jiang Yu was catching crabs. Finally recalling her initial intention to collect shells, Mocha turned just in time to witness Jiang Yu smashing the beautiful shells she had painstakingly gathered. Indeed, Jiang Yu's shells were quite lovely. With so many shells available, why not choose some pretty ones for her project? This perfectly aligned with her somewhat hidden penchant for aesthetics. Jiang Yu struck the shells with her stone, quickly shattering them into fragments before wrapping the powder in a leaf and calling for Mocha to return to the tribe with her. After allowing the fox fur to dry in the sun for 2 hours, Jiang Yu retrieved the pelt. First, she sprinkled a bit of water over it, then evenly distributed the shell powder across its surface, followed by massaging the pelt with the powder. The primary components of shell powder are calcium carbonate and chitin. Calcium carbonate effectively eliminates odors, while chitin possesses potent antibacterial properties, making shell powder an ideal choice for disinfecting pelts. Every inch of the pelt needed thorough attention to ensure complete sterilization. Once the disinfection was complete, Jiang Yu took the pelt to the river and submerged it in the water. This scene left Mocha wide-eyed. Why was Jiang Yu placing the dried pelt back into the water? Wasn't that counterproductive? She thought this and asked aloud. Upon hearing Mocha's question, Jiang Yu patiently explained, soaking it in water helps soften the pelt, making it more comfortable to wear once fashioned into clothing. Transforming the relatively rigid animal hide into supple garments involve a crucial process known as tanning. There exist numerous methods of tanning. However, due to a lack of materials at her disposal, she can only resort to the most straightforward technique, known as water tanning. This method employs water as a tanning agent, utilizing its temperature and pH levels to react with the proteins in the hide, supplemented by simple tools such as stones and sticks to knead and pound the material. Through physical and chemical means, the hide is purified and softened. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's explanation, Xiao Mo nodded in a manner that suggested partial comprehension. Although she did not fully grasp why this process would yield a softer hide, she diligently memorized each step articulated by Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu casually snapped off a thicker branch to use as a stick, striking the hide with vigor, akin to the ancient practice of washing clothes. The fox pelt was quite sizable, and Jiang Yu toiled for an extended period, only ceasing her efforts when her arms ached. At this point, the tanning process was complete. Next, the tanned hide needed to be hung in a well-ventilated area to dry. Jiang Yu conveniently draped the hide over a branch that she had previously used for hanging clothes, awaiting its natural drying. The weather today proved to be fortuitous. In less than half an hour, the hide was already 7 or 8/10 dry. Jiang Yu took down the hide and gently massaged it with her hands, which would render the fox fur softer and more voluminous. Once this step was accomplished, the hide could be deemed thoroughly processed. The subsequent tasks involved cutting and sewing. Jiang Yu returned to the cave with the hide, seeking Yao's bone knife for the cutting. In this primitive era devoid of cold weapons, bone knives, as sharp as tools, were exceedingly rare, with only a few available in the entire tribe, reserved for the core members. Upon entering the cave, Jiang Yu noted that Yao was still turned away, maintaining his previous posture, seemingly lost in thought. It was indeed peculiar. Each day, he led the tribe in hunting to procure sufficient food for the entire group. Yet today he could rest, a luxury afforded by yesterday's bountiful catch, which left enough surplus for today's meals. On previous occasions, during such reprieves from hunting, he would invariably transform into his tiger form, languidly reclining in the open space outside the cave, squinting in enjoyment of this rare leisure. He would never have remained in the cave, dazed and occasionally chuckling to himself as he was today. What could be the matter? Jiang Yu approached Yao, holding the hide, observing his expression while inquiring. What's wrong? Nothing, Yao replied, abruptly ceasing his foolish laughter at the sight of Jiang Yu, adopting a serious demeanor. Before Jiang Yu, he felt compelled to present himself as reliable and composed. Jiang Yu's curiosity deepened. She stared intently at him, eager to discern the cause of his unusual behavior. Noticing that his back instinctively straightened, Yao stammered, What are you looking at?" After scrutinizing him for some time without grasping the reason behind his odd conduct, Jiang Yu reluctantly abandoned her inquiry. "I need to use the bone knife to cut this hide," Jiang Yu stated, raising the hide and gesturing with her hands. "Isn't this hide perfectly fine? Why would you want to damage it?" A multitude of questions swirled in Yao's mind. He could not fathom why Jiang Yu would wish to do such a thing, that a larger piece of hide would be more useful, suitable for laying down as a bed cover. Why would she wish to ruin it? Furthermore, foxes were small, agile, and adept at camouflage, making them difficult to catch. This was his only piece of fox fur. After pondering for a while, Yao remained unable to comprehend Jiang Yu's intentions. Did she not appreciate the fox pelt he had gifted her? Was that why she wished to destroy it? A wave of sadness washed over him as he contemplated whether she might not like him either. Despite his feelings of melancholy, he still lent her the bone knife, lowering his head despondently and pointing with his furry paw towards the knife's location. Jiang Yu remained oblivious to Yao's emotional shifts. Her gaze fixated on his fluffy paw and the delicate pink pads reminiscent of her feline companion. Despite the fierce appearance of a tiger, it possessed adorably soft paws. Oh, how she longed to pet them. Regrettably, Yao withdrew his paw after indicating where the knife was, resting it beneath his large head. Curling up into a ball, his expression obscured. Jiang Yu was entirely unaware of these nuances. Her attention was consumed by the charming paw. She cast a wistful glance at the concealed paw before turning to retrieve the bone knife. In her previous life at the orphanage, when her clothes were ill-fitting or her socks were torn, she would alter them herself or sew them. Thus she possessed some experience in mending. However, she lacked the knowledge of how to precisely cut fabric to her desired size. Her requirements were not particularly high. As long as the clothing was wearable, she would be satisfied. Therefore, she measured the hide roughly with her hands and proceeded to cut based on her instincts. The bone knife was not particularly sharp compared to scissors, but the hide had become quite pliable after tanning, making the cutting process manageable with some effort. She divided the cut pieces into 3 sections, intending to create a bandeau, a long shirt, and trousers, with the latter 2 serving as preparations for the forthcoming winter. Once the cutting was completed, it was time to sew the individual pieces together. In this world devoid of needles and thread. The hides worn by the beastmen were fashioned by punching holes directly into the leather and then threading a flexible grass rope through the holes, tying knots to secure the garments. It must be said that, in the absence of needles and thread, this was indeed a commendable method. Jiang Yu ventured outside the cave to gather some of this grass, returning to begin the process of twisting it. Darn it, she muttered. First she was kneading the hide, and now she was kneading the grass, leaving her hands sore and fatigued. Yao, lying on the bed, although his head was buried, kept a watchful eye on Jiang Yu's activities. He silently observed as she cut the fox pelt he had gifted her into smaller sections. Seeing this, Yao closed his eyes in dismay, contemplating turning away when he noticed Jiang Yu beginning to twist the grass intended for the rope once more. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Jiang Yu was making clothes. She did not dislike the fox fur he had given her. Rather, she cherished it so much that she intended to fashion it into garments to wear daily. With this realization, Yao perked up. Of course, he was the mightiest of the tiger clan. How could Jiang Yu possibly dislike him? However, Jiang Yu, diligently focused on twisting the grass into rope, remained blissfully unaware of his inner thoughts. After twisting the grass into rope, the next step was to punch holes. Jiang Yu stood the bone knife upright, using its sharpened tip to forcefully pierce the hide. After several attempts, the hide remained unscathed. She grimaced. This so-called knife was utterly ineffective. She required something far sharper than a bone knife. Jiang Yu scanned her surroundings until her gaze landed on Yao's paws, which were spread wide in excitement. The claws of a tiger could shred prey in an instant. They were undoubtedly sharper than the bone knife and perfectly suited for punching holes. Just as Yao was coming to terms with his earlier thoughts, he was startled to find Jiang Yu gazing at his claws with sparkling eyes and an odd smile gracing her face. An inexplicable chill ran down Yao's spine, and he felt an urge to retract his claws under Jiang Yu's intense scrutiny. "May I borrow your claws for a moment?" Jiang Yu inquired, her request hanging in the air. Upon finishing her words, without awaiting Yao's response, she directly commenced to playfully knead his paws. Yao's tiger claws were larger than her own hands. Fluffy and exceptionally soft, providing an immensely pleasurable sensation when squeezed. Not content with merely kneading the surface, Jiang Yu turned the paw over to massage the pink, cushiony pads beneath, eliciting a shudder from Yao. Immersed in her affectionate grooming of a large cat, Jiang Yu remained oblivious to the fact that Yao's cheeks had flushed a deep crimson. The paws of felines are particularly sensitive, with numerous nerves embedded in their pads, akin to the sensations experienced by humans in their own sensitive areas, sending tingling currents coursing through them. Thus, Yao found himself enveloped in a strange yet delightful feeling, lost in its peculiar embrace. Not pondering why he willingly allowed Jiang Yu to manipulate his paws without any resistance. Tigers rely on their claws for hunting, and safeguarding these claws is an instinct ingrained in their very genes. Consequently, they seldom permit others to touch them, save for those they utterly trust. After a period of playful engagement, Jiang Yu gently squeezed Yao's claws, coaxing forth his sharp nails. With his extended claws, she guided him to the spot on the hide where perforations were required. Pressing down with force, the previously impenetrable hide was immediately punctured. Jiang Yu nodded to herself, realizing that Yao's claws far surpassed a bone knife in utility. Yao, the tool, felt somewhat aggrieved. After all, his claws were meant for capturing formidable beasts, not for puncturing hides. Such a waste of his abilities. Moreover, should his kin witness him using his sharp claws to create holes, would he not risk tarnishing his dignity as the Tiger King? Jiang Yu remained indifferent to his thoughts. Satisfied with the results, she continued to manipulate his claws, compelling him to reveal his sharp nails to create more holes. One after another, she joyfully punctured the hide. This particular piece was intended for crafting a bandeau. She punctured 4 holes vertically along the back, intending to tie it with rope, reminiscent of modern, stylish crossback bandeaus, holding the completed bandeau in both hands. Jiang Yu marveled at her design. In terms of aesthetics, this bandeau would not only be fashionable in the beast world, but would also stand out in the modern ERA.AS for the clothing. She had directly cut 2 identical pieces of hide according to the flat pattern of t-shirt. Then, she made holes along the edges, spaced a few centimeters apart, ready to be tied with rope later. The method for the trousers was similar. Thus, her garments were complete. Though the craftsmanship was rudimentary, it met her immediate needs. She could always weave fabric from cotton for more refined clothing in the future. In the evening, Jiang Yu sat with other beastmen in a circle at the center of the tribe, indulging in roasted meat. With her new attire completed, she no longer feared staining it with the savory aromas of the feast. After the meal, she harvested a handful of fresh grass from around the tribe to feed the rabbits. She reached into the gaps of the cage. The 4 rabbits eagerly rushed forward, vying for the grass in her hand. Having been occasionally pampered by the small beastmen in recent days, the rabbits had significantly increased their activity and appetite. She found herself feeding them morning, noon, and night. The little rabbits would hop up, tugging at the grass with their mouths, and with a gentle pull, the small handful would be successfully snatched away. Squatting down, the rabbits would munch on the grass, revealing their tiny white incisors as they chewed rapidly. As they ate, their long ears and round bodies would quiver, resembling fluffy snowballs. Jiang Yu squatted down and tossed all the grass into their nest. Seizing the opportunity while they were preoccupied with their meal, she reached into the cage and playfully ruffled the nearest rabbit. After feeding the rabbits, Jiang Yu donned a newly crafted hide attire and made her way to the river for a bath. The drastic temperature drop of autumn, coupled with the chilling river water, left her shivering. Goodness, it was far too cold. She quickly washed up, dried herself, and slipped into the garments she had made with her own hands. The plush and soft fox fur enveloped her, instantly warming her, eliciting a contented sigh. She soaked her discarded clothing in the river, then sprinkled it with ash from the leftover roasted meat, rubbing it gently. Before long, the stains vanished from the fabric. Upon returning to the tribe, she hung her clothes on a branch and retreated to her cave, lying on her small bed and covering herself with a blanket fashioned from hide. Peacefully drifting into slumber, in the morning, Jiang Yu was roused by the melodic calls of birds outside the cave. She sat up, glancing at Yao's bed, only to find it empty. He had likely departed with the others for a hunt. Yao always left quietly, never disturbing her slumber. Jiang Yu had never been one to linger in bed, and after stretching, she tossed aside the blanket, got out of bed, and stepped out of the cave. The warm sunlight bathed her face, bringing immense comfort. Standing in the open space, she reveled in the sun's embrace. It was undeniable that since her arrival in this world, she had grown increasingly relaxed. Free from the burdens of academic pressures, job hunting anxieties, and the complexities of human relationships. Each day was filled with simple pleasures, leaving her feeling rejuvenated. As she basked in the sunlight, an elderly beastman approached. Astonished by her attire, that fox fur? He inquired. Jiang Yu nodded, explaining that fox fur offered the greatest warmth and comfort. For reasons unknown, the old beastman nodded in understanding, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face, only to fade into a look of concern as he seemed to ponder something. She was well aware that he recognized the material as fox fur. His inquiry was merely for confirmation. He knew precisely who had gifted it to her. This fox pelt, crafted from a white fox, had been an unexpected catch by Yao during a particularly frigid winter. Foxes were already rare, and white foxes were even more so. They inhabited the icy expanses far removed from their dwelling, and their numbers were exceedingly scarce, almost mythical. Yao had been a spirited and mischievous child, and on one occasion, while the beastmen rested in their caves during winter, he had stealthily ventured out to play for over 10 days. When he returned, he proudly bore a white fox in his mouth, claiming he had found a lone fox. Naturally, he received quite the reprimand from his father and aunt, who made him promise never to sneak out alone again. Subsequently, his aunt had skinned the white fox, instructing Yao to keep it safe for gifting to his future mate. That had been long ago. And until today, the memory of that fox pelt resurfaced as Jiang Yu wore it. Observing this rare fox fur adorning Jiang Yu, the old beastman understood Yao's feelings. He felt joy and pride for the budding affection between the two children. Yet as he gazed upon Jiang Yu, blissfully stroking the fur and smiling, a sigh escaped him. Why must these two children endure such hardship? He pondered. Alas, matters of the heart were beyond anyone's assistance. The two must navigate their own paths. After all, who could predict what the future held? Perhaps, if she takes good care of Jiang Yu and helps her gain a bit more weight and strength, there is a possibility that she could survive this winter after all. Lost in her thoughts, the old orc found herself devoid of the desire to bask in the sun any longer. She turned away, her face etched with worry as she returned to her cave. In stark contrast to the old orc's troubled expression, Jiang Yu was presently in high spirits. She had discovered that her new attire not only kept her warm, but also felt incredibly comfortable. Akin to the softness of fur, unable to resist, she fondly stroked the fox fur draped over her, reveling in her satisfaction. Before long, Yao returned with the orcs who had been out hunting. It was yet another day for roasted meat. Ever since the orcs had tasted the succulent flavors of roasted meat, they had indulged in it at every meal, continuing this feast for over 10 days. With the experience gained from these days of roasting, the orcs had learned to control the heat and timing themselves, no longer requiring her guidance to produce deliciously fragrant roasted meat. For instance, today's wild boar meat had been roasted by the orcs themselves, crispy on the outside and tender within. However, despite its enticing aroma, the monotony of daily roasted meat was beginning to wear thin. Unlike the orcs who relished their hearty meals, Jiang Yu took only a few bites of the meat in her hands to ensure she wouldn't go hungry, then generously shared the remainder with the little mocha sitting beside her. This act did not go unnoticed by Yao, who had been observing her discreetly, nor by the old orc who was secretly watching, both casting disapproving glances her way. Each individual's portion of food was limited, and the meat designated for the young ones was always the most tender and delectable. After sharing with Mocha, Jiang Yu found herself with nothing left to eat. Mocha joyfully accepted the roasted meat, devouring it without reservation, all the while tilting her head in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend why Jiang Yu did not enjoy such delicious fare. Jiang Yu rested her chin on her hands, gazing at Mocha with a troubled sigh. I am simply tired of eating roasted meat every day. Mocha shook her head vigorously, clearly disagreeing with Jiang Yu's sentiment. Roasted meat was the most delectable food in the world. One could never tire of it. Foolish child, that's only because your previous meals were unappetizing, Jiang Yu affectionately thought to herself as she patted Mocha's head. However, continuing on this path was not feasible. If this persisted, roasted meat would surely find its way onto her blacklist, never to be touched again. She needed to devise a new menu for the next meal. Yet, the question remained, what could she possibly eat? In this world, food came from only two sources, hunting and foraging. As a young one, she was unable to hunt. Her best option was to join Gina and Mia in gathering fruits. While fruits were delightful, they could not serve as a staple food. With a heavy heart, Jiang Yu sighed, her eyes wandering aimlessly into the distance, pondering what alternatives existed for sustenance. What else could serve as food? The creatures that flew in the sky, ran on the ground, or swam in the water. She slowly shifted her gaze, ultimately settling on the riverbank. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head. Of course, she could catch fish. It was perfect for preparing grilled fish. Each time she bathed in the river, she often spotted schools of fish swimming leisurely, unafraid of her presence, and sometimes even circling around her. She frequently marveled at the thriving ecosystem here, with abundant, plump fish and crystal-clear, unpolluted waters. Jiang Yu was a spirited individual, and without hesitation, she declared her intent. Mocha. What are you up to, Mocha? Having finished her meal and now lazily wagging her tail on the ground. Notice Jiang Yu suddenly spring to her feet, as if energized, ready to head out. She quickly called out to her, I'm going to the river to catch fish. Would you like to join me? Catching fish? Mocha sprang to her feet, following Jiang Yu's lead. What does that mean? This time, it was Jiang Yu's turn to be puzzled. You don't know what fish are? Haven't you ever eaten fish? No, Mocha shook her head, confirming that she had never heard of fish before. Well, you're in for a treat tonight. Grilled fish is absolutely delicious. As they conversed, they swiftly made their way to the riverbank. Look, this is a fish. Jiang Yu pointed to the lively fish swimming in the river for Mocha to see. Spiny beast? Mocha looked where Jiang Yu pointed, and upon realizing what she was seeing, she shook her head in disappointment. Recalling that the shaman said spiny beasts were unappetizing, both fishy and foul-smelling, and could easily get stuck in one's throat. Spiny beast, so that's what they call fish in the orc world. The name indeed seemed fitting, as it perfectly described the creature. But have you ever eaten one? Jiang Yu inquired, noticing Mocha's look of dismay at the mention of the fish. No, but the shaman said so, Mocha replied, in her heart believing that the shaman's words were the ultimate truth. If the shaman claimed that fish were unappetizing, then they must be. Yet, Jiang Yu, her new companion who was clever and had even received praise from the shaman, caused her to feel somewhat conflicted. Is the roasted meat I made delicious? Jiang Yu interrupted her thoughts. Delicious. Incredibly delicious. Mocha nodded emphatically. Then that settles it. I assure you, grilled fish is equally delightful. Mocha still seemed hesitant. Jiang Yu added, of course. Eating fish raw can have a fishy odor, but once properly prepared and grilled, it will taste wonderful. All right, you're my good friend, so I trust you. After a moment's hesitation, Mocha chose to believe in Jiang Yu. For they were indeed friends. The elder had once said that friends must trust one another. Jiang Yu understood that breaking through the ingrained beliefs of these orcs would be a challenge. But once she prepared grilled fish, they would naturally come to believe her words. The critical question now was how she could catch fish with her bare hands and no tools at all. She rolled up her sleeves and pants, plunging her hands into the river, attempting to catch the fish by surprise. However, despite their apparent lack of fear and seeming stupidity, the fish proved to be exceptionally slippery when she tried to grab them. After several attempts that yielded nothing, she even managed to grasp a fish's tail once, but it wriggled free in a panic before she could secure it. Let me try. Seeing Jiang Yu's clumsy attempts at fishing, little Mocha grew anxious on the riverbank. She leaped into the water, stood where the fish were abundant, and with a powerful swish of her tail against the water surface, the fish leapt up in response, only to be swiftly captured by Mocha's outstretched claws. The entire process was seamless, leaving Jiang Yu utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that a tiger could also fish. Mocha tossed the wriggling fish onto the bank, where it flopped helplessly, desperately struggling but ultimately futile. Following her method, Mocha quickly caught a dozen fish, some large and some small, the largest weighing over 20 pounds, while the smallest still weighed 6 or 7 pounds. All right, Mocha, that's enough fish. We can't eat so many. Seeing Mocha ready to continue fishing, Jiang Yu hastily intervened. Yao and the others had already brought back enough food for dinner. The grilled fish was merely an additional dish she wished to prepare. Having more than they could consume would only result in waste. Okay, Mocha obediently complied, climbing back onto the shore. Jiang Yu, Mocha, what are you doing? Yao, concerned that Jiang Yu might not have eaten enough, approached them as they had just finished their roasted meat and were now by the river, unsure of what they were up to. Chief, we are catching spiny beasts. Mocha, who was typically shy and introverted, became more expressive in Jiang Yu's presence. She immediately recounted their activity without hesitation. Catching spiny beasts? Yao, while addressing Mocha, directed his gaze at Jiang Yu. What do you intend to do with them? Cook them for a meal, Jiang Yu replied boldly, meeting Yao's gaze directly. Cook them, but spiny beasts are not tasty. Yao frowned, seemingly recalling the strange odor associated with them. Spiny beasts were indeed both fishy and foul-smelling, unappetizing. Having spoken, Yao turned to Jiang Yu and posed the question that had been troubling him. "You, why did you not partake in the roasted meat today?" Before Jiang Yu could respond, he continued, "If you dislike wild boar, you need only tell me, and I shall hunt different prey next time. However, you mustn't forego food altogether to you. Neglecting sustenance can lead to illness." Jiang Yu gazed at Yao's serious and concerned expression. Her lips moved slightly, yet words eluded her. No one had ever shown such concern for her meals or cared about her preferences. The headmistress was indeed a kind individual, yet the orphanage was overwhelmed with children, and she, being the eldest, was expected to be understanding. Consequently, situations often arose where she had just finished feeding the younger ones or soothing them to sleep, leaving her with only the remnants of their meals. Naturally, she did not complain. However, after becoming accustomed to such circumstances, the sudden realization that someone cared about her nourishment brought a wave of emotion. Indeed, this was the sensation of being cared for. How exquisite it was. "If you wish for something, do not hesitate to tell me. I desire to eat the porcupine." Before he could finish, Jiang Yu interrupted. "Yao, could you assist me with that?" Upon seeing Jiang Yu's sudden, radiant smile, Yao's cheeks flushed crimson, and all feelings of worry and anger dissipated. "Why, you smiled at him." Her smile was enchanting, reminiscent of the beast deities from the tales his mother had recounted in his childhood. Dazed, he nodded and stammered, "Of course. What must I do?" "You need to use your bone knife to help me remove the inedible parts of the porcupine." Jiang Yu observed his flushed face, which was filled with a naive expression, and couldn't help but chuckled. "Oh, okay." Yao felt a wave of bashfulness wash over him, his rugged yet youthful face burning red, yet he obediently retrieved the bone knife he always carried. However, he found himself at a loss when faced with the fish still struggling against the shore. Pondering how to proceed, Jiang Yu smiled at his still rosy cheeks and beckoned him closer. "Come here, I will teach you." Yao complied and moved nearer. "You must scrape off the fish scales with a bone knife. And these parts of the fish are also inedible." Jiang Yu picked up the largest fish on the ground, pointing to the scales and instructing him to scrape them off. Once Yao had removed the scales, she directed him to cut open the belly of the fish, indicating the gills and internal organs that needed to be discarded. Yao followed her instructions diligently. Their heads were nearly touching, and Yao could feel the warmth of Jiang Yu's breath as she spoke. It was all too close. He had never been this near to Jiang Yu before. She emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance, which was even more pronounced now that they were so close. His mind was a muddled haze. Devoid of coherent thought, he did whatever Jiang Yu instructed. Before he realized it, he had already processed the fish in his hands. "Wonderful, just like that. You are truly remarkable." Jiang Yu praised him with a smile reminiscent of how she had once encouraged the younger children at the orphanage. "Now, please take care of the remaining fish." Yao's inner self leaped with excitement. Jiang Yu had actually complimented him. Blushing, he felt his heart racing, yet outwardly he remained composed, obediently taking the bone knife and quietly beginning to process the other fish. He knew he could impress her even more, with a desire to showcase his skills before Jiang Yu. He swiftly prepared another fish. "Quick, praise me." Yao feigned nonchalance, yet Jiang Yu's acknowledgement did not come. Stealing a glance at her from the corner of his eye, he saw her smiling, her gaze fixed intently on his hands. Encouraged by this, Yao straightened up and grasped another fish, his movements growing even swifter. The bone knife gliding over the scales with such speed that it left a blur in its wake. Observing how quickly Yao processed another fish, and then another, Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel at his growing proficiency. She was certain that even a seasoned fishmonger from Darun Fa would not match Yao's speed. Little Mo Ka stood behind them, witnessing the entire scene unfold. The small beastman tilted her head, puzzled as she gazed at Yao, who was grinning from ear to ear while skillfully preparing the fish. She couldn't quite put her finger on what felt off about the leader at that moment. He was simply different from his usual self. Once Yao had finished with the last fish, he lifted his head, his dog-like eyes fixed on Jiang Yu, seeking her approval, much like a child yearning for praise after a good deed. The sight made Jiang Yu chuckle, as she patted his head in encouragement. In the realm of the beastmen, such physical contact signified affection and closeness. Jiang Yu's gentle touch filled Yao with contentment. Then, as if struck by a sudden idea, he glanced toward the fish in the river, eager to try again. "You. Do you need more porcupine? I can catch them all, he said excitedly, eager to rush into the water. Catch them all? Jiang Yu's lips twitched, hastily quelling Yao's wild notion. No need. No need. This is sufficient. Very well then. Yao cast a regretful glance at the fish swimming merrily in the river, thinking that he would assist Jiang Yu in catching them the next time she desired them. Jiang Yu took the fish Yao had prepared and washed them clean in the water before wrapping them in leaves, then called over little Mo Ka, who had been quietly observing them. Let's go back. With that, Jiang Yu cradled the fish in her arms, and behind her trailed the two figures, one large and one small, heading toward the tribe. These fish were both large and plump, and after walking a few steps, Jiang Yu found herself unable to carry them any longer. Observing this, Yao quickly stepped forward to take them from her, with someone willing to bear the burden. Jiang Yu felt a wave of relief. After handing the fish to Yao, she took little Mo Ka's hand, and together they continued toward the tribe. Yao, holding the fish and following behind the two, cast his gaze upon Jiang Yu as she held little Mo Ka's hand, but he watched as little Mo Ka skipped joyfully beside Jiang Yu and then glanced down at the cold fish in his grasp. Letting out a soft hum, he wasn't envious at all. As evening fell, it was time for the beastmen to have their dinner. They expertly kindled a fire and skewered the wild boar meat on sticks. Previously, they had used bone knives for this task, but due to their scarcity, Jiang Yu had taught the beastmen to use branches as substitutes when roasting meat. Today, the ones responsible for roasting the meat were Mo Ka's Mu Dan and Gina and Gavin, the parents of Jean. While the three beastmen were busy grilling the skewers, Jiang Yu approached with a fish skewered on a stick, sitting down around the campfire to join them. Is the porcupine truly delicious when roasted? Mu Dan inquired, recalling how Mo Ka had mentioned Jiang Yu's desire to roast porcupine. Yet, she couldn't help but reminisce about her first encounter with porcupine, which had been both fishy and bitter. The Tiger clan only resorted to catching porcupine when food was scarce, and after that experience, they would rather go hungry than consume such a thing again. Does it truly become tasty when roasted? The fishy and bitter flavors arise from improper preparation. Once handled correctly, it becomes quite aromatic. Jiang Yu explained, in truth, roasted fish, without any seasoning, was not particularly appetizing, but she was weary of meat and longed for a change in flavor. Yet, even if it did not taste good to her, she believed that for the beastmen, who had never enjoyed true delicacies and had even consumed raw meat, roasted fish would likely be a delightful experience. Just then, as the conversation flowed, an elderly beastman approached, eyeing the fish in Jiang Yu's hand with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. This fish. It tastes good when roasted. Upon observing the expression of the elder orc, Jiang Yu immediately discerned her thoughts. With unwavering patience, she elaborated once more. In our human tribe, this delicacy is known as fish that, if one discards its scales, gills, and innards, it can be transformed into a delightful dish. As she explained, Jiang Yu gestured towards the relevant parts of the fish, ensuring the elder orc comprehended precisely which aspect she referred to. After listening to Jiang Yu, the elder orc scrutinized the fish in her hands, noticing that it indeed appeared different from when it was freshly caught, leading her to accept half of Jiang Yu's words. Nevertheless, her apprehensions lingered. She recalled vividly that this creature not only possessed a less than palatable taste, but also had an unpleasant tendency to obstruct one's throat. Yet the primary concern remained its propensity to cause choking. Eating fish demanded a certain finesse. It could not simply be treated like other meats. Having spent over 10 days in the tribe, Jiang Yu had become well acquainted with their dietary customs and understood why they struggled with choking. The orcs devoured their meat in large, careless bites, and if they approached fish with the same abandon, it was only natural for bones to become lodged in their throats. It would be a miracle if they managed to avoid such a fate. Proper technique was essential, as the elder orc regarded the fish roasting in Jiang Yu's hands. She pondered the implications of the young woman's words, feeling a flicker of hope towards this spiny creature. If Jiang Yu could indeed render this so-called fish devoid of any peculiar taste and prevent choking, it would be a true boon. Hunting was inherently unpredictable. On fortunate days, they might feast, while on others, they would go hungry. Should the fish turn out to be as delectable as Jiang Yu claimed, or even if it was merely edible, it It would alleviate their concerns during lean times. The elder orc, recognized as the most astute shaman of the tribe, contemplated far more than her fellow orcs. As the fish continued to roast, the air became infused with the savory aroma of fish and meat, a scent so enticing that it drew the orcs closer. They soon discovered that this evening's meal was unlike any other. Nestled among skewers of wild boar meat was a string of spiny creatures. Although they were puzzled by the inclusion of this notoriously unpalatable dish, the absence of dissent from the tribe's wisest shaman quelled their doubts. After all, following the shaman's guidance was always prudent. A group of young orcs gathered around the fire, their mouths watering at the sight of the roasted meat. Mocha squeezed closer, positioning herself between Jiang Yu and the elder orc, eager to sit beside her best friend and her admired shaman. Before long, the fish's skin transformed into a golden hue, releasing an irresistible fragrance. Jiang Yu, in the presence of the elder orc, took a bite of the fish, savoring it slowly before discreetly spitting out the small bones. The elder orc observed with enlightenment, realizing that the bones were meant to be expelled rather than swallowed. Witnessing the moment of revelation on the elder orc's face, Jiang Yu understood she had grasped the concept. She offered a piece of the fish to the elder orc for her to sample. The elder orc accepted the roasted fish and, mimicking Jiang Yu's actions, hesitantly took a bite. The fish was succulent and tender, melting in her mouth, and she effortlessly expelled the bones. After experiencing it firsthand, the elder orc recognized that Jiang Yu's assertions were entirely accurate. The fish, when roasted this way, not only lacked any strange flavors, but was also remarkably tender, rivaling even the finest roasted meats. Truly splendid. The tribe had gained yet another viable food source. The elder orc gazed at the fragrant roasted fish in her hands, genuinely marveling at the discovery. After a moment of reflection, she turned to Jiang Yu with gratitude, exclaiming, "Jiang Yu, you are indeed a blessing to our tribe." Jiang Yu quickly waved her hands in modesty, unable to accept such praise. "Mother, what flavor does this have?" In contrast to the adult orcs, the young ones, such as Jian, had never tasted fish before and bore no unpleasant memories. Their anticipation for this new food was untainted. Witnessing the elder orc's delighted expression after a first bite, Jian understood that this dish, called roasted fish, must be delicious. He approached the elder orc, playfully vying for attention while eyeing the fish in her hands with longing. Dana and Derek also clustered around the elder orc, their eyes fixated on the roasted fish. "Everyone get to share. No need to be mischievous," the elder orc stated, tearing off a piece of fish meat with her hands. She first handed it to the quietly eager Mocha, who sat beside her without making a fuss, and then distributed portions to the playful Jian, Dana, and Derek. Among the four young orcs, Jian was the most rambunctious, followed by Dana and Derek, while Mocha was the shyest and most considerate. As Jian and the others clamored for roasted fish, the equally envious Mocha remained silent. It is often said that the crying child gets the candy, while the most sensible child is easily overlooked. Having grown up in an orphanage, Jiang Yu deeply understood this sentiment, in reality, extroversion and introversion have their merits. Yet, people often unconsciously ignore those who are more considerate. The elder orc, however, chose to pass the first piece of meat to Mocha, an act of kindness that compelled Jiang Yu to once again admire her wisdom. Truly, the most clever shaman. Little ones, be careful while eating this meat. The elder orc cautioned as they divided the roasted meat. The young orcs had observed Jiang Yu and the shaman eating fish, and they followed suit, successfully consuming their portions. "Delicious, delicious," Jian exclaimed after finishing, his eyes eagerly fixed on the remaining fish, unable to resist licking his lips, seated beside Jiang Yu. Mocha, after expelling a fish bone, tiptoed closer, whispering in her ear, "I think it's delicious too, Yu. You're truly amazing." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu could not help but pat Mocha's head, finding her utterly adorable. "Then I'll roast some more." Anticipating the scenario, Jiang Yu threaded the remaining fish on his skewers and handed them to Gina and Dan to roast together. With many hands, it wasn't long before both the roasted meat and fish were ready. According to their usual custom, it was now time for Yao to distribute the food. However, Yao had gone to patrol the territory and had yet to return. Orcs possess an acute sense of smell, with each race exuding a distinct aroma, which they utilize to identify their kin and territory. Wherever an orc passes, the air is imbued with this unique scent. Over time, this scent fades, which is why Yao must patrol the territory every half-month or so in the chief's absence. The shaman held the most authority within the tribe. Rising to her feet, the shaman gathered a generous handful of skewers and placed them on a large, clean leaf, wrapping it up and setting it aside. She then began to distribute food to herself, followed by the younglings. And finally to the other orcs. Jiang Yu understood that the food wrapped in a leaf was reserved for Yao. She took a skewer from her share of roasted fish, wrapped it separately in a leaf, and placed it among the extinguished embers to keep warm. The elder orc seemed to worry that Yao might not appreciate roasted fish, so she had chosen to leave him only roasted meat. While Jiang Yu specifically saved a skewer of roasted fish for him, believing he deserved to taste it, as he had been the one to handle the fish. The meal left everyone feeling satisfied, and both the roasted meat and fish received unanimous acclaim. Jiang Yu was elated. After 2 weeks, she had finally enjoyed something other than roasted meat, even if the dish lacked salt, rendering it somewhat bland. It was a welcome change as night fell. The world of the orcs was devoid of modern neon lights, illuminated solely by the radiant moonlight, enveloping everything in tranquility and peace. After completing her evening routine, Jiang Yu returned to her cave, just as Yao arrived back at the tribe. Hearing the commotion, she stepped out into the central clearing, retrieving the wrapped roasted fish from the pile of cold embers for him to taste. The two sat together in the clearing, sharing their meal beneath the moonlight. Little did they expect that the spiny creature would smell so delightful once prepared. Yao took a mouthful of the fragrant fish. Chewing it thoughtfully before effortlessly spitting out the bones, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems that he enjoys the well-prepared grilled fish quite a bit. If only there were salt, it would taste even better." As he savored the meal, Jiang Yu, lying down with her hands behind her head, gazed up at the sky and couldn't help but sigh. It had been more than 10 days since she had tasted salt, and her mouth felt unbearably bland. Indeed, the delicacies of the mountains and seas are inseparable from salt. Salt? Yao swallowed the fish and turned to Jiang Yu. Curiosity piqued. "What is that?" "It is a seasoning that enhances the flavor of food," she replied, reclining on the ground, her gaze lost in the night sky. Salt was indeed a wonderful thing, but how could she obtain it? "Really? You, describe salt to me, and I will fetch some for you." Yao noticed Jiang Yu lying there, her brow furrowed in concern over this elusive substance called salt. He patted his chest, eager to assure her he could do it, though he had no idea what salt was. He vowed to bring it back for her, and the entire tiger clan. When it came to hunting skills, he would claim the second place, with no one daring to claim it first. After hearing Yao's words, Jiang Yu sighed and fell silent. Observing her silence, Yao felt a pang of sadness, and his chewing slowed. Had the grilled meat gone cold? It no longer tasted appealing. For a moment, neither spoke. The world seemed to hush, leaving only the sound of Yao chewing. The night was serene, adorned with countless stars. Once Yao finished the grilled meat, he wiped his mouth and, mimicking Jiang Yu, lay down beside her to gaze at the sky. "You, what was your life like before? How does a young cub like you know so much? You can grill meat, weave, make clothes, recognize fruits, and know how to prepare the prickly beast for a delicious meal. You even know of salt, a concept I have never encountered." His curiosity about Jiang Yu's past life was insatiable. What were the human tribes truly like? In the orphanage, I did only 2 things every day: work and study. After entering university, my days were still filled with just 2 pursuits: studying and part-time jobs. Did you find happiness in that? Yao couldn't help but inquire, noticing her contemplative silence as she stared into the sky. Deep down, he truly wished to ask, compare to the past, which brings you more joy, happiness. Jiang Yu mused that I was happy as a child, but not so much as I grew older. She added, "But now, I am quite content." During her time in the orphanage, despite the endless tasks, she felt a glimmer of hope for the future. However, upon entering the best university, her life became filled with anxiety over academics and work, leading to discontent. Yet, since her arrival in this primitive orc world, she felt an unprecedented sense of ease. Upon hearing her declare her current happiness, Yao couldn't suppress a smile. "You, I hope you can remain as joyous as you are now. Forever happy. Now, it's time to return to the cave and sleep. His sudden display of sentiment left Jiang Yu somewhat flustered, prompting her to swiftly change the subject. The night was cool as water, and everyone was enveloped in sweet slumber, Yao included. He had already transformed into his tiger form, lying comfortably on his large bed, his head resting on his paws, lost in the embrace of dreams. In his dream, he had captured the salt that Jiang Yu had longed for, and he joyfully brought it back to the tribe. Upon his return, Jiang Yu was indeed overjoyed, embracing his head and showering him with kisses, declaring her desire to be his mate. Lost in this delightful dream, Yao couldn't help but chuckle, his tail wagging happily. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of something, a scent of blood. Startled, he leaped from his bed and followed the scent, which led him to Jiang Yu's side. What is going on? Am I mistaken? He looked down at her, her face flushed in slumber, his expression shifting from alertness to confusion. The blood scent was undeniably emanating from her. Yet she appeared to be peacefully asleep, uninjured. Skeptical, he lowered his great tiger head and sniffed around her, and no scent on her head, chest, or arms. However, the blood scent intensified around her abdomen. Yao's pupils constricted in alarm, and he began pawing at her animal hide clothing, desperate to discover where she might be hurt, disregarding the possibility of waking her. Yet for some reason, he couldn't manage to peel it away. He was hesitant to use force for fear of hurting her, leaving him anxious and vocal. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yu, awakened by the commotion, opened her eyes to find a massive tiger pawing at her clothing, causing her to jolt upright in fright. A wave of relief washed over her when she realized it was Yao, but it was quickly replaced by irritation as she swatted his paw away. What was he thinking, disturbing her in the middle of the night? Did he not understand the boundaries between genders? You are ill," Yao cried out, panic evident in his voice, ignoring her anger as he persisted in his efforts. "Are you out of your mind? I am not sick," Jiang Yu retorted, her anger flaring as she pushed him away. Seeing her anger and her futile attempts to shove him aside, Yao felt his heart sink, tears welling in his eyes. "But I smell blood on you." "Blood?" At this, Jiang Yu froze, her movements pausing. Could it be? Her expression shifted as she forcefully pushed Yao aside and dashed out of the cave, calling out, "I'm fine, don't follow me." Yao watched as her demeanor changed abruptly, her face paling before she sprinted outside. Although she insisted she was fine, he couldn't help but worry that he stealthily followed, eager to discern what might be troubling her. Behind the cave lay a thicket where the orcs typically addressed their biological needs. Jiang Yu hid behind a sturdy tree, pulling down her trousers and realizing, to her dismay, that her menstrual cycle had unexpectedly arrived. IT had always been regular, so this early occurrence caught her completely off guard, leaving her unprepared. With a sigh, she resolved to return to the cave and fashion a makeshift sanitary pad. While Jiang Yu concealed herself behind the tree, she remained out of Yao's line of sight, preventing him from discerning her situation. All he heard was her sigh, followed by her hurried retreat back to the cave. Yao rushed ahead, wanting to return before she realized he had followed her. Fearing further anger from her, he had already upset her moments ago and wished to avoid causing her any more distress. Upon her return to the cave, Jiang Yu quickly retrieved her only pure cotton sweatshirt. Gazing at the precious item, she felt a pang of regret but resolutely tore off the sleeves to fashion a sanitary pad. Witnessing her distress, Yao rummaged through his belongings and pulled out his favorite garment, tearing it without hesitation, his concern for her deepening. "What is wrong with you?" He approached her cautiously, his voice filled with concern. "Are you ill? Why are you bleeding?" "I'm fine, I'm so sorry, Jiang Yu felt a wave of shame wash over her at Yao's anxious demeanor. She realized she had been too harsh on him. "It's okay, you." Yao promptly interrupted her apology, reassuring her, "It's no trouble at all. As long as you do not harbor any disdain towards me, it suffices." "May I borrow the bone knife for a moment?" She is in urgent need of it to puncture the sleeves. "Very well." Yao hastily handed her the bone knife, asking, "Is there anything else you require of me?" "Then please fetch me some rope grass. She truly needs his assistance at this moment." Yao nodded, turning swiftly to dash out of the cave to gather rope grass for Jiang Yu. Holding the bone knife, Jiang Yu diligently punctured numerous holes in the fabric of her sleeves, She intended to emulate the ancient practice of crafting menstrual belts, filling the insides of the sleeves with plant ash, and then sewing the holes shut with rope grass in place of thread. Observing Jiang Yu's expression, Yao understood the urgency of the situation. Upon returning with the rope grass, he began to twist it without awaiting further instruction from Jiang Yu. After preparing the rope grass, he immediately handed it to Jiang Yu. She took the rope grass, stitching the lowest hole first, then stepping out of the cave to where they had roasted meat earlier, gathering plant ash from the ground to fill her sleeves. Although the ash appeared somewhat unclean, it was in fact quite pristine. In certain regions, people even used it to prepare zongzi or brew liquor. Furthermore, replacing the plant ash within a menstrual belt was a simple task. One merely needed to substitute the ash, while the outer cotton fabric could be reused after washing. As Jiang Yu engaged in these tasks, Yao sensed the increasingly potent smell of blood emanating from her, amplifying his concern. Yet, for reasons unknown, Jiang Yu steadfastly refused to confide in him about her condition. Each time he attempted to inquire, she would deftly evade his questions, never providing a direct answer. After filling her sleeves with plant ash, Jiang Yu stitched the remaining openings closed with the rope grass, successfully crafting a menstrual belt. Following the same method, she fashioned a second belt for the other sleeve, creating two for convenient replacement. Once the belts were completed, Jiang Yu hurriedly sought to change in the woods, and upon witnessing her intention, Yao instinctively wished to accompany her. "You must not come near," Jiang Yu quickly admonished him. Very well. The more she concealed her actions, the greater Yao's worry became. Jiang Yu must be unwell. She is ill yet unwilling to reveal it to him. Orcs typically expose their wounds only to those they trust. Jiang Yu's reluctance to show him her injury likely stemmed from a lack of trust. Yao gazed sorrowfully at Jiang Yu's retreating figure as she entered the thicket, feeling both despondent and helpless. Unbeknownst to her, as she donned the menstrual belt, she finally exhaled in relief, feeling secure enough to return to the cave and continue sleeping alongside Yao. However, it soon became evident that her relief was premature. Not long after she settled down, a sudden, intense pain gripped her lower abdomen. Damn it, why must it strike now? Jiang Yu curled up, striving to ignore the discomfort in her abdomen, forcing herself to sleep. It is so cold. As she dozed, she gradually became aware that not only was her abdomen in distress, but her entire body had grown cold. Since returning to the cave, Yao had kept his eyes closed. Yet he felt no inclination to sleep. He listened intently to the faint sounds of Jiang Yu tossing and turning, coupled with the occasional pain groan, feeling anxious and tormented, utterly powerless to alleviate her suffering. Only able to watch helplessly that it was not until Jiang Yu began to voice her chill that Yao rose, silently approaching her bedside, revealing his soft belly, and pressing closely against her to provide warmth. With a source of heat beside her, Jiang Yu felt considerably more comfortable, and amidst the persistent ache in her abdomen, she drifted into a drowsy slumber. As time passed, the sky gradually brightened with the dawn. Bart and Nicole, along with other orcs responsible for daily hunting, stood in the central clearing of the tribe, awaiting their leader to guide them on the hunt. In the past, their leader was never late. But today, for reasons unknown, they had been waiting outside for quite some time without a sight of him. Just as the orcs exchanged glances, contemplating whether to enter the cave to check, the elder orc appeared. "What is going on today? Why is everyone standing outside?" "Ma'am, for some reason, the leader has yet to emerge." Nicole, the most skilled hunter in the entire tiger clan aside from the leader, stepped forward to respond to the shaman's inquiry. "What is wrong with Yao today?" The elder orc found it peculiar. Yao was not one to sleep in. "Let us go inside and see." As the elder orc approached the cave entrance, a strong scent of blood wafted through the air, causing her heart to sink as she realized that something was amiss. She hurried forward, taking in the scene within the cave. Yao was not sleeping on his bed. Instead, he had transformed into his tiger form. Nestled tightly beside Jiang Yu on her small tea that moment, he was wide awake, his gaze fixated intently on the still, slumbering Jiang Yu, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What is the matter?" The elder orc observed but did not immediately discern anything wrong. Yet her instincts told her that Yao's current demeanor was far from normal, that Yu is ill. She has lost a considerable amount of blood. Upon hearing the elder orc's voice, Yao, who had not dared to close his eyes while watching Jiang Yu, finally turned to respond. Upon speaking, he realized his throat was hoarse. What ailment does she suffer from? The elder orc felt a jolt of alarm at the mention of Jiang Yu's illness. I do not know. She refuses to tell me. Yao's voice quivered, the hurt and distress in his words unmistakable. Alas, the elder orc sighed. What exactly transpired? How did you sustain her injuries? I did not know that I was asleep when I suddenly caught a whiff of blood. When I arose to investigate, Yu's abdomen was already harmed. To this day, Yao could not comprehend how Jiang Yu had been injured. She had seemed perfectly fine while sleeping, with no signs of danger. Injured in the abdomen, the elder orc felt a heaviness in her heart. As the tribe shaman, she frequently treated injured orcs, and through experience, she understood that injuries to the abdomen could be fatal. Typically, such wounds were irreparable. Moreover, Jiang Yu was already considerably weaker than the other younglings in the tribe. Given this turn of events, it would likely be exceedingly difficult for her to survive. This thought weighed heavily on her as she looked at Yao, whose demeanor was unusually solemn. Words danced on the tip of her tongue, but she ultimately refrained from voicing them. Very well, these two children are already pitiable. I shall spare them my words. Everything must be left to fate. With this in mind, the elder orc trudged out of the cave, instructing the orcs waiting outside to hunt without their leader this time. Jiang Yu was unwell, and Yao was currently by her side. Thus, Nicole would lead the hunting expedition, allow the two children to spend some time alone. The orcs waiting outside, upon witnessing the shaman's expression, understood that Jiang Yu must be gravely ill. They nodded in agreement, following Nicole towards the forest. Jiang Yu had slept deeply the previous night, and as she groggily awoke, stretching as she usually did, her hand unexpectedly brushed against something soft. Instinctively, she reached out to touch it. Furry and warm, it felt both comforting and pleasant. Only then did Jiang Yu realize something was amiss. Following the direction of her hand, she discovered it was Yao's belly tea that moment. Yao lay beside her in his tiger form, his eyes fixated on her without blinking. He had likely remained vigilant for quite some time, his eyes bloodshot from fatigue. Seeing her awaken seemed to bring him immense joy. You. Just as Jiang Yu began to speak, a sudden rush of warmth surged beneath her. It was truly unbearable. She hurriedly rose, taking another clean menstrual belt to the thicket to change. Afterwards, under Yao's anxious gaze, she carried the used belt to the riverside to wash it. Once cleaned, she hung the cotton fabric on a branch where she often dried her clothes. And only then did she have the opportunity to converse with Yao. Why did you not go hunting today? After Jiang Yu entered the cave, she settled cross-legged on her small bed, then patted the space beside her, inviting Yao, who had been shadowing her closely, to sit down. However, upon taking a seat, Yao did not respond to her inquiry, but instead fixated on her with his large, sorrowful eyes upon hearing her question. His sadness deepened. Why did Jiang Yu want him to hunt? Was it because she was gravely ill, nearing death, and thus, like his mother, wished to send him away? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that this was indeed the case, causing tears to well up in his expressive eyes. Noticing his near-tearful expression, Jiang Yu realized he had misunderstood. In their beastly world, beastmen did not have menstrual cycles. They only experienced mating seasons. Her sudden bleeding must have frightened him. She then recalled how, during her fitful sleep the previous night, she had felt cold until this great tiger had come to snuggle against her, providing warmth while vigilantly guarding her. With that thought, she sighed softly, extended her hand to gently pat his head in a comforting manner, and affectionately kissed his forehead, assuring him, I am truly fine. Do not worry. Yet, Yao remained silent, his gaze still fixed upon her, evidently unmoved by her comfort, and her unexpected affection only heightened his anxiety. Seeing tears welling in his eyes, Jiang Yu embraced his head, compelling him to meet her gaze, and with a tone of resignation, she explained, Yao, as you know, I belong to the human race. Humans are different from other races. Our females experience a monthly cycle, just as I am now. This is a normal phenomenon, do you understand? I am not ill. I am in good health. However, Yao choked out, but you have been bleeding since last night. Losing too much blood could lead to death, and my mother died that way. Jiang Yu gazed at the sorrowful little creature before her and tenderly wiped away his tears. Yes, being injured and bleeding can indeed be fatal, but my current condition is a natural occurrence. It happens every month that I have experienced this before, and look, I am quite well now, am I not? So, will you bleed every month from now on? Will it hurt a lot? Yao looked at Jiang Yu's sincere expression, realizing she was not lying to him, and that this was indeed a normal phenomenon. Yet his concern did not fully dissipate. Jiang Yu appeared so frail, and bleeding was inherently detrimental. Moreover, even if she wouldn't die from the bleeding, it didn't mean she wouldn't feel pain. Last night, even in her sleep, she had curled up, moaning in discomfort. He thought how wonderful it would be if he could bleed in her stead. After all, he was robust and unafraid of pain, even if it meant bleeding daily. Yes, it happens every month, and as for the pain, I only feel a little now, and it should get better soon. Noticing Yao's deep concern for her well-being, Jiang Yu chose honesty over deception. I asked, there anything I can do for you? Yao, feeling a pang of anguish at her admission of pain, wished it were he who suffered instead. He could not bear the thought of her enduring even a modicum of discomfort. If possible, I would like you to accompany me to the riverbank to dig for clay. We need clay to make pots. And once we have the pots, we can boil water to make tea that moment. Her only desire was to drink warm water. However, the tribe lacked even basic pots for boiling water, so she resolved to create a large clay pot herself. The preparatory work for pottery was extensive, requiring both clay and ample firewood. After completing the pottery, she would also need to construct a fire pit. The workload was quite substantial if she would tackle it alone. Having Yao's assistance would significantly lighten her burden. Very well, I shall accompany you, Yao replied, although he did not understand why Jiang Yu, feeling unwell, suddenly decided to go to the riverbank to dig for clay. Nevertheless, he did not question her further. He was willing to help her with anything she desired. As they stepped out of the cave, they encountered Mo Ka, who visited Jiang Yu daily to play. Tribe leader, Jiang, where are you headed? Mo Ka exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the tribe leader present. Unaware of the events that had transpired that morning, she had come as usual to find her companion. Not expecting to encounter the tribe leader, she held a mix of respect and fear toward the leader. Although the leader had never been unkind to her, an inexplicable trepidation lingered, preventing her from behaving as freely as Jean did, who would cling to the leader's leg in a playful manner. We're going to the riverbank to dig for clay to make pots, Jiang Yu patiently explained to the clever and sensible Mo Ka. Would you like to join us? Pots? Mo Ka echoed, intrigued by the novel concept she had never encountered before. Jiang Yu's intellect was remarkable, often conjuring ideas about things she had never known. Her curiosity about this new object far outweighed her fear of the tribe leader. Nodding in agreement, Mo Ka expressed her desire to accompany them. Jiang Yu was not surprised by Mo Ka's willingness to join. She had observed during their playtime that Mo Ka possessed a strong curiosity and a keen ability to embrace new experiences, which she found delightful. As they journeyed toward the riverbank, Mo Ka pondered what a pot could possibly be. After much contemplation, she remained at a loss and decided to inquire of her capable companion. What is the purpose of making pots? Pots can be used to boil water and also to stew meat, Jiang Yu explained as she walked, flanked by her two companions. They can be used for making meat soup as well as fish broth. In short, pots can be used to create a variety of delicious dishes. Upon hearing about the culinary possibilities, Mo Ka's anticipation for this unfamiliar object, named pot, surged. She had relished the roasted meat and fish prepared by Jiang Yu, and she was certain that she would enjoy whatever came from this pot as well. Upon arriving at the riverbank, the first task was to find clay. The materials for pottery were quite simple, requiring only clay. The soil by the river consisted mainly of sandy and clayey types, making it easy to find the latter. Jiang Yu selected a patch of land with fewer weeds near the flowing water and indicated to Yao to dig in that spot. Without hesitation, Yao used his tiger claws to scratch at the earth, and Mo Ka followed suit, imitating him with her small paws. Jiang Yu did not join in, as she lacked suitable tools and could not dig like the beastmen. Relying solely on her hands proved to be quite strenuous. That it was only after Yao and Mo Ka had dug a deep hole and piled the excavated earth into a high mound that Jiang Yu finally called for a halt. Now that they had begun, Jiang Yu did not intend to make just one large pot. She also wanted to create individual bowls for the beastmen in the tribe, allowing them to enjoy soup while stewing meat. Naturally, if she was making bowls, she would also craft spoons. From the mound of clay they had unearthed, she carefully removed the top layer, which contained too many impurities, and then meticulously picked out the stray weeds and small stones from the remaining clay. She had chosen to work by the riverside for two reasons. First, the clay needed for pottery was readily available there, and second, it was more convenient to fetch water. Once the impurities were removed, she set aside a small portion of the clean clay, added river water, and rolled up her sleeve to knead it like dough. The river water not only facilitated the shaping of the clay, but also, when combined with the minerals in the water, increased the likelihood of successful firing of the pottery. Oka watched Jiang Yu kneading the clay on the ground, eager to try it herself. "Jiang, I can do that too. Then come join me," Jiang Yu encouraged. She shifted her body slightly to make space for Xiao Mocha. In truth, she wholeheartedly supported Xiao Mocha's desire to participate, much like modern parents who prioritize education by taking their children to pottery studios, where they can effectively hone their practical skills. Seeing that Mocha was involved, Yao also crouched down, eager to join the mud play brigade. Jiang Yu kneaded the clay in her hands, continuously adding water as she worked, occasionally giving it a gentle pat. Once she deemed the consistency satisfactory, she pressed the lump of clay down forcefully, shaping it into a disc with a radius of approximately 10 centimeters, forming the base of a pottery pot. Given that the prey in the beast world is predominantly large in size, coupled with the substantial appetites of the beastmen, it was essential that the pot's base be adequately sized. She ensured that the base was evenly thick, then set it aside on a stone slab, which she had previously dusted with wood ash to prevent the clay from sticking. After completing the base, she took a significant portion of the clay, free of debris, and continued to add water and knead it to create the body of the pot. The clay required for the pot's body was considerably more than that needed for the base, and the amount she had taken proved to be quite a challenge to work with. After finally kneading the large mass of clay to her satisfaction, she divided it into several portions, rolling each into similarly thick clay strips. Observing that Jiang Yu was not merely kneading clay, Yao and Mocha paused their activities, eager to see what she would do next. Once Jiang Yu had shaped the clay strips, she placed them around the edge of the previously prepared base, forming a circle reminiscent of a mosquito coil, and gently pressed them together. After completing the first circle, she proceeded to add a second one, stacking them upward until the walls of the pot reached a height of 40 centimeters before she halted. Next, she dipped her hands into the river, using her dampened fingers to carefully smooth out the joints of the pot. Before long, the gaps between the connections diminished significantly, and after several back-and-forth motions, the walls of the pot became smooth. Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief. By this point, the pot's form was complete. Demonstrating her thoughtfulness, she fashioned a lid for the pot, which was intended for cooking, marking it as the largest and most complex piece of pottery she aimed to create today. With the pot's form successfully established, crafting bowls would be a far simpler task. This is the pot for boiling water?" Yao inquired, gazing at the large clay structure. However, he worried that the jar made of clay would disintegrate once filled with water. In his mind, he envisioned the water softening the clay pot, ultimately leading to its ruin. "This is merely a pre-form. It will need to be fired later on. There's no rush for that. Let me teach you how to make bowls now." Although Yao did not fully comprehend what a pre-form was, he understood that the clay pot was not the final product and that further steps were necessary. This revelation eased his concerns, as he feared Jiang Yu had toiled for half the day only to achieve failure, which would only exacerbate her discomfort. After explaining this to the two, Jiang Yu took a small handful of the clay that had been sifted free of weeds and began to guide them step by step, starting from combining the clay, flattening it, creating a round base, and then rolling it into strips for the bowl's walls. In the initial steps, both of them performed admirably, but when it came to shaping the walls of the bowls, their attempts were riddled with mistakes, each showcasing their own unique errors, be it failing to create a circular form with the clay strips or struggling to smooth the walls evenly. They encountered various challenges. In their effort to smooth the walls, they either pressed too hard, leaving finger imprints, or applied uneven pressure, resulting in walls that varied in thickness. Yao's bowl even ended up with an uneven rim. Witnessing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but facepalm. Yet, it was hardly surprising. They had never seen a real bowl, merely mimicking the pre-form she had created. Moreover, she was relying on her memories to replicate the bowl she had encountered. So deviations were to be expected. That Mocha's bowl preform is quite impressive. She took Mocha's bowl preform and made slight adjustments. Indeed, Mocha had done remarkably well. It only required some minor refinements that in stark contrast. Yao's preform was rather unsightly. After refining Mocha's work, she turned her attention to Yao's bowl preform, which was not only uneven but also lacked a proper shape, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to trim down the higher side of the preform slightly and then smooth the walls to create a more rounded appearance. Even with these corrections, it still did not look significantly better, but at least it resembled a bowl. Her expectations were modest. As long as it was functional, that sufficed. "That will do," she said, returning the preforms to each of them. "Now, let us move on to the next task." All right. After successfully crafting her first bowl and receiving Jiang Yu's praise, Mocha clearly found joy in the process. She set her completed bowl aside and immediately grabbed another handful of clay to start on her next creation. Yao, feeling the weight of his position as the tribe leader, could not allow himself to be outdone by the young Mocha, especially in front of Jiang Yu, so he too began crafting a second bowl preform with determination. While they worked on their bowls, Jiang Yu seized another handful of clay to begin making a ladle. She shaped a round, large ladle, adding a long handle to one end. The longer handle would be more convenient for reaching into the large pottery pot to scoop out meat. With over 20 beastmen in the tribe, Jiang Yu instructed the two to create 30 bowl preforms. After completing each bowl preform, they placed it on the stone slab dusted with wood ash. And soon the slab was filled with several rows of completed pieces. This was her first attempt at using clay for pottery, and she had no idea how many of these bowls would turn out successfully. But it was always better to have more. Once the preforms for the large pot and bowls were completed, Jiang Yu instructed the two to carry them back to the tribe along with the stone slab. While she took a handful of prepared clay, wrapping it in leaves to bring back as well, she intended to fire the pottery in the tribe. Firing pottery requires a high flame, and with the dry grass lining the riverbank in autumn, she feared that a careless mistake could ignite a fire that might lead to a forest blaze. In contrast, the open space at the center of the tribe was a barren plain, devoid of any flammable materials, making it the perfect location for pottery firing. Such safety concerns were not to be ignored. She had to exercise great caution while transporting the pottery, and after several trips between the tribe and the river, they finally brought back both the large pot preform and the bowl preforms. Upon returning to the tribe, Jiang Yu sent the two to gather firewood from the forest. Ever since the tribe began enjoying roasted meat, the team responsible for gathering fruits had taken on the additional task of collecting firewood. Any leftover firewood from the day's roasting was stacked in a corner of the tribe's open area, and now there was a small mountain of it. However, she did not plan to use the stacked firewood. With plenty of firewood available in autumn, she wanted to stockpile more for winter roasting. While the two were busy collecting firewood, Jiang Yu began constructing an earthen stove. She formed a circular mound of clay on the ground, then stacked the remaining clay upwards until it reached about 30 centimeters in height, smoothing the walls like she had done for the bowl preforms. Once the walls were smooth, the structure of the earthen stove was roughly completed. Jiang Yu stood up to assess the stove's appearance. It resembled a short, stout chimney, adorably awkward. Yet appearance was not the primary concern. Its utility was what truly mattered. With the stove completed, she would only need to place firewood inside it for cooking meat in the large pottery pot. In fact, in the future, she could even place skewers of meat directly on top, flipping them occasionally, eliminating the need to hold them while roasting as had been done previously, given the substantial appetites of the beastmen. Roasting meat usually took 1 or 2 hours, during which the designated roaster had no opportunity to rest. Once the stove was built, the workload of the beastmen responsible for roasting meat would be significantly reduced. Before long, Yao and Mocha returned, each carrying a bundle of firewood. Is this enough? Yao placed the firewood he was holding onto the ground and turned to Jiang Yu with a query. Should be about enough? Let's use this first, and if it's insufficient, we can gather more from the forest. It was Jiang Yu's first experience with pottery, and she too was uncertain about the quantity of firewood required. However, given that they resided in the forest, even if this firewood proved inadequate, they could easily retrieve more in a pinch. Once they had secured the firewood, their first task was to ignite the earthen stove. The clay pots and bowl forms were still quite moist and pliable. A mere touch would deform them, necessitating a brief wait for them to dry further. She arranged the collected firewood in a circle around the stove, then used a spark to ignite the wood. The stove, fashioned from well-mixed clay, remained soft and fragile. A gentle nudge could topple it. Only after being subjected to fire would the clay harden and become sturdy enough to support the pots. With a ring of dry wood encircling the stove, once ignited, a roaring flame quickly erupted, encircling the earthen structure. Upon witnessing the fire blaze to life, Jiang Yu promptly sprinkled a generous handful of ash onto the stove. The vigorous flames were swiftly doused by the ash, though not entirely extinguished. Beneath the layer of ash, embers continued to smolder quietly. The stove would not reach the optimal temperature immediately, and Jiang Yu had no intention of idly waiting. She approached the stone slab where the large pot and bowl forms were placed, gently probing the side of the large pot to assess its dryness compared to earlier. The pot still felt somewhat damp and soft, but at least it no longer left a fingerprint upon contact. The bowl forms, being significantly smaller, felt much drier in comparison. After a brief wait, once the large pot had dried sufficiently, she began to arrange the bowl forms around it, intending to fire them together. Subsequently, she carefully stacked the remaining firewood atop the pots and bowls, layer upon layer, until the entire large pot was completely shrouded in wood before reigniting the fire. The amount of firewood collected was just right, neither surplus nor lacking. The three of them stood vigil by the earthen stove and the pile of pots, observing the contrasting flames. One bright and fierce, the other subdued, and quietly awaited the burning wood, their hearts brimming with anticipation. The pile of pots was engulfed in a fierce blaze, consuming the wood rapidly. Gradually, the fuel was exhausted, and the flames flickered and dimmed. Only a mound of ash remained, completely concealing the bowls beneath, with only a portion of the largest pot exposed. Seeing the fire fully extinguished, Yao eagerly reached out to brush aside the ash in order to retrieve the large pot and bowls. "Don't touch!" Jiang Yu exclaimed, startled, swiftly intervening to prevent him. The temperature remained quite high. They must wait until everything had cooled completely before attempting to remove them. The flames may have been snuffed out, but a multitude of embers still simmered beneath the ash, and the heat was far from negligible. The burning would reach temperatures around 600 to 700 degrees, and the ash-containing embers would still be at least 300 to 400 degrees, requiring at least half an hour to cool naturally. During this time, direct contact with the hand was strictly prohibited. However, her warning came a moment too late. Yao's hand had already extended towards the pile as she spoke. Upon nearing, he instantly recoiled, singed by the heat. "How is it? Did you burn yourself?" Jiang Yu took his scalded hand and examined it closely. That Yao's palm was broad and his fingers long, exuding a sense of strength that she found appealing. The only imperfection was that the pads of his index and middle fingers were an angry red, their temperature significantly higher than the surrounding skin. Under her scrutiny, those areas quickly swelled, forming two large blisters that appeared quite severe. "Your hand is so quick to get burned," Jiang Yu exclaimed, a mix of frustration and concern. She cradled Yao's injured hand, bringing it to her lips to gently blow on it. Yao was about to reassure her that it was nothing, but seeing Jiang Yu's furrowed brow and worried expression caused his heart to stir, and he swallowed the words that had risen to his lips. "Does it hurt badly?" Jiang Yu gently prodded the blister. "Very much," Yao replied, nodding vigorously, even managing to squeeze out a tear for dramatic effect. "Your hand is so quick to get burned. I turn my back for just a moment, and you reach out toward the freshly extinguished fire. How could it not hurt?" Jiang Yu scolded him as she led Yao's injured hand toward the riverbank. Yao paid little heed to her words. Captivated by the sensation of her holding his hand, he followed behind, grinning foolishly. Had he known that such an act would earn him her attention, he would have deliberately burned himself long as they walked. An audacious thought struck Yao. What if he burned himself daily? Would Jiang Yu then care for him every day? Why so silent? Jiang Yu noticed Yao's lack of response to her lengthy monologue and turned to glance back at him. She found him with his head slightly bowed. Lost in thought, a silly grin plastered across his face, his lips stretching nearly to his ears. Surprised by this sight, Jiang Yu furrowed her brow, puzzled. "What are you thinking that brings you such joy? What's the matter? How can he be so cheerful after getting burned? Has the heat affected his brain? What did you just say? Yao, lost in his reverie, was taken aback by Jiang Yu's sudden inquiry. He looked up at her, confusion evident on his face. I said, for someone of your age, you still act so recklessly. The river was not far from the tribe, and Jiang Yu, pulling him along, soon arrived. Once at the riverbank, Jiang Yu squatted down, cupping her right hand to gather water, which she poured over his burned hand. This process continued until the temperature of the scalded area diminished, at which point she grasped his hand and submerged it in the water. While it is generally advisable to puncture blisters after a burn, there were no disinfectants available here, and she feared that breaking the blisters could lead to infection, thus causing greater harm than good. After a prolonged struggle, the two finally returned to the tribe, only to find Mo-ka patiently guarding the fire, occasionally extending her hand to feel the distance from the ashes, checking if the temperature had decreased. Beside her was the old orc who had appeared at some point. Upon seeing their return, both turned to look at them. The old orc's first gaze fell upon Jiang Yu to be frank. She was quite astonished when she heard from Mo-ka earlier that morning about Jiang Yu bringing her along to make pottery. It is well known that the abdomen is the softest and most vulnerable area for an orc. A careless injury could lead to death, and even a minor wound could be life-threatening, especially in cases of significant blood loss. Even injuries elsewhere could be equally perilous. If a wound is too deep, mere herbal remedies would be insufficient. One must rely on time for healing. Fortunately, in this world of mutual interdependence, despite the primitive state of orc society lacking advanced medical care, orcs possessed remarkable self-healing abilities. Even so, wounds required considerable time to mend. She had spent most of her days recently in the cave, organizing herbs and turtle shells. Being elderly, she needed to find a successor to become the next shaman of the tribe. Among the four young orcs, she had initially favored the stable and sensible Mo-ka. However, since Jiang Yu's arrival in the tribe, she found herself wavering. Jiang Yu was exceptionally intelligent, knowledgeable, and shared a subtle connection with Yao, making her a more suitable candidate for the role of shaman. Regrettably, she appeared far too frail, and with the recent incident involving her abdomen, a potentially fatal area, there was little she could do. It was uncertain whether Jiang Yu would survive. While she pondered over the matter of succession, voices drifted in from outside the cave. At this hour, those who hunted were out hunting, those who foraged were gathering, and Yao was accompanying Jiang Yu in the cave, leaving only a few younglings of the tribe. She expected it to be Jean and his companions playing outside. However, upon stepping out of the cave, she found Mo-ka squatting alone in the center of the tribe, guarding two piles of unfamiliar objects before her. Driven by curiosity, she approached to inquire, only to be informed by Mo-ka that these two piles were the pottery Jiang Yu had crafted alongside her and Yao. The revelation struck her as utterly absurd. Had she not known Mo-ka well, combined with the serious expression she wore while speaking, she might have thought Mo-ka was jesting. The Jiang Yu who had been lying in bed, bleeding profusely that morning, was now fully mobile and had even created something new with the two of them. The elderly orc was rendered speechless in astonishment. She had initially thought that the situation was already absurd enough, only for even more ludicrous events to unfold in the next moment. When she inquired about Jiang Yu's whereabouts, Mo-ka astonishingly informed her that the chieftain had scalded his finger while firing pottery, resulting in a blister that caused him to weep. Consequently, Jiang Yu took him to the river to soothe it. After hearing Mo-ka's words, the old orc felt as though each occurrence today was more bizarre than the last. Yao, reduced to tears from a finger burn. It is well known that the orcs, while hunting, often sustain injuries, whether from grappling with their prey or from clashes with rival tribes attempting to seize their catch. Injuries are simply part of the hunt. How could he possibly cry over a mere blister? Not to mention, Yao was already an adult orc. Even when he was a cub, she would not have believed such a tale. It was recalled that when Yao was but a cub, he once accompanied his father and Amu on a hunt and accidentally tumbled down a slope while pursuing game, resulting in a fractured hand. Yet he did not utter a single word of pain. The following day, he frolicked about as if nothing had happened. Even his father remarked on how resilient Yao was, almost impervious to harm. Now, to hear that such a sturdy child could weep over a blister was simply unbelievable. The old orc wished to inquire further, but just then, The two returned, one in front of the other. Leading the way was Jiang Yu, her complexion rosy, her steps steady, the faint scent of blood barely perceptible. Had she not been paying attention, it would have gone unnoticed. In any case, she appeared completely untroubled. "Your wounds have healed so swiftly," the old orc exclaimed in astonishment, rising to her feet, her fingers trembling as she pointed at Jiang Yu, her tone filled with incredulity. Even a seasoned orc like her had never witnessed such remarkable self-healing abilities. Just that morning, she had been bleeding profusely, curled up in discomfort, yet now she moved with ease. Upon seeing the old orc's incredulous expression, Jiang Yu understood the misunderstanding and hurried to clarify. "I am not ill. This is a natural phenomenon. The females of our human race experience a monthly cycle that lasts approximately 2 to 7 days, during which, as you witnessed last night, there will be bleeding. However, once the cycle concludes, everything returns to normal. So that is the case." The old orc nodded thoughtfully. Having lived for so long, priding herself on her extensive knowledge, she had never before encountered a race that bled monthly. Indeed, humans were a fascinating species. But what then of Yao's tearful episode? The old orc's mouth moved, ready to inquire about Yao's burn, when she was interrupted by the ecstatic Yu. "The pottery is now cool." Ka had not comprehended a single word of their conversation, but she did not mind. Her focus was entirely on the pottery she had been firing, eagerly awaiting the moment it took shape. After a prolonged wait, the ashes covering the surface of the pottery finally cooled completely. Seeing this, she hurriedly called out to Jiang Yu, "Let me see." Jiang Yu snapped a twig, cautiously inserting it into the ashes, gently scraping away the excess ash to reveal the entire body of the large pot. "Wow, this pot is so beautiful!" Ka exclaimed in excitement upon finally glimpsing the true form of the large pot. After being fired, the pot had transformed entirely. Its color was no longer the dull hue of clay, but a striking reddish-brown. But to the sight of the pot, Jiang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Though she was pleased with its appearance, being her first attempt at pottery, she could not guarantee its quality. Leaning closer to inspect the pot, she removed its lid and examined the surface, finding no visible cracks. She then tapped the pot's body with her fingers. The sound was clear and resonant, indicating it was a successful piece. Setting the pot aside, she began to sift through the ashes to uncover the completely concealed ceramic bowls. 1, 2, 3, 30 intact bowls emerged, none shattered. Jiang Yu inspected them one by one. Aside from 2 bowls with cracks, the remaining 28 were in perfect condition and ready for use. 2 are damaged, she noted, discarding the broken bowls, leaving 28 to distribute among the tribe. More than enough for everyone. Gazing at the array of bowls, each differing in size and shape, Jiang Yu felt a profound sense of accomplishment. With these bowls, the tribe would no longer need to eat meat with their hands, which felt like a leap toward civilization. "This is a ceramic bowl." The old orc picked one up, recalling Ka's explanation that these bowls were used for stewing meat and consuming broth. Stewing meat was yet another culinary method of which the old orc had never heard. In the past, she would have hesitated to try such a novel approach to cuisine. Yet since Jiang Yu's arrival in their tribe, she had never been disappointed. Thus, she looked forward to it. Using ceramic bowls for eating and drinking will be so much more convenient. "We've made plenty, so everyone will have one." Jiang Yu smiled at the old orc, who clutched the bowl with reluctance to part with it. "How wonderful!" The old orc beamed, unexpectedly delighted that everyone would receive a share. "To you, I want the most beautiful one." Ka pointed to Jiang Yu's large, round bowl, which stood out among the others with its unique charm. Jiang Yu, skilled in crafts, had produced a bowl far more aesthetically pleasing than those created by her clumsy companions. Naturally, Ka, like all children, was drawn to beauty. Jiang Yu understood this sentiment entirely. She had no particular attachment to her own creation, as any bowl would suffice for her. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, a finger suddenly poked her gently on the back. Turning, she found Yao standing silently behind her. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. Did he wish for one too? Meeting her gaze, Yao remained silent, merely tugging at her clothing with his right hand. "Do you want one too?" Jiang Yu inquired. Yao looked at her, saying neither yes nor no, but gently shaking her clothing in a manner that was unmistakable. All right, I'll give it to you." Jiang Yu relented. Feeling a bit intimidated by him, Oka stared in astonishment at the chieftain competing with her for the bowl, her mouth agape in surprise. Strangely, witnessing this side of the chieftain made her feel less fearful. The old orc found the scene quite ordinary, just a playful interaction between lovers. Once Jiang Yu consented to give Yao the bowl, he beamed with satisfaction, casting a discreet glance at the stunned Oka. His face alight with triumph, that he then reached out, eager to claim the beautiful bowl Jiang Yu had crafted. He feared that if he did not assert his claim immediately, Oka might start crying and demand the bowl, prompting Jiang Yu to soften and persuade him to relinquish it. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had discerned that Jiang Yu was particularly tender-hearted when it came to Oka. Wait a moment. Xiao reached for the bowl. Jiang Yu promptly intervened, halting his motion. What is it? Yao asked, a hint of tension in his voice that he feared she might be having second thoughts and wished to give the bowl to Oka instead. These bowls are all covered in ash. Let us wash them in the river first before we distribute them. Jiang Yu, oblivious to Yao's concerns, simply thought the bowls were dirty and needed cleaning. All right, but you've already given me this one. You can't take it back. Realizing her misunderstanding, Yao felt relieved, as she had no intention of retracting her offer. Even so, he felt compelled to reiterate. It's yours. It's yours. Now come help me move the pot. Upon hearing Yao proclaim his ownership with the exuberance of a child receiving a cherished toy, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of helplessness. How could someone of his stature still behave like a mere child? Together, Jiang Yu and Yao made their way to the riverbank, carrying the clay pots and bowls for washing. Before her departure, she took care to remind the elderly orc to keep an eye on the still-burning earthen stove. The stove had been smoldering with a low flame, and whenever the fire threatened to flare up, Jiang Yu would sprinkle a handful of ash upon it, ensuring it remained in a subdued state. This meticulous attention was the reason it had been fired before the clay pots, yet continued to burn even after the pots had completed their process. However, after 2 or 3 hours of continuous burning, the firewood surrounding the stove had diminished significantly. Jiang Yu estimated that by the time they returned from the river, the stove would be ready. Yet, despite returning with the pots and bowls cleaned and transported in several trips, the stove was still not finished. With no other option, Jiang Yu remained by the stove, waiting for it to complete its firing. After some time, the surrounding firewood was finally reduced to a pile of ashes. Yet, they still had to wait another half-hour for it to cool naturally. What purpose does this serve? As she waited for it to cool, the old orc, who had been holding back her curiosity, could no longer contain herself. As the tribe shaman, she was expected to possess the greatest wisdom, yet the novel contrivances Jiang Yu created were entirely unfamiliar to her. Not only had she never seen such things, but she had also never even heard of them. The ancient turtle shells passed down among shamans bore no record of these inventions, prompting her to diligently document everything new she learned from Jiang Yu. However, as a shaman, she was also proud and reluctant to reveal her ignorance, particularly realizing that she was less knowledgeable than Jiang Yu, who was still a fledgling. Yet, her curiosity remained insatiable. This object is called an earthen stove. It is hollow inside, and when stewing meat, one simply places firewood within and sets a large clay pot atop it. Jiang Yu, unfazed by her inquiries, answered her questions. The appearance of the stove was obscured by the ashes left from the fire, and the old orc, having never seen its true form, struggled to visualize it based solely on Jiang Yu's description. After Jiang Yu finished explaining, noticing the old orc's furrowed brow and evident confusion, she kindly added, "When I stew the meat, you can watch closely, and you will surely understand." The old orc nodded in agreement. Before long, the fruit-picking team returned, and upon seeing the clay pots, bowls, and the cooling stove, they gathered around in astonishment for a moment. Jiang Yu cautiously probed the stove's cooling state with a branch, and once it had completely cooled, she took it upon herself to sweep away the thick layer of ash that had accumulated. "What is this?" As the stove revealed its true form, Mia echoed the same question. "This is an earthen stove." Jiang Yu continued to explain its purpose. After hearing about the stove's utility, everyone eagerly anticipated the stew for the day. Just then, while they conversed about the meat, the hunting orcs returned. "Tribe leader," came Jean's voice. The crowd turned to see Jean, Dana, and Derek laboriously carrying an injured sheep, leading the way into the tribe. They quickly spotted Yao sitting beside Jiang Yu and joyfully approached him, lifting the much larger prey as they sought his praise. "This is the sheep we three caught ourselves," Jean declared, unable to suppress his excitement and pride. "It ran so fast, but not fast enough for us. We had to put in so much effort to catch it." The three chattered enthusiastically, their cheeks flushed with exhilaration. This was their first time capturing prey independently without adult assistance. Once they had finished recounting their adventure, Yao began to inquire, "When did you three little ones sneak out?" Since Jiang Yu had started bleeding the previous night, his focus had solely been on her, and only now did he realize that these three little ones had stealthily slipped away while he was preoccupied. Jiang Yu had been busy all day and only now recognized their absence. And oh wonder she hadn't seen them in the tribe this morning. Upon hearing the tribe leader's question, the three little orcs lowered their heads in unison, adopting a posture of acceptance for whatever reprimand was to come. "Tribe leader, these three little rascals stealthily followed us out," Nicole reported as the main hunting party returned. "This morning, since the tribe leader did not lead the expedition, these three must have noticed the opportunity and slipped out behind us." Orcs were highly sensitive to scents, but the three little ones bore the same scent as the others in the tribe. As everyone was focused on the hunt, it took a considerable distance before they realized the three little ones had followed along. By that point, they were far from the tribe, and there was concern for their safety, so they decided to bring them along. Seeing their plan succeed, Jean and the Dolly brothers were elated. Younglings were not permitted to partake in hunting. They were typically confined to the tribe, at most receiving a small, live, low-risk prey from the tribe leader to practice their capturing skills. The three lively little orcs were far from satisfied. They longed to venture outside the tribe and truly engage in hunting like the leaders. Finally, that morning, they had seized a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When Derek awoke to relieve himself, he overheard the shaman's conversation and learned that the tribe leader would not be leading the hunt this time. He quickly rushed to Jean's cave to share this exciting news. The three of them huddled together, quietly plotting their course of action, deeming this chance too precious to miss. They decided to sneakily follow behind the hunting party. Striving to contain their excitement, they cautiously trailed behind the group, fearful of being discovered and sent back to the tribe. As they distanced themselves from the tribe, they gradually relaxed, now that they were so far away. Even if they were discovered, they would still be brought along as they had anticipated. When they were finally noticed, they were not sent back, but instead integrated into the hunting party. Mission accomplished. The three exchanged glances, stifling their laughter as they moved forward. Though they received stern scoldings from their fathers, it did nothing to dampen their spirits. After all, this was their first true hunting experience. Thus, when Nicole spotted a flock of sheep and prepared to organize the team, the three little orcs swiftly dashed ahead, working together to latch onto the rear of one unsuspecting sheep, dragging it towards their group. The sheep, bewildered and unaware of its attackers, was seized by the neck and pulled along. Understanding its fate was sealed, emitting a terrified bleat. This commotion alerted the rest of the flock, causing them to scatter in a panic, much like startled birds. Observing the chaos, Nicole refrained from splitting the team to pursue the fleeing sheep. In this perilous jungle, where the threat of other predators loomed, losing a member could blur the lines between hunter and prey. Although the reckless actions of the three little orcs had startled away the remaining prey, no one placed excessive blame on them. After all, who had not experienced such a moment in their youth? After Nico reorganized the team, she changed direction and continued to lead everyone forward. Today seemed to be particularly fortuitous. They had not ventured far when they encountered a herd of deer that had just returned from the river. The moment Nico laid eyes on the deer, she immediately transformed into her beast form and charged ahead. Bart and Gavin were not far behind in their reactions. They flanked the deer from both sides. In the blink of an eye, 3 deer were ensnared within their encirclement. It was yet another bountiful day of hunting. After hearing Nico's words, Yao admonished the 3 young ones, ensuring they promised not to venture out alone again, but he did not place excessive blame on them. Although the outside world was fraught with danger, Jean and the others were nearing adulthood and would inevitably face peril one day. What they could do now was to impart more hunting skills to them. The 3 little orcs, relieved by the chieftain's leniency, exchanged glances and broke into joyful smiles. It was only then that Nico and her companions noticed Jiang Yu standing calmly beside the chieftain, slightly taken aback. Wasn't it said that this new cub was unwell? How could she appear so unaffected now? It was all a misunderstanding. Jiang Yu, being a human child, was different from them. The elder orc, perceiving the puzzled expressions of Nico and the others, hastily stepped forward to clarify. During their physiological periods, they would experience significant blood loss, but once it passed, they would return to normal. Such a miraculous phenomenon existed in the world. Nico and her companions exchanged glances, evidently hearing of this for the first time. Indeed, while strange, it was certainly preferable for her not to be ill. Ever since this human child joined their tribe, she had been obedient and had even taught them how to prepare roasted meat and grilled fish, earning everyone's fondness. The news of her well-being was indeed a cause for collective joy. It was mealtime once more. Today, the orcs responsible for roasting meat were the parents of the Dana brothers, who were just about to gather branches for skewering the meat when Jiang Yu intervened. They would be adding an extra dish today. Not only would they have roasted meat, but they would also enjoy meat stewed in clay pots. Clay pots? Stewed meat? What was stewed meat? Although there were many aspects of Jiang Yu's statement that they did not comprehend, the prospect of this human child inventing a new way of eating delighted everyone. Every culinary creation she introduced had never disappointed them. They were all curious about what flavors this stewed meat would bring. Jiang Yu glanced at the eager crowd and stated her requirement. When eating stewed meat, one must not use their hands. The orcs, who had just been filled with excitement, were instantly dumbfounded. How could they eat without using their hands? Amused by their bewildered expressions, the elder orc chuckled and clarified. What Jiang Yu means is that we will use clay bowls for our meals. Clay bowls? Another new term they had never encountered. Here it is, Jiang Yu said, lifting a clay bowl to show everyone. This is the clay bowl we three made this morning. Each of you will receive one, and from now on, we will use them for our meals as much as possible. Learning to use utensils was indeed a significant step towards civilization. Jiang Yu then distributed a clay bowl to each individual, giving her own creation to Yao. Once the clay bowls were in hand, the orcs examined them curiously, unsure of their purpose. All right, let's set the clay bowls aside for now and focus on preparing the deer meat, Jiang Yu said, unfazed by their confusion, as she began to direct them in the cooking process. Estimating it was around 11 o'clock, she knew that stewing the meat would take considerable time and they should start preparing. Yao and Bart, come handle the deer meat, Jiang Yu instructed. Processing such large game was best left to their expertise. How should we handle the deer meat? Yao and Bart approached the deer, each wielding a bone knife. And inquired Jiang Yu, make cuts here from the breastbone to here, and here, Jiang Yu gestured vaguely over the deer's body. She pointed out the breastbone, hip bone, and several key areas, instructing them to remove the internal organs and discard them, while separating the meat from the bones. Although the liver and heart of the deer could also be consumed, she was unable to process them, so she let that go. The two orcs, holding their bone knives, swiftly followed Jiang Yu's instructions, efficiently separating the meat from the bones. The knives lacked sharpness, leaving much meat still clinging to the bones, but those meaty bones were perfect for making broth. Jiang Yu thoroughly washed the meat and bones with clean water. Previously, the orcs had not washed the raw meat, but after she taught them to roast it, she insisted they wash it before cooking. Occasionally, when they forgot, she would remind them. Over time, the orcs had become accustomed to fetching water from the river using leaves. However, this method proved cumbersome, as by the time they returned to the tribe, much of the water would have leaked out, necessitating multiple trips. Not long ago, Jiang Yu had discovered a large, mature fruit shell not far from the tribe. She poked a small hole in it, hollowed out the fruit, and used it to scoop water, making the task far more convenient. With the river water, she rinsed the meat and bones clean, all while directing the orcs to fetch more water. Once the water-fetching orcs returned, she took the filled fruit shell, poured the water into a large clay pot, added the bones, and covered it with a lid. Finally, she placed the large pot over the earthen stove and began to stew the meat. Having completed the series of tasks, the elder orc, who had been observing closely, finally grasped the purpose of the earthen stove. Jiang Yu, you are the cleverest orc I have ever encountered, she exclaimed, once again awed by Jiang Yu's ingenuity. Yao, you are the greatest, trailing closely behind Jiang Yu. Ka listened to the elder orc's heartfelt praise, nodding with pride as if the commendation was directed at her. Ka, a fervent admirer of Jiang Yu, simultaneously raised her thumb, for Jiang Yu had informed her that in the human tongue, a thumbs up signifies great prowess. It is not my intelligence, but the brilliance of my kin. Jiang Yu chuckled at Ka's expression and gently patted her head, humbly deflecting the elder orc's compliments. The wisdom she imparted was not her own invention, but rather the distilled essence of thousands of years of Chinese civilization. The autumn would burn splendidly. Once ignited, the flames roared to life, and in the time it took for their conversation to unfold, the earthen pot began to bubble with a delightful gurgling sound. As the meat simmered, the roasting of meat on the other side was progressing with fervor. Today, the task of grilling fell to Dana Derek's parents, Bart and Brandy. Brandy was the second weakest female orc in the tribe, second only to Jiang Yu. She seemed perpetually frail, her complexion often pallid, and even slight exertion left her breathless. Among all the adult orcs, her assigned duties were the least demanding, to the extent that Mia and her companions did not include her in their fruit-picking excursions. Consequently, she spent most of her time idle. Brandy felt a mix of gratitude and guilt for the subtle care she received from others. In an era where sustenance was earned through labor, she perceived herself as a burden to the tribe. This self-perception weighed heavily on her heart, leading her to retreat to her cave during moments of idleness, gradually becoming more reluctant to venture outside and increasingly despondent. However, this situation began to improve after Jiang Yu's arrival in the tribe. Since Jiang Yu introduced the art of roasting meat, Brandy found a purpose. The process of grilling was straightforward and required minimal physical exertion. All she needed to do was skewer the meat and sit by the fire to cook. Thus, when Jiang Yu first taught the orcs to roast meat, Brandy learned with utmost diligence, becoming one of the earliest to master the technique. Since acquiring this skill, she made it a point to assist, regardless of whether she was officially designated to roast meat that day. Only during these roasting sessions did she feel a profound sense of joy, a realization that she was not useless and could contribute to the community. This newfound sense of purpose was intoxicating. Having grilled meat on numerous occasions, Brandy was adept at every step, with remarkable finesse. She wielded a bone knife, slicing the meat into suitable portions before washing them clean and skewering them with nearby twigs, which she then handed to Bart. Bart rotated the half-cooked meat with one hand while accepting the freshly skewered meat from Brandy with the other, skillfully managing both tasks simultaneously. Their seamless coordination was a testament to their bond, eliciting an admiring gasp from Jiang Yu. Their synchronized efforts resembled a well-oiled assembly line in the brief span of time. A substantial pile of grilled skewers had accumulated on the large leaves, serving as makeshift plates. The bubbling sounds emanating from the pot of broth harmonized with the sizzling of the roasting meat, creating a culinary symphony within the tribe. After a while, Jiang Yu lifted the lid of the pot, dipped a large ladle inside, and skimmed off the froth from the surface. Once the froth was cleared, she gazed into the pot, marveling at the glistening bone broth, letting out her 108th sigh of longing for salt. The process of simmering meat and broth was time-consuming, resulting in Brandy and Bart finishing their grilling while the broth continued to bubble away. The tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the air, intensifying everyone's hunger, yet none dared to eat until Yao gave the word. Yao refrained from speaking because Jiang Yu was still tending to the meat. He wished to wait until she was ready to dine with everyone. The tribe understood this unspoken rule, gathering around the pot to watch her prepare the broth. How much longer must we wait for the meat to simmer? Yao inquired, standing beside Jiang Yu, both observing the bubbling broth. Let us indulge in the roasted meat first. The bone broth requires a bit more time to finish, if we eat the grilled meat now. It will be cold by the time the broth is ready, Jiang Yu replied. Besides, it is ideal to savor the crispy grilled meat first, then enjoy a bowl of warm broth afterward. Very well. Yao responded promptly, distributing the grilled meat among the orcs as they gathered around the central pot, savoring the succulent meat while gazing at the bubbling broth. A profound sense of satisfaction and joy enveloped them. As the broth continued to simmer, it gradually transformed into an even more vibrant and alluring concoction, with the aroma of the meat wafting enticingly into the air. Jiang Yu, The meat already smells divine. Is it not done yet? Ka, standing at the height of the pot, eagerly inhaled the fragrant steam rising from the broth. Her anticipation for the stew was palpable, not just because of the enticing aroma, but also due to her involvement in crafting the pot and bowls. This sense of participation filled her with contentment. "Look, Jiang Yu, it seems the meat is ready," Jean exclaimed, quickly finishing his grilled meat and mimicking Ka as he joined her by the pot. Eyes wide with eagerness. "The bone broth must be simmered longer to achieve its best flavor," Jiang Yu replied, unperturbed by the two impatiently gazing at the pot. She savored the grilled meat in her hands. Although she had grown weary of grilled meat, today, perhaps due to the allure of the broth, it tasted exceptionally delightful. After leisurely finishing her portion, Jiang Yu finally instructed Yao to fetch all the bowls. Then raised her ladle, carefully serving the broth into each bowl. Yao was the first to receive a bowl filled with the soup Jiang Yu had gifted him, before distributing the remaining broth to the other orcs. The elder orc was the first to receive the broth, followed by several younger orcs. Jean eagerly accepted his bowl of soup, taking a sip, only to grimace and hastily spit it out. "Too hot," Jean exclaimed, fanning his tongue as he watched the bowl of broth with longing eyes. Despite the burn, he could not deny the broth's exquisite flavor. Witnessing Jean's reaction, Jiang Yu chuckled softly. "Take your time. The freshly made broth is still very hot. You can blow on it first to cool it down." She blew gently on her own bowl of broth, waiting for it to cool slightly before taking a careful sip. The broth, simmered in the pot, was exceptionally flavorful. It not only alleviated the heaviness after the grilled meat, but also warmed her from within, soothing the slight discomfort in her abdomen. With a sigh of contentment, Jiang Yu savored the warmth of the broth, relishing the moment after what felt like an eternity without a hot soup. Meanwhile, the orcs, having finished their grilled meat, sat around the steaming pot in the center of the tribe, each with a bowl of broth, drinking with immense satisfaction. Before long, their bellies rounded with fullness, their expressions radiated sheer contentment. This meal was unlike any other, filled with unprecedented delight. The tiger tribe orcs seemed to possess feline traits. For after feasting, one by one, they transformed into their beast forms and lounged in the sun, basking in the warmth. However, two individuals were exceptions. After finishing his broth, the elder orc hurried back to his cave, eager to document the experience of simmering meat. Yao, too, did not bask in the sun. In the midst of the tribe's relaxation, he transformed into a tiger and ventured into the forest alone. Jiang Yu caught only a glimpse of his retreating figure. Puzzled by his sudden departure, what could he possibly be doing in the forest, choosing not to rest or speak? Her curiosity remained just that, curiosity, and she did not delve too deeply into the matter. After all, Yao was not a small child in need of constant supervision, and she had other pressing tasks to attend to. For instance, she needed to fashion a lead for the injured sheep that lay bleeding on the ground, tethering it to a nearby tree trunk to prevent its escape. The rope she intended to use for this purpose was made from the common grass used for sowing. This grass was not only abundant and readily available, but it also retained its vibrant green hue even in late autumn, when most flora had withered into shades of yellow. The lush green of the grass stood out strikingly against the backdrop of muted yellows. As she wandered around the outskirts of the tribe, she quickly gathered a generous handful of the grass. Returning to the clearing, she took several strands of the grass in her hands and began to twist them together vigorously. This grass boasted remarkable resilience and was not easily broken. Soon enough, Jiang Yu had crafted a sturdy rope. She then approached the sheep, moving quietly, and swiftly looped the rope around its neck, securing the other end to a nearby tree. The length of the rope allowed the sheep a degree of freedom to move. Once the sheep was safely tethered, Jiang Yu crouched down in front of it to examine its injuries closely. Although sheep are herbivores, the sheer size of this creature was somewhat intimidating, even though she knew it posed no threat to her. The injured sheep, clouded by the pain of the wounds, exhibited significantly reduced wariness, only realizing the presence of its captor once it was ensnared. The next moment was filled with a panicked bleat. However, now that it was securely tied to the tree and no longer in danger, Jiang Yu felt no fear, regardless of how vehemently it protested. Ignoring its increasingly frantic bleeding, she reached out and parted its thick wool to assess its wounds. Aside from a rather severe bite mark on its neck. The other injuries were merely abrasions from being dragged along. It seemed the situation was not dire. Even the neck wound, while concerning, was not deep. Jiang Yu surmised that it was likely due to the inexperience and excitement of Jean and the others during their first hunt, which led them to mishandle the situation and not apply enough force to cause a fatal injury. This unfortunate sheep had narrowly escaped death, yet the wound on its neck had been slowly bleeding since the incident. Although the old beastman's cave surely contained some rudimentary hemostatic herbs, Jiang Yu would not use them on this sheep. In a world where medical resources were so scarce, every herb was invaluable. She observed how the old beastman took care to sun-dry his herbs daily, and how the hunters, despite their own injuries, often chose to let their wounds heal naturally rather than seek out remedies. It was clear to her just how precious those herbs were for the sheep. It was merely prey. Even if it succumbed to its injuries, it would still provide food, resulting in no loss to them. Naturally, it would be preferable for it to recover. Since she began feeding the rabbits that Yao brought back to the tribe for practicing hunting skills, she had harbored the vague notion of raising them. Unfortunately, the circumstances did not allow for such an endeavor to cultivate a herd. They would need to bring back live prey, and while rabbits and sheep were relatively docile, capturing more ferocious animals like wild boars or those that moved in packs posed significant challenges, let alone capturing them alive. The tribe's daily demand for food was already substantial, and she did not wish to burden Yao and the others further. Thus, the idea of raising livestock remained merely an idea, devoid of any practical application. Though she felt a twinge of regret regarding this, there was little she could do. Now, however, this injured sheep offered a glimmer of hope. Yes, she envisioned her future plans. She absent-mindedly stroked the sheep, causing it to tremble uncontrollably, as if it were being choked, its bleeding ceasing altogether. Jiang Yu glanced at the quivering sheep and stood up, distancing herself slightly. She feared that if the sheep became too agitated, its bleeding would worsen. She decided to check on the sheep and its neighboring rabbits, planning to gather some grass for them. The unfortunate sheep would surely appreciate the comfort of food to soothe its wounded spirit. Ever since she started feeding the rabbits, Mia and Gina had taken to bringing back handfuls of fresh grass whenever they ventured out to gather fruits. However, with late autumn upon them, most of the grass had turned yellow, making such opportunities scarce. Consequently, Jiang Yu resorted to a more straightforward approach, plucking any grass she could find around the tribe, regardless of its color, and tossing it into the rabbit's burrow, with no better options available. The rabbits happily consumed the dried, yellowed grass. Holding a bone knife in her right hand, she began cutting the grass as she caught hold of it. This knife belonged to Yao, ever since she borrowed it to make clothes. She had forgotten to return it one day. When she finally remembered, Yao refused to take it back, insisting she keep it for herself. Given her need for the knife, she graciously accepted his offer as the tribe's leader. Yao possessed the sharpest bone knife in the community, yet even this tool paled in comparison to modern implements in fact, this bone knife was less sharp than the ancient, rusted scissors she had used back at the orphanage. Bending over, Jiang Yu exerted great effort to finish cutting enough grass for both the sheep and the rabbits to have a hearty meal. Although there were several rabbits, their consumption was modest. Previously, when she harvested grass only for them, she found it manageable. However, with the addition of the sheep, she began to feel overwhelmed. Straightening up, she rubbed her sore wrists and back, realizing this could not continue. Feeding the rabbits and sheep daily was becoming quite taxing, and she needed to devise a way to create sharper, more effective tools than the bone knife. She had previously asked Yao about this, and he had informed her that the bone knife was the sharpest tool available. Furthermore, not every animal's bones could be fashioned into knives. Even if they could, the process was laborious, making bone knives exceedingly rare. In some less advanced tribes, only the chief was entitled to possess a bone knife, while the other tribe folk had to make do with stone knives. Put it somewhat inaccurately, the current beast world was still in the Stone Age. Jiang Yu contemplated the history of Huaxia, realizing that the next era following the Stone Age was the Bronze Age and Iron Age. Therefore, her task was to find a way to create bronze and iron tools. While she had learned more about iron products in her chemistry classes, she recognized the broader applications of iron compared to copper Yes, she recalled her lessons on iron metallurgy. She cradled the freshly cut grass while preparing to feed the rabbits. She remembered a chemical reaction involving charcoal that reduced iron oxide to produce iron and carbon dioxide under high temperatures. The entire process required only two conditions: charcoal and high heat, both of which could be easily achieved. With this realization, Jiang Yu suddenly felt that this endeavor was not as unattainable as she had initially thought. Jiang, that rabbit has gotten a bit chubby. Mocha suddenly chimed in, peering over. She pointed at the rabbit Jiang Yu was petting, which indeed appeared slightly plumper, reminding Jiang Yu of her observation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu glanced down at the rabbit happily munching on grass and saw no discernible difference. It was likely that the recent decrease in their activity had led to some weight gained. It seems that the little orcs have grown weary of tormenting the rabbits, as they have not come to disturb them in recent days. The little bunnies, no longer living in fear, have gradually begun to gain weight due to a decrease in their activity levels. Jiang Yu casually speculated on this before returning her thoughts to the matter of smelting iron. Paying little heed to Mocha's words, after feeding the rabbits, Jiang Yu took the remaining grass and began to feed the sheep, perhaps due to the shock it had received earlier, even when she placed the grass near the sheep's mouth. It refused to open up. Mocha, seeing the sheep's blatant disregard for Jiang Yu, became irate and forcibly pried its mouth open to compel it to eat. "You must eat," Mocha insisted, all the while adopting a fierce expression to intimidate the creature. The threat from its natural enemy caused the poor sheep to bleat in distress, its body trembling violently, as if it were afflicted by a seizure. Jiang Yu could distinctly see the fear reflected in the sheep's eyes. "Enough, Mocha, it will eat when it's hungry." Jiang Yu quickly intervened, fearing that if this continued, the sheep might faint from terror. However, witnessing the sheep's current state made her understand why a certain ailment was referred to as sheep epilepsy. It truly was trembling quite alarmingly. "Very well, I shall spare you this time." Mocha issued one last threat to the sheep before relenting, just as Jiang Yu tossed the remaining grass to the sheep. Allowing it to feed itself, Yao returned from the forest alone. Still in his tiger form, he carried a gazelle with a bitten throat on his back and held a dead wolf in his mouth. He passed by the group basking in the sun and made a beeline for Jiang Yu. "This is for you," he said, dropping the wolf at her feet and letting the gazelle tumble to the ground. After uttering this phrase, he turned and dashed back toward the forest without waiting for her response. "Hey!" Jiang Yu called after his retreating figure, but Yao was already running too swiftly, and in no time. All she could see was a blurred silhouette. Looking down at the two pieces of game at her feet, Jiang Yu was left puzzled about Yao's intentions. The old orc who had just finished documenting the specific methods for crafting pottery and soup emerged from the cave and couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Mia, who witnessed the scene, covered her mouth and exchanged knowing glances with Gina, both of them silently amused. Jiang Yu, uncertain of Yao's sudden gesture of gifting her prey, could only wait for his return to seek clarity. However, Yao did not come back until night fell. That evening, after washing up and changing into a clean menstrual cloth, Jiang Yu lay down in the cave. It was her first time sleeping alone in the cave. Normally, Yao would emit the rhythmic purring sounds characteristic of felines while sleeping, and those sounds would lull her into slumber. Yet after more than half a month of this routine, she had grown accustomed to drifting off to sleep accompanied by those soothing sounds. Tonight, however, the absence of that comforting noise left Jiang Yu feeling somewhat uneasy. Her thoughts were in disarray, and she couldn't quite grasp what she was thinking, only remembering that she tossed and turned until dawn before finally falling asleep. It can be said that habits can be quite formidable. The next day, when she awoke, it was already well past noon. Rising from her slumber, she discovered several more pieces of game in the cave. It was needless to say that Yao must have brought them back, but how long had he been gone? Jiang Yu wandered throughout the tribe, yet still found no sign of him. Had he left once more? "You, who are you looking for?" Mia's teasing voice suddenly appeared behind her, startling her. Jiang Yu turned to ask, "Have you seen Yao?" In response, Mia first gave her a cheeky look, then grinned and said, "I haven't seen him. He wasn't in the hunting party today. Either it was the usual team led by my sister. It appeared he must have returned in the early morning and left immediately afterward." Mia, an unmarried female, orc a few years older than Jiang Yu, was perhaps the closest in age to her. That moment. Mia's demeanor reminded Jiang Yu of her overly gossipy friend back in the modern world. Jiang Yu feigned ignorance of Mia's teasing and shifted the topic. Why didn't you go fruit picking today? Fruits were also a significant source of sustenance for the tribe, and they would usually go to gather them every day. Mia pouted. Winter is approaching. The shaman told us to rest well these days and then start stockpiling fruits in large quantities. Stockpiling fruits? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. This was the first time she had heard the term stockpile from these orcs. Traditionally, they consumed their catch on the same day, never considering provisions for the next day unless there was an excess too great to finish. Mistaking Jiang Yu's surprise for ignorance, Mia explained, "We need to gather more fruits now to save for winter. Otherwise, if we wait too long, the fruits will fall to the ground and spoil when it gets colder." "Is it just fruits that you stockpile? What about meat?" Jiang Yu inquired out of course. "We also need to stockpile meat, but it's too early to do that now. Meat spoils quickly, while fruits last a bit longer. So we need to stockpile fruits first. When the time comes, the entire tribe will go fruit picking together." "The entire tribe? Does that mean Yao and the others want to be hunting?" Jiang Yu questioned. Confused, Mia looked at her oddly, seemingly unable to comprehend her line of thinking. "Of course, we still need to hunt. Otherwise, what will everyone eat? However, we want to be able to rest like we do now after meals. When the time comes, aside from mealtime, we'll be busy gathering fruits." After saying this, Mia pouted, lamenting that the fruit-gathering season was always the most exhausting. Hearing that the entire tribe would be occupied with gathering fruits except during mealtimes astonished Jiang Yu. This was no small feat for the usually laid-back orcs. This led her to pose another question. "How much food do you usually stockpile?" "A lot," Mia replied, unable to specify an exact amount, just that it would be sufficient for everyone in the tribe to last through the entire winter. "So much?" Jiang Yu was taken aback. To sustain over 20 orcs for 2 to 3 months was indeed no trivial matter. Well, winter is incredibly cold, and food is scarce. Many animals choose to hibernate when winter arrives, making it exceptionally difficult for us to catch them. After saying this, Mia pouted again, softly grumbling about how unbearably cold winter was, not to mention the scarcity of food, which she found utterly vexing. Listening to her, Jiang Yu immediately grasped the underlying issue. During winter, many animals would opt for hibernation, making them hard to catch, and if they began capturing prey in large quantities now, the meat would spoil. Thus, the orcs could only start stockpiling fruits first and wait until it was colder before beginning to stockpile meat. After hearing her explanation, Jiang Yu recalled a method for long-term meat preservation, akin to the cured meats found in Sichuan and Hunan. However, curing meat required a vital ingredient, salt, which he had been desperately lacking. Without salt, the method of preserving meat through curing would be unfeasible. With that thought, Jiang Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh. She truly needed salt. At this rate, it was becoming an obsession. Perhaps it was the heavens that could no longer bear witness to her plight. The day after Jiang Yu's complaints, she truly received salt. Another day had passed, and upon rising, Jiang Yu still did not catch a glimpse of in the span of 3 days, he had only returned twice. And now a full day had elapsed since his second arrival, meaning Yao had been absent for an entire day and night. Concern for his safety began to gnaw at her in this savage forest. Rife with peril at every turn, his prolonged absence was undeniably unwise. After much contemplation, she resolved to seek out the old beastman. The old beastman was in the central clearing of the tribe. Sunning her herbs that was yet another splendid day, perfect for drying both bedding and herbs. Jiang Yu approached the elder and voiced her concerns. Upon hearing her words, the old beastman waved dismissively, reassuring her not to fret. Yao was a capable lad, an adept hunter who had never failed in his pursuits. Indeed, he was the most formidable among the tribe. Jiang Yu opened her mouth, wishing to argue the contrary, but the thought felt ominous, and she fell silent. Yao was far more resilient than Jean and the others. He had ventured out alone as a mere cub and had not returned for over half a month. The old beastman remained unperturbed. Noticing Jiang Yu's lingering anxiety, she placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and said, "Yao has just come of age and has taken on the role of chief. He possesses great skill." "Indeed, that is quite impressive," Jiang Yu agreed. Yet the elder's words did little to quell her worry completely. However, With Yao's whereabouts unknown, there was little she could do but try to ease her mind. Jiang Yu assisted the old beastman in sunning the herbs, and once they had laid everything out under the sun, she returned to her cave to hang her own fur blanket on a branch to dry. The fluffier the fur became under the sun, the more comfortable it would be to use. Around midday, Nicole returned with a hunting party, and Jiang Yu glanced at the group but still did not see Yao among them. Once again, he had not led the team today, and she was left wondering where he had gone. Their meal consisted of roasted meat, grilled fish, and bone soup. Today, while hunting, Nicole and her companions had searched tirelessly from morning until late morning, encountering no prey until they stumbled upon a lone wild boar just as they were about to return in disappointment. Clearly, a single wild boar would not suffice to feed everyone that I in the past. Such a situation would have left them hungry or forced them to nibble on the fruits Mia and the others had gathered. However, since Jiang Yu had invented roasted fish, although Nicole and her team felt a bit down due to the lack of prey, they would not go hungry. Therefore, upon returning to the tribe, Nicole took Bart and Gavin to the riverbank to catch a plethora of fish. Jiang Yu instructed Nicole and Bart to remove all the bones from the wild boar, using them to simmer a large pot of bone soup. Although Yao had yet to return, she still reserved some roasted meat and bone soup for him. After lunch, instead of lounging in the sun as they usually did, Mia and Gina sat in the tribe's clearing, weaving fruit baskets from the long leaves they had just gathered. They were preparing for the impending fruit storage. The enormous fruit basket Jiang Yu had initially woven had long since met its demise due to overuse. She had since revised her weaving technique, making the baskets sturdier and adding handles for easier transport. Now, Mia and Gina were working on her improved version. Mia had already completed 2 baskets and was currently weaving the third, while Gina, slightly slower, was still on her second. When the time came to store the fruit, everyone in the tribe would need to pitch in, so the shaman had specifically instructed them to create several more baskets. Noticing the typically idle beastmen becoming industrious, Jiang Yu felt a sense of urgency. She, too, wished to contribute and prepare for the approaching winter. Reflecting on the tribe's most pressing concern, food, she realized that with Yao and the old beastman handling it, the matter of food was not yet her responsibility. Jiang Yu wandered around the tribe, seeking some tasks to undertake, but the beastmen, seeing her as a mere cub, insisted she play with Jean and the others. Wandering about, she came upon the rabbit burrow and the sheep. Observing the sheep that had devoured the grass she had previously discarded, an idea sparked in her mind. While she could not assist with human food, she could prepare fodder for these animals. Mia had mentioned that winter would bring heavy snow, and by then, the grass for the rabbits would surely be buried, making it difficult to cut more. She could gather grass now, while the sun shone, and dry it for winter feed for the rabbits and sheep. Jiang Yu was a girl of action. She immediately returned to her cave, retrieved the bone knife Yao had left for her, and began cutting grass from the vicinity of the tribe. In the past, when only feeding the rabbits, she would be selective about the grass, harvesting only the clover and dandelions they favored. However, since adding a sheep to her care, her workload had increased significantly, and she had grown less discerning, cutting any grass that appeared green and fresh. Now, she was utterly unconcerned. Regardless, it would all be dried for winter, so she cut whatever she could find. The bone knife was dull, but through her relentless effort, she soon amassed a substantial pile of grass. Jiang, why are you cutting so much grass today? The rabbits and sheep won't be able to eat it all. Mia, who was weaving baskets nearby, asked curiously that I'm stockpiling food for them, to ensure they have enough to eat during winter. Jiang Yu replied, bent over as she continued swinging the bone knife without turning back. Indeed, by winter, the snow will pile high, and all this grass will either freeze or be buried, Mia noted as she continued her work. Upon hearing Mia's words, an important thought struck Jiang Yu. She halted her grass cutting, straightened up and turned to Mia, asking, how high will the snow typically pile? Mia replied, setting down her half-finished basket and standing up, placing her hands at her knees to demonstrate. Usually about this high. Jiang Yu glanced at Mia's knees, then at the rabbit burrow, which was barely higher than Mia's knees, falling into deep thought to prevent the rabbit burrow from being buried in snow. She would need to reconstruct it before the snowfall began. Sigh, one step at a time, Jiang Yu sighed, bending down to resume cutting grass. After she had fed the sheep and rabbits their share of grass and gathered another pile, Yao finally returned after his prolonged absence of one day and night. His arrival heralded by the weight he bore, he approached her, laden with several animals Jiang Yu had never seen before. "Jiang, these are for you," he said, dropping the game at her feet. "What kind of animals are these? Why were you gone for so long this time?" Jiang Yu swiftly grasped Yao's arm as he attempted to walk away, eager for clarification. "These are known as chirping beasts. I had to travel far to find them," Yao explained, pointing to the 4 deceased chirping beasts lying on the ground. The chirping beast was a creature unique to this world, named for its distinctive chirping sound, hence the name bestowed upon it by the beastmen. "You traveled so far and took so much time just to catch these?" Jiang Yu queried, puzzled by his actions in her understanding. The beastmen were never picky eaters. They consumed whatever they caught and would not go to such lengths for a single type of prey. Yu said that chirping beasts have the best meat in the world. Eating them will make you stronger, Yao elaborated, noticing the growing confusion in Jiang Yu's gaze. "You lost quite a bit of blood, right? Eating chirping beast meat will help you regain your strength quickly." He recalled that had once mentioned that female orcs would bleed profusely during childbirth, and if their partners truly loved them, they would provide them with squeakers to consume. After giving birth, a female orc who feasted on squeakers would quickly regain her strength. "Thus, did you bring me these squeakers and the prey from a cave, because I lost a considerable amount of blood?" Jiang Yu gazed into Yao's earnest and sincere eyes, and after a moment's hesitation, she finally posed a question. Yao nodded vigorously. Jiang Yu looked at the 4 odd-looking squeakers on the ground, momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing Jiang Yu's silence and lowered head, Yao, fearing she might refuse, hurriedly added, "I searched far and wide for these squeakers. It took me quite some time to find them." Although Jiang Yu often stated that bleeding during her menstrual cycle was a normal occurrence and posed no detrimental effects on her health, he remained deeply concerned. How could losing blood have no impact on the body at all? While he couldn't assist Jiang Yu directly in this matter, he could ensure she had a better diet. Had said that although squeakers were rare and exceedingly difficult to catch, their meat was the most delectable and tender in the world, and Jiang Yu would undoubtedly enjoy it. However, since the day before yesterday, he had searched numerous places without sighting a single squeaker, but he did encounter a wild wolf chasing a sheep that was a prime opportunity. Not to be missed that he swiftly captured both the wolf and the sheep. After delivering the captured wolf and sheep to Jiang Yu, he continued his pursuit of squeakers. That night, he returned with several other prey, but by then, Jiang Yu was still asleep. Not wishing to disturb her, he left the prey inside the cave and departed once more in search of squeakers. He searched diligently until he arrived at the shores of a previously unvisited lake, where he finally spotted a small group of squeakers. Overjoyed, he swiftly captured them all and set off on the true journey back to the tribe. Upon hearing Yao's words, Jiang Yu found herself at a loss for what to say. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, her face flushed, she managed to stammer out, "Did you eat anything?" "No time to eat." Yao shook his head, though he did take a sip of water along the way. Speaking of drinking water, Yao furrowed his brow tightly. His expression clouded with frustration. The lake appeared stunning, yet the taste of its water was peculiar and utterly unpalatable. Most vexing was the fact that after drinking, he accidentally fell into the lake. It was an exceptionally beautiful lake, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. He had been so captivated by the enchanting scenery that he had unwittingly taken a sip of the lake water. To his dismay, despite its beauty, the water tasted so bizarre that he instantly recoiled and spat it out. Unfortunately, in his hasty reaction, he fell into the lake, leaving his fur dampened by the strange-tasting water. Perhaps due to a psychological effect, he even felt that a remnant of that odd taste lingered on him. With that thought, Yao shook himself, attempting to dispel the peculiar sensation. However, instead of dissipating, numerous tiny white particles tumbled from his fur. At first, Jiang Yu paid little attention, still pondering how such a thriving ecosystem could yield water with such an odd flavor, until a casual glance revealed that the white particles appeared somewhat familiar. She instinctively pinched a bit and brought it closer for inspection. The next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. Salt! It was salt granules. Wait, don't rejoice too early. What if it merely resembles salt? With this thought, Jiang Yu took a deep breath to calm her racing heart. She dipped her fingertip into the white granules and tasted it. The familiar salty flavor instantly flooded her mouth. Now she was certain. It was undoubtedly salt. What's wrong? Yao observed Jiang Yu's expression of excitement and disbelief, feeling somewhat baffled. Where did this salt come from? Jiang Yu picked up a small handful of salt from the ground and solemnly inquired at Yao. I don't know either. I just discovered it mysteriously appeared. Yao scratched his head, expressing his own confusion. He truly had never encountered such a substance. Why was it inexplicably present on him? How could you not know? Jiang Yu muttered, her mind racing. All this salt must have fallen from Yao's fur. Logically, he should have seen salt before, yet he claimed ignorance. What could possibly be the issue? Jiang Yu pondered, unable to comprehend why Yao, who had evidently never seen salt, was inexplicably covered in salt granules. Where could these granules have originated? He hadn't done anything particularly unusual that day. Jiang Yu strained to recall every word Yao had spoken. Searching for clues regarding the appearance of the salt, suddenly, an epiphany struck her. She remembered Yao mentioning he had drunk from a lake with a strange taste and had accidentally fallen in. The lake, the peculiar taste, falling in. Therefore, that lake must be a salt lake. Yao accidentally fell into the salt lake, and his fur was soaked with salt water, which evaporated during his return journey, leaving only salt hidden within his fur. This also explained why Yao claimed to have never seen salt while bearing its granules, as he had only encountered the salt water. Do you remember how to get to that lake? This unexpected revelation left Jiang Yu feeling dizzy with joy as she clutched Yao's fur, excitedly questioning him, her voice trembling with anticipation. Yes, I remember. Yao nodded affirmatively. It is known that orcs possess exceptionally keen senses. Even if he could not recall the precise path, he could retrace his steps using the scents and traces he had left behind to find the lake once more. So what exactly is this substance called salt? Yao also began to realize that the white substance must be the salt Jiang Yu had mentioned the previous night. Jiang Yu nodded. Now Yao, too, was elated. He recalled that on the night he first tasted roasted fish, Jiang Yu expressed her desire for salt, and at that moment, he mistakenly believed salt to be a type of animal, promising he would catch some for her, after which Jiang Yu had fallen silent. The next day, he had asked the shaman what salt was, but the shaman had never heard of it, and thus the matter was left unresolved. However, despite not having mentioned it again, he had secretly kept it in mind. Unexpectedly, today, through a stroke of serendipity, he had truly brought salt back to Jiang Yu. You must take me there, she began, but then Jiang Yu swiftly countered herself. First eat roasted meat, and after that, we'll go find the shaman together. Finding salt is a significant matter. She needed to discuss it with the shaman. However, she also remembered that this fellow hadn't eaten all day, and as urgent as finding salt was, it could wait a moment longer. She would let him eat first. Yao had never seen Jiang Yu so joyful since they had met. Initially, he intended to address Jiang Yu's matter first and then eat the roasted meat afterward. But seeing her resolute expression, he did not argue and obediently went to eat the roasted meat. Before heading to the feast, Yao pointed at the 4 squeakers on the ground, hesitantly saying, could you please accept the squeakers? Seeing him like this, Jiang Yu chuckled softly. Of course, I will take them. I'll put them in the cave right away. With that, she effortlessly carried all 4 squeakers into the cave. The squeakers were small enough that even she could easily carry 4 at once. After placing the squeakers in their designated spot, Jiang Yu retrieved the roasted meat and soup she had saved for Yao at noon, handing it to him as they sat together on the central clearing of the tribe. One eating while the other watched. Truly, it was a serendipitous discovery. Who would have thought that by mere happenstance, you would uncover salt? What a wondrous twist of fate. Did you know I have longed for salt for quite some time? I find myself consumed by thoughts of you daily, and I fear that if this continues, I may lose my sanity. Yao indulged in barbecued meat. Jiang Yu incessantly chattered beside him, lost in her own musings. Since the discovery of salt, she had been in a state of exhilaration, desperately needing to express her excitement. She cared little whether her words were comprehended by those around her. Yao, though bewildered by Jiang Yu's ramblings, listened intently, hanging on her every word. Once Yao finished the barbecued meat she had saved for him, she promptly grasped his hand and hurried towards the old orc's cave. Inside the cave, the old orc was once again busying herself with her herbs. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, and Yao entered hand in hand. She was not surprised. Instead, she smiled and said to Jiang Yu, "See, I told you Yao would return safely." "Mother, I have something of great importance to discuss with you." Jiang Yu interrupted the old orc. She pulled both the old orc and Yao down to sit on the floor, adopting a serious demeanor. "Today, Yao stumbled upon a salt lake in the forest, and I propose that everyone should venture to the salt lake to harvest salt in the coming days," Jiang Yu summarized succinctly. "Salt? What exactly is that?" the old orc inquired, glancing instinctively at Yao. Having heard that name for the second time, the first being from Yao himself. "Salt is a remarkable substance, with countless benefits," Jiang Yu replied earnestly, zealously elucidating the merits of salt to the old orc. "Salt not only enhances the flavor of food, but also fortifies the body and can even aid in disinfecting wounds. In short, we cannot live without salt." Jiang Yu endeavored to explain the concept in the simplest terms. "Cannot live without salt? But we have never consumed salt before," the old orc hesitated. "That is because the blood of animals contains a small amount of salt," Jiang Yu clarified, noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces. She shifted her approach. "Have you ever experienced a time when you went without meat for an extended period and felt utterly drained?" The old orc pondered for a moment before nodding. Yao reflected on this and soon exhibited a look of realization. "During winter, our opportunities to eat meat are significantly reduced, and sometimes we go long stretches without it. During those times, we felt weak all over. We thought it was merely due to the cold, but it turns out it was the lack of salt." After grasping this idea, the old orc still had her reservations. Jiang Yu understood that the most pressing matter for the tribe was to stockpile food. To suggest they halt their food gathering to produce salt, a substance they had never heard of nor understood, was indeed a formidable challenge. However, the old orc posed a critical question. "If we do not seek food now, how shall we endure the winter?" Indeed, after hearing Jiang Yu extol the virtues of salt, the old orc felt a flicker of temptation. Particularly, the notion that salt could strengthen the body and serve as a remedy for wounds was compelling. Yet, the practicalities of their situation loomed large. Instructing the tribe to forego food reserved for salt production was a daunting prospect. In response, Jiang Yu proposed a solution. "We could have Mia and others responsible for fruit gathering start the salt production first, while Yao and the hunters forego fruit gathering this year to focus on hunting. Once they have secured enough game, they too can assist in salt production. But if we hunt so early, the meat will spoil before winter," the old orc countered, shaking her head after considering Jiang Yu's suggestion. "Will not worry about the meat spoiling. With salt, we could preserve it through curing, allowing it to last for an extended period." Jiang Yu reassured her. She recalled hearing from Mia just yesterday that meat does not last long, but she had forgotten to mention another benefit of salt. It could be used to cure meats, enabling long-term storage. Upon hearing this, the old orc exclaimed, "Salt can also preserve meat? How long can it be stored?" "An entire year, without a doubt," Jiang Yu affirmed confidently. The old orc was astonished by the remarkable properties of salt. And her last vestige of doubt evaporated. She decisively instructed Mia and the others to commence salt production, while Yao and the hunters would gather sufficient game before the entire tribe joined the salt-making effort. Afterward, the three of them exited the cave to summon the orcs, announcing their decision. "Everyone is to produce salt?" Mia exclaimed, astonished. "Does this mean we will not be stockpiling fruits this year? Producing salt will not take many days. We can gather fruits afterward just the same," Jiang Yu explained. She did not intend to produce an excessive amount of salt all at once, as that would indeed delay their food gathering. For now, they only needed enough salt for the winter months and for curing meats, with the rest to be addressed come spring. After all, the salt lake would not vanish, though the decision seemed audacious. Mia, seeing both Yao and the old orc in agreement, offered no further objections and went with Gina to summon the other orcs. Before long, the fruit-gathering party assembled, ready to follow Jiang Yu and Yao in search of the salt lake. Prior to their departure, upon hearing Jiang Yu expound on the importance of salt, Mia and Gina felt the weight of their responsibility. "But how exactly do we produce salt?" Mia inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "It is quite simple that we merely need to bring back salt water and evaporate it in a large clay pot." Jiang Yu proposed the simplest, most straightforward method. Evaporation and boiling were the two easiest methods of salt production. While evaporation appeared straightforward, it necessitated constructing drying pools by the salt lake and involved further crystallization steps. Should the weather turn unfavorable, such as rain during the drying process, it would result in a futile endeavor. It would be more efficient to transport salt water back to the tribe and boil it in clay pots. Furthermore, while lake salt is edible, it cannot be consumed directly. It contains a significant amount of nitrates, requiring boiling and drying before it can be safely ingested, making the clay pot method ideal. However, this presented another dilemma. She needed a container to transport the salt water. Otherwise, if Mia and the others attempted to carry the salt water back as they usually did with water, using leaves, it would likely spill along the way. This would be an exercise in futility. Each member of the tribe possessed a clay bowl for carrying salt water, but those bowls were too small that a single trip would yield only one bowl of salt water, proving to be an inefficient endeavor. Yet there was no time to craft new pottery. The time for salt production was limited to just a few days, and creating pottery would consume an entire day. Now, Jiang Yu regretted not having made more pottery earlier. Had she known, she would have fashioned several larger vessels. Yet, it was too late to dwell on that now. But aside from pottery, what else could be used to transport the salt water? Jiang Yu strained her mind, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her when she spotted the freshly woven fruit baskets Mia and her companions had placed on the ground. The fruit baskets, crafted from leaves, bore substantial gaps, rendering them unsuitable for holding water directly. However, if large banana leaves were lined within the baskets, there would be no issue using them to contain brine. Moreover, Mia and Gina had woven these baskets quite large, intending to hold more fruits, making them perfect for the task at hand. Having successfully resolved this dilemma, Jiang Yu instructed Mia and the others to gather banana leaves by the riverbank while she collected all the fruit baskets. Together, they set off in search of the salt lake. In total, 8 individuals, including Jiang Yu, transformed into their beast forms, clutching the spacious baskets lined with banana leaves in their mouths as they sprinted forward. Jiang Yu rode atop Yao's back, who gallantly carried her along. Yao had mentioned that the salt lake was quite distant from their tribe, and a round trip would take at least over an hour. To save time, Jiang Yu conferred with the others and ultimately decided they would run at full speed in beast form on the way there, but return at a leisurely pace due to the baskets being filled with brine. As the Orcish group, led by Yao, lined up and sped off, Jiang Yu clung tightly to Yao's fur, fearful of being thrown off. It felt akin to riding a thrilling roller coaster. They hastily delved deep into the forest, racing for what felt like an eternity before they finally arrived at the salt lake. Nestled within the forest, the waters of this salt lake appeared a mesmerizing blue, akin to the sky. Under the sunlight, the lake sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors. The lake was vast, its surface shimmering beautifully. Before her journey, Jiang Yu had visited the colorful salt lake in Yunxing, Shaanxi, renowned for its vibrant hues that resembled nature's palette. Perhaps due to the superior ecology here, this wild salt lake surpassed the one she had previously seen in beauty and brilliance. "Wow, what a stunning lake! The water even glows!" exclaimed the female orcs who had come to collect water, utterly captivated by the enchanting scenery. Not only them, but even Yao had been drawn to this lake's beauty, only to be met with a taste that shattered his idyllic perception. Does this beautiful lake have better tasting water? Mia gazed at the glistening lake with starry eyes. In response, Jiang Yu couldn't help but twitch her mouth. It seemed there was no inherent connection between beauty and taste. She observed that the orc's thinking was rather simplistic and somewhat superficial. Thankfully, it didn't consume mushrooms. Otherwise, many would have succumbed to poisoning. Jiang Yu assumed Mia merely marveled at the sight, but to her surprise, Mia eagerly leaned over the lake's edge, mouth agape, eager to taste the water. Yao raised an eyebrow at this, remaining silent. Jiang Yu, concerned, attempted to intervene, but Mia was too swift for her to stop. Just from the quantity of salt cascading from Yao, Jiang Yu understood the high salinity of the lake. Given the orc's heightened sense of taste, Mia drank a mouthful like she would normally, and Jiang Yu could already foresee the ensuing chaos. Sure enough, the next moment, Mia spat out the briny water. Not only did she expel it, but she also forcefully sputtered, attempting to rid her mouth of the lingering saltiness. How could this happen? After a considerable time, Mia finally returned to her senses, bewildered by the overwhelming saltiness. Jiang Yu chuckled at her comical expression, shaking her head in amusement. Indeed, the most beautiful things can often be the most treacherous. Yao, does this substance truly taste as delightful as you claim once it's turned into salt? For the first time, Mia questioned Jiang Yu's words, her throat still tinged with a peculiar taste. Not only was its flavor strange, but it was also overwhelmingly potent. After voicing her doubts, she continued to spit, tears of salt water streaming down her face. Ha! Gina erupted into laughter at Mia's predicament, secretly wishing to taste it herself, relieved she hadn't acted as quickly as Mia. Jiang Yu, noticing Mia's tear-streaked face, explained with a smile, salt, isn't meant to be consumed directly in such quantities. All right, Mia admitted, embarrassed by her own folly. Ha ha! Why did you drink so much at once? Gina teased. Enough of the jesting. Time is of the essence. Let us begin collecting the salt water, Jiang Yu interjected, urging everyone to focus on the task. Upon hearing this, Mia and her companions hurried to the edge of the salt lake, plunging their banana leaf-lined baskets into the water, filling them to the brim before lifting them out. Jiang Yu had come empty-handed. The number of baskets was limited, as Mia and the others had only crafted one for each member of the foraging team. They had anticipated that Yao would discover the salt lake that afternoon, or that Jiang Yu would use the baskets for brine, leaving only those responsible for daily fruit gathering with baskets. Moreover, her strength was insufficient. She was already much slower than the orcs, and carrying water would only hinder their progress. Thus, she had merely joined the expedition to observe the salt lake's size and determine how long it could sustain their tribe. Seeing the lake was even larger than the one in Yunqing, Jiang Yu felt reassured. With such an abundance of salt, they could produce without concern. Once everyone's baskets were filled with salt water, they prepared to return to the tribe. While they could dash back in beast form, the return journey would rely solely on their legs, and they had to remain vigilant to prevent the sloshing water from spilling. Consequently, their speed was significantly reduced on the way back. Even so, after half an hour of travel, Jiang Yu found herself struggling to keep pace with the orcs, gradually falling behind, having spent most of her days in the library before her journey. In remaining within the tribe since her arrival, she hadn't experienced such physical exertion in a long time. Yao, leading the group, noticed Jiang Yu lagging and occasionally stopping to catch her breath. Worry crept into his expression as he realized she was weaker than he had anticipated. Yao switched places with the orc behind him, moving to the back of the line, transforming into a tiger, and gestured for Jiang Yu to ride on his back. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu complied. With about an hour left to return, continuing to walk would only burden herself and the group as progress. Yao carried her, moving to the front of the line, each step taken steadily to minimize any jolting sensation for Jiang Yu. The entire group moved at a slow pace, and Jiang Yu, perched on Yao's back, gazed around. Except for the day she first crossed over, this was her first time venturing so far from the tribe. The salt lake was hidden within the depths of the forest, and the path was lined with a myriad of flowers, grasses, and trees, some familiar, others unknown, including plants long extinct in the 21st century, only documented in books. Jiang Yu was enthralled by the sights, though many trees had shed their leaves in the autumn chill. Leaving their trunks bare, the fallen leaves adorned the ground beautifully. For instance, the land they were about to traverse was adorned with vibrant red maple leaves, creating a stunning vista. Jiang Yu, seated on Yao's back, focused intently on the star-shaped crimson leaves, appreciating the beauty as they walked. Suddenly, a flash of white caught her eye. Amidst the fiery red, that splash of white stood out, drawing her attention instantly. She stared at the fluffy, flower-like white clump, feeling an odd familiarity, yet unable to place it wasn't until Yao carried her past that the realization struck her. Cotton! This was cotton! As she paused to contemplate what it was, Jiang Yu's excitement surged. She patted Yao's back, urging him to halt. What's wrong? Yao's vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings, and only after confirming there was no danger did he lie down, allowing Jiang Yu to dismount. I want to pick that, she exclaimed, pointing at a white puffball just a few meters away. Without hesitation, she leapt from Yao's back and dashed towards the cotton flower, carefully plucking it along with its stem. The cotton contained seeds, and she had to be cautious not to let them fall to the ground. After securing the cotton in her hands, Jiang Yu greedily wandered around the area, hoping to find more. However, this time, no other cotton flowers were in sight. Perhaps the seeds of this cotton had been carried by the wind or brought by birds. Once it arrived here, it took root, sprouted, and then blossomed. Although she had found only this one cotton flower, it at least indicated that many more must exist elsewhere. Cradling the solitary cotton in her hands, Jiang Yu climbed back on Yao's back and embarked on the journey back to the tribe. "What is this flower for?" Yao inquired, sensing Jiang Yu's happiness. "It's white and not particularly beautiful. Is there some other use for it?" "This is cotton. Its uses are manifold. It can be made into cotton fabric for clothing and even thick quilts." Jiang Yu replied, her fingers itching to knead the fluffy cotton as she enumerated its benefits. However, she paused, a hint of regret crossing her features. Whether for clothing or quilts, a great deal of cotton is needed. And this single flower is insufficient. Fortunately, the seeds within this cotton had not yet fallen, allowing her to preserve them for planting in the spring. This thought filled her with anticipation for the coming year. She enveloped the cotton in her palm, applying slight pressure to compress it, then released her grip, watching as it returned to its original fluffy state. Jiang Yu delightedly played with the cotton in her hands. Unlike the furry beastmen, who had their own built-in blankets and could curl up in their beast forms to keep warm during the cold winter, she had no fur and had to rely on bundling herself up in thicker clothing. Although her leather garments were warm and had become less abrasive against her skin after her rough tailoring, they still lacked the softness of cotton. While Yao did not understand why Jiang Yu, despite already having a leather quilt, still desired this thing called cotton for bedding, he never interfered. As long as Jiang Yu was happy, he too felt content. His father had once said that supporting one's partner in every decision was the hallmark of a true companion. After walking for another half hour, they finally returned to the tribe. The old beastman stood in the central clearing, eagerly awaiting their return. Upon seeing them, he quickly approached to greet them. Ever since Jiang Yu had shared the wondrous benefits of salt, the old beastman had developed a keen interest in it and even wished to accompany the team to see the salt lake. However, being advanced in age, she was no longer suited for long journeys and could only anxiously await their return in the tribe. Therefore, when the saltwater team arrived back, she hurried over to Gina, craning her neck to peer into the basket of salt. Since Jiang Yu's arrival, she had encountered many peculiar items, and before seeing salt, she believed nothing could surprise her anymore. Yet upon discovering that Gina's fruit basket was filled to the brim with water, she was taken aback. Skeptically, she turned to Mia's basket, only to find it was also filled with water. "So, this thing called salt is merely water?" Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh at the old beastman's bewildered expression. "This is just salt water. To turn it into salt, it needs to be evaporated in a clay pot." "Oh, I see." The old beastman nodded in relief. "I knew it. If salt were truly just water, then the small river in front of the tribe would suffice. Why waste manpower traveling so far?" After Jiang Yu's explanation, the old beastman realized she had indeed overreacted. She decided to return to her cave and document the discovery of salt water. "Mia, please pour the salt water from the fruit baskets into the large clay pot." Jiang Yu instructed. "All right." Mia and the others grasped the handles and tilted the baskets. Pouring the salt water directly into the pot. 5 fruit baskets filled the large pot to the brim, leaving 1 basket's worth of salt water without a container. Jiang Yu had no choice but to offer up all the clay bowls. Fortunately, she made both the clay pot and bowls quite large. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to accommodate 6 baskets of salt water. Once Mia and the others emptied their baskets, they immediately set off to the salt lake again to collect more salt water. After their first trip, they had memorized the route, yet the distance from the tribe was considerable, and it was an area they usually avoided. Thus, Yao continued to lead the team to ensure everyone's safety. After watching the saltwater team set off once more, Jiang Yu first carefully placed the cotton into the cave before rolling up her sleeves and approaching the clay pot to begin evaporating the salt. The process required a significant amount of firewood, and as Jiang Yu gazed at the modest pile of wood that Mia and the others had painstakingly gathered, she felt a pang of sorrow. This would have been collected bit by bit during their fruit-picking excursions, and it had taken much effort to accumulate. She had refrained from using it even while firing pottery, intending to save it for warmth during the snowy winter. And yet here she was, unable to preserve it. Just as she tearfully embraced the firewood and approached the earthen stove to ignite the flames, a timid voice suddenly sounded behind her. Is there anything I can help with? Jiang Yu turned to see the frail Brandy, with her head bowed and fingers nervously tugging at her leather garment. Brandy appeared quite anxious. Yes, indeed. Could you help gather some firewood around the tribe? Jiang Yu could perceive her nervousness, so she deliberately softened her tone, nodding eagerly to indicate that she indeed required her assistance. Brandy responded with a nod before commencing to gather the surrounding twigs and leaves. Jiang Yu held a profound impression of Brandy, as the latter's health was frail, her complexion unusually pallid, and she often secluded herself in her cave, rarely engaging with others. Seeing her take the initiative to help today brought Jiang Yu immense joy, both for Brandy's transformation and the firewood saved. Jiang Yu first ignited a fire with the kindling, and once thick smoke began to billow, she placed the lit wood into the earthen stove. Subsequently, with great exertion, she managed to lift a large clay jar filled with brine and set it atop the stove. With all preparations in place, it was time to officially commence the salt evaporation process to save time. Jiang Yu maintained a roaring fire throughout. Whenever the flames dwindled, she would add more wood through the opening on the side of the stove. Reflecting on her earlier experiences, she realized that she had not considered the need to adjust the fuel during her prior endeavors, particularly when she discovered midway, through cooking meat, that the initial firewood was insufficient. After some contemplation, she had opened a small aperture on one side of the stove to facilitate the addition of wood. This small opening not only allowed for the adjustment of fuel, but also enabled her to control the intensity of the flames, greatly enhancing convenience. The fire in the stove was indeed vigorous, yet evaporating such a substantial jar of brine proved challenging. Jiang Yu had already added wood several times, yet the brine showed no signs of boiling, let alone evaporating. Adding more wood, she coaxed the flames into a vigorous blaze before returning to gather more kindling. The salt evaporation process did not require her constant vigilance, especially since the elderly orc had been observing her from cave, dutifully noting the progress. Although he might not comprehend the precise indicators of well-evaporated salt, he could alert her when the water level in the clay jar diminished. Moreover, she could glance at the evaporation progress while collecting firewood. After conveying some important points to the elderly orc, Jiang Yu ventured out to gather more firewood around the tribe. Mocha returned from the riverbank with a sheep in tow, calling out from a distance. "Where did you go this afternoon? I searched the tribe, but couldn't find you. Mia and the others are also absent. Yao took us to the salt lake, and Mia and her group are still transporting brine." Jiang Yu pointed to the clay jar in the center of the tribe, which was ablaze, and explained to Mocha, "Salt? Is it the same salt you mentioned? The one that enhances the flavor of meat?" Upon hearing Jiang Yu's explanation, Mocha exclaimed in astonishment. She had played with Jiang Yu long enough to occasionally hear her mention such things, though she didn't fully grasp their nature. Nonetheless, she had memorized their names. Yes, that very salt. Yao discovered a vast salt lake. From now on, we'll have salt with every meal. Jiang Yu felt a rush of surprise at the thought. Who would have imagined that the salt she had longed for would be stumbled upon by Yao? That's wonderful. I must see what the salt looks like. With that, Mocha tugged at the sheep's lead and hurried towards the tribe. After a few days of rest, the sheep's wounds had healed significantly. As long as it avoided strenuous activity, it would remain intact. Observing Mocha pulling the sheep along, Jiang Yu was puzzled by her intentions. "Mocha, what are you doing with the sheep?" "The shaman asked me to take the sheep to the river for a drink." Mocha replied, not looking back, her mind set on discovering the appearance of salt. Mentioning water made Jiang Yu realize that despite caring for the rabbits and sheep for so long, she had neglected to provide them with drinking water. Previously, it was manageable since the rabbits consumed fresh grass, which contained some moisture. However, after acquiring the sheep, she had only been giving them dry hay. It was no wonder they were thirsty. Fortunately, the old orc had noticed this issue and instructed Mocha to bring the sheep to the river for a drink. This also sparked an idea in Jiang Yu's mind. She had been laboriously preparing food for the sheep and rabbits using a rather dull-bone knife. Why not simply lead them out to graze? The sheep had a lead, so she only needed to take it to a grassy area, secure the lead to a tree or another sturdy place. and once that patch of grass was consumed, she could move them to another spot. Though rabbits lacked leads and could not be tethered conveniently, she could enlist Mocha and a few other young orcs to help watch over them. After all, they were adept at catching rabbits. Even if the little ones attempted to flee, it would be a simple task to recapture them. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became that this was an excellent idea. "Shaman, I'm back." Mocha first greeted the elderly orc guarding the clay jar, then returned the sheep to its previous spot, securing its lead to a nearby tree before hastening towards the large jar. Mocha's height aligned perfectly with the top of the clay jar. She slightly raised herself on tiptoe to peer inside. The jar was filled to the brim with water. "Is this salt?" Mocha gasped in astonishment upon catching sight of the contents. "This water looks no different from river water," Jiang Yu clarified. "This is brine. The salt will only be revealed once the water has completely evaporated." The old orc, recognizing Mocha's incredulous expression, reiterated Jiang Yu's words. "Oh," Mocha nodded, finally understanding that in truth, she was less concerned with what salt looked like than with its flavor. She had heard Jiang Yu mention that with salt, roasted meat would become incredibly delicious, 100 times tastier than it currently was. To her, roasted meat was already a supreme delicacy. She could hardly fathom how exquisite it would be with the addition of salt. This was precisely why, despite not knowing what salt truly was, she had clung to its name and eagerly anticipated its arrival. Thus, when salt finally appeared before her, her first instinct was to taste it. The brine in the clay jar was already heated, though not to the point of being scalding. Mocha quickly dipped her finger into the jar, swirled it in the brine, and then placed it in her mouth. An odd flavor spread across her palate. It was neither particularly pleasant nor unpleasant. However, it fell significantly short of the deliciousness Jiang Yu had described. Salt isn't meant to be consumed this way. It should be sprinkled on meat or added to broth while cooking. Eating it like this will only result in a salty taste. Jiang Yu, returning with an armful of firewood, chuckled at Mocha's impatient attempt to sample the brine. These orcs are so single-minded. Acting on impulse, Mia is the same, and so is Mocha. Though Mia took a large gulp, Mocha merely dipped her finger, which is why she didn't experience the same overwhelming saltiness. So, that's how it is. Mocha mused, licking her lips and savoring the lingering taste, imagining how it would complement meat. Jiang Yu paid no mind to Mocha's contemplations. She inserted some of the firewood she had gathered into the stove and placed the remainder on the ground for the old orc to add when the flames died down. After completing these tasks, she set off to collect more firewood, and Mocha promptly followed suit as they gathered. Engaging in conversation, Brandy approached carrying a hefty load of firewood, stopping a few steps away from Jiang Yu. "Should I put these directly into the stove?" Brandy quietly inquired. No. Just place them beside the stove. The shaman will add them once the fire diminishes," Jiang Yu replied with a smile. Hearing this, Brandy nodded and carried the firewood back to the tribe, placing it where the shaman could easily reach it. After exchanging a few words with the shaman, she headed off in the opposite direction to collect more firewood. Jiang Yu understood that Brandy's actions were not meant to dismiss them. Rather, she was a bit timid and self-conscious. While she felt comfortable interacting with familiar orcs, she exhibited fear when engaging with those she did not know. "Mocha, do you know why Brandy is in such poor health?" Jiang Yu gazed at Brandy's frail figure, hunched over as she diligently gathered firewood, and could not help but inquire of Mocha. She had always found it peculiar that Brandy appeared exceedingly delicate. Unlike herself, these indigenous orcs, likely due to their engagement in strenuous labor, were robust regardless of age or gender. Individuals like Brandy were indeed a rarity, as she had encountered none other than her thus far. Even the bodies of younger orcs like Mocha and Jean seemed far more robust than that of the adult Brandy. After a moment of contemplation, Mocha replied, "Which once told me that Brandy is different from us. She is a premature child, and her mother departed for the beast god kingdom shortly after giving birth. Amidst the throng of strong orcs, Brandy stood out conspicuously. She had once been curious about this matter and had inquired with the witch, thus learning the reason behind her frailty. Upon hearing Mocha's words, Jiang Yu understood. So, Brandy was a preterm infant, and her mother had died during childbirth. In this era, being born prematurely was indeed perilous. It was not uncommon for even normally born young orcs to succumb due to negligence, let alone those born before their time. That Brandy had grown so far and even given birth to the brothers Dana and Derek was a stroke of fortune, with her mere frailty being a testament to the beast god's favor. Jiang Yu pondered further and asked Mocha, who raised her then? Although orcs engaged in collective activities as a tribe, adult orcs would establish their own households upon finding partners. The witch raised her, after Brandy bonded with Bart. She moved out. Mocha explained, though still youthful, she had been immersed in tribal life since childhood and was aware of these matters. I see. Jiang Yu mused that it was no wonder Brandy was typically apprehensive about social interactions, yet conversed so naturally with the witch. There lay a deeper reason for it. However, Jiang Yu found it quite remarkable that such a reticent individual had two children who were remarkably playful and extroverted. Her sons, Dana and Derek, were the two little orcs often seen frolicking with Jean. These three rascals were the most mischievous in the entire tribe, and during her brief stay of over half a month, she frequently witnessed their father chastising them. Yet the three little orcs were quite resilient, wholly disregarding their father's admonitions. The only one who could keep them in line was Yao. The two conversed while collecting firewood. They soon amassed a considerable pile, which Jiang Yu and Mocha carried back to the tribe. Upon returning, Jiang Yu first set down the firewood in her arms and glanced at the brine within the clay pot. Excellent. Compared to her last haul, the water level had noticeably diminished. However, upon pouring the brine from the clay bowl into the pot, it was filled once more. The evaporation rate was still insufficient. She needed to evaporate the brine in the pot before Mia and the others returned with their load. Otherwise, she would have no vessel to store the brine. Time was of the essence for the clay pot, and she could only intensify the flames. Yes, she could also cover the pot, which would hasten the process, albeit marginally. Yet, she had little time to spare. Even the smallest mosquito was still a morsel. Estimating that it would be about an hour before Mia and her companions returned, Jiang Yu positioned herself before the earthen stove, continuously adding firewood to stoke the flames. Why was she adding more firewood when there was still a considerable amount inside? Her actions left the elder orc perplexed. This will intensify the flames and expedite the evaporation of the brine. Ensuring there is room for the brine when Mia and the others return, Jiang Yu explained as she continued her task. Whenever she was close to depleting the firewood, either Brandy or Mocha would return with another armful. After tending to the stove for over half an hour, the brine in the pot finally became visible at the bottom. Just then, the orcs transporting the brine returned. Jiang Yu had not managed to evaporate the salt before their arrival, resulting in a lack of containers to store the brine, and she had to ask them to wait. Mia and the others set down the baskets filled with brine and approached the clay pot to observe Jiang Yu's salt evaporation process. Jiang Yu continued to stoke the fire, watching as the brine dwindled. After approximately 5 minutes, white crystalline formations began to appear at the bottom of the pot. These crystalline salts were not fully dried yet. A little more evaporation would turn them into powder. Seeing this, Jiang Yu felt a surge of joy. Victory was within reach. She instructed Mia and the others to wait just a bit longer and intensified the flames once more. Before long, a layer of white crystals formed at the bottom of the pot. The salt had successfully evaporated. Jiang Yu gazed at the thick layer of white crystals in the pot with astonishment. Observing the multitude of salt particles falling from Yao, she had a premonition that the salt lake salinity was likely high, and now her hypothesis was confirmed. She retrieved a large ladle, typically used for scooping soup, and scraped the salt from the bottom of the pot into the largest clay bowl, filling it to the brim. Seeing that the salt was ready, everyone gathered curiously around to witness its appearance. Even Brandy, who had returned with firewood, peered over the crowd. Was there only this small amount of salt from all that brine? The elder orc gazed at the salt in the bowl, expressing a hint of regret. Mia and the others brought back 6 baskets of brine, and this is all the salt we get? This amount is already quite remarkable. Jiang Yu, unfazed by the elder's lamentations, felt a sense of satisfaction. The yield exceeded her expectations. Moreover, unlike food, salt was consumed in smaller quantities. Excluding the curing of meats, this single bowl of salt would suffice for the tribe for at least a month or two. All right, let us pour the brine in. Otherwise, the pot will be ruined, Jiang Yu reminded Mia and the others, who were eager to see the salt. With the pot now empty and the earthen stove still ablaze, the pot would crack if left to dry out, necessitating the swift addition of brine. Upon hearing this, the orcs surrounding the bowl quickly dispersed and hurriedly helped pour the brine into the clay pot. Ever since they had savored the meat broth cooked in the clay pot, they had become enamored with the routine of enjoying roasted meat followed by broth, and then some fruit. Now, the clay pot in the tribe was cherished dearly, and upon hearing it might be damaged, the orcs rushed to pour in the brine. With one hand gripping the basket's rim and the other supporting the bottom, Mia tipped the contents of the basket into the pot. Once again, an additional basket of brine was produced, and Jiang Yu continued to direct them to transfer the remaining brine into the clay bowl. After emptying the basket, Mia and the others resumed their task of fetching more brine from the salt lake. Jiang Yu remained at the earthen stove, diligently adding firewood to intensify the flames. After the pot had been heated once, it retained residual warmth, allowing for a much quicker subsequent evaporation of the salt. Jiang Yu aimed to expedite the salt evaporation process further, hoping to have it ready by the time Mia and her companions returned, thus sparing them the wait and saving time. The rapid boiling of the brine in the earthen stove indeed progressed far quicker than the first time, aligning perfectly with Jiang Yu's expectations. The only downside was that the flames were so fierce that the consumption of firewood had noticeably accelerated, and Mocha and Brandy's pace in gathering firewood was gradually unable to keep up. Observing the dwindling supply, the elder orc joined the group collecting firewood. Having already witnessed the entire salt-making process and understood how salt transformed from brine to white crystals, she found this efficient. With the elder's assistance, Mocha and Brandy found their task considerably easier. Soon, another pile of firewood was stacked beside the stove. Once the stove was filled with firewood, Jiang Yu cradled the bowl brimming with salt. Gazing tenderly at the glistening white grains, tears of joy welling in her eyes. After more than half a month, she would finally savor salt again, as the second batch of brine evaporated down to half. Nicole and the others returned, brimming with excitement. They had brought back 7 deer and 2 wild boars, due to the fact that they had only captured a wild boar in the morning. Nicole and her companions had to venture out to hunt again after lunch, lest they go without food in the evening. They traversed for quite some time without encountering any game, and just when they feared that their luck would mirror the morning's misfortune, Nicole was contemplating leading everyone back to fish. However, as they trudged back in disappointment, a herd of elk suddenly appeared, 7 in total. This unexpected turn of events filled everyone with joy. Without hesitation, Nicole took charge and guided her companions to secure all 7 elk. On their way back, they fortuitously encountered 2 wild boars as well. Ultimately, they returned with a bounty of 7 elk and 2 wild boars, each one a mature specimen of considerable size. This ample harvest was sufficient to satisfy the entire tribe for 3 days. Jiang Yu was equally elated, as the availability of salt now allowed for the preservation of meat in abundance. And no longer would they have to consume every last morsel of their catch to prevent spoilage, which had often left them with nothing but fruit to sustain themselves, especially during the harsh winter months when fruit was far more prevalent than meat. Now, however, circumstances had changed. For instance, tonight's dinner could comfortably consist of just 2 elk, while the remainder could be salted and cured for winter. Yet, unbeknownst to Nicole and the others, who had immediately set out to hunt after lunch, Yao's discovery of the salt lake had gone unnoticed. Therefore, while they celebrated their good fortune, a tinge of worry lingered in their hearts. If the meat were not consumed swiftly, it would go to waste. Fortunately, the concerns that plagued them during their return had already been addressed by Jiang Yu. Upon learning of the properties of salt, Nicole and her companions gathered around the large clay pot, eager to see what this miraculous substance that could preserve meat for extended periods looked like. Jiang Yu explained that what they had was merely brine, and that further evaporation was required to yield salt. Lifting a pot brimming with salt, she showcased it for all to see that it was truly astonishing. This substance could prevent meat from spoiling. Nicole gazed at the small white grains in the clay bowl, exclaiming in awe. Had someone told them in the past that this white substance could preserve meat for an extended duration, they would have found it utterly unbelievable that it was common knowledge among the beastmen that meat would spoil if left too long. Yet Jiang Yu, despite being merely a cub, possessed knowledge that only a shaman would typically have. And some of it even eluded the shamans themselves. They had quietly discussed amongst themselves, ultimately concluding that Jiang Yu was destined to become the next shaman of their tribe, for how else could she know so much? If she were indeed the next shaman, it would explain everything, and thus they trusted every word she spoke without doubt. As Nicole and her companions returned with their quarry, dinner time was fast approaching. Although the primary task for the day had been to evaporate salt, it was still essential to eat when the time came. Particularly for Mia and the others, who had already made 2.5 trips to transport brine from a distant location. They were likely quite fatigued. Nicole, Bart, and Gavin, you three should begin butchering the elk. Since the clay pot is occupied today, we will roast the meat instead of making soup, Jiang Yu instructed them. Upon hearing that there would be no soup for dinner, a sense of mild disappointment swept over everyone. Noticing the waning enthusiasm, Jiang Yu added, "While it is true that there will be no soup tonight, I will sprinkle salt on the roasted meat, allowing you to experience the delightful flavor that salt imparts." After consuming unseasoned roasted meat for over half a month, Jiang Yu was eager to taste the difference that salt would make. Hearing that the salted roast would be more delicious reignited their anticipation. Without further ado, Nicole, Bart, and Gavin seized their bone knives and began to expertly butcher the elk. Each of the 3 beastmen was adept at hunting, and they worked with remarkable proficiency. Soon enough, the 2 elk were prepared. Without needing a reminder from Jiang Yu, they fetched large shells to collect water from the river, rinsing the processed elk meat thoroughly. The clean meat was then arranged on a dining cloth made of large leaves, awaiting Jiang Yu's next instructions. While Jiang Yu remained by the clay pot, unable to step away, she instructed Nicole and the others to follow the standard roasting procedure, promising to add salt once the meat was cooked to about 70 to 80% doneness. 70 to 80%. Nicole and her companions pondered Jiang Yu's words, grasping the concept but unsure of the timing. "Let me handle it," Brandy volunteered softly, just as she returned with an armful of firewood. "Very well," Nicole replied, surprised by Brandy's unexpected initiative but willingly entrusting her with the roasting task. This marked the first time Nicole had witnessed Brandy speak up proactively. A commendable change indeed. With Brandy taking charge, Jiang Yu felt reassured. Brandy had roasted meat numerous times and would certainly understand what 70 to 80% doneness entailed. Jiang Yu did not wish to put the beastmen in a difficult position. Rather, it was best to add salt when the meat was nearly cooked, as adding it too early would render the meat tough and difficult to chew, and prolonged exposure would diminish the iodine content in the salt, while adding it too late would prevent the flavor from permeating the meat. With the roasting entrusted entirely to Brandy, Jiang Yu continued to monitor her clay pot. The intense heat was proving effective, and soon the brine was nearing depletion. Jiang Yu tirelessly fed more firewood into the stove, maintaining a fierce blaze. After a few more minutes of boiling, the brine transformed from white crystalline form into fine granules. Completing the second batch of salt, tea that moment, Mia and her companions returned, their timing impeccable. Jiang Yu grabbed a large ladle, dipping it into the bottom of the clay pot and scraping gently, quickly filling a bowl with the freshly produced salt. The saltwater salinity was indeed gratifying, yet Jiang Yu felt the efficiency was lacking. Mia and her companions had tirelessly run back and forth all afternoon, managing to transport only 3 loads of brine, which equated to just 3 bowls of salt for the entire afternoon. Now that dinner time had arrived, it was impractical to continue transporting brine after the beastmen finished their meal, especially considering the treacherous journey to the salt lake far from the tribe. Once the saltwater Mia had just brought back was fully evaporated, the day's salt production efforts would have to cease. At the current pace, Jiang Yu realized that acquiring enough salt for preserving cured meats and sustaining them through several months of winter would take at least 10 days. She aspired to complete the salt production within 5 days, after which she could devote her energy to gathering food. Furthermore, as the quantity of salt increased, so too would the need for additional clay bowls to store it, leaving the beastmen without bowls even for their soup. It seemed she would need to craft another batch of pottery. She mused that tomorrow she could delegate the salt evaporation task to the elder beastmen, while she and Mocha focused on producing more clay pots and bowls. She could even construct another stove, allowing for 2 pots to evaporate salt simultaneously, significantly increasing efficiency. The reason for choosing Mocha over other beastmen was that Mocha had previously made pottery and possessed experience. Others would require time for instruction. While that would be acceptable under normal circumstances, the urgency of the current situation made it impractical. Brandy says the meat is about 70 to 80% cooked. Nicole interrupted Jiang Yu's contemplation, reminding her, "All right, I'm coming right over." With that, Jiang Yu took the bowl of salt and approached the roasting meat, confirming that it was indeed cooked to the desired level. She pinched a small amount of salt between her fingers and evenly sprinkled it over the meat. After salting, Brandy continued to rotate the meat, cooking it for a little longer until it was thoroughly done. However, she did not rush to extinguish the fire. Instead, she continued to turn the skewers until the exterior of the roast became crispy and fragrant, achieving the optimal state for consumption. Brandy, among the entire tribe. When it comes to roasting meat, you are the best. Brandy's mastery of cooking is such that even Jiang Yu finds herself at a loss. She never hesitates to shower her praises, especially towards Brandy, who often needs encouragement. Upon hearing these words, Brandy's cheeks flushed, and she offered a bashful smile. Though she remained silent, Jiang Yu sensed that the very air around her seemed to pulsate with life. Tonight's dinner consisted of grilled meat once more, yet unlike any previous occasions, the meat today was seasoned with salt. Yao took the initiative to distribute the grilled delicacies among the group, that in contrast to everyone else's eagerness to devour the meat. Mia, observing the salted morsel in her hand, instinctively recalled the taste of the lake's waters. Hesitating for a brief moment, and driven by her trust in Jiang Yu, she closed her eyes, opened her mouth wide, and took a substantial bite. Yes, she chewed. A burst of savory, salty flavor emanated from the perfectly grilled exterior, crisp yet juicy within, and Mia was instantly captivated by this delightful taste. Yes, she savored the meat. She couldn't help but exclaim in genuine admiration. The salted grilled meat is truly far superior. You are simply incredible. While the aroma of both meats appeared indistinguishable, the taste was markedly different, with the salted version being overwhelmingly more delicious. Jiang Yu was indeed remarkable. The others nodded in agreement, echoing Mia's sentiments. Yao was equally taken aback by the delectable salty flavor, chewing heartily on the scrumptious meat, feeling utterly satisfied. Ever since Jiang Yu joined their tribe, the food had only improved. You are the best, Mocha exclaimed, her mouth full of meat, yet she couldn't resist offering her loud praise. Suddenly recalling something, she took a few steps towards Jiang Yu, giving her a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Awesome!" Jiang Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the increasingly extravagant compliment from everyone, shook her head and humbly replied, "Oh no, it is all thanks to my talented kin." The old orc, savoring his grilled meat, sincerely remarked, "Your kin are indeed remarkable, and so are you." With that, he lowered his head and took another bite. Then, from the depths of his heart, he exclaimed, "Salt truly is a wonderful thing." The following morning, the entire tribe arose early, for there were numerous tasks to be accomplished that day. Yao insisted that Nicole lead a hunting expedition, while he accompanied Mia and 6 others to the Salt Lake to fetch brine. Ever since they savored the delectable roasted meat enhanced with salt, Mia and her companions approached the task of retrieving brine with renewed fervor. Their pace considerably quickened. After the 2 groups departed, the tribe was left with only the elderly orc Jiang Yu, the young orc brothers Jian and Mo Ka, and the ailing Brandy. Jiang Yu instructed Mo Ka to join him by the creek to craft pottery, while the remaining members were tasked with gathering firewood. Notably, the Jian and Na brothers were also assigned to the firewood collection team. Today, not only was salt to be produced, but pottery was also to be made, both of which required a substantial amount of firewood. Although the young ones were small, they understood that this time of year marked the tribe's busiest season. They accepted their assignments without complaint, dutifully following the elderly orc and Brandy to collect firewood. Due to the recent daily consumption of roasted meat and soup, coupled with the commencement of salt production yesterday, firewood was being used at an alarming rate. Each time they set out to gather wood, they started from the nearest vicinity to the tribe, yet the area surrounding the tribe now bore little evidence of dry twigs or leaves. They were compelled to venture slightly farther afield. However, they could not stray too far. Safety was a concern, and being closer to the tribe allowed them to keep an eye on Mia and the others to ensure their timely return. The elderly orc's primary responsibility was not to collect firewood. Once Mia and her team returned with the brine, he would oversee the salt evaporation process. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and Mo Ka arrived at the creek, locating the large pit they had excavated during their previous pottery endeavor. They crouched down, continuing to extract clay from the depths of the pit. The deeper they dug, the fewer impurities were found in the clay, sparing them the laborious task of sifting through roots and pebbles. Once the clay was prepared, the two delineated their tasks. Jiang Yu was to create 3 large pots, while Ka would fashion several bowls and spoons. With their roles clearly defined, they began to mix water with clay, kneading it as one would dough. Once the clay was adequately mixed, Jiang Yu divided a portion, placing on a slab sprinkled with ash, flattening it with his palm to serve as the base for the pot. He then employed the coiling technique to build the walls of the pot. After completing the base of the bowls, Ka placed them on the slab, rolling clay into strips which she then layered around the edges, pressing each layer firmly to gradually form the walls of the bowls. Once the walls were shaped, Ka dipped her hands into the creek to moisten them, carefully smoothing the walls of the bowls. This time, both of their speeds were markedly improved compared to their previous attempt. Jiang Yu observed Ka's adept movements with a hint of astonishment. Children are known for their short memories, and given that several days had passed since their last pottery session, he had anticipated that Ka might have forgotten some steps, even considering offering a reminder or demonstration. To his surprise, Ka required no such assistance. She recalled each step in the pottery-making process with remarkable clarity. Furthermore, compared to her previous attempts, the bowls she produced this time were noticeably more aesthetically pleasing, requiring no further adjustment to their shape from Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was delighted by Ka's progress. He thought that even if one day he would unexpectedly return to his original world or encounter some misfortune, Ka would still be capable of creating these practical items for daily life. Thus, his extraordinary journey would not have been in vain. The bowls, being smaller in size, were quicker and easier to produce. While Jiang Yu was still crafting the body of his first pot, Ka had already completed 3 bowl forms and was working on the base of the 4th. Ka's pace was truly impressive. However, Jiang Yu remained unhurried. Crafting pottery is a meticulous endeavor that requires patience. Otherwise, a careless mistake could result in missed seams or unintended fingerprints on the walls. This time, Jiang Yu planned to create 3 pots of varying sizes, each serving a distinct purpose. The smallest pot would be utilized for steaming brine over the fire. The medium-sized pot would store the prepared salt, and the largest pot would temporarily hold the brine that Mia and her team would return with, should there be insufficient time for steaming. Each pot would serve its function without interference from the others. Naturally, considering factors such as the orc's dietary needs and the size of their game, the small pot would not be excessively tiny. The terms small, medium, and large were relative to the 3 pots. With these 3 pots, when Nicole and the others joined the brine retrieval team, he would not need to worry about finding suitable containers for the brine. Moreover, even after producing enough salt for the winter and for curing meats, these large pots would not go to waste. The small pot used for steaming brine could later be repurposed for storing cured meats, while the pot designated for brine could be converted into a clean water vessel, serving as a large water tank. With the water tank in place, there would be no need to repeatedly trek to the creek for water before cooking. Instead, they could simply ladle water from the large pot to wash the meat. The process of making the large pots was indeed much slower. While Ka had crafted over a dozen bowls, Jiang Yu was still working on the base of his second pot. Given the urgency of the large pots, Jiang Yu asked Ka to pause her bowl making to assist him with the pots. Completing just the first pot took him over an hour, a pace he deemed excessively slow. Additionally, firing the pottery would also require considerable time, but if he wished to finish firing the pots and have them ready for use by midday, he would need Ka's help. Working together significantly increased their efficiency. However, the sheer size of the pots meant that they spent over an hour to produce the 3 large pot forms. After crafting the pot forms, Jiang Yu did not forget to create lids for each. Upon finishing the forms, he picked up a twig from the ground and inscribed the number 2 on each of the 3 pots, indicating that they were part of the second batch being produced. Once the second batch of pottery forms was completed, the 2 of them, exhausted from their efforts, took several breaks during the short journey back to the tribe. Finally managing to transport the pot and bowl forms along with the stone slab. By this time, Mia and her team had already returned once, with the elderly orc stationed by the burning stove. Observing the brine level in the pot as it gradually diminished, the elderly orc, being quite astute, had grasped the process of salt production after witnessing it in its entirety the previous day. With him keeping watch, Jiang Yu felt no concern. He placed the 3 pot forms on the ground, allowing them to air dry and harden naturally, before returning to the creek to retrieve the remaining clay for the pots. By the side of the blazing fire, he began constructing a new earth stove. This time, having learned from his previous experience, he left an opening for adjusting the firewood while initially crafting the stove form. Following the same method as before, he completed the stove's form, then gathered the firewood that Jian, the elderly orc, and Brandy had just collected, arranging it in a circle around both the inside and outside of the stove form before igniting it. Once the flames roared to life, Jiang Yu sprinkled a generous handful of ash left over from yesterday's roasting over the burning stove. The moment the ash was applied, the newly ignited flames quickly diminished, leaving only the embers at the base to smolder silently. At this point, all procedures for constructing the stove were complete. They only needed to wait for the embers beneath to burn down and cool. This was a lengthy process, and Jiang Yu certainly would not sit idly by. Feeling the pot forms for adequate hardness, he covered them with the remaining firewood on the ground. The bowl forms, significantly smaller than the pot forms, were effectively shielded during this process, becoming scarcely visible. Jiang Yu then reignited the firewood covering the pot forms. Unlike the stove, firing pottery required a roaring flame. After a moment of acrid smoke, a fierce blaze erupted, licking at the dry, combustible wood, causing the fire to intensify dramatically. Having completed these tasks, he could only await the burning and cooling of the firewood atop the pots. The entire process of firing the pots with a strong flame was indeed quick. But the cooling period for the finished pottery would take quite some time. The pots could not be hurried, with the elderly orc overseeing the salt boiling and firewood being gathered by Jian and Brandy. Jiang Yu found himself with some free time, that he glanced at the bowl filled to the brim with salt beside the stove and decided to proceed with curing the meat. Jiang Yu ventured into the cave designated for food storage. Gazing at the haphazardly arranged remains of 5 elk and 2 wild boars that Nicole and her companions had brought back yesterday, now left over after their meal, he felt utterly at a loss. The first step in curing meat involved slaughtering and processing the game, a task that posed a significant challenge for Jiang Yu. He had only ever dealt with chickens and fish. He lacked the skills necessary for handling larger game. Previously, he had attempted to process an elk with a bone knife, but whether due to the dullness of the knife or the toughness of the animal's hide, he found himself unable to penetrate the skin or flesh after much effort. Undeterred, he had switched to a wild boar, only to face the same frustrating outcome. The boar's resilient skin had effectively repelled the knife. When he applied pressure, it became clear to him that this was not a task suited to his abilities. Just as he was pondering how to tackle the slaughtering and processing of the game, Yao returned with Mia and the others for the second time, having brought back more brine. Unfortunately, the first pot of brine had not yet evaporated completely, and there were no additional containers available to hold the brine. Mia and her companions could only place the filled fruit basket on the ground, standing by the pot where the brine was steadily diminishing. Waiting idly, Yao, Mia, come over and lend a hand. Jiang Yu cast a glance in the earthenware pot and observed that the brine was still abundant. It would take a while longer to evaporate completely. Hence, she decided to enlist their assistance in processing the game. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's call, the salt-carrying team followed her into the cave where the food was stored. Let us drag out all these elk and wild boars and slaughter them, Jiang Yu instructed, pointing at the 5 elk and 2 wild boars on the ground. At her command, the others promptly hauled them all to the tribe's open space, which was sufficiently large to accommodate their tasks. Jiang Yu directed Yao to butcher the elk and wild boar, slicing the meat into long strips. Once Yao had complied with Jiang Yu's request, Mia and the others were tasked with washing the meat strips by the river. While Jiang Yu gathered some rope grass around the tribe, she twisted several strands of rope grass together and rubbed them vigorously. The resulting cord, being tightly twisted, would possess greater strength and load-bearing capacity. When Mia and her companions returned with the cleaned elk and pork, Jiang Yu instructed Yao to pierce holes in each piece of meat and string them up with the rope grass, hanging them for branches to allow the moisture to evaporate naturally. The clean meat must be air-dried until all surface moisture is gone before it could be salted for preservation. Otherwise, it would spoil quickly despite the salt. As they carried out these tasks, the salt in the earthenware pot had finished evaporating. The old orc, upon confirming with Jiang Yu, emulated her previous actions from yesterday, using a large ladle to scoop out the layer of white salt at the bottom of the pot and place it inside. Without needing further instruction, Mia, Gina, and the others willingly poured the brine from their baskets into the earthenware pot. After completing this, they set off once more towards the salt lake. Thus far, they had produced 4 bowls of salt, with the 5th bowl currently evaporating. This amount was entirely sufficient to last the entire winter. However, curing the cured meats would require an even greater quantity of salt that the fire under the pot has extinguished. Mocha, who had been vigilantly watching the pot, pointed out to Jiang Yu, indicating the extinguished flames. Mocha recalled the incident during their first pottery firing when the chieftain had attempted to retrieve the pot upon seeing the fire go out, only to be scalded and brought to tears. Jiang Yu had stated that, at this point, the pot would still be too hot to touch. "Very well, let me take a look," Jiang Yu replied as she approached the pot. The wood covering the pot had been completely consumed, leaving a thick layer of ash atop it. Since discovering cotton, Jiang Yu had ceased disposing of the ash as she once did. She retrieved her initial, imperfectly crafted large fruit basket, which had been discarded due to a flaw, lined it with broad banana leaves, and collected all the ash within. Finally, she placed the basket filled with ash in the communal storage cave. Among the orcs, activities were communal. Every food gathered from foraging or hunting belonged to the entire tribe. Sometimes, when food could not be consumed immediately, they would designate a cave as a communal storage space for the preservation of food and other items. Jiang Yu deposited the collected ash in this shared storage area. The uses of ash were manifold. It could serve as menstrual cloth and also enrich the soil when spring arrived next year. Prior to sowing cotton seeds, she intended to sprinkle this ash over the soil to enhance its fertility. Thus, she was quite protective of this pile of ash, ensuring it was all gathered in her basket. After clearing the ash from the pot, the two waited a while longer until the pot's temperature had sufficiently decreased. In her urgency, Jiang Yu could not afford to wait for the pot to cool naturally. She reached out to test the warmth, and, once it felt manageable, she lifted it to take to the river for cleaning. The pot emitted a faint sizzling sound as it met the water, still retaining some warmth. After it was cleaned thoroughly, it would be ready for use. Unlike the pots fired in a raging blaze, the construction of the earthen stove required much more time. Thus far, only a third of the firewood surrounding it had burned down. The cooling process would take quite a while to tea that moment. Mia and the others returned once more with brine. Jiang Yu instructed them to pour the brine into the freshly cleaned large earthenware pot. This pot, the largest from the second batch, surpassed even the first large pot in size, accommodating the water from 6 fruit baskets with additional capacity remaining. Once the baskets were emptied, Mia and her companions departed. Meanwhile, Jean, along with Brandy, repeatedly returned to the tribe carrying firewood, while the old orc remained in charge of the large pot of evaporating salt. Whenever the fire within the earthen stove dwindled, he would promptly add more firewood. Jiang Yu took a moment to check the meat strips hanging from the branches. They still felt slightly damp and could not yet be salted. The IT was imperative for the meat to dry completely before curing. Otherwise, even with salt, it would still spoil. The earthen stove would require additional time, and with the salt evaporation being overseen by the old orc, she found herself at a loss for what to do next. Glancing around, she finally spotted the bleeding sheep, clearly in need of water. She could lead the sheep to the river for a drink and some grass. The orcs did not partake in breakfast, but they rose early for hunting and foraging. Though Jiang Yu was exempt from these tasks, years of biological conditioning had accustomed her to early rising. Thus, her routine typically involved waking, freshening up, having a piece of fruit to tide her over, and then heading out to cut grass for the rabbits and sheep. However, inspired by Mocha's action of leading the sheep to the river for a drink the day before, Jiang Yu resolved not to cut grass for them anymore, opting instead to take them directly to the water for grazing. Today, however, she had been preoccupied with numerous tasks, only recalling this matter now that she had some free time. Approaching the sheep, she untied the rope from the tree trunk and led it towards the river. What are you doing with the sheep?" Mocha, stationed by the earthen stove, noticed Jiang Yu heading toward the river with the sheep and assumed she intended to let it drink again, cautioning her. "I just took it a drink this morning." The old orc nodded in agreement. Since she had discovered the sheep's need for water, he had instructed Mocha to take it to the river daily. I am leading it to graze by the river so it can feed itself, eliminating the need for daily grass cutting, Jiang Yu clarified. And oh, more grass cutting? What about the rabbits? Mocha inquired in a bit. You and Jean should let the little rabbits out to graze as well. If they dare to run away, just catch them. Jiang Yu had already thought this through. All right then, Mocha responded with delight. When it comes to catching rabbits, she excels beyond all others among the 4 young orcs. Yes, Jiang Yu had just brought the sheep to the riverbank, finding a patch of grass abundant enough to tether the sheep. Nicole and the others returned with their quarry. They brought back 4 cows and 2 roe deer, sufficient game to sustain the tribe for 2 days, a modest yet gratifying harvest, leading the group. Nicole and Bart handled the butchering of the beef and hides without needing Jiang Yu's instructions. Today, Brandy was once again in charge of roasting the meat. While they undertook these tasks, Jiang Yu checked on the earthen stove and discovered it had cooled down. As usual, she collected the ash from the stove and stored it in the cave. Then, she placed the smallest of the second batch of clay pots on the newly prepared stove, scooping salt water from the larger pot with fruit shells into the smaller one, before adding firewood to the stove to commence the salt steaming process. With 2 pots operating simultaneously, the speed of salt production would increase significantly, though the consumption of firewood would also rise correspondingly. As Brandy attended to the roasting, only Mocha, G, and the other 3 were left to gather firewood. Currently, firewood was needed for both the 2 salt steaming pots and the roasting. The firewood they had gathered was far from sufficient, prompting Nicole and the other hunting orcs, who had just settled down to rest, to join the firewood collecting effort. Now that there were 2 pots for salt production, Jiang Yu and the elder orc each stood guard over one, neither daring to stray far, thus placing the entire responsibility for the tribe's lunch squarely on Brandy's shoulders. Brandy had the monumental task of roasting meat skewers for everyone, yet she remained unfazed. With practiced skill, she deftly assembled skewers of beef and roe deer, clearly dividing her tasks as she placed them over the fire. Once the skewers were nearly cooked through, she sprinkled them with salt, turning them as she did so that it is noteworthy that they had only produced salt the previous day, and Jiang Yu had only sprinkled it on the meat once during dinner. Hence, this was Brandy's first experience seasoning roasted meat with salt. But Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel that Brandy executed the action even better than she had. Perhaps her gaze was too intense, drawing Brandy's attention. Their eyes met briefly, and with a shy smile, Brandy returned to her roasting. Observing the slight upward curve of Brandy's lips, Jiang Yu sensed that Brandy seemed more cheerful and self-assured than before. Today's lunch consisted of delicious roasted meat, featuring both roasted beef and roe deer. With the addition of salt, Jiang Yu found herself rekindling her fondness for roasted meat, especially as she was about to enjoy roe deer for the first time. Everyone feasted to their heart's content. After lunch, the group resumed their busy activities. Yao continued to lead Mia and the others to fetch salt water, while Nicole took Bart, Gavin, and other orcs out hunting. The elder orc remained vigilant over the salt steaming pots, and the 4 young orcs along with Brandy continued to gather firewood. Fortunately, with Nicole and the others' assistance during midday, their firewood gathering task became somewhat easier. As for Jiang Yu, she planned to prepare cured meat this afternoon. Cured meat is produced in both southern and northern China, with differing preservation methods across regions, and even slight variations within the same area. Among the many methods of curing meat, the most representative are Cantonese, Hunan, and Sichuan styles. Today, she intended to prepare a simplified version of Sichuan-style cured meat. However, calling it Sichuan style may not be entirely accurate, as she currently lacks several essential ingredients such as 5-spice powder. Cooking wine and sugar would have to suffice as a rudimentary interpretation of Sichuan cured meat. After finishing her meal, she promptly inspected the strips of meat hanging from the branches, noticing they had dried sufficiently for her to begin the curing process. Before removing these strips, Jiang Yu went to the riverside to gather a large quantity of broad banana leaves, laying them closely together to form an expansive makeshift tablecloth. Once the area was prepared, she carefully took down each piece of meat strung on cord grass and arranged them neatly on the leaf-covered surface, holding a clay bowl filled with salt in her left hand. She took a generous handful of salt in her right and began to apply it evenly over the meat and skin, ensuring that every inch of the meat was coated to guarantee that every part of the meat was salted. She applied salt to each piece at least twice. Although every grain of salt was precious, Jiang Yu was not inclined to skimp during the curing process. After all, if the salt was insufficient, the meat would not keep for long and would inevitably spoil. Such a fate would render her efforts futile, and how would she endure the winter without provisions? After salting one piece of meat, she placed it skin side down and meat side up into a large clay pot. These vessels, while referred to as clay pots, resembled clay jars in appearance. However, the name mattered little as long as they served their purpose. After successfully curing the first piece of meat, Jiang Yu followed the same procedure for the second. Curing meat indeed consumed a considerable amount of salt. By the time she had cured just a dozen pieces, 3 bowls of salt had been depleted. She hadn't anticipated that curing meat would require such a significant quantity of salt. The elder orc guarding the 2 salt steaming pots would occasionally glance over to observe Jiang Yu's method of curing meat, witnessing the swift depletion of their hard-earned salt. While she felt a twinge of regret at the loss, she quickly reminded herself that one must give to receive. Although curing meat required a substantial amount of salt, the benefit of preserving it for an extended period made it worthwhile. Though Jiang Yu felt a bit of regret, her hands continued their diligent labor. Only when the last bowl of salt was reduced to a thin layer at the bottom did she cease the salting process. After all, she still needed some salt for dinner, didn't she? Jiang Yu placed the final piece of salt-coated meat skin side up, with the flesh facing down, into the large earthenware jar. The plan to marinate the cured meat this afternoon was regrettably interrupted due to a lack of salt. A total of 5 bowls of salt, combined with more than half a bowl from a 6th earthenware vessel, had been used to cure over 20 pieces of meat, with 5 elk and 2 wild boars. The quantity of meat after slaughter was considerable. This time, only 1/3 had been cured. The remaining 2/3 of the meat was hung on branches, reserved for further curing after salt production the following day. It was deep autumn now, and once the meat was prepared, hanging it on branches for 2 or 3 days posed no issue. After hanging the leftover meat, Jiang Yu gathered numerous large tree leaves to securely cover the mouth of the jar, finally placing the lid on top. The curing process required 7 days of airtight conditions, and Jiang Yu was concerned that the lid might not fit perfectly with the jar's opening. To ensure a tight seal, she added a layer of large tree leaves between the lid and the jar's mouth. The marinating of the cured meat would take about 7 days, and once the jar was sealed, it could only be opened during the process of turning the contents. After completing these tasks, Jiang Yu turned her attention to guarding the salt evaporating jar. She and the old orc each watched over one jar, maintaining vigilance for an entire afternoon. With both jars operating simultaneously, they produced a full 9 large earthenware bowls of salt by day's end. Previously, with only 1 jar, they had managed just 3 bowls in the same time frame. The addition of a second jar had increased their output threefold, thanks in part to the discovery of a shortcut to the salt lake. At this rate, they would have enough salt for curing the meat in just 3 days. In the evening, to reward everyone for their hard work throughout the day, Jiang Yu prepared a hearty pot of meat soup. After enjoying roasted meat and fish, everyone relished the soup, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Observing a few little orcs who began to frolic and play after their meal, Jiang Yu called to them, encouraging them to let the rabbits out to graze. Upon hearing her, Jean and the others removed the cage covering the rabbit nest, each grabbing a pair of rabbit ears to lift the little bunnies out onto the grass. Contrary to Jiang Yu's expectations that the rabbits would immediately flee upon release, they calmly grazed on the grass without any inclination to escape. Jiang Yu speculated that daily hunting practice by the young orcs had conditioned the rabbits to associate fleeing with futility, as they would ultimately be captured again. Additionally, Jiang Yu's routine of cutting grass for feeding had eliminated their need to forage for food while remaining vigilant against predators. Gradually, they became accustomed to a life of ease, and thus, they no longer felt the need to run away. The ancient adage, "It is easy to slip into extravagance from frugality, but difficult to return to frugality from extravagance," applied aptly to the rabbits. Jiang Yu found this amusing. The transition from actively foraging to being accustomed to captivity was indeed a process of domestication, with the little rabbits no longer fleeing. Jean and the others became superfluous, allowing Jiang Yu to let them play. "Look at this rabbit. It has grown significantly in just a few days, Mocha exclaimed, pointing to a little bunny that was stealing food from the others. Jiang Yu turned her gaze to the rabbit Mocha indicated, observing no discernible difference from before. This was the second time Mocha claimed this rabbit had gained weight, yet Jiang Yu could hardly see it. She scrutinized the bunny for a while, before barely noticing it was slightly plumper than the others. Perhaps orcs were more perceptive, able to detect such subtle changes immediately. Such a minuscule alteration did not concern Jiang Yu. She replied nonchalantly, "It seems fine. I can't really tell if it has gained weight, but its domineering nature and food-guarding behavior are certainly evident." The little creature was indeed quite overbearing, with grass scattered all around. Yet it insisted on snatching food from others. Jiang Yu chuckled at the sight of the rabbit, which, despite having ample grass at its feet, chose to steal from its companions. She reached out to pet the assertive bunny. It evaded her touch. Having escaped her grasp, the little rabbit abandoned its meal and became increasingly agitated. "This little one is quite stubborn," Jiang Yu noted, observing its rising restlessness, assuming her presence had disrupted its grazing. She refrained from further attempts to touch it. Once the rabbits had their fill, Jiang Yu instructed Mocha to return them to their nest. Subsequently, she took a newly fired earthenware bowl, filled it with water, and placed it beside the rabbit nest. After completing these tasks, Jiang Yu put the incident with the rabbits out of her mind. Thus, the salt production continued for another 2 days, and by the evening of the third day, the salt produced finally filled the large earthenware jar she had specially crafted for storage. This salt was not only sufficient for their tribe's needs for 3 months, but also ample for curing the meat. With that, the salt production phase was coming to a close. At least, the next round of salt production would not be until the following year. Their current focus was on stockpiling food for the winter. Everyone had been working hard these past few days, including Mocha, Jean, and the other young orcs, who had all been assigned tasks. After dinner, the old orc announced that the entire tribe would take a day of rest tomorrow, with food gathering commencing the day after. Given how exhausted everyone was, the old orc's decision was met with cheers. Jiang Yu felt a surge of joy as well. Although she had been running back and forth between the Salt Lake and the tribe like Mia and the others, nor had she been hunting incessantly like Nicole and her companions, she had still been quite busy. The next day, Jiang Yu slept in until nearly noon. Upon emerging from her cave, she noticed that very few orcs were awake. Most were still resting in their own caves. Only Brandy was busy skewering meat for roasting. Seeing this, Jiang Yu approached her and asked, "Why are you the only one up? Do you need any help?" "No, thank you. Everyone has been working hard these past few days, and you have too. That I have the least demanding task, so it's just right that I handle the roasting while everyone else rests," Brandy replied. Jiang Yu had been interacting more with Brandy during the salt production days, and their exchanges had become less tense than at the beginning. For instance, had she asked Brandy this question previously, Brandy would have simply shaken her head in refusal. Now, she was able to speak at length. However, despite her slight increase in sociability, Brandy still struggled with self-esteem. "You have been gathering firewood and roasting meat every time. How can you say your tasks are the least demanding?" Jiang Yu countered, disagreeing with her statement. "That's different." Brandy shook her head, sighing. "Anyone could do my tasks, but I'm unable to contribute to the work others are doing." "That's not true. Everyone is contributing to the tribe, and each person's work is equally important," Jiang Yu encouraged her. Brandy shook her head and fell silent. Jiang Yu understood that Brandy had long harbored insecurities due to her physical condition, and fostering her confidence was not a matter of a day or two. Today, all the orcs were resting, feasting on the roasted meat left over from yesterday's hunt. After their meal, Jiang Yu approached the large clay jar containing the cured meat, lifted the lid, and peeled back the leaves covering the jar's mouth to turn the meat. The cured meat was currently in a sealed state, turning it allowed any lingering odors to escape. Once she completed the process, Jiang Yu replaced the leaves and lid, sealing it once more, planning to take the cured meat out for drying and smoking in 5 or 6 days. After finishing these tasks, she returned to the cave, gazing at the chirping beasts gifted to her by Yao, uncertain of what to do. These chirping beasts had been specially caught by Yao during her menstrual period, intended to help her regain her strength. However, as she was not genuinely weak, she had refrained from consuming them. Though the orcs operated collectively, these beasts were all captured by Yao alone, considered his personal property. Once he gifted them to her, They rightfully belonged to Jiang Yu. After accepting the chirping beasts, Jiang Yu placed them inside the cave, neglecting them until today, when they had been left for 2 or 3 days and needed attention before spoiling. Dragging a chirping beast to a clearing outside the cave, she grasped a bone knife, intending to slaughter them. These chirping beasts were quite small, their fur soft to the touch, and Jiang Yu believed they would be easier to handle than moose or wild boar. So she decided to give it a try herself. With her right hand gripping the bone knife, she exerted considerable force, and the knife swiftly pierced the skin. Seeing this, she continued to apply pressure with her right hand. However, after much effort, she found she could not penetrate the flesh beneath the skin of the tea that moment. Yao appeared at her side. After speaking, he grasped her hand holding the bone knife with one of his hands and flipped the chirping beast over, exposing its belly. Then, guiding her hand with the knife, he pierced the knife into the beast's abdomen with a swift motion. The belly is the most vulnerable and softest part of an animal. After assisting her with this, Yao encouraged her to try again on her own and see if it was easier. Following his advice, Jiang Yu took the bone knife and attempted to slaughter another chirping beast. Indeed, as she applied force, the knife easily sank into the meat. With Yao's assistance, Jiang Yu quickly cut the chirping beasts into chunks, washing them thoroughly and applying salt. However, this time she did not place them in the clay jar but hung them at the mouth of Yao's cave. The cave entrance was well ventilated and cool, ensuring the meat would not spoil there. Having dealt with the troublesome chirping beasts, Jiang Yu returned to the cave to rest. Point 1. Must admit that a balance of work and rest is essential. After a day of rest, Jiang Yu felt all her fatigue dissipate. This was her reflection as she rose to greet the dawn of the second day. Today, the entire tribe was set to begin gathering food. According to past customs, everyone would first collectively gather fruits, and once they had enough, they would then embark on a hunting expedition. However, now that salt was available, there was no fear of the meat spoiling. So the tribe split into 2 groups, one led by Yao to hunt, and the other led by Gina to gather fruits. The elder orcs and several younglings, including Jiang Yu and Brandy, were assigned to the fruit-gathering team. The entire tribe was mobilized. This was due to the need for manpower in food gathering and the fact that leaving the frail and sickly behind in the tribe would be unsafe. It is important to realize that while they prepared for winter, other wild beasts were doing the same. In this world governed by the strong, the roles of hunter and prey could easily reverse. After Yao and the hunting team set out, Mia and her companions also ventured forth, each carrying a fruit basket. Jiang Yu followed the fruit-gathering team, walking in the middle of the group with several young orcs. Hands empty, the young orcs, having few opportunities to leave the tribe, were quite excited, bouncing along, peering here and there, and generally restless. Although Jiang Yu also had limited experience outside, she maintained her composure, walking in an orderly manner. For she was no longer a child. Her disciplined demeanor stood out amidst the playful younglings. "Children, do not stray too far. Look how well you behaves," Gina admonished, observing the restless little ones. Just then, before she could finish her sentence, she saw her own little one getting into trouble again. "Mom, look, there's a big beehive up in that tree," Jean exclaimed, pointing at a large hive surrounded by a swarm of bees on a branch a few steps away. Remembering the taste of honey, Jean licked his lips and exchanged a glance with his brother Dana, both eager to investigate. "Watch where you're walking, and don't get distracted by unnecessary thoughts," Gina scolded, reaching out to pat Jean on the head to curb his impulsive behavior. As his mother, she was well aware of his mischievous inclinations. Under normal circumstances, she would let it slide, but given the busy moment, she could not allow him to delay their progress. "Fine, I suppose," Jean pouted, casting a regretful glance at the beehive before continuing on their path. Typically, they would start gathering fruits from the areas closest to the tribe. So most of the nearby fruits had already been picked. They had no choice but to venture deeper into the forest, searching for fruit trees along the way. They encountered many fruit trees during their journey, but still returned empty-handed. Either the fruits had been picked clean by others, or they were overripe, having fallen to the ground. The fallen fruits would quickly rot, nourishing the soil beneath the trees. After a long trek, they finally found a few scattered fruit trees. However, these trees were few and far between, meaning that most of their time was wasted walking and searching rather than actually gathering fruit. Moreover, the farther they went, the longer the return journey would become. This inefficiency not only tired them, but also posed a challenge. Luckily, Gina, Mia, and the others were robust, and their daily fruit gatherings served as a form of exercise. The little orcs, though small, were also strong, and their excitement from being outdoors kept their spirits high. For instance, Jean and Dana competed to carry the fruit basket. Naturally, Gina and Mia were happy to let them take on the burden. Only Jiang Yu, having walked for half a day with the gathering team, felt utterly exhausted, panting heavily. "You, look at these beautiful flowers I picked for you. Your body is really quite weak," Mocha exclaimed, bouncing along the path. Occasionally stopping to pluck pretty wildflowers, quickly gathering a large bouquet. As Mocha handed the vibrant flowers to the breathless Jiang Yu, she couldn't help but remark, "Look, even the witch walks faster than you." Mocha pointed at the elder orc striding steadily ahead of them. "Wow, even Brandy is walking faster than you," Mocha gasped upon noticing Brandy walking beside the elder orc. "Brandy? How is that possible?" Jiang Yu followed Mocha's gaze, realizing that although Brandy was also panting, her pace was on par with that of the elder orc. "Jiang? The weakest in the tribe?" Jiang Yu shot a resentful glance at Mocha, who wore an innocent expression. Mocha's 3 comments left her speechless. It could only be said that the unfiltered words of children can be the most hurtful. Look ahead, there's another berry tree. Jean's eyes were the sharpest among them. With a mere glance, he spotted the Bebeguo tree several dozen meters ahead. Upon hearing this, the foraging team hastily quickened their pace towards the tree, while only Jiang Yu lagged behind, struggling to keep up. It was not that she was being delicate. After all, they had been walking intermittently for over 3 hours since morning, and she was still on an empty stomach. In short, she felt utterly exhausted and drained. The foremost members of the group, including Gina, had already reached the base of the Bebeguo tree. Mia and a female orc named Dan from the picking team were shaking the trunk together. It was deep autumn, and the fruits were fully ripe. A gentle shake of the tree would send the fruits tumbling down. In fact, the fruits would fall naturally when ripe. However, for the purpose of gathering a large quantity of fruits, shaking the trunk was the quickest method. Once the large, red Bebeguo fruits fell to the ground, everyone bent down, scrambling to collect them, placing the gathered fruits into their baskets. The tree was quite large, and 6 big baskets were filled to the brim, yet many fruits still lay on the ground. "Let us first transport these filled baskets back to the tribe, and then return to gather the remaining fruits," the elder orc decisively declared. "Are we all going back then? We can't let Mia and the others carry the baskets alone, right? Shouldn't we wait here?" Jiang Yu inquired, picking up a fallen Bebeguo fruit, wiping it on her clothing, and taking a bite. She had finally caught up with the group, and while they collected fruits, she seized a moment to rest for a bit, only to overhear their discussion about transporting the fruits back to the tribe. As she listened, she realized they intended to make one trip back first before returning to gather the remaining fruits. Jiang Yu initially paid little heed until she heard them say everyone had to follow back, and then returned to collect the leftover fruits. She couldn't help but voice her surprise. "No, strength lies in numbers. It's unsafe to split up." The elder orc firmly rejected her suggestion, his expression serious. "The forest may appear tranquil on the surface, yet a pack of beasts could emerge at any moment, leaving you with no power to resist." They were deep within the forest, constantly surrounded by danger. For safety's sake, they had to move as one. "Well, fine then." Jiang Yu sighed as she finished the Bebeguo fruit in her hand and followed the group back. She understood that the forest was perilous. Yet she had never truly experienced such dangers, leaving a thread of luck in her heart. It was only upon hearing the elder orc's words that she recognized the peril of her thoughts. She realized her mindset was indeed misguided, yet the efficiency of fruit gathering was undeniably low. For instance, if they returned to the tribe now, it would take at least 2 hours, and after placing the fruits, they would have to make the journey back, another 2 hours. Moreover, while the others with empty hands might be fine, Mia and the rest would have to carry the heavy baskets over such a distance, which was truly arduous. Jiang Yu observed as the orcs carrying baskets strained, their veins bulging, switching hands when one grew weary, and her heart ached for them. Is there any way to make it easier for Mia and the others? Perhaps there are improvements we can make to the baskets?" As she walked along, holding the wildflowers Makai had given her, Jiang Yu pondered how to enhance the efficiency of fruit gathering. Suddenly, an idea struck her. What if they uprooted the fruit trees and transplanted them around the tribe? This way, they could simply pick the fruits directly from the trees whenever they wanted, saving time on the back-and-forth journey, and even the time spent gathering that was indeed a tempting notion, but not feasible at present. The trees were laden with ripe fruit. A gentle shake would cause the fruits to fall if they uprooted the trees now and transported them to the tribe. By the time they arrived, the trees would bear no fruit at all. All would have dropped along the way. However, just because it wasn't viable now didn't mean it wouldn't be in the future. She could consider transplanting these trees in the spring. Spring was the season of rebirth, and after a long winter's slumber, the trees would resume their growth, making for the highest survival rate during transplanting. Furthermore, if enough trees were transplanted, they could clear an area around the tribe, removing weeds and underbrush, watering and fertilizing, ultimately creating a large orchard. By then, any variety of fruit trees could be planted in the orchard. And when autumn came and the fruits ripened, they could pick whatever they desired. If they grew tired of one type, they could simply switch to another. This was precisely the life she yearned for. Jiang Yu, what has you so elated? Jiang Yu, lagging behind, was accompanied by Ma Kai, who kicked at the small stones on the ground. As he noticed his companion slowing down, he turned to see Jiang Yu standing still. A silly grin on her face that, it's nothing to that moment. Lost in her dreams of a beautiful future, Jiang Yu retracted her smile, adopting a serious demeanor. The idea of building an orchard was still merely an immature thought. After some contemplation, she decided to keep it to herself. These orcs were single-minded doers. If she revealed this temporarily unfeasible idea, they would undoubtedly fret over it. With that in mind, Jiang Yu set aside her orchard plans and focused on how to lighten their current burdens. Aside from the baskets, were there other items that could be used for gathering fruits? As she walked, holding the wildflowers in one hand and guiding Makai with the other, an epiphany struck her. They could use as a substitute for the baskets. There was an indispensable tool for farmers, whether for carrying grains or for market trips. It was incredibly convenient. Compared to baskets, people were more accustomed to carrying that had a larger capacity, allowing for more to be carried. And its weight was distributed across two shoulders, making it far easier than carrying a basket with one hand. Moreover, the weaving method for baskets and was quite similar. The only difference was size, and that the handle was replaced with shoulder straps. With Mia and Gina's experience in weaving baskets, crafting would not be a formidable task. Jiang Yu considered the materials needed for making and realized they only required leaves and vine grasses, both of which were abundantly available in the forest. With materials at hand, manpower available, and Mia and the others boasting weaving experience, Jiang Yu felt a surge of excitement upon recognizing the strong feasibility of this idea. With a greater capacity to replace the baskets, not only would it make their journey easier, but she would also save herself a lot of walking. This thought crossed her mind. Her weary legs suddenly brimmed with strength. She tugged at Makai and sprinted a few steps to catch up with the elder orc at the front of the group. Woo, I have wonderful news. I've thought of a way to gather more fruits. Jiang Yu exclaimed eagerly, running to catch up with the elder orc. What is it? The elder orc, engrossed in walking, turned to Jiang Yu, evidently intrigued by her words. After a brief pause, she stood still, waiting for Jiang Yu and Makai to catch up. I want to weave a is larger than a basket, can hold more, yet is much easier to carry. Once she reached the elder orc, Jiang Yu animatedly explained her idea. Gesturing as she spoke, it can carry the equivalent of 2 basket loads of fruits, saving us a round trip in time, and making it much easier for Mia and the others that it difficult to make. What materials are needed? How long will it take to create one? Upon hearing this, the elder orc was visibly interested in the Jiang Yu described. They consistently spent a significant amount of time on their round trips. As it stood, a single round trip took at least 2 hours, wasting both manpower and time. However, as this was a crucial period for gathering fruits, if this took a long time to make or was difficult to construct, or if materials were hard to find, it would not bode well. The weaving method for is quite similar to that of baskets. The materials needed are simply leaves and vine grasses, which are readily available. Look, this area ahead is full of them. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, she pointed toward a lush expanse of grass swaying gently in the breeze. Moreover, Mia and her companions had experience in weaving fruit baskets, so they should swiftly learn to craft them. Jiang Yu then gestured towards Mia and the others, who were attentively listening to their conversation. The elder orc pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. With a simple nod from the elder orc, the entire group instinctively came to a halt, clearly having overheard the discussion. This was indeed preferable, as Jiang Yu no longer needed to waste her breath explaining. After walking for most of the morning, she was now parched and weary, disinclined to engage in idle chatter. Once the group had stopped, Jiang Yu instructed everyone to begin gathering the leaves and grass ropes needed for weaving the. Many types of leaves possess excellent flexibility, such as palm leaves, grass leaves, and reeds, all of which are suitable for weaving. The items crafted from these materials are remarkably sturdy, alleviating any concerns regarding their load-bearing capacity. This time, she intended to use palm leaves as their slender shape meant they did not require manual tearing, thus saving considerable time. After ensuring they had gathered sufficient materials, Jiang Yu sat down on the ground and invited Gina and Mia, who had experience in weaving fruit baskets, to join her in learning anew. While the others were tasked with kneading the grass ropes, the autumn ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, allowing them to sit without soiling their garments. Setting aside the flowers in her hand, Jiang Yu picked up 2 palm leaves, arranging them in a cross shape, and began weaving the base of the basket, gradually adding more palm leaves. This was the same technique she had employed when crafting the fruit baskets. Once the base was completed, Jiang Yu stood the palm leaves upright and commenced weaving the main body of the. The steps involved were no different from those in making the fruit baskets, which Gina and Mia had already mastered. Upon finishing the main structure of the, Jiang Yu opted to bypass the 2 tedious steps of reinforcing the base and securing the joints, directly proceeding to thread the ribs. Skipping these intricate steps could lead to a misshapen, but given the few days they had, it was not a significant concern. As she threaded the ribs, Jiang Yu deliberately slowed her pace, allowing Mia and Gina to observe more clearly. During this step, it was crucial to pull tightly from the base to the joints, ensuring there were no gaps, as this would enhance durability. Although Jiang Yu was indifferent to whether the might warp or deform, she was adamant about its longevity, at least for the duration of their fruit-storing endeavor. Self-assured in her crafting abilities, and knowing that Mia and Gina were not complete novices, the 3 of them quickly completed the main body of the. Only the straps remained. Jiang Yu had never woven it before and was uncertain how to seamlessly connect the straps to the main body. She could only rely on her memory of what it looked like, letting her imagination guide her. After braiding the grass ropes into flat strips, she threaded them through the gaps in this body and secured them with a tight knot. Thus, a simple, rudimentary was completed in merely 10 minutes. Jiang Yu poured some of the fruits from the basket into and tried it on for size, bouncing a couple of times to test its stability. She found that despite its somewhat unattractive appearance, it performed flawlessly. Mia and Gina, moving at a slower pace, had just finished braiding their straps and were mimicking Jiang Yu's actions to thread them through the gaps and tie knots. The crafted by Jiang Yu might have been unsightly, but her 2 apprentices produced creations that were even more grotesque, with their workmanship being exceptionally rough. Jiang Yu could swear that if she hadn't specified that these oddly shaped, unattractively unique creations were, no one would have recognized them. How could this happen? Why is it so ugly? Mia exclaimed, placing her next to Jiang Yu's for comparison, and she couldn't help but laugh at the disparity. It's all right, as long as it serves its purpose, the elder orc observed with a laid-back attitude, though she too felt a chuckle bubbling within her, that it's fine. With experience, the next one will be much better. Jiang Yu reassured the 2 that after Mia had amused herself long enough by scrutinizing her creation, she emptied the fruits from her original basket into to test its capacity, that a full basket of bebe fruits only filled half of the. When Mia tried lifting the fill with the bebe fruits, she found it significantly easier than carrying them by hand. This is so much easier. I think I could craft an even larger, she declared, pouring the contents of another basket into her and trying it again, feeling the weight on her shoulders. Finally, both baskets of fruits filled to capacity, and after another trial, Mia felt confident that she could carry even more fruits. Envisioning a larger for next time, they planned to create 6 in total, replacing the original 6 fruit baskets. ensuring each member of the fruit-picking team had their own. Should we make them even bigger? You'll have to carry these fruits for 2 hours, Jiang Yu remarked, convinced that the 3 they had already made were quite large, that it was important to remember that they would not just be carrying them for a brief moment, but for a journey exceeding 2 hours. I'll give it a try too, Gina interjected, seeing the 2 of them holding their ground. She took Mia's filled with fruits and tested its weight, nodding in agreement with Mia's assessment that indeed they could make the larger. Observing this, Jiang Yu turned to the other 4 fruit-picking orcs and said, "You all should give it a try too. If everyone finds it easy, we can make the remaining 3 larger." The elder orc, Brandy, and the 4 younger orcs, including Jiang Yu, did not need to carry fruits themselves. Their role was merely to assist in gathering, so their opinions were not necessary. "Yes, we can certainly make them larger." The remaining 4 orcs each took turns trying it out and found it quite manageable. "All right, let us begin crafting the last 3, Jiang Yu called to Mia, who was still playing with her. "Sure," Mia replied, setting down her. The 3 sat down immediately to continue their work. This time, as they aimed to create larger, they would require even more palm leaves, and the ones they had previously gathered were nearly exhausted. Without needing Jiang Yu's prompting, the remaining orcs began to assist in collecting palm leaves. They say practice makes perfect. Jiang Yu took about 10 minutes to weave the first, and although the second would logically take longer due to its increased size, she completed it even faster than the first. Once Mia and Gina finished, the 6 orcs from the picking team each donned and headed toward the bay fruit trees where they had left off. Now equipped with, they could gather more fruits, planning to retrace their steps to continue their harvest. Once all that were filled, they would return to the tribe together, thus saving time on the round trip. As they arrived back at the bay fruit trees, they began collecting the remaining fruits scattered on the ground. This particular bay fruit tree, while not the largest compared to others in the vicinity, bore an abundance of fruit, suggesting that 6 might not be enough. The fruits from this tree were not only plentiful, but also large, deliciously crisp, sweet, and juicy. Jiang Yu surveyed the exceptionally generous bay fruit tree before her, growing increasingly pleased with its bounty, and an idea began to form in her mind. "Elder, let us mark this location," she suggested to the elder orc as everyone bent down to gather the bay fruits. "Mark it?" the elder orc echoed, pondering the purpose of such an action. By now, she was accustomed to the unpredictable thoughts that occasionally surfaced in Jiang Yu's mind, and instead of questioning her, she began to consider the potential benefits of marking the spot. What purpose would a mark serve? The elder orc mused, unconsciously murmuring to herself. Noticing the elder orc's contemplative demeanor, Jiang Yu chose to remain silent. The elder orc had observed Jiang Yu's intense focus on the bay fruit tree moments ago, and it was clear that Jiang Yu's sudden suggestion to mark the spot was connected to that very tree. But what made this particular bay fruit tree so special? The aged orc gazed at the bay fruit tree, observing Gina and her companions collecting the fruits beneath it. Gina and her friends had already filled 5 large baskets to the brim, and the 6th was on the verge of being filled as well. Yet numerous fruits still lay scattered on the ground. She had come to realize the extraordinary nature of this bay fruit tree. It bore an abundance of fruit. Surely, one might consider marking this remarkable tree, enabling future visits for fruit gathering without the need to scour the mountains for others. The old orc, feeling he had unraveled a secret, excitedly inquired of Jiang Yu. "You have guessed correctly, but only in part," Jiang Yu replied, not wishing to keep him in suspense. "That I am indeed drawn to this tree for its large and plentiful fruits," she explained, and then the old orc urged her impatiently, eager to discern why his assumption was only partially correct. In that moment, he resembled a child brimming with curiosity, unable to contain his desire for the truth. Observing his enthusiasm, Jiang Yu felt a smile creeping upon her lips. Amidst her laughter, she shared her true intention. "The reason I wish to mark this tree is to transplant it to the vicinity of our tribe come next spring. By marking it now, I can avoid losing my way in the future." Their arrival at this site was due to the frequent fruit trees they typically visited either being stripped of their bounty or having their fruits fallen prematurely, leading them to wander aimlessly through the forest until they stumbled upon this tree, nestled deep within. The orcs often ventured far and wide for gathering or hunting, necessitating strong navigational skills. Furthermore, the forest scenery was largely uniform, devoid of signposts or markers, relying solely on one's ability to discern their surroundings. This meant that should Jiang Yu attempt to return alone, she would undoubtedly become lost in this vast woodland. However, the orcs were different as the indigenous inhabitants of this land. Their heightened senses served them well. Their acute sensory perception, combined with their unique racial scent, allowed them to navigate even unfamiliar territories without fear of losing their way. They could trace the faintest remnants left by their passage and distinguish between their own trails and those of their kin. Yet, this method held a limitation. It was only effective before the distinctive scent dissipated. As it was still autumn, following a long winter, such scents would have vanished without a trace. Given the forest's vastness, locating this tree again would be uncertain. Transplanting the fruit tree to the tribe's vicinity. The old orc suddenly smacked his forehead, realization dawning upon him. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? What a splendid idea. In the future, we needn't search high and low for fruit. We can simply gather it near the tribe. This would also simplify the task of hoarding fruits, eliminating the need for multiple trips back and forth. Consequently, Mia and her companions could significantly reduce their workload. Let us not mark it. Let us take the tree now. The mere thought of such an image sent waves of excitement through the old orc as he eagerly spoke to Jiang Yu. Not so fast. We have already harvested the fruits, and moving the tree now would be futile. The crucial factor is that the survival rate of the transplanted tree is highest in the spring, Jiang Yu replied calmly. There was no rush, after all. The fruits had been collected, and moving the tree at this point would yield little benefit. Moreover, not all trees survive transplantation, and she needed to consider the tree's viability post-transplant. They had already begun hoarding fruits, so it would suffice to gather for another year by preparing the orchard in spring. They could relish the advantages it would bring come autumn. Indeed, there is no need to rush, the old orc murmured, though his heart was already filled with anticipation for the arrival of spring. Jiang Yu empathized deeply with the old orc's sentiments, akin to an individual who, having labored tirelessly, is suddenly informed that from next spring, they need no longer toil. How could one not look forward to such a day? Certainly, it was worth the wait. With the baskets in hand, their efficiency in hoarding fruits would increase significantly. Thus, having exceeded their fruit-gathering goals for the day, they returned to the tribe early to rest. Meanwhile, the hunting party had also fared well, and everyone enjoyed a hearty meal before lounging in the open, basking in the warm glow of the setting sun, gradually making their way back to their caves to sleep. Once all the orcs had washed up and returned to their caves, Jiang Yu made her way alone to the riverbank to freshen up. Crouching at the water's edge, she cupped her hands to splash her face with the icy river water, which sent a shiver through her. It's freezing, she exclaimed. There's no reason for this in the tribe. Starting tomorrow, I'll heat water for washing. After finishing her ablutions, she entered the cave, as usual, only to find Yao still awake. Despite his heavy eyelids, he sat on the bed as if waiting for her. Upon her entrance, Yao opened his mouth, seemingly to speak. Seeing this, Jiang Yu patiently waited for him to begin. However, after a considerable pause, she merely witnessed his lips parting again, yet not a single word emerged. She could not help but take the initiative to inquire. What is the matter? Why are you still awake at this hour? Do you need something? It was well known that these orcs typically retired early, particularly Yao, who would fall asleep the moment he touched his bed. Each time she returned from washing, he would already be fast asleep, snoring contentedly. Oh, it's nothing, I'm just experiencing a bit of insomnia tonight, Yao mumbled, his gaze evasive and words vague. That's so. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms and studying him intently. What a clumsy lie. She noted that he had yawned uncontrollably right before uttering those words. That what you call insomnia? Ah, it's really nothing. I was just asking casually. Where did you get that flower? Yao gestured nonchalantly toward the cluster of wildflowers Jiang Yu had placed beside her pillow. Oh, that. Makai gave it to me. It smelled lovely, so I placed it by my bed. Why do you ask? His question left Jiang Yu perplexed. He had endured his drowsiness just to inquire about this bunch of flowers. She had picked the flowers during their fruit-gathering excursion earlier in the day, and Makai had given them all to her. These flowers were nothing special, merely plucked from the roadside, lacking any renowned variety. Yet their fragrance was exquisite, rivaling that of any prized bloom. Feeling it would be wasteful to discard them, she had simply set them beside her pillow. "Oh, I'm not doing anything. Just asking, really," Yao stammered, and upon noticing Jiang Yu's intent to speak again, he immediately lay down, covering his head with the animal's skin blanket. "All right, I'm sleepy now. It's time for bed." After a moment, a muffled voice emerged from beneath the blanket. "Good night, sweet dreams." This was a phrase Jiang Yu had unwittingly shared with him previously, explaining that it was a blessing from her kind. He had memorized it and, every night before sleeping, would silently wish her the same. Jiang Yu remained unaware of Yao's inner thoughts. Seeing him engage in such childish behavior, she could not suppress a smile and kindly reminded him, "You should stick your head out. It's quite stifling under that blanket." Upon hearing this, Yao, cocooned beneath the blankets, feigned slumber, remaining utterly still and even deliberately emitting the sounds of snoring. Observing this, Jiang Yu could not help but shake her head in amusement. Instead of exposing him, she closed her eyes and began to drift into sleep. Yao, concealed under the covers, waited patiently until Jiang Yu's breathing became steady before slowly emerging his head, inhaling the fresh air deeply. Jiang Yu was indeed correct. The animal skin quilt was stifling. In recent days, aided by the basket, the plan to stockpile fruit had been progressing remarkably well. Meanwhile, Yao and his companions had also enjoyed great success in their hunting endeavors, reaping bountiful catches each day. Although everyone felt physically exhausted, the sight of food accumulating in the storage cave filled them with a profound sense of accomplishment. Even Jiang Yu felt that this simple, warm existence in the beastly world was sufficient to bring her tranquility. Yet another morning dawned, and Jiang Yu awoke naturally, her biological clock rousing her. As her mind cleared, she caught a whiff of a faint but delightful fragrance. Without needing to look, she recognized that the scent emanated from a handful of wildflowers beside her pillow. The bouquet that Mo Ka had gifted her days ago had been replaced the following day by a bunch of flowers strikingly similar. Had it not been for the two additional varieties of flowers she recognized, she might not have discerned the subtlety. The colors, shapes, and even the scents of the two bouquets were remarkably alike. The only distinction being that she was unfamiliar with the flowers Mo Ka had picked. While Yao's bouquet contained two blooms, she was quite familiar with them. As for the identity of the individual who had stealthily swapped her flowers during her moment of inattention, Jiang Yu had no doubt it was Yao. Upon discovering this, she chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. That evening, when Yao returned, she casually attempted to probe for the truth, but he persistently played the fool, denying any wrongdoing. Faced with his stubbornness, Jiang Yu decided to let the matter rest. The flowers she had plucked could not be preserved for long. Within a couple of days, they wilted and she discarded them. Jiang Yu believed that this concluded the affair. However, she was unaware that this was merely the beginning. Since disposing of the dried bouquet, each morning upon waking, she discovered a fresh bunch of flowers at her side. Jiang Yu knew precisely who the sender was. Yet, regardless of her inquiries, Yao steadfastly refused to admit to his actions. Frustrated and powerless against him, she resigned herself to the situation. After all, it was she who reveled in the fragrance of the flowers each day. Today was no exception. She turned her head to glance at the bouquet beside her pillow, which was adorned with fresh daisies. Leaning closer, she inhaled their scent, instantly lifting her spirits. After savoring the floral aroma for a while, she leisurely donned her clothes and rose from bed. Upon descending, she noticed that Yao's bed was already vacant. Since acquiring the basket, their efficiency in stockpiling fruit had surged, and in recent days, they had filled half of the storage cave with fruit. Given that fruit was not their staple food, their primary task now was to amass a substantial supply of meat, placing the burden squarely on the hunting team. Consequently, Yao and Nicole, along with the other members of the hunting party, had been rising early and returning late, with their presence hardly felt outside of meal times and sleep. Just like now, Yao, Nicole, and the rest of the hunting team had set off before dawn, while the fruit-gathering team, having completed the majority of their tasks, could afford to take things a little easier with tea present. Mia and the others, like Jiang Yu, were gradually waking up. Everyone had been quite fatigued, although Jiang Yu had not exerted herself significantly. Running alongside Mia and her group had still involved considerable physical activity. Often, After washing up, she would return to the cave and collapse into sleep. Were it not for her ingrained biological clock, she would struggle to rise without an alarm. After changing her clothes and neatly folding her animal skin quilt, she stepped out of the cave. But today, she was greeted not by the gentle sunlight of early autumn. Puzzled, Jiang Yu looked up to find the sky transformed from its usual azure hue to a dense shroud of clouds, appearing rather gloomy. Standing at the entrance of the cave, her gaze shifted from the overcast sky downward. Peering into the distant forest, from her vantage point, the view was exceptional, revealing a layer of mist hovering over the treetops, imparting a damp and oppressive atmosphere that evoked an unsettling feeling. Since her arrival here, she had only encountered sunny days, making this her first experience of overcast weather. Nevertheless, with late autumn upon them and winter approaching, it was imperative to labor regardless of the dreary sky, especially at this critical juncture for food storage. With only a fleeting glance at the somber heavens, Jiang Yu commenced her morning routine. After washing up, she retrieved a piece of fruit from the storage cave and used its shell to draw water from the barrel, rinsing the fruit thoroughly. This barrel, repurposed from the salt-making process, had been converted into a water container for the tribe. Yes, she savored the sweet fruit. Jiang Yu stood in the open space at the center of the tribe, awaiting the gathering of the fruit-picking team. The beastmen did not partake in breakfast, and Jiang Yu typically abstained as well. However, given the recent exertions, she felt the need to have something to stave off hunger before setting out. Once she finished the fruit, the others began to arrive in succession. Gina, carrying a basket for collecting fruit, counted the members present before leading Mia and the others, who were similarly laden, toward the forest. Jiang Yu found herself once again nestled amid the group. The weather was quite unfavorable. As they trudged along, a sudden gust of wind swept through, dislodging the few remaining yellow leaves from the surrounding trees and stirring up the earth and debris, which caught the unprepared travelers by surprise. Following the tempest, the air filled with the sounds of everyone spitting out the sand that had found its way into their mouths. Today, we must act with swiftness. The elderly orc, after expelling the sand from her mouth, gazed up at the increasingly grim sky, a sense of foreboding rising within her. This weather certainly boded ill. Upon hearing the shaman's words, Gina hastened her pace alongside the group. Perhaps influenced by the overcast sky, an unsettling silence enveloped them as they trudged along, each lost in their own thoughts. Even Jean, usually the most mischievous and energetic among them, walked with her head bowed, maintaining an unusually solemn demeanor in front of Jiang Yu. The group moved swiftly, all eager to locate the fruit trees, and, once they had harvested the fruits, returned to the tribe without delay. However, as fate would have it, their fortune seemed particularly dismal today. After nearly 2 hours of wandering, their baskets remained empty, devoid of even a single fruit. Along their path, they had encountered several fruit trees. Yet the recent fierce winds had stripped the branches bare, leaving the fruits scattered on the ground, most bruised and damaged. The land they traversed appeared to be in the throes of a tempest, bearing the scars of relentless gales. Not only were the ripe fruits gone, but even the slenderest branches had succumbed to the wind's fury. The orcs held a deep reverence for food, particularly for fruits, which they cherished as gifts from nature, never wasting even the finest specimens. Standing before the trees, they gazed sorrowfully at the scattered, cracked fruits on the ground, their hearts aching. These fruits, while merely split open and not entirely spoiled, would not last long in such a state. Thus, despite their reluctance, they hesitated before ultimately deciding against collecting them, opting instead to seek out other trees. The elderly orc, filled with sympathy, picked up one of the split fruits, wiped it with her hand, and took a bite. In the past, the orcs had never been particular about hygiene, consuming fruits and meats without so much as a second thought. However, under Jiang Yu's subtle guidance, they had begun to heed the importance of cleanliness. After abandoning the fallen fruits, the group pressed onward in search of new trees. To their dismay, after wandering for hours, not a single fruit tree was in sight. At this juncture, exhaustion and disappointment weighed heavily upon them, compounded by the gathering gloom of the sky, casting a pall over the entire group. Observing the deteriorating morale, the old orc hesitated, pondering whether to continue their journey. After much contemplation, she resolved to press on for another half hour. Should they fail to find any fruits, she would instruct Gina to lead the group back to the tribe. After all, they had accumulated a substantial supply of fruits in the previous days. And even if their luck ran dry today, it would not pose a significant issue. The formation of the group remained in a single file. Moving forward in silence, they ventured deeper into the forest. The fog thickened overhead, the light dimming further, rendering their surroundings increasingly obscure. Were it not for the knowledge of the weather's influence, one might easily mistake it for nightfall. Enough, Gina. Let's abandon the fruit gathering for today and return to the tribe. The elderly orc called out as the light dwindled to a point where the path itself became indistinguishable. Yet, before her words could fully escape her lips, a massive shadow, accompanied by a pungent scent of blood, surged forth from the side. The darkness obscured the creature's true form, leaving the group only with an elongated silhouette cast by the feeble light, though it crashed through the trees with reckless abandon. There was an unmistakable intent in its charge that, in the blink of an eye, it barreled towards Jiang Yu. Frozen in place, Jiang Yu remained transfixed by the terrifying shadow looming over her, unable to react until her mind finally registered the imminent danger. By then, it was far too late. The shadow was mere centimeters from her face. In an instant, it had closed the distance, and she found herself unable to evade. Even the reflex to shut her eyes was lost, and she was compelled to witness the long bristles on the creature's cheek, feeling the sharp tusks pressing against her face. The proximity rendered Jiang Yu powerless, and she abandoned all hope of escape. Her gaze fixed on the shadow's face. Through the murky light, she finally discerned the nature of the colossal beast before her. A gigantic warthog, sporting a pair of elongated tusks. In that moment, she found a grim solace in knowing the creature that would claim her life. With a resigned heart, Jiang Yu closed her eyes, surrendering to the impending doom. In that dire moment, her mind raced with a flurry of thoughts. But in truth, all these events transpired in the blink of an eye. Soon, the tusks pressed deeper against her cheek, when suddenly, something seized the collar of her neck and yanked her away at breakneck speed. Before she could comprehend the situation, she felt her body lift. Carried by the rushing entity behind her, she could sense the rapid, heavy breath of her captor, the urgency of its labored panting echoing in her ears. Reflexively, Jiang Yu opened her eyes, and the world around her blurred in a dizzying whirl as they sprinted forward. In the chaos, she caught a glimpse of a robust, striped leg, brown interspersed with black. Relief washed over her. Although she did not know who had come to her aid, she was certain it was one of her own. The warthog, witnessing its prey slip away, let out a furious roar, but a closer listen would reveal that its cries were not merely of frustration, but laced with anger and despair. Following the roar, the warthog quickened its pace, pursuing them with relentless fervor. Its massive form crashed through branches, heedless of the destruction it wrought, driven by a singular focus on capturing its quarry. As the warthog gained speed, Jiang Yu could feel the orc carrying her beginning to falter, his strength waning. It was in this moment that she noticed the strong scent of blood emanating from her rescuer. The thunderous commotion of the frenzied warthog behind them made it clear that the distance between them was closing rapidly. "Perhaps you should set me down," Jiang Yu urged, hearing the increasingly labored breaths of the orc, understanding that he could not sustain this pace for much longer. The warthog had initially charged directly at her, and now, relentless in its pursuit, it would be futile to prolong the inevitable. Jiang Yu was not one to lose sight of reality. The choice was clear. Her own survival was paramount, even if it meant sacrificing herself for the sake of another. The orc, aware of the warthog's target, pressed on with unwavering determination, refusing to heed Jiang Yu's plea. With every surge of speed, the distance between them and the warthog diminished once more. This time, the gap was closer than ever, allowing Jiang Yu to glimpse the deep gash on the creature's belly as it ran. The heavy scent of blood became increasingly apparent. It seemed the warthog was aware of its impending demise and had adopted a frenzied pace, intent on taking someone down with it. And that unfortunate soul appeared to be Jiang Yu. "Set me down now," she cried out in desperation. After pondering the reasons behind the boar's frenzied rampage, she couldn't help but shout loudly, desperately wishing the weary orc, who was panting yet still clutching her tightly as he sprinted, would set her down. Exhausted to the brink, the orc paid her no heed, relentlessly propelling himself forward. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, he could not shake off the relentless pursuit of the boar. In fact, the boar's elongated tusks were pressed firmly against his back. Witnessing this, Jiang Yu began to struggle with all her might, attempting to free herself from his grasp. Yet, it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as the boar's tusks, taking advantage of the tiger's leap to evade obstacles ahead, plunged into the snowy white of the tiger's belly with a sickening thud. From her vantage point, she could clearly see the two enormous, gaping wounds the tusks had inflicted upon the tiger's soft, pristine underbelly. In that instant, blood gushed forth like a torrential flood. The warm liquid sprayed across Jiang Yu's face. Dazzled by the vivid crimson before her, she distinctly felt the tiger, still carrying her, tremble violently. Then, with a powerful push of his legs, he leapt upward, striving to extricate his pierced body from the boar's menacing tusks. The bloodthirsty boar, blinded by rage, was well aware of his intentions. Seeing him spring upward, it too leapt, driving its tusks deeper into the tiger's abdomen. Thus, at the very moment the tiger leapt, blood erupted like a firework, drenching Jiang Yu from head to toe. Jiang Yu felt as though blood had entered her eyes. Otherwise, how could everything in her line of sight be engulfed in such a vivid scarlet? The tiger, who had been carrying her all this while, finally succumbed to exhaustion, letting out a mournful cry to the sky before his massive form crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. As he fell, he instinctively curled into a ball, shielding Jiang Yu beneath him. Upon hearing his helpless yet agonized cry, Jiang Yu instantly recognized the orc who had been carrying her all along. It was Yao, the chieftain. The moment Yao collapsed, she seemed to hear calls from Nicole and Mia, mingled with the sounds of fierce combat and the boar's final roar. Listening to the chaotic sounds, Jiang Yu understood that help had arrived. Yet, these tumultuous noises gradually receded into the distance. She was securely sheltered beneath Yao's body, and the desperate roars of the boar faded away, as if they had entered a realm of their own, isolating them from the world's turmoil. With a whoosh, Jiang Yu's entire world fell silent, leaving only the sound of Yao's labored breathing in her ears. His breaths were intermittent and faint, almost imperceptible. Lying beneath Yao, she sensed his feeble breaths and the flow of blood from his wounds, not daring to move for fear of exacerbating his blood loss. For some inexplicable reason, tears began to well up in her eyes. She recalled that on the very first day she arrived in this world, it was Yao who had carried her back to the tiger tribe. And now, once again, it was Yao who was shielding her, disregarding his own safety to evade the enemy's pursuit. Yao, you must hold on. Seeing Yao struggling to breathe, Jiang Yu closed her eyes and, with great effort, lifted a hand to gently pat his large head. Upon hearing her call, Yao laboriously opened his eyes. He gazed silently into hers for a moment before slightly shifting his head to nuzzle her cheek with his snout. Though affectionate, the gesture bore no hint of intimacy. Don't make it seem like a farewell. I despise such dramatics, Jiang Yu murmured, feeling the soft, furry caress on her face. After uttering this, she steeled herself, interrupting Yao's lingering nuzzle, and cradled his head in her hands. Locking eyes with him, Yao stared into Jiang Yu's eyes, and after a while, his lips moved as if he wished to say something. However, after much effort, he could only produce a few faint sounds. Seeing this, Jiang Yu quickly leaned in closer, only to hear two words. Don't see or why his words. Jiang Yu, dazed, wiped her cheek and realized that she had been crying profusely without noticing. After speaking, Yao seemed utterly spent and could no longer hold on. He slowly closed his eyes, surrendering to fatigue. Don't do this. Don't sleep. Wake up. Jiang Yu choked on her words. Unable to contain her sobs, as tears streamed down her face, she desperately slapped his cheeks, urging him to awaken. Blood continued to flow from the two gaping wounds on his abdomen, the warm liquid gradually soaking her clothes and pants, instilling panic within her. She feared that if he succumbed to sleep, he might never awaken again. Hurry, hurry you all. Lift him up and apply all the herbs to his wounds. She wiped her tears away, preparing to shake Yao awake once more when the anxious voice of the old orc echoed above her. Soon after, Yao's body was gently moved by several pairs of hands as his wounds were exposed, One hand swiftly applied the crushed herbs to his gaping injuries. The moment the herbs made contact with the gruesome wounds, Yao, still unconscious, involuntarily emitted a muffled groan. While moving Yao, they only partially lifted him, leaving half of his body still resting on Jiang Yu. Stiffly, Jiang Yu lay on the ground, Yao's head resting on her thigh. Watching as everyone hurriedly tended to his wounds, too afraid to move, she feared that any motion would aggravate his injuries. After the herbs were applied, Yao's wounds barely ceased bleeding, but any movement would cause blood to seep forth once more. Nevertheless, everyone collectively sighed in relief. Although he was still bleeding, at least it was no longer gushing as it had at first. And no matter what, the situation had not spiraled into the worst-case scenario. With this thought, Bart, Gavin, and 2 other burly orcs resolved to lift the unconscious Yao and carry him back to the tribe. Only within the tribe could they find more herbs to staunch the bleeding and ensure the chieftain received proper care. And his leg is injured too. As the 4 bent down to lift Yao, keen-eyed Jean noticed that the chieftain's leg was bent at an unnatural angle, prompting immediate concern. Quick, there's still some medicine left. Thanks to Jean's alertness, the old orc realized that Yao's right leg was also fractured. She hurriedly handed the remaining herbs to Bart, who was closest to Yao, instructing him to apply the medicine to Yao's right leg. The group scrambled to tend to Yao's most severe injuries, as for the scrapes and minor wounds on his body. There was no time to address them now. They would have to wait until they returned to the tribe. Jiang Yu, how are you feeling? Are you hurt? Mia pulled the blood-soaked, motionless Jiang Yu from the ground, her eyes fixed with concern as she noticed Jiang Yu's tattered clothing. Why are you covered in blood? Are you hurt too? Mia's brow furrowed as she took in Jiang Yu's disheveled appearance, her red-rimmed eyes betraying that she had cried, that I'm fine. Jiang Yu's voice was hoarse, strained as she replied, it's all Yao's blood. She is not merely fine. She has sustained not a scratch. When the warthog first appeared, Mia and the others immediately transformed into their beast forms, seizing the nearest little orc and fleeing. 2 orcs shifted into their beast forms to protect Wu and Brandy, while the remaining 2 took it upon themselves to temporarily halt the warthog's assault, buying precious time for everyone to retreat. Under normal circumstances, had the team not included these few young orcs, the elder orc and Brandy, they would have had no fear of the warthog. They would have charged forward and torn the solitary beast apart. However, the situation was different now. Their foremost priority was ensuring everyone's safety. Mia, closest to Jiang Yu, quickly transformed and dashed towards her. Just as she was about to seize Jiang Yu, Yao suddenly burst forth from the direction of the warthog, rushing ahead of Mia and snatching Jiang Yu away. Upon realizing that it was the clan leader, the most formidable orc in the tribe, who had taken Jiang Yu, Mia felt an immediate sense of relief. She then ran to the elder orc's side to assist the other 2 orcs in fending off the warthog's attacks. Yet, the warthog paid no heed to the 3 orcs attempting to obstruct it. It seemed to have fixated solely on Jiang Yu, disregarding Mia in front and the other 2 orcs behind, intent only on pursuing Jiang Yu. Mia and the others watched in mounting anxiety as their clan leader galloped away with Jiang Yu in his grasp, pursued relentlessly by the warthog. Nevertheless, they had to protect Jean, Mocha, the elder Wu, and the ailing Brandy, and dared not leave their side. Their anxiety was palpable, yet they were not overly concerned, for Jiang Yu was under Yao's protection, and surely nothing would befall her. However, while Jiang Yu remained unharmed, Yao found himself in peril. For some inexplicable reason, Yao began to slow down, struggling to maintain his speed. In this brief span, he had nearly been caught by the warthog more than once. How could this be? Mia was left speechless in shock. Yao was the mightiest orc of their tribe. With his strength, the warthog should have been easily vanquished. Yet, instead of confronting the warthog head-on, he had chosen to flee with Jiang Yu. And now he could not even outrun it. This was utterly absurd. Rather than believe that their leader could not outpace the warthog, Mia was more inclined to think that her eyes were deceiving her. Surely, she must have misjudged the situation. Yao seemed to be injured. The elder orc squinted, observing Yao, who was struggling more and more to carry Jiang Yu, his tone shifting from uncertainty to firm conviction. Gina and Mia then grasped the gravity of the situation. It was the clan leader who was wounded if he were in good health. The warthog would have posed no challenge to him. Neither in speed nor strength. The two exchanged realizing glances, and the next moment, Mia suddenly grasped the implications. Wait, the clan leader is injured. Oh no. What should we do? Will the leader and you be all right? Gina echoed her panic. Just as they were frantic, wishing they could substitute themselves for their leaders, Nicole and Bart appeared with a large hunting party. Upon their arrival, Gina and Mia were taken aback. Whether it was Nicole and Bart at the forefront or the other orcs in the hunting party, they all appeared disheveled, as though they had recently endured a fierce battle, bearing injuries to varying degrees. Yet compared to the urgent circumstances at Yao's side, the issues here seemed far less severe. How could this be? Never mind the details. Hurry and assist the clan leader and you. After regaining her composure, Mia pointed towards the direction Yao had fled and shouted to Nicole and the others to her words. Nicole and Bart exchanged a glance, uttering not a single word, and led the party in pursuit of the direction Mia indicated. With reinforcements on the way, Mia and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Once they relaxed, they did not remain idle, but chose to follow behind the large party with Jean, Mocha, Wu, and Brandy. Now that the two groups had converged, everyone was safe, and it was acceptable to bring Wu and the young ones along. Nicole understood the urgency of the situation and did not linger to tend to Mia and the others, but pressed forward with the team in earnest pursuit. However, when they finally caught up, just steps away from the warthog, they witnessed a sight that made their hearts race with horror. The warthog had impaled Yao's abdomen with its long tusks. In this critical moment of life and death, the clan leader Yao, the crowd had no time for grief. They surged forward, seizing the opportunity while the warthog's attention was focused on its tusks, exposing its other vulnerabilities, and they pounced, tearing it to shreds. The aftermath of events had led them to the present moment. Mama, with so much blood flowing from the clan leader's abdomen. Will he be all right? Jean approached the elder orc, his face etched with worry that he recalled the clan leader instructing them 4 young orcs during their hunting lessons that the abdomen was the most vulnerable part of a person and must be protected at all costs. Yet now, the clan leader bore 2 large puncture wounds in his belly and was losing so much blood. Would he survive? In the entire tribe, Jean idolized the clan leader above all, and he could scarcely fathom the notion of the leader suffering a fatal injury. Upon hearing Jean's inquiry, the others, equally concerned for the clan leader's fate, instinctively perked up their ears, eager to hear the elder orc's response. They could only surmise from the severity of the clan leader's wounds that he was gravely injured, to the point of being on the brink of death, but only the elder orc, as the shaman, truly comprehended the extent of the situation. Sigh. Let us return to the tribe, the elder orc said, letting out a heavy sigh as she, who usually answered every question, unusually diverted the topic. Seeing the shaman avoid discussing the clan leader's injuries, everyone felt a sudden chill in their hearts after exchanging glances. They each lowered their heads in silence. We must return. The situation has not yet reached its conclusion. Noticing the somber demeanor of everyone, as if the sky had fallen, the elder orc sighed once more and reiterated. Thus, Yao, having fallen into a complete stupor, was carefully carried back to the tribe by Bart, Gavin, and 2 other orcs after his wounds were bandaged by the elder orc. That on the way back, Nicole led 2 strong orcs to the front of the group to prevent the scent of blood from attracting other beasts. The entire party moved forward in silence, a palpable sense of sorrow and dread permeating the air. The clan leader's injuries were so severe that he remained unconscious. There was no telling whether he would survive this ordeal. Jiang Yu walked behind Bart, who was carrying Yao, and only now did her once blank mind begin to regain some clarity. However, there remained many aspects she had yet to comprehend. Was it possible that you were nearby at that time? Jiang Yu hoarsely voiced her speculation to Nicole, who walked a short distance ahead. She recalled that shortly after the warthog had emerged from the forest, Yao had appeared from the same direction. Since Yao was leading the hunting party, she surmised that they must have been close to where she and the others were foraging. Indeed, we discovered a herd of warthogs in a large cave within the forest. And the clan leader led us to capture them all, Nicole explained. Little did we know that those left in the cave were merely part of the herd. Others had ventured out to forage. Just as we finished dealing with the warthogs in the cave, the ones that had been foraging returned. Upon discovering that their kin had perished, they engaged us in battle. The loss of their kin incited an extraordinary fury among the warthogs. They fought recklessly, injuring members of the hunting party, and it was during this chaos that the clan leader likely sustained his leg injury. Ultimately, these warthogs were no match for us. After an intense battle, we defeated the returning herd. The last remaining warthog, unable to best the clan leader, seized the moment when he was off guard to escape in a panic. This warthog, having fled in haste, was also severely wounded and would not survive for long. With its entire kin slain at our hands, it was at its most ferocious, and given that everyone was already injured, the clan leader instructed us not to pursue. How could one have known? Just after the chieftain had instructed us not to pursue, in the blink of an eye, his countenance shifted dramatically, and he himself dashed after the warthog, that we stood there, bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. It was only when the chieftain had chased far ahead that we caught the faintest trace of our kind's scent carried by the wind from the direction the warthog had fled, prompting us to realize the gravity of the situation and hasten after him. The subsequent events are already known to you. Jiang Yu, having listened in silence to Nicole's recounting, finally grasped the entirety of the matter. She now understood why the warthog relentlessly pursued her. It harbored the greatest animosity towards Yao, and since she resided with him, she inevitably bore some of his essence. Unable to confront Yao directly, the warthog chose to target her instead, transferring all its hatred onto her. Our team never anticipated that Yao and the hunting party would follow closely behind, and in its desperate plight, it disregarded its own life and lost all fear of Yao. Thus, seizing the moment, it plunged its tusks into the enemy's belly, intent on perishing alongside him. Even if death were not achieved, inflicting such a grievous wound would certainly create immense trouble for him. Indeed, it did cause significant distress. Now, with Yao's abdomen pierced, he lay unconscious, teetering between life and death, and the entire party fell into a somber silence, with not a soul uttering a word. Only the old orc murmured in a language incomprehensible to Jiang Yu, seemingly praying to the beast god. Bart, Gavin, and two other orcs bore Yao, moving at a sluggish pace, while Jiang Yu trailed behind, feeling as though an entire century had passed before they finally returned to the tribe. Upon returning, the old orc hastened to his cave to procure various herbs for treating wounds. He gathered a significant quantity of hemostatic herbs, and then enlisted Mia and Nicole to assist in crushing them all. Being younger, the sisters worked with greater agility than the old orc, swiftly grinding the herbs into a pulp. The old orc then applied the crushed herbs to replace those already soaked in Yao's blood on his abdomen. After changing the herbs on his belly, he realized that the herbs on his right leg also required replacement. His right leg was not only fractured but had also suffered a large gash where the warthog had torn away flesh. However, at that moment, everyone's attention was focused on the two gaping wounds in his abdomen, neglecting his leg until keen-eyed Jean made the observation. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, and with no additional herbs readily available, the old orc applied the remaining herbs meant for the abdomen to the leg. In truth, the leg fracture and the injury there were manageable. With his self-healing ability, Yao would likely recover within half a month. The real concern lay with the two gaping wounds in his abdomen. As for everything else, there was little more I could do. We could only await his fate. The old orc sighed deeply after applying the herbs to Yao's wounds. Those gaping holes were both large and menacing, situated in the most vulnerable area, and apart from applying some hemostatic herbs, the old orc felt utterly powerless. Alas, why did such a calamity befall us today? He lamented, gazing sorrowfully at Yao, who lay on the ground with no signs of awakening. Aside from Yao, the other members of the hunting party were also injured to varying degrees. The lighter injuries, such as those sustained by Nicole, Bart, and Gavin, consisted merely of superficial wounds. The more severely injured, like Fry, Kelly, and Jean, suffered multiple fractures and were unable to walk, relying on the assistance of nearby orcs to return. Yet, despite the seriousness of their injuries, none were in a state as critical as Yao, who remained unconscious, with his life hanging in the balance. It was precisely for this reason that when the old orc attempted to distribute the remaining herbs among Fry, Kelly, and Jean, they all waved their hands in refusal, insisting that the herbs should be reserved for the chieftain. Let the herbs be saved for the chieftain, they echoed in unison. The herbs were exceedingly precious and ought to be allocated to the one most grievously injured. It would be a waste to utilize them on their lesser injuries. Observing their steadfast refusal, the old orc sighed, advising, "Yao is gravely wounded. Aside from the hemostatic herbs, the efficacy of the other herbs is minimal and largely ineffective. In contrast, you would benefit more from their use. Let them be reserved for the chieftain. Even a slight effect is better than none," they reiterated, yet the old orc-s entreaties fell on deaf ears. Their injuries, when compared to the chieftain's, were indeed not severe. With a bit of patience and rest, they would heal. It was Yao's life that hung in the balance, making him the one in dire need of the herbs. Sighing once more at their unwavering stance, the old orc ceased his attempts to persuade them. Thus, everyone gathered around the unconscious Yao, their hearts heavy with concern and silence enveloping them. The atmosphere grew increasingly somber and oppressive. Jiang Yu felt a pang of guilt as she recognized the chieftain's vital role as the leader of the tribe. Observing the somber expressions of those around her, she could not help but feel a sense of unease. She thought they had all resolved not to pursue that crazed warthog. Had it not been for their intention to come to her aid, Yao's prowess would have surely prevented such severe injuries. Even with a fractured leg. "What foolishness are you speaking?" Before she could finish her words of apology, Mia interrupted. After uttering this, Mia gave her a light but firm tap on the head. "Stop overthinking. It is not your fault. The blame lies squarely with that warthog." However, Jiang Yu still wished to speak, only to be cut off again by M. "And no more, but if it were to scrutinize, everyone bears some responsibility. For instance, prior to the appearance of the warthog, we were all weighed down by the disappointment of not finding any fruit, which dulled our vigilance. Otherwise, we would have sensed its approach before it struck." Mia spoke earnestly, and she was not wrong. They had searched for a considerable time without discovering the fruit tree, and as the weather grew increasingly gloomy, their spirits had waned, resulting in a significant decrease in their alertness. This lapse had afforded the warthog the opportunity to attack. Before encountering the warthog, I too had hesitated to let Gina lead the return. The old orc consoled Jiang Yu that I deliberated for a while. Ultimately choosing to press on. It was this fleeting decision that brought us closer to the warthog and caused the two parties to converge. After sharing this, the old orc sighed heavily, lifting his gaze to meet Jiang Yu's. "You see, if we were to speak honestly, each of us carries some responsibility. Yet, none could have foreseen the course of events. What has transpired is now in the past. Pursuing blame is futile. Moreover, this incident has been an unwarranted calamity for you." With that, the old orc rose and gently patted her shoulder in a comforting manner. "What we must focus on now is not the blame, but how to address the situation that lies ahead. The matters that lie ahead are indeed pressing. Although Yao now lies in a deep coma and the hunting party has suffered grievous losses, life must continue. This is a critical time for stockpiling provisions. Winter is fast approaching, and they must gather sufficient food before its arrival, ensuring that everyone has sustenance during the harsh, cold months. Furthermore, given Yao's injuries, he deserves extra care and nourishment. Thus, her immediate task is to devise a strategy for accumulating food, rather than wallowing in sorrow and despair, which serves no practical purpose in alleviating Yao's plight. Awakened by the words of the old beastman, Jiang Yu's mind, previously clouded by the trauma of being pursued by the warty boar and Yao's injuries, gradually found clarity, while she had always been aware of the brutality and bloodshed that pervaded this world. From the very first day she arrived, having been brought back to the tribe by Yao, she had lived in relative comfort, well protected by the beastmen. Consequently, her sense of crisis had diminished over time. There were moments when she would gaze at Yao, contentedly basking in the sun after a hearty meal, and perceive the world as less cruel and bloody than she had imagined. Gradually, she had lost her last vestiges of vigilance. However, today, everything changed. Today, when faced with danger, Yao had disregarded his own safety, dragging himself over with his injured and broken leg to save her, only to be fatally impaled by the warty boar. This gruesome and merciless scene shattered her naivety and misplaced sense of security. It was only when confronted with the stark reality of bloodshed that she recognized the folly of her previous thoughts. Having lived under the protective wings of others, she had naturally assumed the world was safe. as the dangers had been borne by the beastmen who toiled tirelessly outside each day. Now, with their injuries, it was time for her to grow. With this realization, a profound sense of responsibility weighed heavily upon Jiang Yu's shoulders. She wiped away her tears, gazed ahead, and forced a smile. In this unforgiving world, tears are the most futile of expressions. That it is said that one's countenance reflects the heart, and unbeknownst to her, from this moment forth, her gaze transformed from one of childlike innocence to one of unwavering resolve. While comforting Jiang Yu, the old beastman was also addressing the collective grief of the tribe. Yao, as the leader and the mightiest among the beastmen, represented a figure of faith for all. His uncertain fate was a tremendous blow to the entire tribe. The emotional state of the tribe was fragile, and the old beastman feared impulsive actions. Hence, her previous words were directed not only at Jiang Yu, but were also meant for the entire assembly. Indeed, the old beastman, wise as ever, quickly devised a strategy to uplift the spirits of those around her upon sensing their despondency. After hearing her words, the mood of the tribe noticeably improved. At the very least, they no longer appeared as though the sky were falling. Observing this shift, the old beastman proceeded to change the dressing on Yao's wounds. The gaping holes in his flesh remained grotesque. Yet, fortunately, the bleeding had ceased. As long as the blood flow was halted, hope remained. This was monumental news for all. Let us carry him to the cave, where he can rest upon a bed and recuperate, the old beastman said, feeling a sense of relief at the cessation of blood loss. She offered a prayer to the beast god before instructing Bart and Gavin to assist in transporting Yao into the cave. Once they had carefully settled the still unconscious Yao onto the fur-lined bed, it was time for the midday meal. Typically, mealtime was the most joyous occasion of the day. However, today, as Brandy prepared to wash the meat, everyone expressed a lack of appetite. Everyone, lift your spirits. Do you mean to say that because our leader is ill and injured, you will forego your meals? The old beastman admonished, unable to contain her frustration at their dejected demeanor. You all witnessed that Yao's bleeding has stopped, and his condition is improving. Perhaps he will awaken at any moment. If he were to awaken and find that we had not prepared enough provisions for winter, how do you think he would feel? Would he not feel disappointment? Would he not be concerned? Do you intend to wait for Yao to awaken and lead you into the hunt despite his grave injuries? Seeing the tribe shake their heads fervently in denial, the old beastman softened her tone and continued, what we must do now is gather ample food, so that when Yao awakens, he need not worry about the tribe's food supply. He should focus solely on his recovery. The premise of this undertaking is that everyone must eat well. Only then will they have the strength to venture out in search of food. We understand, shaman, the tribe replied, tears streaming down their faces as they nodded vigorously. If one were to listen closely, they would discern the quaver of sorrow in their voices. The injuries sustained by Yao and the hunting party were indeed a devastating blow to the entire tribe. The hunting party comprised the strongest warriors of the tribe, and their injuries signified a dramatic decline in the tribe's fighting capacity, but a reduction in strength meant an inability to capture prey, plunging everyone into a state of endless panic and despair. Yet, as the shaman stated, they could not allow themselves to be mired in such negativity, merely waiting and doing nothing. Their goal was to stockpile enough provisions before the leader awakened, ensuring he could recuperate in peace. With this clarity, the tribe resolved to have a hearty meal, and after lunch, they would set out to gather food. That afternoon, Brandy took charge of roasting the meat while others assisted. Due to the unfortunate incident with the warty boar, both hunting teams had returned empty-handed, so the old beastman instructed everyone to retrieve the surplus meat stored from their recent bountiful harvests. Thankfully, they had enjoyed a fruitful few days prior, saving plenty of game. The meat had yet to be preserved into jerky, so they had no choice but to consume it early. Bart and Gavin selected the two largest wild boars from their stock, and after slaughtering and preparing them with bone knives, they left the remaining steps to Brandy. Following her usual roasting procedure, Brandy cooked the wild boar until it was nearly done, then took a ceramic bowl of salt, pinched a small amount, and evenly sprinkled it over the meat's surface. She had long since mastered the art of creating delectable roasted meat without needing Jiang Yu's assistance. After indulging in the roasted boar, the tribe began to regroup and prepare for their next expedition. This time, The old beastman instructed the severely injured members of the hunting party to remain in the tribe to recuperate, while 6 beastmen from the fruit-picking team would take their places. However, the losses within the hunting party were so severe that even with Mia and the others filling in, their numbers were still drastically reduced. Looking at the hunting party, which now totaled only 12 members, the old beastman felt an unprecedented level of concern. 12 individuals may sound ample. Yet when faced with packs of wild beasts, their safety could not be guaranteed. Shaman, rest assured, we shall proceed with utmost caution that if we encounter insurmountable odds, we will retreat immediately and not engage, Nicole interjected, sensing the old beastman's hesitation. As the team leader, I will ensure their safety. Not only must you safeguard them, but you must also ensure your own safety. The old beastman corrected that we still have plenty of game left from our previous hunts, which can sustain us for a while longer. The situation has not yet reached an irretrievable point. When faced with formidable foes, do not engage recklessly. Remember, retreating when outmatched is not a sign of shame. The old beastman reiterated her concerns, emphasizing that the most important aspect was that everyone returned safely. In this reassembled team, the majority comprised youthful orcs, and she feared that their impulsiveness might lead to rash decisions. Thus, she took care to emphasize repeatedly the importance of safety, advising them to retreat if they found themselves outmatched. After all, in this perilous forest, a dozen individuals constituted a rather meager force. Although the newly formed hunting party was small, it represented the entirety of the tribe's combat prowess, as the remainder consisted mainly of the elderly. Infirm and incapacitated, the elder orc sighed heavily at this realization. It was a lamentable situation, yet one that could not be altered. After watching Nicole lead the group into the depths of the forest, the elder orc remained industrious, enlisting the relatively uninjured Hall and Petty to accompany her in search of medicinal herbs. Hall and Petty, both former members of the hunting party, had sustained injuries, one to his arm and the other to his leg. Though their wounds were not as severe as Kelly's and Jin's fractured legs, their mobility was still significantly hampered. Nevertheless, when the elder orc was reselecting new hunting party members, both expressed that their injuries were minor and sought to rejoin the hunt. However, out of caution, the elder orc ultimately decided against their participation in a life-or-death situation. Even the slightest delay could prove fatal, rendering any such risk unacceptable. Thus, after much contemplation, she resolved to keep them by her side. It was fortuitous that they could assist her in foraging for herbs. The elder orc recalled that the previous shaman had documented a remarkable herb in the lineage of shamans. This herb not only promoted the healing of wounds like any ordinary plant, but its extraordinary efficacy manifested almost instantaneously when applied to an injury. The former shaman had not only recorded its appearance, but had also entrusted her with the sole specimen in her possession, insisting that it be preserved with utmost care and reserved for critical moments. Seeing the former shaman's earnest demeanor while imparting this knowledge, the elder orc understood the herb's immense value. Hence, she had always regarded this heirloom herb as a crucial lifeline, carrying it with her at all times. It was precisely due to this that when the group surged forward to slay the warthog, she was able to apply it to Yao without delay. Perhaps it was the herb's miraculous properties that had snatched Yao from the jaws of death. Previously, the elder orc had refrained from discussing Yao's injuries out of concern for the others, choosing instead to vaguely state that he was gravely wounded. In truth, his injuries were far more severe, with 2 gaping, bloody punctures in his abdomen that were larger than a fist, nearly costing him his life on the spot. Fortunately, the herb inherited from the former shaman indeed exhibited remarkable effects, as it swiftly stemmed the bleeding upon application. However, with the singular magical herb now expended, Yao's wounds were merely stabilized. The 2 large gashes had yet to heal. Thus, the elder orc resolved to venture into the forest in hopes of fortuitously encountering the sought-after herb. What if fortune smiled upon her? However, deep within her heart, she understood that the likelihood of success was exceedingly slim. After all, she had previously endeavored to locate such herbs, only to return empty-handed time and again, leading her to eventually abandon that hope. Yet, even if she failed to find this miraculous remedy, other ordinary herbs, whether for staunching bleeding or aiding wound recovery, were urgently needed at present. The two gaping wounds on Yao's body were alarmingly large. Restoring him to his former state would require at least several months, during which time the supply of herbs could not be interrupted. Furthermore, there were other severely injured orcs, such as Kelly, who lay in bed, enduring pain, as well as Jean and Fry, all of whom also required herbal remedies. Thus, the old orc hurriedly departed with Hall and Patey in search of herbs. Jiang Yu chose not to accompany the old orc, but to remain behind to tend to the unconscious Yao. Yao, still in the form of a tiger from the moment of injury, lay on his fur-covered bed with his legs sprawled in the air, lost in a coma. His vulnerable belly, fully exposed in this position, bore a thick layer of coagulant herbs over the wounds. The orc's abdomen was their most tender and defenseless area, one they constantly protected. Such an exposed sleeping posture seemed to rob Yao of any sense of security, even in his unconscious state. He restlessly shifted, attempting to shield his belly. Each movement caused the herbs covering his wounds to fall away, prompting Jiang Yu to gently press him down whenever he stirred, preventing him from moving excessively. However, this could not continue indefinitely. Jiang Yu made her way to the corner of the cave where miscellaneous items were stored. Rummaging through her small backpack, she retrieved her sleeveless sweatshirt and tore it into strips. This was her only pure cotton sweatshirt, its sleeves repurposed as menstrual bands, and now, even the body of the garment was destined for honorable sacrifice. After cutting the sweatshirt into appropriately sized strips, she approached Yao's bedside, gently placing the cloth over the herbs, intending to bandage his wounds. Upon contact, even the lightest touch caused Yao, still in a stupor, to emit a soft whimper, his body trembling in response. "Be gentle, it doesn't hurt," Jiang Yu murmured, refraining from further disturbing his wounds and instead tenderly stroking his back, waiting for the trembling to subside before continuing to bind his injuries. Yao's tiger form was entirely soft, allowing her to easily slip her hand between his body and the fur-covered bed. After wrapping the strips around him, she tied a delicate bow on top, with the cloth securely in place. Even if Yao moved, the herbs remained undisturbed. Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this. After tending to his wounds, she noticed Yao frowning in his sleep, seeming to rest uneasily. She extended her right hand, gently stroking along his spine to soothe him, a gesture reminiscent of when she would pet her own cat. As she continued, her hand became sticky, and upon inspecting it, she saw it was covered in blood. Yao had engaged in a fierce battle with a horde of wild boars, sustaining injuries from their frenzied attacks, leaving his fur matted with blood, both his own and that of the boars. The substantial bloodstains soaked through his fur, transforming his once golden-brown coat into a dark crimson hue, a sight that was both gruesome and heart-wrenching. She picked up a small scrap of fabric from the remnants of her torn sweatshirt, selecting a slightly larger piece to use as a handkerchief. Indeed, this sole remaining pure cotton sweatshirt had its sleeves repurposed, its body utilized for bandaging, and even the leftover scraps were put to use as a handkerchief, exhausting every last ounce of its worth. No, one might say it was a perfect example of resourcefulness. With the handkerchief in hand, she returned to Yao's bedside, intending to wipe away the blood from his fur. After such a long time, the blood had dried and congealed, making it difficult to clean with a dry cloth. Jiang Yu stepped outside the cave to the communal area where a water tank was located, planning to use a shell to scoop water to moisten the handkerchief. The handkerchief quickly became wet, but another problem arose. Feeling the cold, damp fabric in her hands, Jiang Yu recognized the issue. The river water, even in late autumn, was still quite frigid. Under normal circumstances, this would be manageable. But now that Yao was unwell and his resistance was compromised, using cold water to clean him could lead to him catching a chill, exacerbating his condition. Cold water wouldn't suffice. She would have to boil some instead. Thus, Jiang Yu approached an empty clay pot, scooping water with a shell, pouring it into the pot, and placing it over a fire pit, covering it with a lid, igniting the kindling to heat the water. Once the water reached a rolling boil, killing off any bacteria, she poured it into a new clay bowl to cool. Only when the bowl's surface was no longer scalding to the touch did Jiang Yu carry it back into the cave. Approaching Yao's bedside once more to soak the handkerchief. Having completed this sequence of actions, she began to officially clean the dried blood from his fur. There was an abundance of bloodstains, and Jiang Yu diligently wiped, rinsed, and changed the water repeatedly. After several rounds of hot water, his fur finally revealed its original hue. Yao's coat, resembling the tiger's Jiang Yu had seen before, was a splendid mix of brown and black stripes, exuding an aura of majesty and power. Once the blood was clean away, Jiang Yu wrung out the handkerchief and continued to pat down the remaining moisture from his in no time. His coat returned to its former plush and soft state, appearing remarkably inviting. Had he not been injured, Jiang Yu would have surely reached out to touch him, as her fondness for all things fluffy was insatiable. After completing these tasks, Jiang Yu sat quietly by Yao's bedside. Time passed, and eventually the old orc returned, laden with a basket and accompanied by Hall and Patey, their faces alight with joy. Fortune had not entirely abandoned them. Although the old orc had not discovered the miraculous herb with rapid effects, she had found an abundance of ordinary herbs that would aid in wound healing. This time, she had taken a different route, venturing to the other side of the forest, which was more desolate and remote, where many fruits were toxic, deterring herbivores from frequenting the area. With the absence of herbivores, the orcs who preyed upon them similarly stayed away. Over time, this rarely traversed land flourished with denser vegetation. Consequently, the chances of finding herbs increased. The old orc, accompanied by Hall and Patey, scoured the forest as they walked. The beast god seemed to favor them, for they had not ventured far into the woods when they stumbled upon a vast patch of herbs amidst the underbrush. These herbs grew intertwined with the weeds, their appearances so similar that one could easily overlook them. The old orc had spent countless days in the tribe tending to her herbs, so the sight of these inconspicuous plants was instantly recognizable to her. Upon discovering the herbs, the old orc was astonished. Having lived for much of her life, it was her first encounter with such a bountiful expanse of herbs. Previously, they had only managed to gather them one by one, and after their arduous efforts, they had nearly exhausted their supply in a single day. Thus, upon seeing this vast array of herbs, the old orc was overwhelmed with joy. She set down her basket and, without a moment's hesitation, began to harvest. The herbs were so intertwined with the weeds that the trio had to exert considerable effort to extract a portion from the thicket. They managed to collect less than a third of what was available. Yet the old orc's basket was already filled to capacity. Gazing at the remaining flourishing herbs, she felt a pang of regret. Having lived for so many years, encountering such a stroke of luck was rare. They might not have the opportunity to return to this spot again. Contemplating this, the old orc looked at her overflowing basket and then at the remaining herbs, lamenting the ones they could not take with them. If only Jiang Yu were here, she would surely devise a solution, the old orc thought to herself. Suddenly inspired by the thought of Jiang Yu, a solution struck her mind. Thus she, along with Hall and Patey, began to mark the location as they made their way back. This idea of marking was inspired by Jiang Yu's method of marking fruit trees. Upon returning to the tribe, the old orc immediately rushed to Yao's cave. What a good child! Upon entering the cave, the elderly orc gazed at Yao, who lay on the bed, his wounds meticulously tended to, and then at Jiang Yu, who had vigilantly remained by his side. A second smile gracing his face today. The first smile had blossomed upon witnessing a vast array of medicinal herbs. "This is what I ought to do," Jiang Yu humbly replied, feeling unworthy of the old orc's praise. After all, without her, Yao would not have sustained such grave injuries. "What is that?" the old orc inquired, pointing at the band of cloth wrapped around Yao's abdomen. "This is used to dress the wound, ensuring the herbs remain in place without falling off with the slightest movement," Jiang Yu explained. "This sweatshirt is made of pure cotton, offering excellent breathability, making it quite suitable for use as a bandage without suffocating the injury." Nodding and understanding, the old orc instructed, "Let us unwrap the bandage. I will change the dressing." With that, he retrieved a portion of the freshly foraged herbs. Cleansing and crushing them, to his words, Jiang Yu untied the bow that secured the bandage, gently removing the herbs from Yao's injury to assist the old orc in the replacement. Once the herbs were removed, Jiang Yu finally beheld the full extent of Yao's wounds. 2 gaping holes, larger than her fist, marred his abdomen, through which she could even glimpse the organs within. Without the herbs to obscure them, the injuries appeared gruesome and horrific. Jiang Yu felt a mix of dread and relief upon seeing the ghastly wounds. Had the old orc not brought the herb that expedited healing, Yao might have bled out and perished on the spot. After removing the herbs, the old orc turned to Jiang Yu, who stood beside him, gazing at the wound in shock. "Fetch some water. We must cleanse the blood around the wound," he instructed. In the heat of the moment, she had been unable to tend to the injury and had merely applied the hemostatic herb. Now, there was time to address it properly. When Jiang Yu had previously wiped the blood from Yao's fur, the herbs had still been in place, and she had neglected to clean the area surrounding the injury. Thus, upon hearing the old orc's command, she nodded and replied, "I shall boil some water at once." With that, she exited the cave and approached the large water vat, scooping water with a fruit shell and pouring it into a large ceramic pot before sitting at the earthen stove to boil it. Having the water vat made things significantly more convenient. At least she no longer needed to trek to the river each time to fetch water. Moreover, every evening after dinner, orcs would go to the river to replenish the vat, ensuring it remained filled. While Jiang Yu tended to the water, the old orc remained busy, examining Yao's fractured right leg before returning to her cave to fetch a splint and some branches. She placed the splint and branches against the fracture and secured them with binding grass, careful not to tie them too tightly to allow for blood circulation. Just as the old orc finished attending to Yao's leg injury, Jiang Yu returned with a large bowl of hot water. Approaching the bedside, she took the small handkerchief she had previously used to wipe the blood from the fur, now washed and drying on a branch. Dampening it with the hot water, she delicately wiped away the blood and remnants of the herbs surrounding the wound. Yao, lost in a stupor, emitted faint whimpers. Despite her gentle touch, the pain from the dressing change caused him to tremble uncontrollably. Jiang Yu could only proceed with utmost caution. After a quarter of an hour, she finally cleansed the small area of flesh around the wound. Once clean, the old orc carefully applied the new herbs to the injury, subsequently rewrapping it with the cloth, with Jiang Yu assisting in tying a bow at the end. "This child has truly suffered greatly. I wonder how long it will be before he awakens," the old orc mused, gazing at Yao, who trembled in pain yet remained unconscious. Who could have foreseen this? Just yesterday, he was well, and today he lies in bed. Such is the unpredictability of life. The old orc was uncertain when Yao would awaken. All she could do was apply the herbs to his wounds. The rest was beyond her control, and now, everything relied solely on Yao's healing abilities. Speaking of herbs reminded the old orc of her plan to mark the locations of the plants, prompting her to ask Jiang Yu, "You mentioned that fruit trees could be planted in a designated area. Might the same be true for medicinal herbs?" "That should also be possible," Jiang Yu replied uncertainly. "Why do you ask?" As far as she knew, medicinal herbs were already scarce in the tribe, and given today's events, their supply had likely dwindled further. Where would they find herbs to cultivate? "We discovered a vast area of medicinal herbs on the other side of the forest today, and I marked many locations along the way." The old orc excitedly recounted her discovery, amidst a thicket of weeds. "They still thrive?" Jiang Yu nodded, acknowledging the old orc's description that it seems their vitality is quite robust. "When spring arrives next year, we can attempt to transplant some. However, I cannot guarantee that they will flourish as they did before." Jiang Yu was cautious in her words, aware that plant growth depends on numerous factors, such as moisture, sunlight, soil pH, and the microorganisms present in the soil. The fact that these herbs thrived amidst competing weeds merely indicated their suitability to that environment. Once transplanted, their growth was uncertain, and she felt it necessary to clarify this point. The old orc remained optimistic. It did not matter how well they grew, as long as they could survive. She harbored no greed, simply wishing for them to endure post-transplant. After discussing the matter of transplanting the herbs with Jiang Yu, the old orc departed the cave, needing to organize the herbs she had gathered today and attend to other severely injured orcs, such as Fry, Kelly, and Jean, who lay in bed at that moment. Once the old orc left, Jiang Yu continued to stroke Yao's spine, grooming him. Yao seemed to revel in the attention, purring softly like a cat in slumber as the soothing strokes eased his furrowed brow, which had been tightened in pain from the dressing change. After a while, she heard voices outside the cave and rubbed her sore arms. Stepping to the entrance to investigate, it turned out that Nicole and her group had returned from the hunt. However, unlike their usual bountiful returns filled with cheer, This time they brought back only a single giraffe. "We're sorry, we searched for a long time, but found no prey." Nicole's voice trailed off. Her head bowed lower, guilt written across her face. After a hearty meal, they had ventured out to hunt, brimming with confidence and anticipation, expecting a fruitful harvest or, at the very least, enough provisions to last a day or two. Reality, however, had dealt them a harsh blow. After wandering for so long, they had returned with only a single giraffe that on their quest for prey, they had encountered a herd of wild boars. Under normal circumstances, Nicole would have immediately directed her team to pursue them. Yet this time, she hesitated. Firstly, their numbers were too few to confront the wild boars. Secondly, seeing the boars reminded her of the chief's injuries. It is said that hesitation leads to defeat. Her indecision allowed the boars to escape. After missing the opportunity with the wild boars, they wandered for quite some time before finally capturing a young giraffe, which barely sufficed to fill their bellies. Thus, upon returning to the tribe, faced with the other orcs who awaited their return with eager anticipation, Nicole and her companions felt a profound sense of shame and regret. It's all right. The most important thing is that everyone is safe. We can catch some fish from the river, and with this giraffe, it will be sufficient," the old orc consoled, noticing the embarrassment on the faces of the hunting team. "It's not a problem. We can still go to the river to catch fish. Nicole, compared to us, you all have done remarkably well." The orcs, compelled to remain in the tribe due to their injuries, offered words of comfort to one another. "I can prepare a stew with the venison, complementing it with grilled fish. After a hearty meal, we can enjoy some meat broth to satisfy our hunger." Standing at the cave's entrance, Jiang Yu listened quietly for a while, and upon grasping the circumstances, she began to console Nicole and the others. Indeed, grilled fish paired with stew will be ample to satiate everyone. The elder orc nodded in agreement. Recently, everyone had been exceedingly busy, first with the salt-making endeavor and then with hoarding provisions, leaving them long deprived of stew, which they all yearned for, especially in these past few days. As the temperature continued to drop, it was the perfect time for a warm bowl of meat broth. Observing that no one displayed disappointment or cast blame, the members of the hunting team sighed in relief. "Let us go to the river to catch fish," Nicole declared, leading the new members of the hunting team to the riverbank to commence their fishing. The ecosystem here thrived, untouched by pollution, with fish plentiful and plump, often swimming in schools. Moreover, these fish exhibited remarkable boldness, unafraid of humans. Every time Jiang Yu washed by the river, the fish would curiously gather around her. However, despite their proximity, Jiang Yu could only gaze longingly at them. Each time she cautiously extended her hand into the water, attempting to catch them, the seemingly cumbersome fish would deftly evade her grasp with a flick of their tails. After numerous attempts, she had yet to succeed. In stark contrast, fishing was a simple task for the orcs. Upon spotting the swimming fish through the crystal-clear water, they would strike the surface with their tails, sending the fish soaring above the water before swiftly reaching out to catch them. The orcs possessed remarkable speed, landing a catch without fail. Thus, Nicole and Bart soon amassed a substantial haul of fish. With each fish they captured, they tossed it onto the riverbank for Mia and the others to process. Mia and another female orc named Dan, each wielding a bone knife, would pick up the flailing fish and begin scaling them. Dan was the widow of Mocha, the only one in the tribe who had lost her mate. Mocha's father had tragically perished during a hunt while Dan was pregnant with him, mere weeks away from giving birth. Overcome with grief upon receiving the devastating news, Dan nearly went into premature labor. But thanks to the elder orc's presence and soothing words, she managed to stabilize her condition and preserve her child. It was due to the elder orc that Mocha was not destined to become the second premature infant of the tribe. Before scaling the fish, Mia and Dan would strike the fish's head with their bone knives to stun them, ensuring they ceased their frantic movements. Once the scales were removed, they would then cut open the fish's belly, discarding the gallbladder and gills. Both orcs worked with remarkable efficiency, processing the fish at a speed that rivaled the pace at which Nicole and the others caught them. Mia and Dan handed the clean fish to another female orc named Flora, who was Frey's younger sister. Flora had laid out some banana leaves on the ground beforehand, onto which she placed the freshly cleaned fish. "That should suffice. We have enough fish for a meal," Mia remarked, glancing at the pile of fish resembling a small mountain on the banana leaves, calling out to Nicole and Bart, who were still in the river. Upon hearing this, Nicole and Bart climbed ashore to assist Flora in washing the fish that Mia and Dan had prepared. Once all the fish were thoroughly cleaned, the group folded the banana leaves underneath and set off towards the tribe. While Nicole and the others were busy fishing, Jiang Yu was occupied with processing a young giraffe. Unlike the robust adult deer, this juvenile was tender, and following the method Yao had taught her, Jiang Yu began her task by cutting open its belly. After removing the internal organs, she then butchered the remaining meat into appropriately sized chunks. This time, their intention was not merely to create broth but to serve the stew as the main dish. Hence, Jiang Yu deliberately retained the bones, allowing them to simmer alongside the meat. Once she had washed the chunks of meat, she divided them into 2 portions, placing one into a pottery jar. Although this giraffe was merely a young one, it still provided a substantial amount of meat, and given that they would need to add plenty of water for the stew, it was necessary to divide it into 2 batches. After placing 1 portion of venison into the pottery jar, Jiang Yu fetched water from the tank using a gourd and poured it into the jar. She then kindled a fire, adding firewood to begin the cooking process. Guarding the earthen stove, she continuously stoked the flames, ensuring they blazed brightly, while extending her hand to warm herself by the stove's opening. With the temperature dropping steadily, even her fur-lined beast skin coat felt a bit chilly. Previously, the constant movement had kept the cold at bay, but now, as she stood idle, the chill began to seep in. Before long, the elder orc joined her, settling beside Jiang Yu to share in the warmth of the fire. Accompanying the elder was Brandy. The 3 of them sat in silence before the earthen stove. Basking in its warmth, the water in the pottery jar began to bubble and simmer. Nicole and her companions returned with the processed fish. Without hesitation, they lit a fire on another earthen stove beside Jiang Yu. Intending to grill the fish, this stove had been constructed a few days prior for the purpose of steaming salt. Though the salt making was no longer underway, the stove remained in use. "Allow me to grill the fish," Jiang Yu offered. Sitting beside the elder orc, Brandy silently observed Nicole and the others clumsily attempting to kindle a fire. As he took on the task of grilling fish before long, the air was infused with the delectable aromas of roasted fish and savory stew. However, this time, even the most mischievous of them, Jean, wore no smile. Although they remained silent, a shared concern for the still unconscious Yao lingered in their hearts. As time passed, the scent of meat grew increasingly rich. The fish was grilled to perfection, and the meat was tenderly stewed to accommodate the injured orcs. Jiang Yu had taken special care to simmer the venison until it was so soft it could easily fall off the bone. Once Mia had gathered the ceramic bowls, Jiang Yu ladled generous portions of venison into each one. The elder orc was tasked with distributing the food. She set aside Yao's designated bowl, adding some grilled fish beside it, all reserved for him. Though they were uncertain when Yao would awaken, they made sure to prepare his meal so he would have sustenance upon regaining consciousness. After portioning out Yao's share, the elder orc gestured towards 3 bowls brimming with meat, instructing Mia to deliver the tender venison to Fry, Kelly, and Jean, who lay in their beds. Once the meals for these individuals were distributed, the elder orc began to allocate her own share, along with the remaining portions for others. Despite having only captured a single giraffe that day, the combination of stewed venison and grilled fish was ample, providing everyone with a satisfying meal. Unlike the usual lively banter during meals, today, the group dined in silence. Each lost in their thoughts, as so much had transpired that day. And after finishing dinner, they lacked the spirit to bask in the sunlight, dispersing to their own corners, after refilling the tribe's large water basin. Bart too returned to his cave. Jiang Yu wrapped Yao's portion of grilled fish in leaves and placed it in the still warm earth oven, while she poured the venison back into the ceramic pot, keeping it warm over the remaining embers to prevent it from cooling. Having completed these tasks, she returned to the cave, vigilantly awaiting Yao's awakening by his bedside. During this time, the elder orc and the other orcs would occasionally glance at the cave entrance, checking if the chief had regained consciousness. Injured orcs in a state of unconsciousness would enter a protective mode, becoming highly sensitive to scents. The presence of others could be unsettling. Thus, while he remained in a coma, Other orcs were advised against frequent visits to Yao's cave, as the chaotic mix of scents could instill a constant sense of danger in his mind, even while unconscious. This not only drained his mental energy, but was also detrimental to his recovery. Jiang Yu remained by Yao's side, occasionally smoothing his fur. Time slipped away, and as the sun fully set, the last rays of twilight vanished. Yao let out a faint whimper and opened his eyes. Hearing the sound, Jiang Yu looked up, and for a moment their eyes met in silence. After a brief exchange of glances, they instinctively spoke simultaneously, then fell silent again. "You go first," Yao said, kindly stepping back to allow Jiang Yu to speak. "How is your wound? Does it feel any better?" Jiang Yu, not one to beat around the bush, directly inquired about her two foremost concerns. The wound? At her words, Yao instinctively lowered his gaze to inspect the bandages encircling his waist before raising his head to respond. Just as he began to utter the word wound, he caught sight of Jiang Yu's reddened eyes and abruptly fell silent. Had Jiang Yu been crying? Suddenly, Yao recalled how, before losing consciousness, her eyes had been swollen and tear-streaked as she held his head. And he quickly amended his statement. "The wound is healing very well. It doesn't hurt at all now." He patted his stomach with conviction, eager to validate his claim. How peculiar it was, previously, when he had burned his fingers while crafting pottery. He had felt joyous at Jiang Yu's concern, even contemplating the idea of intentionally injuring himself to elicit her sympathy. Yet now, having genuinely sustained an injury, and knowing how deeply she cared for him, he found no joy in her distress. The sensation was akin to a wild boar, piercing not his abdomen, but his heart. He wished for nothing more than for Jiang Yu to remain untroubled, never wanting to witness her tears, even if they were shed for him. Thus, he resorted to deception, claiming he felt no pain when, in truth, he was in agony. His lies lacked conviction, and Jiang Yu swiftly saw through them. Having seen his wound before, how could she not discern its severity, especially when he had slapped his own stomach with such force, grimacing in pain, all while attempting to maintain an air of nonchalance? Annoyed, Jiang Yu shot him a reproachful glare, chastising him for his reckless actions. "Serves you right for hitting yourself so hard." After delivering her admonition, she gave his hand a light smack as a warning. With his falsehoods laid bare, Yao felt a twinge of embarrassment and hastily shifted the topic. "Is there anything to eat? I'm starving." It was not merely a diversion. He was genuinely hungry. He had gone the entire day without a meal, and his stomach was now growling in protest. "Yes, the shaman specifically saved grilled fish and venison for you." With Yao's interruption, Jiang Yu recalled that they had indeed prepared food for him to eat upon awakening. "There's really food? That's wonderful." It was already late evening, well past the usual mealtime, and given his prolonged unconsciousness, he assumed there would be nothing left to eat. He had merely asked out of habit, not expecting any positive response. Yet to his surprise, they had truly saved him a meal. "I'll go fetch it for you." With that, Jiang Yu exited the cave and approached the ceramic pot containing the stewed meat. Lifting the lid, she discovered the venison had cooled, and she also retrieved the grilled fish from the earth oven. As anticipated, the fish had also lost its warmth. Jiang Yu sighed at the sight. In her effort to keep the fish and venison warm, she had relied on the residual heat, yet they had still cooled. Curse this wretched weather. Just half a month ago, the autumn air had been refreshingly pleasant. But in recent days, the temperature had plummeted, seemingly on the verge of winter. Gazing at the cold fish and venison, Jiang Yu hesitated, contemplating whether to serve them to Yao. The grilled fish had been fragrant when fresh, but now its fishy odor was overpowering. Furthermore, the venison had taken on an even stronger, unpleasant scent, straddling the line between fishy and gamey. In short, both dishes, having cooled, emitted a pungent aroma far inferior to their freshly cooked state. Even if reheated, they would never regain their former appeal. With this thought, Jiang Yu abandoned the idea of warming the fish and venison before serving them to Yao. After all, he was not only a patient but also her savior, and it felt utterly inappropriate to have her injured benefactor consume such unappetizing, cold fare. However, food within the tribe was already scarce, and even if there was any, it predominantly consisted of wild boar and antelope, neither of which provided the nourishment that venison did. Given Yao's grave injuries and recent awakening, it was imperative he consume something restorative. I have an idea. Jiang Yu abruptly struck her own forehead, and when it came to nourishing foods, she indeed recalled one. She placed the now cold roasted fish and venison into 2 clean ceramic bowls, intending to reheat them for tomorrow's meal. Wasting food was a principle she steadfastly adhered to, especially considering the current scarcity of provisions within the tribe. After arranging the leftover food, Jiang Yu returned to the cave and, under the unwavering gaze of Yao, removed the meat of the chirping beast that had been hung up to dry with ropes. These chirping beasts had been caught and gifted to her by Yao, who had mentioned that they were particularly beneficial for female beastmen who had recently given birth and were in need of nourishment. Given Yao's considerable blood loss from his injuries, these chirping beasts were perfectly suited for him. As Yao prepared to inquire why Jiang Yu had returned empty-handed after claiming she would fetch food. He noticed that she bypassed him entirely and approached the hanging meat of the chirping beast. She selected the most tender piece and took it down. "What do you need the chirping beast meat for?" Yao questioned, puzzled by Jiang Yu's actions. Could it be that she was hungry and wished to eat the chirping beast herself? Yet, she had only just finished dinner. "I'm taking this piece of chirping beast meat to stew for you," Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, continuing her task without glancing back. "Wait a moment," Yao exclaimed, realizing that Jiang Yu intended to prepare the meat for him. He became anxious, insisting, "These chirping beasts are meant to nourish you. Not for my consumption. What difference does it make if both of us eat? After all, it's all for nourishment," Jiang Yu countered, undeterred by his protests as she continued to gather the meat. "It makes a difference. These chirping beasts are reserved for you." Yao maintained his stance. After saying this, he shifted his bandaged body, attempting to rise and stop her. "Stay in bed and don't move," Jiang Yu commanded sharply upon hearing the commotion. She paused her actions and turned to see Yao struggling to get up. Alarmed, she abandoned her task and hurried over, pressing him back onto the bed. "You really don't take your own health seriously," she scolded, her tone severe as she observed his reckless movements despite his grave injuries. "Those 2 large wounds of yours required immense effort from the shaman, collecting herbs, bandaging and changing the dressings multiple times just to staunch the bleeding. What will happen if you move and it opens up again?" This was the first time Yao had been scolded so loudly by Jiang Yu, leaving him momentarily stunned. Once he grasped that she was upset with him, he felt flustered and powerless, mumbling an apology that "I'm sorry, please don't be angry," as Jiang Yu swiftly approached and pressed him down. He complied, lying back on the bed, ceasing to move while repeatedly apologizing. Seeing Yao lying there, flustered and apologizing without understanding the true reason for her anger, Jiang Yu felt a surge of frustration. Yet, she recognized that his actions stemmed from his fear of upsetting her. Taking a deep breath, she decided to explain the source of her ire. "You neglect your own body. The one you should apologize to is yourself. Not me. Why anger arises from your lack of care for your health. Dio, you understand?" "I understand. I want to move again." Yao nodded obediently, though he quietly murmured, "But these chirping beasts are meant for you." After receiving Yao's promise not to move, Jiang Yu released her grip, fixing her gaze upon him. "Don't move around. I'll go prepare the chirping beasts for you that I want to eat. They are meant for you." Yao stubbornly insisted, his eyes fixed on Jiang Yu as he rejected her offer, mumbling softly. They were specifically captured for her recovery. Not even he could consume them. Jiang Yu, touched yet exasperated by his insistence, sighed and softened her tone to coax him further. "You yourself said that chirping beasts are very nourishing. Consuming them will expedite your recovery. Do you comprehend? I don't want to eat. I'll be fine soon." Yao shook his head, steadfast in his viewpoint. "Why must you be so obstinate? Eat the chirping beast first, and once you're well, you can catch more to give to me," Jiang Yu proposed, attempting a different approach to persuade him. Think of it as a loan. Once you recover, you can catch more chirping beasts to return the favor. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Yao contemplated Jiang Yu's suggestion if he borrowed a chirping beast from her. Not only would he eat it, but when he caught new chirping beasts to return to her, she would end up with even more. It would be a win-win situation. Jiang Yu was truly clever to think of such a solution. "Then lend me the chirping beast, and I promise to repay you with even more in the future," Yao agreed enthusiastically, nodding in approval of Jiang Yu's proposal. Relieved by Yao's agreement, Jiang Yu secretly exhaled. Finally, she had managed to persuade him. This fellow was typically so single-minded. When he became stubborn, it was nearly impossible to change his mind. Luckily, he wasn't particularly quick-witted, making him easier to sway. After successfully convincing him, Jiang Yu took the most tender piece of chirping beast meat before stepping out of the cave. Before exiting, she paused briefly, turning back to remind Yao, "Remember to lie still and don't move. I'll go prepare the meat for you." Once Yao nodded obediently, she continued on her way. Jiang Yu reached an open area, began to wash the meat with water, and then boiled it. Had Yao awakened? The old beastman was already stammering as he spoke. Before sleeping, she had still felt a hint of worry for Yao, prompting her to step out of her cave to check on him. As she emerged, she spotted Jiang Yu preparing food, and it dawned on her immediately. Jiang Yu must be cooking because Yao had awakened. He was awake, having just stirred, and was likely very hungry. The roasted fish had grown cold, so she intended to make him something fresh. Seeing the old beastman's excited demeanor, Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively and shared the good news with her. In truth, she had wanted to announce Yao's awakening to everyone straight away. But reconsidering, she realized that the beastmen usually retired early, and it was likely they were already asleep. Thus, she decided against disturbing their slumber, planning to share the good news with them the following day instead. The old beastman was oblivious to Jiang Yu's subsequent remarks. Her focus was solely on the fact that Yao had awakened. Good. It's wonderful he is awake. I'm going to see him now." The elderly orc repeatedly exclaimed 3 words of goodwill, then hastily made her way toward the cave of Yao. Having lived for over half a lifetime, she had encountered countless tempests and tribulations, always maintaining her composure. However, since Yao's injury, this was only the second time Jiang Yu had witnessed her in such a flustered state. The first instance was when Yao was gored in the abdomen by a warty pig. After watching the old orc enter the cave, Jiang Yu withdrew her gaze and settled down before the earthen stove, continuing to stoke the fire with firewood. Unsure if Yao could consume meat in his current condition, she resolved to stew the meat until it was thoroughly tender, ideally to the point of disintegration at the slightest touch. Jiang Yu remained by the stove, simmering the meat and warming herself by the fire. From the setting sun to the rising moon, the broth in the ceramic pot bubbled vigorously, and as she estimated the time was nearly right, she stood up, lifted the lid, and dipped a ladle into the pot. Retrieving a small piece of meat, under the moonlight, she examined its tenderness. The meat of the Jiji beast was inherently more succulent than that of other creatures, and having selected the most tender portion, it had been simmered over medium heat for nearly half an hour, rendering it perfectly soft and falling off the bone. Seeing that the meat had reached a mushy consistency, Jiang Yu went to fetch a ceramic bowl for salt from the storage cave, sprinkled a pinch into the pot, and stirred it with a large ladle. Once the salt had dissolved in the broth, she ladled a small portion into her mouth, blowing gently on it until it was no longer scalding, and took a cautious sip to savor the flavor. The broth was deliciously fresh, with a perfect balance of saltiness. The meat of the Jiji beast was not only tender, but also devoid of any fishy taste, making it delightful even with the most basic seasoning of salt. Unable to resist, Jiang Yu took another spoonful of the broth. After finishing that, she filled a large bowl with meat and broth, setting it aside to cool. The enticing aroma of the meat attracted other orcs, who began to stir, eager to discover what was happening. As they emerged from the cave, they found Jiang Yu seated before the stove, with a large ceramic pot bubbling enticingly, the delightful fragrance wafting from within. "You, what are you cooking up so late at night?" Mia yawned, stepping out of the cave and inquiring as she approached. As she drew closer, she caught a whiff and exclaimed in surprise, "Are you stewing Jiji beast?" The delectable taste of the Jiji beast was unforgettable to any orc who had ever savored it. Unfortunately, it was notoriously difficult to catch. Mia had only indulged in it once in her life. Yao has awakened. He hasn't eaten all day and is quite famished, so I'm preparing some Jiji beast meat to nourish him. Jiang Yu explained, swallowing the broth she had just tasted. "What did you say? The chief has awakened." Mia's excitement at this news eclipsed even her enthusiasm for the delicious Jiji beast. She let out a jubilant cry to the sky, her voice echoing across the tranquil tribe. In an instant, everyone was aware that the chief had regained consciousness. Whether it was Nicole, Bart, Gavin, and Gina, who had stepped out of their caves to investigate, or Fry, Kelly, and Jean, who were too injured to move freely. The news was electrifying. The chief has finally awakened. How wonderful! Mia's exuberant shout set the entire tribe ablaze with energy, everyone rushing towards Yao's cave, eager to see him. As they reached the entrance, they encountered the old orc emerging from within. All right. Yao has awakened, and his wounds are healing well. He needs rest now. Please come back to visit him tomorrow, the old orc said with a beaming smile. Seeing the joy on her face, everyone understood that not only had the chief awakened, but his recovery was progressing well. With this reassurance, the orcs, who had spent the day filled with anxiety, finally felt at ease and returned to their caves for a restful night. Seated before the stove, Jiang Yu watched the bustling orcs come and go, a smile gracing her lips. Although Yao had lost his parents at a young age, he was surrounded by so many who genuinely cared for him, which was indeed a blessing. Once she felt the bowl's temperature was just right, she carried the stewed beast broth into the cave. Upon entering, she found Yao lying stiffly on his animal skin bed, maintaining the same position he had held when she left, utterly motionless. Only when she walked in did he finally exhale in relief, softly asking if he could move now. "You, there are so many ants in my legs. Can I move a little?" he said, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. The orcs had a peculiar way of describing numbness, referring to it as having little ants in their legs. When Jiang Yu first heard Yao describe it this way, she found it quite vivid. "I'm just saying you shouldn't move around too much. Not that you can't move at all." Seeing his foolish expression, Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckled as she had been simmering the meat outside. The cold breeze had dissipated her earlier irritation, making her realize her tone had indeed been somewhat harsh. After all, Yao had sustained such severe injuries while saving her, and she had raised her voice at him. It was no wonder he felt wronged. Furthermore, given his lack of clarity, she worried he might misunderstand her intentions. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yu approached Yao's bedside, meeting his gaze. Although feeling a tad embarrassed, she sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been harsh with you earlier." "It's no problem," Yao stammered in confusion at her unexpected apology, his eyes wide as he stared at her. Jiang Yu, noticing his bewildered expression, blushed and repeated, "I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have raised my voice at you." After uttering those words, she felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Yet she maintained a steady gaze on Yao, awaiting his response. To be honest, at 20 years of age, this was her first time apologizing to someone. She had always been the good child in the eyes of the director and her mother, a model for her younger siblings, and later, a paragon of excellence in everyone else's eyes. Apologizing was something she had never done before. This being her first time made her feel somewhat awkward. It was only upon her second apology that Yao's mind began to process the situation. Jiang Yu was apologizing for her earlier behavior. It was indeed his disobedience that had led to the trouble. Yet Jiang Yu was the one offering an apology. How could she be so kind? Observing Jiang Yu's flushed cheeks, which hinted at her shyness, yet she still focused intently on him, awaiting his reply. Yao felt a bit bashful himself. His eyes darted away, as if he were the one who had erred, and he stammered, "It's nothing. It's no problem. Even though I was the one in the wrong." "Why is it that you seem more embarrassed than I am?" Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle at Yao's awkward demeanor. This was her nature, if someone else appeared more anxious or embarrassed than she was. It helped her relax. As Yao listened to Jiang Yu's teasing, he became even more flustered. Shyly, he turned his head away, unable to meet her gaze. "All right, since you've forgiven me, let's put this behind us, but you mustn't isolate yourself and dwell on things alone," Jiang Yu said, turning Yao's shy face to meet her own, speaking deliberately and clearly. Having lived together with Yao for nearly a month, she had come to understand him somewhat. This fellow had a tendency to overanalyze her words. If she didn't clarify things today, he would undoubtedly brood over it, lost in his thoughts. She realized this after one night when she had been awoken by the urge to relieve herself, only to find Yao sitting on his bed, facing the wall, softly murmuring to himself. Jiang Yu had been perplexed, wondering what he could possibly be mumbling about at such a late hour. Straining to listen, she caught snippets of his self-talk. "Does he not like me anymore? Is you upset with me again? What if I've angered you? Will she hate me?" It seemed Yao was trying to keep his voice down so as not to wake her, and she could only make out the general theme of his musings. After comprehending what Yao had been muttering about, Jiang Yu was left astounded. She had never imagined that he was so tormented by such thoughts, especially since she had never been angry with him. She meticulously reflected on the events of the day, from beginning to end, yet found no reason to be angry. Undeterred, she revisited the occurrences of the past few days with great detail, but still could not identify anything that warranted her ire. What then was this fellow so troubled about? Jiang Yu was genuinely perplexed. Observing him sitting there, muttering to himself, she wondered how much longer he would remain in this state of distress. A sudden thought struck her, and she devised a clever plan to coax him into slumber. She deliberately turned over, creating a commotion, and pretended to awaken as she got up to use the restroom. Indeed, as soon as she moved, Yao quickly lay down, covering himself with a blanket and feigning deep sleep. Upon returning from the bathroom, Jiang Yu intentionally approached Yao's bed and noticed his taut body. She feigned confusion and remarked, "How strange. Yao is clearly asleep. Yet why is he not snoring? He always snores when he sleeps." Her observation was not unfounded. Every time Yao dozed off, he emitted a sound akin to a purring kitten. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's feigned puzzlement, the pretending Yao immediately began to snore, as if to validate that he was indeed asleep. "What a silly fellow!" Jiang Yu stifled her laughter, adopting a look of sudden realization. "Oh, it appears I misheard. He is indeed snoring. It seems Yao is truly asleep." After uttering this, she noticed Yao's previously tense body visibly relaxing. With that, Jiang Yu suppressed her laughter, returned to her bed, and covered her face with a fur blanket. Pretending to be on the verge of sleep, she feared that if she did not shield her head, she might burst into laughter. Yao not only maintained his charade of sleep, but also continued to snore rhythmically. After a considerable time, he cautiously opened his eyes to steal a glance at the peacefully slumbering Jiang Yu. Seeing her sleeping soundly, he exhaled, allowing his body to fully relax. Thankfully, he had reacted swiftly, using his snoring as a remedy. Otherwise, Jiang Yu might have uncovered his embarrassing predicament. After all, he was the Tiger King. How could he allow Jiang Yu to witness such a humiliating moment? Realizing that Jiang Yu had not witnessed his shame, Yao finally felt at ease and began to drift back to sleep. Little did he know, Jiang Yu had observed everything. She simply chose to remain silent. It was precisely due to this unexpected incident that Jiang Yu discerned this fellow's penchant for overthinking. To return to the matter at hand, with cheeks redder than a monkey's backside, Yao nodded obediently as Jiang Yu advised him against overthinking. Yet, in his heart, he thought to himself that he would never overthink, nor would he seclude himself to secretly ponder. "All right, let us move past this. Rise and let us have breakfast. The temperature has plummeted these past few days, and if we delay any longer, it will be too cold." With that, Jiang Yu gently assisted Yao into a sitting position and handed him a ceramic bowl filled with meat, encouraging him to eat while it was still warm. Yao accepted the bowl, opened his mouth wide, and gulped down the soup in mere moments. Jiang Yu had chosen a piece devoid of bones, consisting solely of tender meat from the Jiji beast, making it easier to consume and ensuring it was perfectly stewed. The meat of the Jiji beast was already incredibly tender, and after being simmered for so long, it practically dissolved upon contact, requiring no effort to chew. He finished the bowl as effortlessly as drinking water. Afterward, he licked his lips in reluctance, savoring the delicious broth and tender meat. Jiang Yu could discern his longing gaze and remarked, "There's more in the pot. Let me fetch you another bowl." With that, she took the empty bowl from Yao's hands and went outside to ladle some soup. Thus, Yao enjoyed 2 more bowls of meat soup. After finishing his 3rd bowl, he still felt a pang of desire for more. But Jiang Yu refrained from allowing him another serving. After all, although he was awake now, his condition was still not optimal, and consuming too much at once could pose a risk. Once Yao finished his meal, Jiang Yu noted that it was getting late and decided to rest as well. However, while she felt the urge to sleep, Yao, who had slept throughout the day, was unusually energetic, seeing Jiang Yu lying on her small bed, covered with blankets and about to close her eyes. Yao could no longer contain the words he had been holding back for so long. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yu assumed he was feeling unwell or had something else to express, and immediately responded. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Yao fell silent again. Jiang Yu struggled to keep her eyes open. Yao finally spoke. "I'm the mightiest orc in the tribe." "Oh," Jiang Yu replied, intrigued, "and that warty pig is merely my defeated foe." It was no match for me. I chased it away with just a few swipes. As he spoke, Yao subtly flexed the muscles in his arms to showcase his strength, though he was destined to impress only the blind. Jiang Yu was far too sleepy to notice his subtle gestures. "Oh, I see," she replied, relieved to hear that Yao was not in pain. As she relaxed, the increasing drowsiness enveloped her, causing her to pay little attention to Yao's words, merely responding with absent-minded mimims. "If that warty pig hadn't fled, I could have tore it apart on the spot," Yao declared disdainfully. "It's all that pig's fault for lacking martial integrity." "Is that so? You are truly impressive." Jiang Yu continued her half-hearted responses. "Oh, you think I'm formidable? How formidable am I? Am I the most powerful orc you've ever seen?" Yao's excitement surged upon hearing Jiang Yu praise him, prompting a flurry of questions. All that responded to him, however, was Jiang Yu's increasingly rhythmic breathing. Realizing this, Yao huffed softly through his nostrils, recognizing that Jiang Yu was merely humoring him and did not genuinely believe in his prowess, leaving him feeling foolishly elated. The following morning, Jiang Yu was awakened by her internal biological clock. Upon opening her eyes, her first action was to glance over at Yao's bed. Unbeknownst to her, Yao had been awake for some time, idly playing with his tail. Upon noticing Jiang Yu's gaze, he quickly concealed his tail behind him. "How long have you been awake? Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Jiang Yu inquired while dressing. The temperature had sharply dropped recently, and a single layer of fox fur was no longer sufficient. She had hastily wrapped herself in an additional piece of animal skin. That moment, she regretted not making more animal skin garments when she had the chance. "I am a bit hungry," Yao admitted, cautiously patting his bandaged stomach. He typically skipped breakfast, but today, possibly due to his injuries and the increased energy expenditure, he found himself feeling somewhat hungry. "All right, I'll get you something to eat." After ensuring her outer layer of animal skin was securely fastened, she stepped outside the cave to fetch him food. She ignited a fire, reheated the leftover Jiji beast meat from the previous night, and retrieved 2 large, red-by fruits from the storage cave. She drew water from the vat and washed the fruits thoroughly. These fruits were entirely natural and free from any pesticide residues, requiring only a simple rinse before being safe for consumption. After cleaning the fruits, she found the meat broth had also warmed up, balancing the steaming bowl of meat broth in one hand and the 2 fruits in the other. She re-entered the cave. Inside, Yao lay on the bed, unable to move freely, eagerly awaiting Jiang Yu to bring him food. In truth, he was not that hungry. The mere thought of Jiang Yu's first concern upon waking being whether he was hungry filled him with joy and anticipation. Upon seeing Jiang Yu enter with a fruit in one hand and a bowl in the other, Yao's eyes lit up. He caught a whiff of the Jiji beast. He was about to enjoy the delicious meat again. "Eat up, but be careful. It's hot," Jiang Yu said, extending the bowl toward him, meeting his expectant gaze. Yao took the bowl, blew on it gently, and in a few gulps, finished it off. Afterward, he handed the empty bowl back to Jiang Yu and patted his stomach with satisfaction, exclaiming, "The Jiji beast is truly delicious. Have some fruit after the meat to replenish your vitamins," Jiang Yu suggested. Jiang Yu handed the bei fruit to him. Compared to the fruit, it was evident that the orcs had a much stronger preference for meat, particularly Yao. Having been in the tribe for a month, Jiang Yu had rarely seen him take the initiative to eat fruit. However, given his current injuries, it was essential for him to replenish his vitamins. Upon hearing this, Yao accepted the bei fruit and began to munch on it voraciously. Although he was not particularly fond of fruit, these 2 bei fruits were offered to him by Jiang Yu, making them distinct from others. Just as Yao was engrossed in devouring the fruit, several little heads peeked from the mouth of the cave. It was Jean, Mocha, and Dana. The 4 of them squeezed closely together, revealing only their 4 fluffy little heads, gazing into the cave. Upon seeing that Yao had awakened, they began to call out in unison. Noticing the chieftain and Jiang Yu looking over, Mocha politely inquired, "May we come in?" Jiang Yu had previously mentioned that one must seek the owner's permission before entering their cave. This was the behavior of a well-mannered child. Mocha cherished a friendship with Jiang Yu and had diligently remembered her words. Putting them into practice, Jiang Yu smiled at the 4 little heads lined up at the cave entrance and replied, "Of course you may." Upon receiving Jiang Yu's consent, the 4 little orcs cheered and hopped joyfully into the cave. Jean was the first to reach Yao. gazing at him as he sat on the bed, munching on fruit, and exclaimed, "Chieftain, is your wound healed? Does it still hurt?" At this, Yao paused his chewing, casting a sidelong glance at the smiling Jiang Yu beside him. He straightened his back and boasted, "The wound has long ceased to hurt. Such a trivial injury does not concern me." Wow, the chieftain is truly remarkable. If it were me, I would have been in tears from such a large wound. Jean wholeheartedly believed Yao's words. Further idolizing him, he had witnessed the chieftain's injuries, 2 large wounds that had bled profusely, leaving him quite worried for a long time. Impressive, impressive! The chieftain is truly extraordinary. Dana and Derek, the 2 brothers, also expressed their blind admiration, surrounding Yao, clapping and cheering. In contrast to the other 3, Mocha maintained a more reserved demeanor, merely gazing at the chieftain with admiration, convinced that he was indeed the mightiest orc in the tribe. Seeing them so flattering, Yao extended his hand to pat each of their heads while discreetly glancing at Jiang Yu, awaiting her praise. Observing this, Jiang Yu suppressed her laughter, turning her head away to feign ignorance of Yao's subtly pleading gaze for commendation. Not receiving the anticipated praise from Jiang Yu made Yao somewhat anxious. He opened his mouth, preparing to speak, when a sudden shout interrupted him. The group in the cave turned towards the source of the sound and saw the old orc entering with herbs, bringing the others along. "Chieftain, how is your wound recovering? Does it still hurt?" Everyone stood before Yao's bed, both excited and eager, firing questions one after another without giving him a chance to respond. All right, your chieftain is lively and well. Sitting right here, the old orc quickly interjected as the excitement escalated. Holding the herbs, she turned to the crowd behind her and said, "Now that you've all seen the chieftain with your own eyes, can you rest easy?" Upon seeing everyone nodding enthusiastically, the old orc smiled and added, "Look at how excited you all are. Since you are relieved, please step outside and make some room. I need to change the bandages for your chieftain." The cave became crowded with all 20 or so individuals, making it quite challenging for the old orc to attend to Yao's injuries. Its laughter erupted among them. They exchanged glances and began to exit the cave. Just before leaving, Mia turned back and shouted encouragingly at Yao, "Chieftain, you must recover soon." In response, Yao modestly nodded. Jiang Yu followed the others out of the cave, realizing that the old orc was far more experienced in treating wounds than she was, and that her presence would not be of much help. Once outside, she discovered that the sun had emerged. The weather had been quite dreary for the past few days, with the sky perpetually overcast. However, this morning, the sun shone brightly, finally dispersing the clouds that had loomed over the tribe. Bathed in the warm morning sunlight, everyone's spirits lifted, though they had learned of the chieftain's awakening the previous night. An air of unreality lingered until they saw him well. Only then did the weight in their hearts truly lift. While Yao could not yet rise from his bed, his awakening signified that he had passed through the most perilous period. This good news invigorated everyone. They no longer had to worry about the chieftain's injuries. Their focus could shift solely to gathering food. They discussed the matter of food storage. The old orc, freshly finished with Yao's treatment, also intended to address this topic. Recently, the temperature has dropped rapidly, and it seems winter is approaching swiftly. Starting today, we shall refrain from hunting and focus on gathering more fruit. This was the old orc's conclusion after a night of careful contemplation. The hunting team had suffered significant injuries, greatly reducing their numbers, even with Mia, Gina, and the 6 orcs from the fruit-gathering team. The effectiveness was minimal. Venturing out to hunt was far too perilous. Encountering docile herbivores would be fortunate, but facing fierce carnivores, such as packs of wild boars or wolves, could easily lead to disaster. Just yesterday, Nicole had led the others for the better part of the day, yet they had only managed to capture a single giraffe. Furthermore, this morning, she checked the storage cave and found several unprocessed wild boars, 4 antelopes, and 3 to 4 large pieces of meat hanging to dry, alongside a large vat of curing bacon. These were all provisions gathered before Yao's incident. While they might not suffice for the entire winter, they combined with fish and fruit would be adequate. This combination was far superior to the previous simple mix of fruit and meat. Thanks to Jiang Yu's invention of roasted fish, they had gained another source of meat. Considering all these factors, the old orc ultimately abandoned the idea of stockpiling meat, deciding instead to focus on gathering more fruit. and no one opposed the old orc's decision. Thus, the old orc combined the hunting and fruit-gathering teams into one, totaling 12 individuals led by Gina, tasked with fruit-gathering. Of course, if they were fortunate enough to encounter some gentle herbivores along the way, they could seize the opportunity. As for the younger orcs, Brandy, the old orc herself, and other severely injured hunting team members remained in the tribe, some nursing their wounds while others tended to the injured. Which, our injuries are not severe. Let us join the fruit gathering as well. Hall and Petty, who had been left behind to recuperate, expressed their desire to accompany the team, to whom the old orc scrutinized their earnest expressions, pondering for a moment. However, prioritizing safety, she ultimately declined, stating, "You two should remain in the tribe." Very well. Hearing the witch's refusal, both felt a tinge of disappointment. They gazed at Nicole, Gina, and the others preparing to depart, their faces reflecting envy. They wished to contribute to the tribe as Nicole and her companions did. Understanding their disappointment, the old orc pondered for a moment and reassured them. "Actually, I have other tasks for you to complete, which is why I kept you in the tribe." "What tasks?" Upon hearing this, Hall and Petty were somewhat taken aback and hurriedly pressed for details. The old orc, eager to reassure them, found himself at a loss for a moment, unsure of what tasks to assign them. He merely suggested that they handle the wild boars and antelopes stored in the cave, which had yet to be processed, cutting them into strips and drying them with ropes. Observing the old orc's hesitation, Jiang Yu stepped in to alleviate the situation. Indeed, those wild boars and antelopes needed swift attention, having been in the cave for 3 to 4 days. Fortunately, the temperature had dropped in the past 2 days. Otherwise, they would have spoiled. Jiang Yu had intended to process the meat quickly and cure it into jerky, but the recent events had left her with no time to attend to the meat. Yes, I was planning for you two to take care of that meat," the old orc agreed, following Jiang Yu's lead. "All right, we will ensure that all the game is processed promptly," Hall and Petty assured him enthusiastically, nodding their heads in agreement. With that, the two of them joyfully made their way to the storage cave, eager to begin their task. Finally, they had work to do and were no longer a burden to the tribe. Having witnessed Jiang Yu's previous curing of meat hanging from branches, they were well aware of how to manage this task. As a cub, Jiang Yu was expected to remain within the tribe. However, she yearned to venture outside and seek her fortune. The vastness of the forest, with its abundant flora and fauna, prompted her to wonder what other food sources she might discover. Thus, she expressed her desire to accompany Gina and Nicole on their outing. "Which, I wish to join Mia and the others. I want to see if there are other food sources beyond fruits." Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, the old orc hesitated, which was a rare occurrence. Jiang Yu was indeed clever and often full of surprises, yet her combat abilities were lacking. One might even say she possessed none at all. She vividly recalled how, while learning hunting techniques, she had been unable to catch even a small rabbit. If they encountered a wild beast, it would be tantamount to delivering herself to danger. Moreover, the team of 12 led by Nicole and Gina appeared numerous, but their combat prowess was not particularly strong, leaving the old orc unsure of Jiang Yu's safety. Which, rest assured, we will protect Jiang Yu diligently. Nicole and Mia, having overheard the conversation, reassured the old orc. "You can trust us. We will bring you back safely." The two sisters were delighted to learn that Jiang Yu wished to join them. Although she was merely a cub, their month-long interactions had earned her the respect of the entire tribe due to her extensive knowledge. They had privately discussed how Jiang Yu was seen as the next which to be nurtured by their human tribe, only to end up in their tiger tribe's territory due to other circumstances, where the chieftain had taken her in, a significant boon for them. Furthermore, it seemed the old orc intended to select Jiang Yu as the next witch for the tiger tribe, a role that commanded respect across all tribes. While they did not obey her every word, they never dismissed her insights lightly. Given Jiang Yu's vast knowledge, they believed she might surprise them once again. Yet they understood the old orc's concerns, prompting them to reassure her further. Even if Jiang Yu were just an ordinary cub, her safety would always be prioritized in times of peril. Just as during the encounter with the warty boar, Gina and the other orcs had instinctively grabbed the nearest cub to protect. Even Brandy, who was not in good health, had rushed to the nearest mocha upon sensing danger. At that moment, Mia had been closest to Jiang Yu, almost reaching her when Yao intercepted her. Fortunately, Yao's intervention was timely. Given her speed and strength, she could manage a typical warty boar, yet she could not outrun a frenzied one while carrying Jiang Yu as the mightiest orc in the tribe. Yao, despite his injured leg, was still stronger than her, and if he could not handle the boar, she certainly could not either. The outcome would have been dire for both her and Jiang Yu. Very well. You must prioritize your safety. Remain vigilant, and avoid confronting powerful beasts head-on. I hope everyone returns unscathed. After receiving assurances from Nicole and Mia, the old orc pondered for a moment, considering Jiang Yu's unique situation, and ultimately consented. However, following her agreement, she proceeded with her usual daily admonitions. All right, we will remain vigilant and prioritize safety. Mia and Nicole interjected quickly, eager to interrupt the old orc's impending lecture. They were both young orcs and had little patience for such nagging. Besides, they understood these principles without needing the witch to reiterate them. Although the old orc held the title of witch, she often took on the role of a nurturing mother, eliciting both respect and affection akin to that of a beloved matriarch. Thus, in daily life, they treated her as they would their own mother, often displaying impatience towards her lecturing. The old orc, clearly aware of this dynamic, took their interruption in stride, smiling as she playfully tapped the tops of Mia and Nicole's heads with her fingers. Don't just agree with your words. The most important thing is to follow through. We know, the two replied eagerly, nodding to indicate they had committed her words to memory. Consequently, Jiang Yu successfully joined the expedition. Gina, shouldering her pack, led the group into the forest. Jiang Yu walked in the very center of the party, flanked by Nicole and Bard on either side to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Observing her two protectors, Jiang Yu felt a touch of embarrassment and remarked, "This is rather excessive. There's no need for such precautions that it feels as if a significant figure is making a public appearance. Which is quite embarrassing. No, it is essential for your safety," Mia interjected, stepping closer to pat Jiang Yu on the shoulder. "You are now the tribe's treasure. We cannot afford to lose you." After saying this, Mia noticed Jiang Yu's cheeks flush with embarrassment at the term treasure, which sparked a memory. She winked at Jiang Yu and teased, "By the way, what is the current status between you and the chieftain?" Now that the chieftain had escaped danger, Mia's curiosity was reignited. She had sensed a budding connection between the two, and in recent days, that feeling had intensified, especially during the incident with the warty boar when the chieftain had fought to protect Jiang Yu despite his fractured leg. Everyone had witnessed his determination. Additionally, while the chieftain lay unconscious, Jiang Yu had remained steadfast by his side, even preparing meals for him upon his awakening. There was no way Mia could believe that nothing significant was happening between them. However, with the chieftain previously in grave danger, no one had the heart to discuss the matter. Now, seeing Jiang Yu so easily flustered, Mia felt a familiar itch for gossip. "What situation? I don't understand what you're saying." Jiang Yu feigned ignorance, mimicking Yao's demeanor. "Don't try to trick me. I woke up early that morning due to an upset stomach and happened to see the chieftain return with a bouquet of flowers." "Tell me, who might those flowers be for?" Mia grinned mischievously, unrelentingly exposing Jiang Yu's fib. "How would I know about his affairs?" "All right, stop asking." Jiang Yu laughed, attempting to deflect the conversation. Mia, seeing Jiang Yu's intent to evade, reached out to tickle her. The sensitive spot under Jiang Yu's arms made her burst into uncontrollable laughter. "You're lying. I can smell the fragrance of flowers on you." Mia could perceive the faint floral fragrance emanating from Jiang Yu. Even without approaching her, Yao would present her with a fresh bouquet each day, and those flowers were lovingly placed by Jiang Yu at her bedside. Over time, the scent of blossoms became infused within her essence. Though Jiang Yu herself remained oblivious to it, such a subtlety could not escape the keen senses of the beastmen. Consequently, Mia unrelentingly exposed Jiang Yu's fib once more, increasing the intensity of her tickling. Proclaiming, "Dare to lie to me? Witness my prowess." Amidst laughter, Jiang Yu stubbornly denied any wrongdoing, maintaining her facade with a defiant chuckle. "I assure you, there's nothing to it," she exclaimed, even as Mia expressed her insatiable curiosity. "You must tell me, or I shan't find rest tonight." As Mia continued her playful assault, she invited Nicole to join in. "Sister, you two should tickle her, see if she confesses." "No, ha ha ha. That one do." Mia, you truly lack decorum. Jiang Yu laughed while casting a pleading glance at Nicole. You two have fun. I shall refrain, Nicole replied, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yu, whose laughter nearly brought her tears. Thus rejecting Mia's proposal. Nicole and Mia were twin sisters. Nicole exuded a more aloof and composed demeanor, while Mia radiated vivacity and cheerfulness. Come now, do tell, Mia pressed, observing Jiang Yu's stubbornness and shifting from tickling to a more tenacious approach. I truly don't believe you. Just share with me. Their joyous banter lightened the earlier somber atmosphere of their group. Gina, who led the team ahead, couldn't help but smile at their merriment, although the tribe leader had awakened and the shaman had lowered their demands. Relieving them of hunting duties, the burden of providing sustenance still weighed heavily. This was precisely why, in the presence of Nicole and Bart, the elder beastman insisted on Gina leading the group. While Nicole possessed formidable hunting skills, she lacked the steadiness that Gina, nearing middle age, embodied. In ordinary circumstances, this was acceptable, but during such unprecedented times, the elder beastman feared impulsiveness from Nicole. As for Bart, he was too taciturn, hardly capable of uttering a word, which was detrimental to the already dampened spirits of the group. Conversely, Gina was composed yet approachable, making her the ideal choice for leadership. The elder beastman's decision was met with unanimous agreement, and given the straightforward nature of the beastmen, neither Nicole nor Bart thought twice about not leading the expedition. One must commend the elder beastman's wisdom. As the group traversed the terrain, foraging for fruit trees, a sudden flurry of wings echoed through the air. Drawing everyone's attention skyward, a large bird glided slowly above them, its considerable bulk juxtaposed against its disproportionately small wings, which appeared almost vestigial. This feeble pair of wings rendered the bird's flight slow and labored, and as it passed overhead, Jiang Yu felt she could easily grasp it with outstretched hands. What kind of bird is that? Jiang Yu inquired, pointing at the unperturbed creature soaring directly above them. Mia, gazing upward at the sluggish bird, nonchalantly replied, That is an elephant bird. An elephant bird? Jiang Yu recalled hearing about such a creature during science class, an enormous, flightless bird that had long since become extinct. She scrutinized the bird as it drifted further away, attempting to reconcile its appearance with the descriptions in her textbook. However, her recollections insisted that the elephant bird was incapable of flight. Thus, she queried Mia, But isn't the elephant bird flightless? It can fly, albeit at a snail's pace. Just look, it has been flying for ages yet hasn't covered much distance, Mia teased, winking at Jiang Yu. Indeed, Jiang Yu mused, recalling her early days in the tribe when a leader had caught a small rabbit for her to practice hunting. To her dismay, she had failed to catch even the slowest of bunnies, leaving Mia utterly astounded at the time. You have no idea how shocked I was, Mia recalled, bursting into laughter. Jiang Yu shot a playful glare at the giggling Mia and retaliated by tickling her. Silence, you truly know how to strike a nerve. That ha ha ha. But it's just too hilarious, Mia laughed, nearly choking on her amusement. In the midst of their playful banter, the slow-moving elephant bird flapped its wings a few times and settled on a towering eucalyptus tree not far ahead. It was a colossal tree, approximately 70 to 80 meters tall, dwarfing the massive bird. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Yu noticed a substantial nest nestled among the branches, and the elephant bird quickly nestled itself within it. Squinting, Jiang Yu surmised that the bird was likely incubating eggs that, in her understanding, birds typically hatch their eggs in spring, yet in this world, the sight of a flying elephant bird in autumn seemed entirely plausible. If this creature truly was nurturing eggs, it would be a delightful surprise. Jiang Yu's familiarity with the long-extinct elephant bird stemmed not only from its status as the second-largest bird species, but also due to its impressive eggs. She recalled that a single elephant bird egg was roughly equivalent to 200 chicken eggs, meaning one egg could easily feed several beastmen. This thought filled her with excitement. Bart, Jiang Yu squinted at the seated elephant bird for a moment before turning to the male beastman beside her. Can you climb trees? Bart, taken aback by the sudden inquiry, nodded earnestly. Can you scale that eucalyptus tree ahead? Jiang Yu pointed towards the giant tree housing the nest. Upon hearing this, Bart hesitated, surveying the towering tree before him. After a considerable pause, he finally replied, I might manage to reach halfway, but perhaps not even that. Jiang Yu chuckled at his response, clarifying, I certainly don't expect you to reach the top. Merely retrieving the nest will suffice. The eucalyptus tree loomed at least 70 meters high, and asking him to reach its summit would be unreasonable. Realizing his misunderstanding, Bart sighed in relief and sheepishly admitted, I can definitely get up there. Given that the hefty bird could hardly fly and had built its nest relatively low, no more than 10 meters off the ground, he felt confident in his ability to retrieve it. Jiang Yu, why do you want Bart to climb the tree? Are you intending to capture that plump bird? Mia inquired with curiosity. Not just the bird. I want to take both the bird and its eggs. Jiang Yu declared, brimming with ambition. After all, a life enriched with both meat and eggs is a good life. Bird eggs? Mia exclaimed in astonishment. Aren't their chicks inside them? The beastmen had never witnessed the hatching process and presumed eggs simply contained fledglings. Not quite. Eggs require incubation to hatch into chicks. Jiang Yu patiently explained us so. Both the bird and its eggs are edible. Gina asked, astonished, having never heard before that birds and their eggs could be consumed. Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, both the bird and its eggs are delectable. Moreover, the elephant bird's eggs are immense. One could easily feed several people. The colossal elephant bird, despite its size, is indeed dwarfed by the larger creatures on the ground, such as wild boars and antelopes. However, in its current weakened state, even if it were to encounter a herd of such sizable prey, it would be rendered utterly helpless. Conversely, this elephant bird, with its stout and cumbersome physique, flies at a leisurely pace, making it an easy target to capture. Such a large egg? Bart, you should give it a try, urged Gina, upon hearing Jiang Yu mention that a single egg could suffice for several individuals. With little regard for anything else, she hastily instructed Bart to make the attempt, be cautious, and do not let the bird escape. Jiang Yu reminded him. Bart nodded and cautiously advanced. The others remained silent, standing still to avoid startling the bird, intently observing Bart's movements. Upon reaching the eucalyptus tree, Bart wrapped his arms around the trunk and began to ascend. His movements were swift, akin to a flurry, yet remarkably quiet. The elephant bird, nestled in its nest with eyes closed, was entirely focused on incubating its eggs and remained oblivious to Bart's approach. In truth, it had seen the group of orcs below during its flight. But they had always maintained a distance, coexisting without interference. As a herbivore, the elephant bird primarily fed on fruits found in the forest and low-lying vegetation, while these orcs ventured out daily to hunt, never considering capturing the birds soaring above. The meat of birds was simply too meager compared to the larger animals on the ground, and their nests were typically built high in the trees, making the idea of climbing to catch them an unlikely thought. Consequently, birds were never included in the orcs' dietary repertoire. It was precisely this reason that allowed the elephant bird to let down its guard. Despite the presence of orcs nearby, granting Bart the opportunity he sought, as Bart edged closer to the elephant bird's nest, he slowed his climbing, cautiously lowering his body to approach the creature. However, as he neared, the elephant bird sensed his presence, startled at the sight of the orc merely half a meter away. It screamed in fright, flapping its short, underdeveloped wings in an attempt to take flight. Yet before it could fully lift off from its nest, Bart swiftly reached out and seized its slender neck with remarkable speed. Taken completely by surprise, the elephant bird flailed desperately, attempting to escape Bart's grasp, but its efforts proved futile. With a forceful twist of his right hand, Bart snapped its neck, silencing its screams that had echoed through the forest. Once the elephant bird lay lifeless, Bart secured himself with one hand on the tree trunk while reaching into the nest with the other. He discovered 4 sizable eggs nestled within. He needed one hand to hold onto the tree. He could not simultaneously retrieve the eggs, so he resolved to collect them on his next trip. Thus, with his left hand gripping the trunk and his right hand clutching the elephant bird's neck, he began to slide down the tree. How did it go? Jiang Yu and the others had been waiting below, and as Bart descended, they quickly surrounded him to inquire about the outcome. There are 4 eggs, he replied, placing the lifeless elephant bird into Gina's backpack before turning to Jiang Yu. Point 4. Today, we are indeed fortunate, Jiang Yu remarked with a smile. The elephant bird's eggs were quite large, and 4 of them, combined with the hefty bird, would provide ample sustenance for the entire tribe. Be careful when collecting the eggs. They are quite fragile, Jiang Yu cautioned, noticing Bart beginning to climb the tree again. Although the eggshells are quite thick and capable of bearing significant weight, Bart's rough handling concerned her, prompting her to issue a warning. Understood. Halfway up the tree, Bart acknowledged Jiang Yu's admonition and continued his ascent. With the elephant bird already captured, he no longer needed to proceed with caution. He climbed swiftly to the branch where the bird had built its nest, cradled the large nest in his arms, and then slid down. Before long, he reached the ground, where everyone eagerly gathered to glimpse the elephant bird's eggs. Within the massive nest, constructed of twigs, leaves, and mud, lay 4 oval-shaped eggs, their brownish hue shining in the light. Each egg varied in size, but none were small, with even the smallest surpassing the size of head to you. "May I hold one of the eggs?" Mia inquired, gently touching the smooth shell. Aware of Jiang Yu's previous warning about the egg's fragility, she refrained from picking one up without first seeking permission. "Yes, they're not as delicate as you might think." Jiang Yu nodded. Mia selected the largest of the 4 eggs, cradling it carefully in her hands as she examined it, emitting sounds of wonder. "Oh, this is what a bird's egg looks like." Having never seen an egg before, as birds build their nests high above, the orc's curiosity was piqued. After each had taken their turn to inspect the eggs, Jiang Yu instructed Bart to place them into the backpack. It took 2 backpacks to accommodate all 4 eggs. "Let us take the nest as well," Jiang Yu decided after contemplating the sturdy structure. It could serve as a cozy abode for the rabbits, which had grown considerably over the past month, outgrowing the small nest she had previously crafted for them. "All right." Bart complied without question, lifting the large nest above his head and following the group forward. Once the team was organized, Gina rallied everyone. "All right, let us proceed." She was mindful that their primary purpose today was to gather fruits. Although the unexpected bounty of the elephant bird and its eggs had already secured their provisions, acquiring more food would undoubtedly be advantageous. The group continued onward in search of fruit-bearing trees. Before long, they encountered a grand fruit tree, but regrettably, all the fruits had already been harvested. Another one taken. They lamented. This forest, being unclaimed, allowed any orc of any race to utilize its resources, and they bore no ill will towards those who had come before them. They merely acknowledged their tardiness, gazing at the barren tree. They briefly reflected before setting out once more. Arranged in a line, they traversed the forest floor littered with dry twigs and leaves, diligently seeking fruit trees. As winter approached, most of the trees had shed their leaves, leaving behind only bare trunks and branches. After an extensive search, they finally stumbled upon a small fruit tree. They stripped every fruit from it, filling only half a backpack, by the time they finished. It was nearly mealtime. In previous outings, they would have returned home laden with food, preparing to roast meat in the tribe. Thus, after gathering the fruits, everyone looked to Gina for direction on whether to press on or return. Gina glanced at the scant fruits in her backpack, gritted her teeth, and resolved, "Let us head back." Though unspoken, the fatigue of their lengthy trek weighed on everyone, and with winter drawing near, the scarcity of fruits rendered further exploration futile. Prolonged absence could also incite worry among the elderly orcs remaining in the tribe. Consequently, Gina led the group back home out on the return journey. Nicole and Bart flanked Jiang Yu, ensuring her safety. "Nicole, I need to relieve myself," she announced. After walking for a while, Jiang Yu blushed and whispered to Nicole, who was walking on her left. She had consumed an ample amount of water today and now felt the urgent need to relieve herself. Upon hearing this, Nicole swiftly made her way to the front of the group, greeted Gina, the leader, and then led Jiang Yu away from the group toward the other side of the forest. The two walked behind a large tree, where Nicole stood a few meters away from Jiang Yu, keeping watch with her back turned. As Jiang Yu unfastened her pants to urinate, she suddenly heard a faint rustling sound nearby. The noise was so subtle and light, akin to the sound of an animal foraging for food, instantly triggering alarm bells in Jiang Yu's mind. "Nicole!" Jiang Yu called out urgently to Nicole, who stood not far from her. Hearing the panic in Jiang Yu's voice, Nicole immediately transformed into her beast form and dashed back toward her. Just as Nicole grasped Jiang Yu by the collar, a fiery red creature darted out from behind her and swiftly fled deeper into the forest. Its frantic movements indicated that it was even more terrified than Jiang Yu. With Jiang Yu in tow, Nicole watched the retreating red figure intently, waiting for a moment to ensure the surroundings were safe before releasing Jiang Yu. "Don't be afraid. It was just a red fox," Nicole reassured the startled Jiang Yu. "Thank goodness. You nearly scared me to death." Jiang Yu exhaled sharply, patting her chest. She had indeed been quite frightened, especially after her recent encounter with a wild boar, which had left her with lingering psychological scars. Therefore, upon hearing the rustling, her immediate instinct was to perceive danger. After all, with her lackluster combat skills in this forest teeming with beasts, she could only expect to be preyed upon. Fortunately, it was merely a fox. But where did it come from? Jiang Yu pondered, having not caught a clear glimpse of the fox's features, only its blurred silhouette as it sped away. From its shape, it appeared to be of considerable size. Yet, the only thing in front of her was a large tree, and the surrounding grass barely reached her calves. Where could that fox have been hiding? Jiang Yu stood still, scanning her surroundings, and even circled the tree, but she couldn't make sense of it. "Wait!" Nicole suddenly pulled Jiang Yu behind her, scanning the area with vigilance and sniffing the air. "There are other creatures here." "What kind of creatures?" Jiang Yu asked nervously, hiding behind Nicole. "That I'm not sure. The scents are too mixed," Nicole replied, sniffing intently to discern. "There are rabbits, mice, and the scent of fruits all around us." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu exchanged a glance with Nicole and began to survey their surroundings. Jiang Yu meticulously scanned the grass, inch by inch, when suddenly her gaze landed on a tree trunk obscured by the underbrush. She rushed forward and pushed the grass aside. To her astonishment, a large tree hollow was revealed. "Oh, that's it," Jiang Yu exclaimed, turning to Nicole. "There's a tree hollow here." This tree was massive, and the entrance was low, perfectly concealed by the surrounding grass, making it nearly impossible to notice without a keen eye. However, now that she had discovered the hollow, Jiang Yu could piece together what had transpired. The spot where she had relieved herself was conveniently near the hollow's entrance. It was likely that the fox had been foraging inside when the noise startled it, prompting her to call for Nicole. Upon sensing Nicole's presence, the fox had fled in fright. And oh wonder the fox had appeared so anxious and panicked as it fled. "Let me take a look inside," Nicole said, approaching the tree hollow and peering in. She emerged moments later, holding two lifeless rabbits. The rabbits had died from a bite to their necks and still bore fresh bloodstains on their fur, indicating they had only recently breathed their last. "There's more," Nicole continued, peering once more into the hollow, retrieving 4 more rabbits and a mouse. "And it's not over yet." With that, Nicole reached in again, this time pulling out 2 trembling rabbits. "There are still some alive," Jiang Yu exclaimed in delight as she took the shivering rabbits from Nicole's grasp. They must have escaped before the fox could kill them. Nicole speculated the other rabbits were freshly killed, likely just moments before these 2 managed to escape. Poor things, they narrowly escaped the jaws of the fox, only to find themselves in a den of tigers. Jiang Yu remarked, stroking the rabbits gently. "Looks like we have 2 new companions for our rabbit family. I'm glad we brought that large bird's nest. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to accommodate them." She added, "Let us head back," Jiang Yu suggested, cradling the 2 rabbits and motioning for Nicole to help carry the deceased ones back to the group. "Wait," Nicole called out, "there's still more inside." With that, she once again peered into the tree hollow, this time emerging with a bounty of fruits. The fox had stored a considerable amount of fruit in the hollow, and it took several trips for Nicole to retrieve all of it. By the time she had emptied the hollow, a small mound of fruits had formed on the ground. Jiang Yu held her rabbits, gazing at the pile of fruits, exchanging glances with Nicole. "Have we just ransacked that red fox's home?" She mused. What an extraordinary day this has turned out to be. One fortunate event after another. First, the unexpected delight of the large bird's nest, and now the discovery of this fox den. One could not help but acknowledge the fox's wealthy stash, albeit now at their expense. Jiang Yu and Nicole shared a smile, their faces beaming with uncontainable joy. Due to this unexpected turn of events, Gina, who had been waiting a long time without seeing the 2 return, grew concerned for their safety and decided to lead the group in search of them. Following their trail, from a distance, they spotted the 2 standing by the large tree, seemingly dazed and oblivious. The group rushed forward, calling out loudly, "What took you so long? Where did all this food come from?" As they approached, Gina noticed a pile of fruits on the ground, along with 6 lined-up rabbits and a large field mouse. All of this came from the tree hollow, Jiang Yu explained, waving the 2 rabbits in her hands and pointing to the cleverly concealed hollow amidst the grass. It belongs to a fox. And that is how it went, Jiang Yu concluded, adding, "What a lucky day it is! So many fruits," Mia exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the fruit mound. She dashed over and enveloped Jiang Yu in a tight embrace. You truly are the blessing of our tiger tribe." Startled by Mia's enthusiastic approach, Jiang Yu stumbled slightly, instinctively cradling the rabbits. "Careful, I have 2 rabbits here." Upon hearing this, Mia loosened her grip, giving the rabbits some breathing space. Then, she cupped Jiang Yu's face and planted a hearty kiss on her cheek. I absolutely adore you." The other beastmen were equally elated, cheerfully gathering the fruits into their backpacks. Once they had stowed away the fruits, rabbits, and the field mouse, their packs were filled to the brim. "Let us head home," Gina announced, waving her hand cheerfully as she led the group back along the path to their tribe. This time, everyone's faces were radiant with joy. Mia and the others, burdened by their heavy packs, hummed a tune that Jiang Yu couldn't quite comprehend, their spirits high as they made their way back. The melody reminded Jiang Yu of the tune the old beastman had sung while praying to the beast god when Yao was injured. And given the current circumstances, she surmised they were praising the beast god for their bountiful harvest. "Which, we're back," Mia shouted excitedly as soon as they caught sight of their tribe, eager to share their joy. The old beastman, hearing Mia's exuberant call, hurried out of the cave and stood in the clearing of the tribe, ready to welcome them. It seems today has turned out splendidly. The elderly orc gazed at the heavy burdens on everyone's backs and their exuberant expressions, chuckling as she spoke. Just as she was about to take Gina's load, her eyes were drawn to the overturned nest of a large bird atop it. The old orc paused, hesitating, and inquired, "Is this a bird's nest?" "Which today?" Gina nodded, preparing to recount the day's events, but was abruptly interrupted by Mia. Let me tell it. Let me tell it," Mia exclaimed, setting down her own burden and eagerly sharing the day's happenings with the old orc. "This morning, we encountered an elephant bird. First, we all dismissed it. But then you informed us that both the elephant bird and its eggs are edible. Then Bart climbed a tree, caught the plump bird, and took the nest with its eggs, which you would believe how large the elephant bird's eggs are." At this, Mia spread her arms wide to demonstrate. Noticing the old orc's curiosity, she continued animatedly, "But that's not all. After catching the bird and its eggs, while we were on our way back, you went to relieve himself and stumbled upon a fox den. So you brought back a whole nest of foxes?" The old orc speculated, observing the jubilant expressions of the group and the overflowing contents of several burdens. "Ha ha ha. Which, you guessed wrong. We didn't catch a single fox." As she said this, Mia mischievously winked, leaving a tantalizing hook, which, can you guess what happened next? The old orc pondered for a moment, shaking her head honestly. "I cannot guess that in the fox den we found rabbits, field mice, and a heap of fruits," Mia joyfully revealed. "Such a thing truly exists." The old orc's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by the turn of events. "Huh, you didn't expect that, did you? Come, let me show you the elephant bird and its eggs." Satisfied with the old orc's astonished expression, Mia waved her hand grandly, pulling the surprised old orc along to view the day's catch. "Look, this is the elephant bird." Mia brought the old orc to the first burden, pointing at the plump bird with its neck broken, showcasing it. Who would have thought the elephant bird could be eaten? The old orc marveled at the large bird in Gina's load. "Jiang, you said not only can the elephant bird be eaten, but so can its eggs," Mia added, leading the old orc to Bart's burden to show the bird eggs. "The elephant bird's eggs are truly this large," the old orc exclaimed in awe, gazing at an egg larger than her own head. She carefully took one from the burden, examining it closely. As she pondered, a question arose in her mind. With such a large egg, how is it meant to be eaten? I can understand the bird, as it is meat, but this egg, I'm at a loss. Yet since Jiang Yu claimed the elephant bird's egg is edible, she had no doubt it was indeed so. After all she had witnessed, the old orc trusted every word Jiang Yu spoke. Still, After scrutinizing the egg in her hands for a good while, she turned to Jiang Yu, who stood beside Gina, cradling a rabbit and smiling at them. How does one eat this egg? There are many ways to prepare eggs steamed: boiled, fried, or made into soup. Not only are there various methods of preparation, but their nutritional value is on par with meat. After speaking, Jiang Yu approached and affectionately patted the egg in the old orc's hands, wearing a satisfied expression. Though these orcs might not grasp the concept of nutritional value, they understood from Jiang Yu's words that the egg was indeed a valuable food source. Who would have imagined the egg could be so beneficial? We must have missed out on so many eggs in the past, Mia lamented, recalling the numerous eggs she had overlooked while climbing trees to gather fruits. When they would climb, they often spotted nests of eggs. But at that time, none had considered the idea of consuming them. It's not just bird eggs. Other types of eggs are also highly nutritious, such as chicken eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, quail eggs, ostrich eggs, and so forth. Jiang Yu corrected Mia. These orcs were rather straightforward. If she didn't clarify, they might only think that bird eggs were edible. Then, if we encounter such eggs again, I won't let a single one go, Mia declared, her fists clenched in determination. After examining the bird eggs, the old orc moved to the other burdens, gazing at the plentiful food within, beaming with joy. She looked at Gina, Mia, and the others, who were equally elated, encouraging them. This is wonderful. You all did brilliantly. Just as they stood in the open discussing which animal eggs were edible, Jean, Mocha, and the Dana brothers returned from the riverbank, each carrying a basket brimming with fish. They rushed up to the old orc, raising their baskets in triumph. Mother, look! Aren't we impressive? Upon seeing the 4 overflowing baskets, the old orc was pleasantly surprised. This is a remarkable catch. You all are incredible. This is the fish we caught, they exclaimed. The clan leader is injured and cannot hunt, so we wanted to help the tribe just like you. The food crisis facing the tribe, the worries of the people. And the old orc's concerns were not lost on these 4 young orcs. They wished to contribute, and since Jiang Yu was just a cub, not even as strong as they were, they felt they too could make a difference. However, they understood they could not venture out unsupervised, as it would only worry the adults and potentially cause more trouble. Moreover, if they were to encounter danger and perish at the jaws of a ferocious beast, their parents, the clan leader, the old orc, and others would be heartbroken. Thus, the 4 deliberated and ultimately decided to fish by the river. The river was close to the tribe and quite safe, so the adults would not be concerned. Additionally, fishing was relatively simple for them. After making their plans, they each took a basket from the storage cave and headed toward the riverbank to catch fish, since Jiang Yu had woven burdens with Gina and Mia. The original fruit baskets had seen little use. However, the orcs treasured these baskets, especially those like Gina, who frequently used them for fruit gathering. Consequently, these fruit baskets were not discarded but stored in the storage cave, where Jean, Mocha, and the others retrieved them for their fishing venture. Meanwhile, the more seriously injured orcs lay in their caves to recover, while the old orc and a few others tended to them. Jean and his companions had quietly slipped away to the riverbank while no one was watching, hoping to catch fish and surprise everyone upon their return. Their plan bore fruit, as the old orc was genuinely astonished to see the 4 baskets of fish. In fact, she was even more delighted than when she had seen the 6 full burdens brought back by Gina and her friends. Such good children! Truly good children! The elderly orc gazed affectionately at Jean and his companions, tenderly patting each of their heads, exclaiming repeatedly that the children had grown so sensible in the eyes of orcs. Physical touch, such as head pats and kisses, symbolizes intimacy and love. Even Jiang Yu was treated with the same affection as the others, leaving her feeling both amused and bewildered. After all, she was not a true child. In fact, she was even older than Yao. For what she had learned over the past month, there was no unified standard for determining adulthood among orcs. Typically, one was considered an adult at the age of 15 or 16 once they had proven capable of hunting independently. Since Yao had only recently reached adulthood, she was, strictly speaking, 2 years his senior. After receiving praise from the old orc, Jean, with a basket in hand, approached his biological mother, Gina, eagerly awaiting her commendation. Observing this, Gina affectionately ruffled her son's hair, praising him for being so understanding today. It was well known that Jean was the most mischievous child in the tribe, even more so than the Dana brothers, who were comparatively well-behaved. Thus, Jean's behavior today genuinely surprised Gina. As for Mocha's mother, Dan, she felt even more gratified. Unlike Jean and the Dana brothers, Mocha had always been obedient and sensible, possibly due to the absence of a father figure since childhood, sparing Dan from worries. As a member of the fruit-picking team, she spent her days scouring the hills with Gina and Mia, searching for fruit trees, leaving her little time to spend with Mocha. The gentle and sensible Mocha found it hard to relate to the playful Jean and his friends, often playing alone until Jiang Yu arrived, after which she began to cling to her. Consequently, Dan felt a sense of guilt towards the child. Thus, witnessing Mocha's obedient demeanor brought her both comfort and a tinge of sadness. As for Brandy, the mother of the Dana brothers, she had always been quiet and reserved, unable to utter any sentimental words. Therefore, even in moments of joy, she merely patted the heads of her two sons as a form of praise. The Dana brothers, feeling their mother's gentle touch, instinctively nudged their heads against her hand, filled with delight. "What is this?" Jean, who was typically the one scolded by his mother, felt a rare sense of elation upon receiving praise today. Proudly lifting his chin to bask in his mother's compliments, he inadvertently caught sight of the bird eggs nestled in Bart's backpack. Curious, Jean dashed over to the backpack, bent down, and gently touched the smooth shell of the eggs. "These are bird eggs, and they are delicious," Jiang Yu succinctly explained to Jean while cradling a rabbit. She understood that these young orcs cared little for the nutritional value of the bird eggs. They were solely interested in their taste. Another new delicacy? Indeed, upon hearing her words, Jean became instantly excited, grinning widely as he clapped his hands in joy, exclaiming how wonderful it was that they had not only roasted fish today, but also a new treat. "Jiang, let us have this egg for lunch today," Mocha chirped, skipping over to Jiang Yu with her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "All right, we shall have steamed eggs for lunch," Jiang Yu declared, affectionately patting Mocha's head. Hooray! Upon hearing this, the four young orcs burst into exuberant cheers, their excitement palpable. While roasted fish was certainly delightful, they were even more eager for something new. Jiang Yu's culinary creations had never disappointed them. Jiang Yu planned to steam the bird eggs, as the resulting custard would be both delicious and nutritious, perfect for the injured orcs and beneficial for Yao's recovery. However, before steaming the custard, there was another task to attend to: relocating the rabbits. Carrying the two rabbits in her arms, Jiang Yu approached the original rabbit hutch and lifted the cover, since she had begun semi-free-range rabbit keeping. The four little rabbits had grown accustomed to her presence, quietly sitting in their hutch and watching her with curiosity. Pleased with these successfully tamed rabbits, Jiang Yu turned to Mia and said, "Mia, please bring the bird nest." "Certainly." With that, Mia quickly approached, carrying the large bird nest and placing it before Jiang Yu. One by one, Jiang Yu gently transferred the four rabbits from their hutch into the bird nest, declaring, "This will be your new home." Suddenly thrust into this expansive new abode, the rabbits were taken aback, huddling closely together in a small corner of the nest, appearing quite wary. Jiang Yu understood that this was due to the lingering scent of the birds. They would acclimate in a few days. She reached out, soothingly stroking the four rabbits that clung tightly to one another, before placing the two rabbits she had held into the nest as well, saying, "These will be your new companions." The two rabbits had trembled from the presence of the orcs, but upon seeing their kin, they hurriedly joined the four indigenous rabbits, seeking solace in their company. After settling all 6 rabbits, Jiang Yu stood up, clapped her hands, and said to Mia, "All right, let us go steam the custard now." "Jiang, don't you need to cover them with a cage?" Mia pointed to the cage set aside by Jiang Yu and asked, "What if they sneak away while we're not looking?" "They won't." Jiang Yu reassured her. The first 4 rabbits have been completely tamed as for the last 2. Jiang Yu paused, gesturing toward the 2 trembling rabbits that seemed eager to burrow beneath their kin. "Just look at how frightened they are. Their legs are shaking. They wouldn't dream of running away." As she spoke, the 2 rabbits continued to burrow beneath their companions, until finally the indigenous rabbits could no longer tolerate it and kicked each of them away. Despite being kicked, the 2 rabbits persisted, scrambling to rejoin their chaotic counterparts. Jiang Yu watched this scene unfold, her lips twitching with amusement. She was aware that rabbits were timid creatures, but to see them so excessively fearful was a first for her. Let us go. With the rabbit settled, Jiang Yu was ready to begin steaming the custard. She approached the water tank, scooped water with a fruit shell, rinsed the rabbit fur from her hands, and filled the tank again. This time, she poured the water into a clay pot, placed it on the earthen stove, covered it, and started a fire. There wasn't too much water in the clay pot. She intended to bring it to a boil and let it cool before adding it to the egg mixture. Diluting the egg mixture with water would yield a silky, pudding-like custard, enhancing its texture. How long will this take? As the flames rose in the earthen stove, the old orc instinctively settled in front of it. Watching over the clay pot, this had become a habitual action after spending several days steaming salt. Jiang Yu chuckled at the old orc's adeptness at feeding wood into the stove, stating, "Just until the water boils." "All right, I'll tend to the fire. You can attend to other matters." The old orc nodded, indicating his understanding. Having spent days guarding the pot while steaming salt, he had witnessed the transformation of cold water into boiling water countless times and no longer required Jiang Yu's prompting to recognize the signs of boiling. "Good. Then I'll leave it to you." Jiang Yu smiled, entrusting the task of boiling water to the old orc. She then returned to the water tank, and with Mia's assistance, washed the 4 bird eggs until their shells gleamed. Once the eggs were clean, the next step was to pour the egg mixture into a bowl and whisk it. However, Jiang Yu encountered a dilemma. The bird eggs were simply too large for the clay bowl. After pondering for a moment and tapping the egg, which was several times larger than the bowl, she ultimately decided against using the bowl and opted for a large clay pot instead. She instructed Mia to fetch a spare clay pot from the storage cave and to clean off the dust. Once the pot was ready, Jiang Yu asked Mia to hold the bird eggs while she positioned her fingers together and struck the shell with a swift motion. With a crisp crack, a large opening formed in the shell. Once broken, the egg liquid flowed smoothly into the clay pot. Wow! Upon witnessing the appearance of the egg liquid, Mia and the surrounding orcs gasped in unison, marveling at the revelation of what lay within the egg shell. The golden yolk, enveloped by a thick, watery liquid, captivated the eye. "Yuching, this yolk resembles the sun in the sky," exclaimed Mocha, cradling her face in awe as she gazed into the pot filled with the radiant yellow yolk. Let me see. Jean tiptoed eagerly, striving to catch a clearer glimpse. Jiang Yu, too, was taken aback by the stunning sight within the pot. The yolk was both large and round, its shape and hue reminiscent of the setting sun in the evening sky. Most importantly, this yolk was remarkably substantial. Having seen many eggs in her time, she had to admit that this was her first encounter with a yolk only slightly smaller than a football. She felt that this solitary yolk was nearly the size of her own head. After everyone had sufficiently admired the spectacle, Jiang Yu followed suit and cracked another egg into the pot. With 2 bird eggs, the pot was filled halfway. Jiang Yu felt immensely grateful that the 4 pots in the tribe were quite spacious. Otherwise, these eggs would not have fit. She instructed Mitsai to place the remaining 2 bird eggs in the storage cave, saving them for future culinary endeavors. Jiang Yu, the water is boiling. An elder orc, who had been seated by the earthen stove, reminded her upon hearing the bubbling sound from the pot. "All right, let us withdraw the firewood." Jiang Yu replied, lifting the pot's lid to allow the boiling water to cool naturally. While waiting for the water to cool, Jiang Yu busied herself by gently stirring the egg mixture in the pot with a large ladle. As she stirred, the large yolks gradually blended with the egg whites. After breaking up both yolks, Jiang Yu sprinkled a pinch of salt into the mixture and continued to stir. Approaching winter, the temperatures had dropped significantly, causing the boiling water to cool rapidly. In mere moments, the once bubbling liquid had turned tepid. Jiang Yu cleaned the ladle that had been touched by the egg mixture, then dipped it into the pot to scoop out some cool boiled water. She poured the cooled water into the pot filled with egg mixture, continuing to stir until they were evenly combined. As for the amount of water, she relied solely on instinct. Once the consistency of the egg mixture was just right, Jiang Yu ceased stirring and turned to Mitsai and the others, who had been watching intently, instructing them to fetch the ceramic bowls. After each meal, once the bowls had been cleaned, Jiang Yu would request that everyone store the ceramic bowls, pots, and other fragile ceramic items in the storage cave, retrieving them only when needed. "All right, sister, let us go together," Mitsai said, pulling Nicole along with her to retrieve the ceramic bowls. Once the 2 sisters emerged from the cave with the bowls in their arms, Jiang Yu instructed them to wash the bowls with water first. Although the bowls were always cleaned before being stored in the cave, a night without cover inevitably left them dusty, so a rinse was beneficial. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's request, the two sisters rolled up their sleeves and promptly set to work. After a month of interaction, everyone had grown to trust Jiang Yu's words implicitly, often following her instructions without question. Jiang Yu arranged the clean bowls neatly, then took up the ladle to scoop the egg mixture into each one as she filled each large bowl to the brim. And even then, after filling all 27 bowls, there remained a portion of the egg mixture. Seeing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim sincerely, "These bird eggs are truly enormous." With the egg mixture portioned, it was time to commence steaming the egg custard. "Which ignite the fire," Jiang Yu commanded, scooping more water into the pot with a fruit shell and directing the elder orc, who was still tending the fire, to continue stoking it. Once the water in the pot reached a boil again, Jiang Yu carefully placed the bowls filled with egg mixture into the larger pot. She expertly controlled the water level, ensuring that the bowls rested at the bottom without allowing boiling water to spill inside. During the pottery-making process, she had taken into account the orcs' appetites, crafting the bowls to be quite generous in size. Just 4 bowls filled the bottom of the pot. Consequently, only 4 bowls could be steamed at once. Observing the remaining 23 bowls filled with egg mixture, awaiting their turn in the steamer, Jiang Yu thought this method was too slow. After some contemplation, she ventured around the tribe, gathering a few branches of similar thickness, and adjusted their lengths to match the pot's size, fashioning a makeshift steaming rack resembling a small bamboo raft, which she placed atop the 4 bowls. With this improvised steaming structure, Jiang Yu added another 4 bowls on top. Now, the large pot housed 2 layers, accommodating a total of 8 bowls of egg mixture. Estimating the height of the pot, Jiang Yu decided there was still room for 4 more bowls. Following the same method, she constructed another steaming rack and placed 4 additional bowls on top, before finally covering the pot with its lid to begin steaming the egg custard. Now, 12 bowls could be steamed at once, greatly enhancing efficiency and conserving firewood. "Now, we simply await the egg custard to steam to perfection," Jiang Yu said as she turned to the mesmerized Mitai and the others who had been observing her. The orcs exhibited profound curiosity, particularly towards things they had never encountered before, and thus, while Jiang Yu prepared the egg custard, everyone except the elder orc by the fire stood a few meters away, transfixed by her every movement. This scene gave Jiang Yu the amusing impression of leading a group of inquisitive kindergartners. Noticing Mitai craning her neck in an attempt to peer into the pot, Jiang Yu chuckled, "The custard will be ready soon. A single bowl 1 tea sufficed to satisfy you to go attend to the fish that Jean and the others brought back, and prepare some grilled fish." Upon hearing this, the others reluctantly departed, frequently glancing back. Jiang Yu, unable to suppress a laugh, remarked, "Has the mealtime already passed, and yet you're not hungry?" Historically, they would begin preparing grilled fish and meat the moment mealtime approached, and any delay in dining would leave the orcs ravenous. Today, however, they were so enthralled by the steaming process that they forgot their hunger. It was only after Jiang Yu's reminder that they realized their stomachs had been growling for some time. "Indeed, let us hurry to deal with the fish. I'm starving, my stomach feels flat." Mitai rubbed her empty stomach and rallied the other orcs. Consequently, Nicole, Mitai, Bart, Brandy, and Mocha as a Muden gathered together to process the 4 baskets of fish that Jean and the others had caught. Due to the unexpected bounty from the fox den, they had returned later than usual, typically starting food preparations upon arrival. Instead, they had been unable to resist their curiosity and had lingered to watch Jiang Yu steam the eggs. Now, with mealtime long gone, they set about preparing the evening's meal with a sense of urgency. Thus, Nicole, Bart, and Dan took on the tasks of scaling the fish and removing the gills and entrails, while Mitai and Brandy handled the grilling. The egg custard required 10 minutes to steam, and with some idle time, Jiang Yu joined the fish grilling team. With many hands making light work, soon a large pile of grilled fish was laid out on a broadleaf serving as a makeshift tablecloth. Estimating that 10 minutes had passed, Jiang Yu approached the pot and lifted the lid. Instantly, a cloud of steam infused with the tantalizing aroma of eggs wafted towards her. As the steam dissipated, the sight that greeted her was 4 bowls of golden, glistening egg custard atop the stack. The custard, enhanced by the addition of cooled boiled water, appeared as delicate and smooth as pudding. "Wow, "This looks absolutely stunning," exclaimed Mocha, who had been eagerly awaiting the custard's completion, leaning in to peer into the bowl. Upon seeing the custard, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Jiang Yu glanced at Mocha with a smile, reminding her that mere appearance wasn't tea enough. The taste would ultimately determine its worth. After a month of living with the orcs, she had observed their affinity for vibrant colors. The more vivid and striking, the more they adored it. The bright yellow of the egg custard perfectly aligned with their aesthetic. "Bart," Jiang Yu called to the orc who was still scaling fish, "go wash your hands and bring out the steamed egg custard." The freshly crafted earthenware bowl was exceedingly hot, and the coarse, thick-skinned Bart was well suited for this task. Without hesitation, Bart set aside the fish he had been scraping, approached the large water vat, and began to ladle out water. After moistening his hands, he plunged them into the large ceramic pot, retrieving the steaming egg custard, which he placed aside to cool. Then he turned his attention to the row of egg mixture awaiting steaming. With a nod of acknowledgement, Bart proceeded as instructed, placing 12 bowls of egg mixture into the pot once more. After covering the ceramic vessel, the second batch of egg custard commenced its steaming, while the elderly orc continued to stoke the fire beneath the earthen stove. During the cooling process of the custard, Jiang Yu diligently monitored its temperature, occasionally reaching out to touch the bowl's wall. If it was too hot, it would be uncomfortable to handle, and once cooled, the custard would develop an unpleasant eggy odor, diminishing its initial delightful texture. She awaited the optimal moment to indulge in the custard. When the bowl surface no longer burned her fingers, she presented the first bowl of custard to the elder orc. "Elder, do taste the custard," she urged. The old orc happily accepted the bowl, and Jiang Yu gazed at the beautifully colored custard within, filled with satisfaction, certain it would be delicious. However, just as she was about to indulge, she paused, holding the bowl and inquiring of Jiang Yu, "How does one eat this custard?" "Why, one uses a small spoon to scoop it," Jiang Yu replied instinctively. But as soon as the words left her lips, she belatedly realized her oversight. She had not prepared any spoon for the elder orc to enjoy the custard. In fact, one could say that the tribe lacked small spoons altogether. Regrettably, despite having spent a month in the tribe, she had yet to craft not only spoons but also chopsticks and other utensils. Their previous meals of roasted meat and fish had been consumed skewered on branches, rendering utensils unnecessary. Even when they had simmered bone broth, they had only needed the earthen bowls. Thus, she had never considered the need for chopsticks or spoons. It was not until yesterday's midday meal, when she had braised deer meat without removing the bones, that she realized the absence of utensils. Yes, everyone wished to eat the meat in the bowl. They could only sip the broth first, and then pick at the bones with their hands. Once the broth was gone, it was then that Jiang Yu became aware of her failure to prepare utensils for everyone. Yet at that time, Yao was still unconscious, and her attention was entirely focused on him, leaving no room for such trivial matters. She had intended to address it once Yao awakened. Consequently, this delay led her to forget entirely about the issue. Now, with the elder orc inquiring how to eat the custard, she was left dumbfounded. How could she have neglected such an important task as making utensils? Frustrated with herself, Jiang Yu lightly tapped her head. How could she have such a lapse in memory? Despite wanting to chastise herself, it was too late to create the necessary utensils now. She surveyed her surroundings and ultimately rinsed the large ladle used for the egg mixture before handing it to the elder orc, thinking they could make do with this until she fashioned smaller spoons. The elder orc, unconcerned, accepted the ladle, carefully scooping a small portion of the custard and placing it in her mouth. The custard was so tender and smooth that it disintegrated upon the slightest touch. The elder orc hardly had time to react before it melted in her mouth. She had never tasted such a delicate food. Before she could savor the flavor, the custard had vanished. She scooped another small portion with the ladle, this time with a hint of caution. With the experience of the first taste, she placed the custard in her mouth, savoring it carefully. The custard was springy and silky, requiring no chewing. A gentle nip was all it took for it to dissolve. After thoroughly relishing the custard's texture, the elder orc exclaimed, "This is truly exquisite. I dare say this steamed egg custard is a rare delicacy in this world." Noticing the elder orc's high praise for the custard, Mia, Nicole, and the others, who were grilling fish, frequently glanced over. They watched the elder orc's expression of enjoyment and inhaled the fragrant aroma of eggs wafting through the air, swallowing hard. The first batch had yielded 12 bowls of custard, and the rich scent was tantalizing their senses. Unfortunately, aside from the large ladle in the elder orc's hands, there were no extra spoons in the tribe, no matter how much they craved it. They could only watch eagerly, waiting for the elder orc to finish before they could partake, seeing the bowls of custard before them. Yet unable to eat, Jiang Yu resolved that after lunch, she would craft chopsticks and spoons for everyone. However, while Mia and Nicole could still resist the alluring aroma, Jean was unable to contain himself. "Mama, Mama!" Jean rushed to the elder orc, clinging to her leg. "I want some too. Please give me some." All right. The elder orc affectionately patted Jean's little head, then scooped a generous portion of custard with a ladle and offered it to him. "Delicious, delicious!" Upon tasting the first spoonful, Jean leaped up in joy. He quickly devoured the large scoop of custard, disregarding the elder orc's reminder to eat slowly. Once Jean had finished, the elder orc scooped another large spoonful from the bowl, calling out to Mocha and the others, "Come, each of you shall have a spoonful." Hearing this, Mocha and the Dana brothers lined up, eagerly awaiting their turn. As Jiang Yu observed this warm scene, she was reminded of her childhood, when her caretaker would feed her one spoonful at a time. "Come, Jiang Yu, you too." After serving Mocha and the others, the elder orc scooped another generous spoonful of custard and beckoned to Jiang Yu, who had been standing there in a dazed "Me. I can have some too?" Jiang Yu asked in surprise, pointing at herself. "Of course. You can? Each of you 5 little ones shall have a spoonful," the elder orc replied with a smile. The elder orc was always fair to the little ones. In her eyes, Jean had his merits, Mocha had his strengths, and the Dana brothers had theirs. Each was a good child, as for Jiang Yu, although she was more intelligent and capable than these adult orcs. The elder orc never forgot that Jiang Yu, no matter how clever or competent, remained a young one in need of care. Hurry. Seeing Jiang Yu frozen in place, the elder orc urged her with a gentle smile. "All right." Jiang Yu, feeling a warm current flow through her heart at the elder orc's kind smile, stepped forward and, with the elder orc's hand guiding her, finished the generous spoonful of custard. The ladle was large, and after each child received a spoonful, there was little custard left in the bowl. "The remainder shall be for me," the elder orc declared, finishing off the scant custard left at the bottom of the bowl. She then used the ladle to scrape every last bit of custard clinging to the walls of the bowl, savoring it with care. "All right, I've finished. Quick, take the ladle and feed that child, Yao." The elder orc handed the ladle to Jiang Yu, instructing her to bring a bowl of custard to Yao. With no extra utensils available, they were left with no choice but to share. Jiang Yu accepted the large ladle from the elder orc, washed it, and then carried a bowl of the steamed custard into Yao's cave. Upon entering, Jiang Yu found Yao lying obediently on his bed, his gaze fixed intently on the cave's entrance. When he saw her, his face lit up with joy, his dog-like eyes sparkling. Yet almost immediately, a look of grievance crossed his features, although Yao lay in bed. He had been attentively monitoring the happenings outside, that he was aware that Jiang Yu had gone to the forest with Gina and the others. The forest was perilous, and Jiang Yu lacked the means to protect herself. Yao had been on edge, fearing for her safety. The wait felt interminable. He had tossed and turned in bed for what seemed like ages, when he finally glanced up and saw the rising sun through the cave's entrance. He thought, it is still morning. I must wait the entire morning still. Time seems to pass so slowly. 1, 2, 3. He lay listlessly on the bed, spreading his 4 paws apart, counting his toes to pass the time. 17, 18, 1, 2, 3. Altogether, his front and back paws had only 18 toes, so he could only count up to 18. Once he reached 18, he would count back down, starting from 1 again. He counted over and over, not knowing how many times he had done so, until he heard Mia's cheerful exclamation, "Jiang Yu and the others have returned." In his excitement, he momentarily forgot about his injury and sprang up like a carp leaping out of water, only to feel a sharp pain tugging at his abdomen. Oh no. Before Jiang Yu left, she had instructed him to rest properly in bed. If he tore his wound, she would surely be angry with him. In a flurry, he looked down at the bandage wrapped around his injury. Fortunately, the bandage was clean, with no traces of blood. The wound had merely been tugged at, not torn. However, he could no longer afford to move recklessly and had to hold his abdomen, obediently lying back down on the bed. After being forced to lie there, Yao consoled himself, It's all right. It's all right. After all, Jiang Yu has returned, and she will surely come in to see him soon. So, Yao lay patiently in bed, awaiting Jiang Yu's visit. Ever since Gina and the others returned to the tribe, he had been eagerly waiting for Jiang Yu. Yet, as he waited and waited, Jiang Yu's figure did not appear. Although he could hear laughter drifting in from outside the cave, it was Jiang Yu, the old beastmen, Mia, as well as Ka and Jian. Listening to the joyful sounds outside the cave, Yao felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Jiang Yu had been back for so long and hadn't come to see him. She must have completely forgotten about him. How could he have sent her flowers? Indeed, although Yao was unable to get out of bed due to his abdominal injury, the flowers he had arranged were still delivered to Jiang Yu's pillow on time. This was something he had secretly arranged with Jian that morning. When Jian came to visit him, they had privately agreed that Jian would pick a bouquet of flowers for him every day until he was able to get out of bed, in exchange for a condition he would promise. However, this had to be done discreetly, without letting anyone, especially Jiang Yu, find out. He thought, when Jiang Yu comes in and sees these fresh flowers by her pillow, she will surely be delighted. Any request can be made? Jian asked incredulously after hearing the chief's words. Any request can be made, Yao confirmed with a nod. Upon receiving Yao's affirmative reply, Jian immediately became excited and hastily proposed his request. Then my request is that when the chief recovers, he takes me hunting with him. Jian had long wished to accompany the chief on a hunt, but the chief always said he was too young to take him along. All right, Yao unhesitatingly agreed to Jian's request. Wonderful. Jian never expected such a favorable outcome. He nodded eagerly in agreement with the chief's proposal and quickly gathered a large handful of wildflowers from around the tribe. Though winter was approaching and many flowers and plants had withered, this place had a diverse array of flora, and some flowers bravely bloomed despite the cold. Jian soon returned with an ample bouquet, placed them by Jiang Yu's pillow, and discarded the wilted flowers from the previous day. After Jian left, Yao looked at the fresh bouquet by Jiang Yu's pillow, which emitted a faint fragrance, feeling extremely happy. Although Jiang Yu never verbalized it, Yao knew she genuinely adored these flowers. Every time she caught a whiff of their scent, her mood would lift and a smile would unconsciously grace her face. He was willing to do anything that could bring joy to Jiang Yu. However, he had always been the one to deliver the flowers himself, and now, due to his injury, he had to rely on Jian. Once he recovered, he would surely bring Jiang Yu even more flowers, enough to fill the cave. Lying on the bed, Yao imagined how he would soon be able to present flowers and chirping beasts to Jiang Yu. Eagerly awaiting her arrival to visit him, he waited and waited, and after what felt like an eternity, Jiang Yu finally entered, carrying a ceramic bowl. You finally came in, Yao said, looking at the tardy Jiang Yu with a hint of grievance. What's the matter? Jiang Yu detected the unmasked distress in Yao's tone and inquired with a smile. Humph, Yao responded without answering, turning his head away and letting out a huff through his nose. In this moment, he resembled not a fierce tiger, but rather a petulant child. Why are you sulking? Jiang Yu teased, noticing Yao's furrowed brows and his mix of anger and grievance, for some reason. Although Yao's beast form was that of a ferocious tiger, his eyes appeared endearing, devoid of any menace. He looked more like an innocuous little puppy, soft and wet, especially when he was feeling wronged. He appeared particularly harmless and adorable, enough to melt anyone's heart. Little did she know, the beastmen, who live in a world filled with dangers and hunted ferociously, faced bloodshed daily. They were far from harmless. Yet in Jiang Yu's presence, Yao would unconsciously lower his guard and reveal his softer side. Humph, he pouted, feeling a bit shy as he said, You've been back for so long, and Haven T come see me. He had been waiting for a long time. It turned out he was sulking because she hadn't visited him since her return. However, it was understandable. He was naturally restless, but due to his grave injury, he had been forced to lie in bed, which was quite miserable. Moreover, there were no entertainment activities here. Unlike the modern world where one could play with their phone, he was simply lying there for an entire morning, which was undoubtedly tedious. Furthermore, he felt wrong that she hadn't come to see him after he was hurt. Realizing this, Jiang Yu looked at the sulking Yao and gently coaxed, All right, next time, as soon as I return, I will come to see you, okay? Well, all right then. I will forgive you this time. Yao replied, his little paws curling up in restraint as he stuttered. Since Jiang Yu had acknowledged her mistake, he would let it go this time. All right, come on, let's eat some steamed egg custard before it gets cold, Jiang Yu said, gently adjusting Yao's head and helping him sit up on the bed. Then she took a large spoon and began to feed him spoonfuls of the custard from the bowl. Yao, caught off guard by Jiang Yu's gentle treatment, felt a bit dizzy. Jiang Yu was actually feeding him. Oh, how wonderful Jiang Yu was! It should be noted that for beastmen, food was incredibly precious, and only those in the closest of relationships would feed each other, such as family or lovers. Jiang Yu, unaware of this, simply thought Yao's limbs were inconvenient, so she helped him eat. Aside from the two most severe wounds on his abdomen and leg, Yao had several minor injuries as well, such as a long scrape on his right hand. However, these minor injuries were nothing significant for beastmen. Yao paid them no mind, and the old beastman overlooked them as well, let alone applying herbal medicine to them. But Jiang Yu was different. Upon seeing the injury on his hand, she instinctively wished to prevent him from using it. Thus, she fed him spoonfuls of food instead. How does it taste? Is it good? Jiang Yu asked, looking at Yao as he obediently opened his mouth for the custard. But Yao's eyes kept stealing glances at Jiang Yu when she was looking, and as he was engrossed in watching her, he suddenly heard her question and quickly nodded. It's good. In truth, he couldn't even discern the flavor of the steamed egg custard. He simply felt sweet inside at the thought that Jiang Yu was feeding him. He was truly delighted. Was the egg custard this delicious? Seeing Yao's tail wagging joyfully behind him, Jiang Yu mistakenly thought he was so happy because he was enjoying the delicious custard. Would you like another bowl? He is still a patient, so naturally, his reasonable needs should be met as much as possible. Good. Yao nodded, his tail wagging even more joyfully. In less than 2 minutes, he finished a bowl of egg custard, and Jiang Yu went outside to bring another bowl in, once again using a large ladle to scoop it out and feed him. Yao squinted his eyes, relishing Jiang Yu's attentive feeding, feeling as if his heart were blossoming with joy. If only time could freeze at this very moment. Of course, this was merely his whimsical fantasy. The second bowl of egg custard was also consumed quickly. Jiang Yu hurriedly handed the spoon to others waiting for their turn. And after feeding Yao, she promptly stood up and exited the cave. Eat good and rest while you heal. Don't move around, she reminded him as usual before leaving. Upon seeing Yao nod obediently, Jiang Yu finally lifted her foot to depart. Balancing an empty ceramic bowl in her hands, she noticed the bouquet placed by her pillow. Ever since Ka gifted her the first bouquet, she had casually placed it by her pillow, and it had never ceased to be replenished. The fresh bouquet arrived punctually each day. Although Yao stubbornly refused to admit it, she was well aware of who sent those flowers. After Yao's injury, she thought the flowers would cease, yet to her surprise, they continued to arrive on schedule. Jiang Yu was utterly perplexed about how Yao managed this. Moreover, the petals of this bouquet were still adorned with morning dew, indicating they had been freshly picked that very morning. Such a seemingly trivial matter was remarkable in its consistency, as someone had steadfastly kept it in mind and maintained this daily ritual without fail. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yu felt a slight stir in her heart. She turned back to glance at Yao, who was also looking at her silhouette. Upon meeting her gaze, he hurriedly averted his eyes. Feigning nonchalance as he focused on the cave ceiling, he believed he was concealing his nervousness well, unaware that his continually wagging tail had stiffened due to tension. Jiang Yu effortlessly saw through his clumsy act without needing to think. With a subtle smile, she turned and continued her way out of the cave, her footsteps now considerably lighter and more spirited, due to the entire tribe possessing only a single ladle as their utensil. Everyone struggled to finish their lunch. After finishing her share of egg custard and grilled fish, Jiang Yu, reflecting on the matter, resolved to immediately start crafting chopsticks and spoons. Furthermore, she intended to produce not only these utensils but also an entire set of pots, bowls, and other cooking implements. Thus, she called upon Ka to accompany her to the riverbank for pottery making. Indeed, she planned to create all these utensils and cookware from clay. You wait for me. I want to join too. Upon learning that Jiang Yu and Ka were heading to the riverbank for pottery, Mia hurriedly chased after them, expressing her desire to participate. She had long wished to be involved in pottery making, but had been occupied with fruit picking during Jiang Yu's previous pottery sessions. Now that she finally had some free time, She was eager to give it a try. Thanks to the unexpected delight from the fox den, the elder beastman decided that the entire tribe would rest that afternoon. For the past half-month, everyone had been busy with salt production and food storage, and with Yao's recent accident, the tension had been palpable. The elder beastman understood the importance of balancing work and rest, thus allowing everyone a well-deserved afternoon off to resume food storage the following day. This provided Mia with the opportunity to accompany Jiang Yu in pottery, making "Let's go. Let's go." Naturally, Jiang Yu was thrilled to have Mia join, as an extra pair of hands always meant more help. The three of them arrived at the riverbank, resuming their work of digging up clay from the pit they had previously used. They then mixed in water and kneaded it vigorously, akin to dough preparation. With the experience from their prior pottery sessions, Ka had become quite the adept potter, her motions as skilled as Jiang Yu's. Watching the scene unfold, Mia exclaimed, "Little Ka's become so amazing already." In Mia's eyes, Ka had always been a naive little cub, and she was astonished to see how much she had learned in just a month. "Ha!" Jiang Yu chuckled in response to Mia's astonishment. This is what they mean by a scholar's growth is to be expected after 3 days apart. Although Ka is small, she excels at pottery. If you diligently learn pottery, you will become skilled as well. Ka encouraged Mia, her hands never pausing in their work. Hearing this, Mia took a handful of clay and mimicked their actions, adding water and kneading it. "You need to add a bit more water," Ka instructed. "All right," Mia replied. "Next, knead it like I do, with some force," Ka continued. Following her guidance, Mia exerted herself to knead the clay diligently. "Add a little more water," Ka reminded her. "Oh, I really need to add more?" Mia asked. "Yes, but just a little," Ka said enthusiastically, relishing her role as the little teacher, thus teaching with great detail and energy. As Jiang Yu kneaded her own clay, she listened to the cheerful exchange between the two. Once the consistency of her clay was satisfactory, she prepared to commence the formal pottery-making process. She intended to start from larger items to smaller ones, with her first creations being a ladle and a basin. Imitating the shape of a gourd, she crafted a ladle, followed by a basin using a coiling technique. She placed the two completed forms before Ka, demonstrating Ka. "This is what a ladle and basin look like. This is what they look like," Ka pondered, observing the two clay forms in front of her. Not quite. Ka's comment sparked an idea in Jiang Yu. She realized that her demonstration might inadvertently limit Ka's creativity. In truth, there are no strict rules regarding the shapes of ladles and basins, as long as they serve their purpose. Therefore, Jiang Yu added, "Actually, these two are meant for holding water or other items. You can mold them into any shape you desire, as long as they function properly. However, we should make more basins, some for washing vegetables and others to serve as wash basins. With a wash basin, it will be quite convenient to wash up with hot water during winter." All right. Ka immediately embarked on her creative journey. Her small hands busily manipulated the clay, and soon, a basin that was neither perfectly round nor flat began to take shape. "You look," Ka exclaimed, pointing at the large basin she had just molded, her face alight with excitement as she showcased her creation to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu couldn't help but twitch her lips at the sight of the basin before her. It wasn't due to its peculiar shape, but rather, it was simply enormous. Just how big was it? Jiang Yu felt that this single basin could comfortably accommodate Ka, Mia, and herself all at once. To be honest, she had anticipated that allowing Ka to express her creativity might lead to an array of bizarre and unconventional basins, so she had mentally prepared herself. She naively believed that, no matter how peculiar Ka's creation turned out, she would not be surprised. Yet she was indeed taken aback. What do you think of it? Ka, brimming with excitement, awaited Jiang Yu's response. Not bad. It's quite beautiful," Jiang Yu encouraged, even though it exceeded her expectations. "Look at mine." With Ka personally guiding her, Mia quickly crafted her own basin. Observing the clay form Mia produced, Jiang Yu felt her lips twitch once more. The two of them truly represented extremes. While Ka's basin was excessively large, Mia's was almost comically small. The basin Mia fashioned was quite diminutive, only slightly larger than her palm. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu maintained her focus on encouragement, saying, "It's lovely. Now, quickly make the next one. The two individuals who received praise from Jiang Yu were invigorated, akin to having been infused with a surge of energy. As they diligently immersed themselves in crafting the next clay pots, observing their simultaneous decision to create pot forms, Jiang Yu resolved to fashion a few ladles. Mastering the manipulation of clay, her fingers danced adeptly. Transforming the malleable substance into her desired shapes, she meticulously shaped the clay into gourd-like forms, producing 5 ladles in one continuous effort. As ladles were seldom utilized, 5 would suffice. After completing the ladles, she glanced up to see Mo-Ka and Miya engrossed in their clay work, deciding not to disturb them as she embarked on creating spoons. This time, she intended to craft small spoons suitable for dining and soup. Aspiring to produce 30, ensuring that every member of the tribe would possess one, reserving the remaining 3 for communal use. The spoons, being dainty and delicate, required little clay and could be fashioned swiftly. With her nimble hands, she could complete one in merely 2 to 3 minutes. After each spoon was formed, she placed it on a stone slab dusted with plant ash, and soon enough, 3 neat rows of small spoons graced the surface. Once the spoons were completed, she commenced the creation of chopsticks. The process of making chopsticks was the simplest. She merely needed to roll the clay into slender, elongated strips. With minimal effort, she fashioned 30 pairs of chopsticks. Having fulfilled her task, she turned to the two who were still fervently shaping their pots, inquiring, "How are you both progressing?" "Look, you, these are all my creations," Mo-Ka exclaimed, pointing excitedly at 4 uniquely crafted large pots beside her. These, and these are all mine," Miya chimed in, showcasing 6 oddly shaped petite pots that she had made. "Impressive, indeed," Jiang Yu remarked, striving to maintain a serious demeanor to suppress her laughter. The duo truly showcased their distinctive styles. Mo-Ka's pots grew increasingly larger, while Miya's became ever smaller. "All right, I shall continue," Miya, elated by Jiang Yu's commendation, felt her pottery-making talent had been ignited, and her endeavors became more effortless. After examining the creations of both, Jiang Yu decided to take matters into her own hands and craft a few pots of moderate size. Thus, the trio resumed their industrious work. After producing 5 or 6 pots, Jiang Yu called to Miya and Mo-Ka, signaling it was time to return to the tribe. "All right, we've made enough pots. It's time to head back." "Very well," Miya replied reluctantly, setting down the clay she had been molding and accompanying Jiang Yu back to the tribe. Upon their return, Jiang Yu followed her customary method, allowing the clay pieces to dry slightly before securely covering them with firewood. She then ignited the wood, creating a roaring blaze atop the clay mound. At this moment, the temperature around the mound was intensely scorching. However, with winter approaching and the air growing chilly, this heat was quite suitable. Thus, everyone sat a few meters away from the clay mound. Basking in the warmth of the fire, most of the beastmen had transformed into their animal forms, languidly reclining on the ground, reveling in the heat from the flames. Jiang Yu, lacking a beast form, could only sit upright. As she observed the lineup of large tigers beside her, she felt a wave of nostalgia. A month prior, she could never have imagined sitting unscathed among a gathering of tigers, enjoying the warmth of the fire together. Fate is indeed a peculiar force. With this thought, Jiang Yu sighed softly, laying down and leaning against Miya, who was in her tiger form, her fur providing a cozy warmth. This was the advantage of the beastmen. Their natural fur kept them warm, making the fire merely an enhancement to their comfort. In contrast, for Jiang Yu and the elder beastman, the warmth of the flames was akin to a lifeline in the cold. The elder beastman, now aged, lacked the vitality of younger companions like Miya and Nicole, while Jiang Yu simply feared the cold. Consequently, among everyone present, she and the elder beastman sat closest to the fire. Comfortably nestled on the ground, they savored this rare moment of leisure. They remained in this state for an entire afternoon, only rising when the wood had completely burned down and the fire extinguished, at which point they began preparations for dinner. Jiang Yu took Mo-Ka and Miya to retrieve the ceramic utensils from the ashes, bringing them to the riverbank for cleaning. Naturally, she collected the remaining ashes after the wood had burned out, storing them in the storage cave. The 3 arrived at the riverbank, using the flowing water to wash the utensils. After cleansing the surface of the pots from the layer of ash, Mia cradled her face in her hands, gazing at the few reddish-brown petite pots she had crafted, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Wow, they're so beautiful!" Mia exclaimed, admiring her creations through what seemed like a tenfold filter, her satisfaction growing with each glance. "My little pots are the prettiest." Mia believed that nothing could surpass the beauty of her petite pots, not even the ones Jiang Yu had made. Indeed, they are quite charming. Jiang Yu empathized with Mia's excitement over her first attempt at pottery, making an effort to overlook the peculiar shapes of the small pots and offering her support. After thoroughly cleaning the pots, bowls, ladles, and chopsticks, Jiang Yu returned to the tribe, placing them in an open space to dry before storing them in the cave, as they would not be needed for tonight's dinner. Dinner consisted of the usual fare: grilled fish and roasted meat. Jiang Yu leisurely savored the roasted meat in her hand. Once a devoted carnivore, she now found that daily consumption had dulled her appreciation for meat. She yearned for vegetables, fresh, vibrant greens. As she hastily finished her meat, she resolved to search for edible wild greens while foraging for fruit with Gina and the others the following day. With winter approaching, nightfall arrived early, and after dinner, Jiang Yu strolled around the tribe a couple of times before feeling satisfied and began heating water in a large ceramic pot for her evening wash. Although the river water was not icy, it was still quite chilly to the touch. Jiang Yu thought that since she had the means, it would be prudent to use hot water to ease her discomfort. After washing up, she returned to her cave, lay on her little bed, pulled over the warm fur blanket, and closed her eyes, preparing for sleep. Back in her modern life, she had been accustomed to early nights, but would often spend a little time on her phone before bed, checking the news and watching videos. Nonetheless, she ensured she was asleep before 11 since arriving in this entertainment-free world of beasts. She found herself sleeping even earlier, often settling down by 8 or 9 o'clock. It felt like she had inadvertently adopted a healthier lifestyle. Primarily, lying in bed left her with little to do aside from sleeping or staring blankly at the ceiling. Between these two options, she chose sleep without hesitation. However, just as she began to drift off, she heard Yao's soft voice calling her. Are you asleep?" "What is it?" Jiang Yu opened her eyes to inquire. "Oh, nothing. Just go to sleep," Yao replied. He had no particular reason for waking her. He was simply restless, feeling bored and wanted to chat. Yet he soon remembered that Jiang Yu would be foraging for food the next day, a strenuous task, and decided against disturbing her rest. She needed to recuperate and gather her strength. With this thought, Yao sighed softly and turned his gaze toward the silvery moonlight streaming through the cave entrance. He felt utterly bored. Sleep eluded him. Noticing that Yao had trailed off mid-sentence, Jiang Yu looked up in curiosity, illuminated by the clear moonlight, wondering what was troubling him. Wasn't some pain from an injury or discomfort? Was it? Just as she lifted her gaze, she locked eyes with his bright, expressive ones. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Jiang Yu quietly asked, maintaining eye contact. "I can't sleep." Upon speaking, Yao pouted his lips in a display of grievance. Thanks to Jiang Yu's feeding, he had spent the entire day in a state of bliss, his heart brimming with excitement, and even at this moment, he remained vibrant and wide awake, unable to sleep. He thought it was no significant matter, and Jiang Yu, feeling relieved, settled back on her bed. "Then, shall I tell you a bedtime story?" she proposed. "What story?" Yao inquired, wagging his tail with delight that he adored stories. As a child, whenever he had trouble sleeping, his aunt would regale him with tales such as the punishment of the beast god, the tale of the baby fruit tree and the little birds, and the white fox residing on the glacier. These stories were passed down to him by his aunt, who had heard them from other beasts. Sometimes, after his aunt finished, his father would share his own hunting adventures in the forest, and Yao would listen with rapt attention. Indeed, in his childhood, the greatest joy he found was in listening to stories. However, after his aunt passed away and his father succumbed to grief, no one told him stories anymore. Yet, it mattered little. By then, he was already a formidable young beast man, no longer relying on tales to fall asleep. He could sleep soundly on his own. "Then let me tell you the story of the tortoise and the hare," Jiang Yu suggested. During her time in the orphanage, she often had to lull her younger siblings to sleep. She had become intimately familiar with every fairy tale, whether from Grimm or Andersen, to the extent that she could recite them backwards. The rabbit has 4 legs and runs very fast, while the tortoise also has 4 legs but moves slowly. One day, the rabbit and the tortoise had a race. Yao gazed intently at the ceiling, fully absorbed in Jiang Yu's storytelling. The rabbit, filled with pride and arrogance, believed it was so capable that even if it paused for a moment, the tortoise could never catch up. The tale of the tortoise and the hare is typically told to young children as an introductory story. And for Jiang Yu, it felt rather juvenile and tedious. Thus, as she narrated, instead of lulling Yao to sleep, she herself began to drift off. Yao noticed Jiang Yu's voice growing softer and softer until it faded into silence. Save for her gentle, rhythmic breathing, he slowly lifted his head. Bathed in the cool moonlight, he glanced at Jiang Yu, who lay peacefully asleep in the small bed. She was asleep. Yet, she had not completed her story. Who ultimately won the race? The rabbit or the tortoise? Yao felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of being left in suspense, desperately wanting to know the conclusion of the tale. However, no matter how eager he was, he made not a sound. Fearing he might awaken the slumbering Jiang Yu, he turned his head, quietly observing her serene sleeping face, listening to her steady heartbeat, finding it all wonderfully tranquil. He gazed at her for what felt like an eternity, only succumbing to sleep as the first light of dawn began to break. When the first rays of morning light pierced through the mist, the tribe gradually stirred to life. Jiang Yu was awakened by her internal biological clock. She opened her eyes, threw off the covers, sat up, stretched, and then exited the cave. Before leaving, she cast a satisfied glance at Yao, who was still in deep slumber. I knew it. Based on my years of experience in putting children to sleep, bedtime stories are indeed quite effective. Look how soundly Yao is sleeping. With this thought, she stepped out of the cave, having completely forgotten that she had not finished her own bedtime story. Upon exiting, Jiang Yu immediately spotted Gina, who had already completed her morning routine and was waiting for them in the clearing. "Good morning," she greeted Gina before heading off to wash up. After freshening up, she habitually went to the storage cave to grab a fruit and then fetched water from the barrel. Once cleaned, she began to munch on the fruit. Just then, Mia emerged from the cave, rubbing her sleepy eyes and yawning. Upon seeing Jiang Yu standing in the clearing, enjoying her fruit, she smiled and greeted her. "Good morning, Yu." "Same to you," Jiang Yu replied, holding up the half-eaten fruit, gesturing, "Would you like to have a bite?" "No thanks." Mia shook her head, declining Jiang Yu's offer. She wasn't particularly fond of fruits. Her preference lay with meat. The two stood together, engaging in light conversation while waiting for the others. After finishing the fruit, Jiang Yu felt unsatisfied and decided to grab another from the storage cave, this time also taking an empty fruit basket. "Yu, what's the basket for?" Mia inquired. Jiang Yu, being just a little cub, lacked the strength to keep up with the group, and whenever they went out to forage, no one allowed her to carry anything. Even if they couldn't manage, they wouldn't let Jiang Yu help with the load. This was a common understanding among them. "Just a basket to see if I can find any wild vegetables or mushrooms." Jiang Yu replied, her current craving leaning towards vegetables. "Oh," Mia nodded, somewhat understanding. She had never heard of wild vegetables or mushrooms before. It must be some new kind of food. As they conversed, the rest of the group began to wake up. Seeing this, Gina instructed Bart, Gavin, and Mia to strap on their backpacks, then led the group onward. Everyone walked while searching for fruit trees, but Jiang Yu was different. Her focus was solely on finding wild vegetables. In fact, the best time to forage for wild vegetables is in the spring. As nature awakens, wild vegetables sprout anew, tender and fresh, with many varieties appearing. Conversely, in autumn and winter, the edible wild vegetable options dwindle significantly. But with careful searching, one can still find some. Just like now, she spotted a patch of shepherd's purse not far away. Shepherd's purse is not just a wild vegetable. It can also be considered a medicinal herb. It possesses properties that clear heat and stop bleeding, and it tastes quite good, whether stir-fried or used in dumplings. Jiang Yu approached, grasped the leaves of the shepherd's purse, uprooted it, and placed it into the basket she had been carrying. "Yu, is this the vegetable you mentioned?" Mia, walking behind Jiang Yu, was taken aback to see her so tenderly placing the seemingly ordinary wild grass in a basket. So, the vegetables Jiang Yu spoke of were merely these ubiquitous grasses? Mia truly did not expect that Jiang Yu would want to eat such plants. In Mia's view, Only timid herbivores like rabbits and sheep would consume grass. Beastmen were meat eaters. Well, that's not quite right. Mia recalled. Some weaker tribes, lacking sufficient game, would resort to eating grass to stave off hunger. Could it be that Jiang Yu chose to eat grass for this reason? Mia pondered, though the tribe had a limited supply of winter provisions. It surely was not to the extent of resorting to grass. Moreover, even if they had to eat grass, it would be the adult beastmen consuming it. Regardless, they would always ensure that the younglings had meat in every meal. This isn't grass, it's shepherd's purse, Jiang Yu corrected, noticing Mia's astonished expression. Their conversation drew the attention of the others in the group, and upon learning that Jiang Yu intended to eat this grass, they all exchanged bewildered and incredulous looks. Realizing they had misunderstood, Jiang Yu quickly explained, "It's shepherd's purse, a kind of vegetable. Back when I was in the human tribe, I ate vegetables every day." After her explanation, Jiang Yu thought she had clarified the misunderstanding, only to overlook the imaginative capacity of these beastmen. Her words not only failed to clear things up, but deepened the confusion. Jiang Yu focused on the fact that shepherd's purse was an edible vegetable, while the others fixated on the shocking notion that the human tribe allowed a youngling like Jiang Yu to eat grass daily. "What did I just hear? Your kin let you eat grass every day?" Gina exclaimed, unable to believe her ears. How pitiable. It is no wonder that Jiang Yu appears so slender and diminutive. It turns out she has been deprived of sustenance. Her kin are truly despicable. Unlike them, who would invariably reserve the most tender and delectable parts of their prey for the young, Jean and the others have grown plump and healthy. As these thoughts crossed their minds, the onlookers gazed at Jiang Yu with eyes full of compassion. Such a well-behaved, obedient, and clever child like her should be cherished by her kin. It is undoubtedly for this reason that even the beast god could not bear to watch. Sending Jiang Yu to their tiger clan tribe, the beastmen, possessing straightforward hearts, display their innermost thoughts upon their faces. Upon witnessing the collective indignation and sympathy etched on their expressions, Jiang Yu quickly realized they had gravely misunderstood the situation. Yet, how could she clarify? Should she confess that she had traversed from another realm, that her kin had not mistreated her, and that her vegetable consumption was merely for nutritional balance? The concept of traversing worlds would be incomprehensible to these naive beastmen. Even she herself would have found it hard to believe had she not experienced it firsthand. With a sigh, Gina approached and affectionately ruffled Jiang Yu's hair. As a mother, she could not bear to see a young one mistreated, especially not a good child like Jiang Yu who was so understanding. Thus, she earnestly advised, "You do not eat grass any longer. There is plenty of meat in the tribe, even if it is insufficient for everyone. We would rather forego our own meals than not leave some for you." Gina's words garnered unanimous agreement from all present. Nurturing the young to ensure their healthy growth is a duty every beastman should uphold. Regardless of the tribe, the young are cherished treasures, and no one would willingly mistreat them. Indeed, even the most primitive of animals treat their offspring with great care. Gina's heartfelt words left Jiang Yu both touched and bemused. She grasped Gina's hand and, meeting her gaze earnestly, said, "Please believe me, I truly enjoy eating vegetables." "Really?" Mia inquired hesitantly. Although Jiang Yu spoke sincerely, she feared that Jiang Yu might be saying so to avoid burdening them. "Indeed," Jiang Yu replied, noticing the skeptical expressions on their faces. "As you know, I am of the human race, unlike you. I do not possess a beast form." Upon hearing this, the group nodded in understanding. They had only learned 2 days prior that Jiang Yu lacked a beast form. Having lived together for so long, they had never sensed any trace of her race, nor witnessed her transform into a beast. To claim they were not curious would be a lie. However, they respected Jiang Yu immensely and would never pressure her into revealing anything, that if she preferred to keep her beast form hidden, they would not insist. They had come to know this fact during a conversation between Wu and Jiang Yu. As they sat together by the fire, discussing the topic of beast forms, that Wu had casually inquired about Jiang Yu's beast form, prompting everyone to pause their tasks, eagerly listening for her response. They were genuinely curious about the human race, a species they had never encountered before, and what its beast form might resemble. To everyone's astonishment, Jiang Yu revealed that she had no beast form. After making this declaration, Jiang Yu, undeterred by their shocked expressions, corrected herself, stating that it was not merely her who lacked a beast form, but the entire human race. Hearing such an unexpected revelation left even Wu, who was well-versed in many matters, momentarily speechless. Who would believe that a beastman could exist without a beast form? Nevertheless, Jiang Yu spoke with such sincerity that there was no hint of jest. Thus, although they found the notion absurd, they ultimately came to accept it. However, it took them some time to reconcile this fact, slowly coming to grips with the reality that Jiang Yu's lack of a beast form explained why they had never detected any trace of her race. Since Jiang Yu belonged to the human race, and humans inherently did not possess beast forms, it all made sense. Recognizing that everyone had recalled this matter, Jiang Yu continued her explanation. Therefore, I am different from you. I need not only meat, but also an abundance of vegetables to grow stronger and be less susceptible to illness. So, eating more vegetables can indeed make one stronger. After hearing Jiang Yu's explanation, the group exchanged puzzled glances in their worldview. Only the consumption of meat could confer strength and robust health. Yes, one must consume both meat and vegetables. That is the most accurate approach, Jiang Yu affirmed. Very well, then. Although Jiang Yu's assertions challenged their preconceived notions, after witnessing her intelligence in various situations, even Wu had praised her. Therefore, they chose to trust her unconditionally. Upon learning that eating more vegetables is beneficial for health, Mia promptly gathered a large handful of wild grass from the ground and placed it before Jiang Yu, asking you, "Are these vegetables? Can they be eaten?" To the beastmen, all grass appeared quite similar. No. These are all weeds and are inedible. Jiang Yu quickly interjected, signaling to Mia that she had misunderstood. She picked a sprig of shepherd's purse from her basket and held it up for Mia to see. This is what shepherd's purse looks like. The ones you just picked are all weeds and cannot be consumed. If you do not believe me, take a closer look at the differences between the two. Mia took the shepherd's purse in her left hand and the wild grass in her right, comparing the two until she finally recognized the distinction. Looking up, she joyfully exclaimed, I understand now. Let me see as well, Gina said, taking the shepherd's purse and wild grass from Mia's hands to scrutinize them closely. They are indeed quite different. After examining them, Gina nodded. I will remember what shepherd's purse looks like. I want to see too. The others chimed in. Thus, the sprig of shepherd's purse was passed around for everyone to admire. After this round of observation, they all committed the appearance of shepherd's purse to memory. Let us proceed and search as we walk, Jiang Yu suggested, placing the now slightly wilted shepherd's purse back in her basket before addressing Gina, who was leading the group. All right, let us continue onward. Consequently, Gina guided the group forward, this time not only searching for fruit trees, but also for shepherd's purse. There's one here too, and over here. With many hands making light work, and given that shepherd's purse was common and easily found, Jiang Yu quickly gathered half a basketful of wild vegetables, delighting her spirits. For her current self, wild vegetables were far superior to meat. Jiang Yu, carrying her half basket of wild vegetables, walked ahead while scanning her surroundings. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she spotted a cluster of chicken mushrooms a couple of meters away. Alas, they were perilously close to Bart's foot. Just as Bart lifted his foot to step on them, Jiang Yu shouted urgently, "Bart, wait! Don't step on them!" Hearing her call, the group turned their attention toward her. Bart halted, his foot suspended in midair, and turned to Jiang Yu. Puzzled by her sudden outcry, seeing his confusion, Jiang Yu quickly dashed a few steps to stand before Bart. Bending down, she carefully plucked the cluster of chicken mushrooms. "What is this?" Mia asked curiously as she watched Jiang Yu crouch down to delicately gather the small, white, umbrella-like fungi. This question echoed the curiosity of everyone present. These are chicken mushrooms, also known as umbrella mushrooms. They are a type of fungus. You see, their shape resembles that of a small umbrella. Jiang Yu pointed to the mushroom in her hand as she elucidated to the crowd. Upon finishing her explanation, she placed all the chicken of the woods mushrooms into her basket, then crouched down to clear away the surrounding weeds, resuming her search for more. Besides the umbrella mushroom, the chicken of the woods is also known by another name, three-hand mushroom. This name arises from the fact that whenever one discovers a cluster of chicken of the woods, there's invariably another cluster nearby. She meticulously rummaged through the grass in the vicinity, particularly around the tree roots or areas blanketed with fallen leaves, where she searched even more diligently. Sure enough, she soon uncovered another cluster of chicken of the woods mushrooms. Jiang Yu picked them all and stored them away. Now, she could continue on her way. Standing up, she lifted the basket and beckoned everyone to move forward. Mushrooms belong to the saprophytic fungi, and given the forest's exceptionally moist soil, coupled with the towering trees that effectively shield sunlight, they create a cool, damp, and shaded environment perfectly conducive to mushroom growth, especially beneath the tree roots or on the ground thickly covered with fallen leaves. One has a high probability of spotting them. Almost every short distance she traversed revealed another cluster of mushrooms, not only in abundance, but also in a variety of types. Among them were chicken of the woods, wild shiitake, morels, lion's mane, and beefsteak mushrooms, all commonly found varieties. Whenever Jiang Yu encountered them, she would unceremoniously gather them all. Nicole followed closely behind Jiang Yu, witnessing the increasing variety and peculiar shapes of the mushrooms in Jiang Yu's basket. Unable to contain her curiosity, she finally inquired, "You, are all these in the basket mushrooms?" "Indeed," Jiang Yu nodded, glancing around in search of more mushrooms as she explained, "there are numerous types of mushrooms. These are all common and edible varieties. But these mushrooms are truly hideous," Mia interjected. Inching closer, she gazed at the assortment of oddly shaped mushrooms in Jiang Yu's basket with a look of distaste. Afterward, Mia picked up a morel from Jiang Yu's basket, scrutinizing it for a moment before lifting a lion's mane mushroom and exclaiming, "They are genuinely, truly ugly." They're indeed a bit unappealing, but mushrooms are different from other things. Their charm lies in their ugliness. Jiang Yu was about to seize this opportunity to enlighten everyone about the different types of mushrooms, which ones were edible and which were not, when she suddenly spotted a large shiitake mushroom. She immediately paused her lesson, advancing to pluck the impressive shiitake. Just as she placed the shiitake in her basket, she turned and discovered a wild reishi mushroom not far away. Upon seeing the reishi, Jiang Yu's first reaction was not one of joy, but rather disbelief. Questioning whether her eyes were deceiving her, she gulped hard, set down the basket she had been holding, rubbed her eyes vigorously, and focused again that it was indeed a reishi, a wild reishi of considerable size. The entire mushroom bore a deep red hue, bordering on black, with a large, irregular it was situated at the base of a dead tree trunk. Its size so grand that even surrounded by weeds towering above her knees, it still captured immediate attention. At the very least, Jiang Yu noticed at once. "This is simply unbelievable," Jiang Yu exclaimed, her excitement rendering her speechless. Hastily, she approached, carefully and gently plucking the enormous reishi, cradling it in her hands to gauge its weight. The heft of the reishi left her astounded. She estimated that this mushroom weighed at least 10 pounds. If not more. Moreover, not only was this wild reishi impressively large, but its deep, dark coloration suggested it had been growing for quite some time. While she could not ascertain the exact age of the reishi, she was certain that based on its size and appearance, it was not the kind that had only been growing for a few years or a decade. It must have been several decades old at the very least. Jiang Yu felt that this was no mere pleasant surprise. It was akin to a windfall from the heavens. What merit did she possess to deserve such fortune? Trembling with excitement, she gingerly held the reishi, treating it with the reverence one might show a cherished ancestor, and carefully placed it in the basket. Upon doing so, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of unease. The basket was already brimming with a plethora of wild vegetables and mushrooms. And the reishi's substantial size created a precarious situation, as if it might topple at any moment. Furthermore, what if these oddly shaped, uniquely characterized mushrooms damaged the reishi? The thought alone filled her with dread. Although reason dictated that the reishi was far sturdier than the mushrooms, and that any collision would likely harm the latter, Jiang Yu found herself favoring the reishi. After all, its value was incomparable. With this in mind, Jiang Yu carefully removed the reishi from the basket, cradling it in her hands, and called out to Nicole, who stood beside her. "Nicole, could you transfer all these mushrooms and wild vegetables from the basket into your backpack?" She resolved to reserve the entire space of the basket for the reishi. Sure, without a moment's hesitation, Nicole lifted the basket and emptied its contents of wild vegetables and mushrooms into her own backpack. With the basket now free, it was more than sufficient to accommodate the reishi. Only then did Jiang Yu delicately place the treasured erasure into the basket, gazing at its impressive form and lamenting. To be contained in such a humble basket is truly an injustice. "You, what is this?" Mia inquired, glancing at the erasure in the basket, then at the gleeful expression that almost reached Jiang Yu's ears. Scratching her head in confusion, having known Jiang Yu for so long, she had never seen her so elated. "This is erasure, incredibly precious," Jiang Yu replied, reaching into the basket to gently caress the cap of the erasure. Without turning her head, she answered Mia's question, "So precious, more so than all those ugly mushrooms combined." Mia mused, convinced that this so-called erasure was 100 times uglier than the mushrooms they had just gathered. Is it true that the uglier something is, the more valuable it becomes? Yes, extraordinarily valuable, Jiang Yu emphasized, far surpassing any mushroom. "This erasure looks somewhat familiar," Gina approached, peering down at the erasure in Jiang Yu's basket with uncertainty. Although her tone was filled with hesitation, her words caught Jiang Yu's attention. "That you've seen it before?" Jiang Yu responded, astonished. "It is notoriously difficult to find a erasure, especially one of such age, which is exceedingly rare." From Jiang Yu's expression of shock, Gina understood that this was indeed a rare find. Reflecting on this, she too felt uncertain. The gap of time had been too long, rendering her memories somewhat hazy. So, she hesitated. "I'm not entirely certain. Let me think it over." However, after studying the erasure in the basket for a while longer, Gina still couldn't determine whether she had seen it before. This was primarily because, during her outings, her focus was always on searching for fruits. Even if she had encountered a erasure, it would have been a fleeting glance, thereby clouding her memory. Raising her head, she asked Jiang Yu, "May I hold it to take a closer look?" Understanding that Jiang Yu cherished the erasure, Gina recognized its value and was cautious, afraid that her sudden actions might cause damage. Thus, she sought Jiang Yu's permission first. "Of course, but please be careful," Jiang Yu replied. Despite the eраse's worth, it was not so delicate that it couldn't be touched. Moreover, the fact that she had discovered this erasure suggested that others might exist elsewhere in the forest. Perhaps Mia and the others had indeed come across them in their extensive foraging. Sure enough, the next moment confirmed Jiang Yu's suspicions. "I remember now. I have indeed seen a erasure before." Gina, holding the erasure in her hands and examining it closely, stated with certainty, "But that one looked somewhat different from this one. It was not only larger, but also more unsightly." After saying this, Gina traced a wildly distorted shape in the air with her finger, explaining to the bewildered Jiang Yu, "Its shape was like this." Jiang Yu responded, "Is it possible that there exists a Ganoderma of such a peculiar shape?" "Oh, indeed. Upon your mention, I too have a vague recollection." Upon hearing Gina's words, Mia suddenly realized that the grotesque and oversized Ganoderma was situated at the base of a decayed tree. I could see that moment. While I was clutching some fruit, I couldn't help but glance at it a couple more times. "Yes, it was undeniably hideous. I noticed it as well," Nicole concurred. "Indeed, it was appallingly ugly, to be honest. It was the first time I had encountered something so unsightly that merely gazing at it was uncomfortable." Thanks to Gina's prompt, everyone began to recall and lament the ghastly appearance of that Ganoderma. After listening attentively to everyone, Jiang Yu comprehended that the reason they could still remember this matter was solely due to the Ganoderma's strikingly unattractive visage. Moreover, from their descriptions, it seemed that this Ganoderma was even more unsightly than the one she currently held, so repulsive that it could be deemed an eyesore. Well, to be fair, Jiang Yu also thought that the one in her possession appeared rather haphazardly formed. She had seen Ganoderma before, but they were cultivated varieties. Their caps were relatively uniform, typically semicircular, kidney-shaped, or fan-shaped, with stems that were mostly cylindrical and of similar size, as though molded from the same template. In contrast, this wild Ganoderma was far more erratic in its growth. Not only did it lack a stem, but its cap also exhibited bizarre and irregular shapes, its woody surface resembling a coat of blackish-red paint. Utterly devoid of aesthetic appeal, that IT seemed to have grown carelessly, perhaps because it assumed no one would appreciate its presence. Nonetheless, Jiang Yu felt that a lack of charm was inconsequential, for its medicinal value was indeed high. After deep contemplation, Gina suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "I've finally recalled the approximate location of that Ganoderma. It lies within the western forest, Jiang Yu. The group. Unfortunately, the direction they were headed today happened to be the eastern side of the forest. Gina, Jiang Yu inquired, how long do you think it will take us to reach the place where the Ganoderma grows? Well, that's hard to say. I only have a vague impression. It might take quite some time to locate it, Gina replied hesitantly. The primary issue was that an extensive period had elapsed, and she could only vaguely recall its approximate location and the surrounding environment. It was indeed fortunate that the Ganoderma was so strikingly ugly, which allowed her to remember it distinctly even after such a long time. Upon hearing Gina's response, Jiang Yu stubbornly pressed further. Then how long will it take us to reach the western forest from here? Of course, the cardinal directions were referenced based on the tribe's location. After a moment's thought, Gina confidently stated, from here to the western edge of the forest, if we move quickly, it would take just over an hour. If slowly, perhaps 2 hours. Although they set out early that day, they had spent considerable time foraging for wild vegetables and collecting mushrooms. Thus their pace had been significantly slower than usual, and they had not traveled far. Should we go pick that Ganoderma now? Or continue forward, have lunch, and then go this afternoon? Mia inquired. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to gaze at Jiang Yu, awaiting her decision. I can hardly wait. Let us go now, Jiang Yu declared after a moment of contemplation. Her head bowed in thought. She glanced up at the position of the sun, estimating it to be around 9 or 10 in the morning. To be honest, venturing westward at this hour felt somewhat rushed. They would undoubtedly miss the midday meal. However, given the rarity of Ganoderma, she feared that if she delayed, someone else might seize the opportunity first. While the beastmen of this world were unaware of the value of Ganoderma, what if they merely found it curious and decided to pluck it for amusement? Or worse, what if some small creature passed by and spoiled it? Anything was possible. Only by securing it could she find peace of mind. Otherwise, she would remain in a state of anxiety, fearing that the Ganoderma might meet an unfortunate fate. Although reason told her that Gina's discovery of that Ganoderma had occurred a long time ago, and if it had been plucked, it would have happened long before. Making no difference to this short wait, Jiang Yu was nonetheless eager to see it immediately. She even wished she could sprout wings and fly there. The knowledge that a treasure awaited her just ahead filled her with urgency, making even a minute feel intolerable. All right, let us head to the western forest now. Upon hearing this, Gina promptly turned the group around and headed westward. She had no objections to Jiang Yu's decision, despite being the leader. Among all the beastmen, only Gina still remembered the approximate location of the Ganoderma, so she took the lead, keenly observing the surrounding environment as they walked. Jiang Yu followed closely behind, clutching the basket containing the Ganoderma. As they made their way to the western forest, Jiang Yu could no longer focus on foraging for mushrooms or vegetables. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by the Ganoderma. Every few steps, she would lower her gaze to check on the Ganoderma in the basket, anxious that it might be jostled, all the while preoccupied with thoughts of the grotesque Ganoderma she had yet to encounter. Worried that it might be snatched away before she arrived. In short, she was consumed by both her current catch and the one yet to be claimed. However, Mia and Nicole, walking at the back of the group, were quite different. They eagerly collected any beautiful mushrooms they spotted along the way, placing them into Nicole's backpack. Both sisters were aesthetic enthusiasts, particularly selective about the mushrooms they gathered, dismissing those with unattractive colors or shapes. Instead, they only picked those that were pleasing to the eye, vibrant and colorful, as such mushrooms were far more appetizing. Yet in order to surprise Jiang Yu, they quietly went about their mushroom gathering. Mia whispered, "Sister, there's one to your right." Nicole responded softly, "Okay." Mia continued, "Over there, just a short distance ahead." Nicole, "All right, Mia. There's one here too." Nicole, "There's an even prettier one here." The two sisters at the back of the line merrily gathered mushrooms, quickly filling Nicole's large backpack with their finds. Mia looked at the overflowing backpack of beautiful mushrooms and said gleefully, "You will surely be delighted to see so many lovely mushrooms." Upon hearing this, Nicole nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly supporting Mia's sentiment. Of course, Jiang Yu, walking at the front with Gina, remained entirely oblivious to all of this. She was unaware of the surprise that Mia and Nicole had prepared for her. As Gina surveyed the environment around them and led the group forward, she occasionally took a wrong turn, necessitating that they backtrack. This proved to be quite time-consuming and laborious. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu followed closely behind Gina, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. Previously, during each outing to search for food, she would find herself gradually falling behind the group, struggling to keep pace. However, this time, with the immense allure of the Ganoderma ahead, Jiang Yu found the effort trivial. Of course, this was also due to her improved physical condition from numerous previous excursions, but more importantly, it stemmed from her fervent desire for the Ganoderma. Indeed, human desire serves as the greatest motivator. This is the place. After walking for over 2 hours and taking many detours, Gina finally identified the correct location. Surveying the familiar surroundings, she turned to Jiang Yu, who stood beside her, basket in hand. Her face alight with excitement. I am certain that Ganoderma is nearby, that in the vicinity lies a vast expanse of oak trees and other towering broadleaf species, with these majestic giants providing ample cover. Sunlight struggles to penetrate, filtering through the gaps in the leaves, resulting in a dimly lit atmosphere. Such a humid and shadowy environment indeed increases the likelihood of discovering clingy mushrooms. However, the surrounding flora flourishes so abundantly that a mere glance reveals no sign of clingy. Jiang Yu could only rally the group, urging everyone to join the search. They began to scour the area, particularly paying attention to the roots of the trees and the decaying stumps and branches, as the clingy might very well be nestled there, Jiang Yu emphasized. Thus, the group dispersed, each person embarking on their quest for the elusive mushroom. This forest was predominantly composed of oak and other towering deciduous trees, with vegetation so lush that even the weeds surpassed Jiang Yu's knees. Jiang Yu, carrying a basket, bent low to push aside the weeds before her, methodically searching for clingy. This laborious task took a toll on her back, necessitating frequent pauses to straighten up and rest before resuming her search. She was not alone in this endeavor. Others were equally engaged in the same struggle. Dan, Mocha's mother, took a moment to rest before resuming her search. Directly ahead of her stood an exceptionally tall oak tree. Remembering Jiang Yu's instructions, Dan carefully brushed aside the undergrowth surrounding the tree, intent on examining the roots closely. To her astonishment, a large black clingy caught her eye. Unlike the previously encountered dark red clingy, this one was genuinely black. You, over here, Dan exclaimed, comparing it to the one Jiang Yu had just harvested, confirming its identity before turning to call out to Jiang Yu. I am coming, Jiang Yu responded, hastening her pace. Holy cow! As she drew near and beheld the mushroom's form, even she, who seldom uttered expletives, could not help but exclaim. On the way here, she had heard Gina mention that this clingy was even larger than the one she carried in her basket. The mushroom in her basket weighed over 10 pounds and was already substantial. Jiang Yu thought to herself that no mushroom could possibly be larger. Yet again, she had underestimated Gina's description. This clingy was not merely large. It was akin to an open black umbrella in both shape and color. Jiang Yu estimated its weight to be at least 40 to 50 pounds. The clingy in her basket was hefty due to its thick flesh, with a cap that was relatively small, barely larger than her palm, and it lacked a stem. In contrast, the enormous clingy before her boasted both a substantial stem and an impressively large cap, which Jiang Yu believed could easily serve as a makeshift umbrella. Though, of course, no one would be extravagant enough to use a clingy for such a purpose. Bart, Jiang Yu called to the man standing opposite her. You take this one, but be gentle and cautious. The mushroom was simply too massive. Its stem was thicker than her thigh. Although she wished to collect it herself, she felt overwhelmed by the task. Bart stepped forward, grasped the stem with both hands, and with a firm pull, successfully harvested the mushroom. Wow, this clingy is so large, it's quite cumbersome to carry. Why don't you just hold it the entire way back? Jiang Yu mused, observing Bart, who was at a loss as to where to place the mushroom. All right, Bart replied, hoisting the stem onto his shoulder. With his robust build and towering stature, he resembled a performer balancing an oversized umbrella. Uffed. The sight was so incongruous that Jiang Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Mia laughed so hard she could barely stand. Bart, a simple and earnest fellow, felt a bit embarrassed at the laughter directed at him. Though his bronze complexion masked any sign of blushing, Gina, too, found amusement in Bart's appearance. She glanced at the sun's position and cheerfully called to the group, it's time to head back. It's already noon. The sun was high in the sky, marking the zenith of the day. They needed to hurry back to avoid worrying the elder orcs. All right, let us return, Jiang Yu said with a smile, having set out at 7 in the morning. It was now noon. Although they had not captured any prey that morning, only foraged some mushrooms and wild vegetables, Jiang Yu felt that the discovery of these two clingy made the trip worthwhile. Thus, the group began their trek back. Gina led the way, with Jiang Yu following closely behind, carrying her basket. The two sisters, Nicole and Mia, trailed at the back, humming songs and collecting beautiful mushrooms along their path. Just as Nicole picked up a particularly lovely mushroom and prepared to place it in her basket, she suddenly heard a faint bleating sound. Wait! Nicole's ears perked up, and upon confirming she hadn't misheard, she dropped her basket, transformed into her beast form, and alerted the group. Something S there. The others reacted swiftly. As Nicole's warning echoed, Mia and the others also shifted into their beast forms, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Gina and Dan, who were nearest to Jiang Yu, immediately moved closer to her, forming a protective circle around her. After surveying the area and ensuring it was safe, the other orcs quickly converged towards Jiang Yu. Everyone remembered the elder orcs' words. In the face of danger, their first priority was to ensure Jiang Yu's safety. Seeing that Jiang Yu was well guarded, Nicole felt reassured and dashed toward the source of the sound. Eager to investigate, she raced forward, following the noise, while Jiang Yu remained in place, awaiting Nicole's return. Before long, Nicole reappeared, dragging a pregnant sheep behind her. Jiang Yu recognized the sheep's condition immediately, as its belly was notably large, making it impossible to overlook. "You, what should we do with this sheep?" Nicole inquired, having set down the sheep's neck, which she had been holding her mouth. In the past, she would have swiftly dispatched the creature, dragging it back to the tribe for a feast of lamb. However, recalling the sheep they were already raising in the tribe, she hesitated. Perhaps Jiang Yu might have some use for it, so she brought the pregnant sheep back to see how Jiang Yu would handle it. Jiang Yu observed the bleeding sheep, which, since being released by Nicole, had fixated on its abdomen, pawing at the ground anxiously. Watching the sheep's agitated behavior, Jiang Yu felt an unsettling premonition. It seemed the sheep was about to give birth. "Nicole, did you only find this one pregnant sheep? Are there no others around?" Jiang Yu asked, seeking confirmation for her suspicion. There's only this one," Nicole replied earnestly, though she was puzzled by Jiang Yu's sudden inquiry. When she had rushed toward the noise, this was the only pregnant sheep she had seen lying on the ground, bleeding incessantly. She had looked around but found no signs of other sheep. Upon noticing Nicole, the sheep began to panic, struggling to rise. But before it could regain its footing, Nicole had already caught it. "You, could it be that this sheep lagged behind because it was pregnant?" Gina speculated logically. "No," Jiang Yu asserted, observing the increasingly restless sheep. "I believe it's about to give birth. Sheep are social animals and typically move in herds. This one likely sensed its impending labor and separated from the group to find a quiet place to give birth. Unfortunately, it encountered us instead." "Giving birth?" Gina exclaimed. "What should we do with this sheep?" "Nicole, you help lift the sheep's legs," Jiang Yu instructed. Jiang Yu did not respond to Gina's words. Instead, she instructed Nicole. Once Nicole complied, Jiang Yu bent down to closely examine the sheep's birth canal. The sheep, lifted by Nicole, clearly grew more agitated, struggling and bleeding incessantly in an attempt to escape Nicole's grasp. However, its efforts were futile against Nicole, who effortlessly secured its body with minimal exertion. This was undoubtedly compounded by the sheep's weakened state as it approached labor. With Nicole's assistance, Jiang Yu easily assessed the condition of the sheep's birth canal. It had become swollen and engorged, yet fortunately, no clear lubricating fluid had emerged. This indicated that the sheep was merely beginning the process, and there was still time before it would give birth. After discerning the sheep's condition, Jiang Yu straightened up. She first instructed Nicole to lower the sheep's legs, then turned to address the onlookers, stating, "There is still some time before it gives birth. Let us take it back to the tribe in the meantime." Indeed, Jiang Yu intended to bring the pregnant sheep back to the tribe. For various reasons, her breeding plans had been postponed, and currently, the tribe only possessed a single sheep and a few rabbits. Upon seeing the pregnant sheep, her thoughts began to flourish. Coincidentally, the lone sheep in the tribe was a ram. However, As the sheep was about to give birth, how could they transport it back? Gina raised her concern. Since the tribe had acquired a sheep, the others had grown accustomed to Jiang Yu's decision. Even Nicole had a sense of, as expected. Yet, Jiang Yu had also pointed out that the sheep was nearing labor, prompting the question of how they could carry it back. They could not simply drag it back as they had done with previous prey that had met their end in a violent manner. The sheep was visibly weakened, and such a rough approach might prove detrimental. This was indeed a dilemma. After contemplating Gina's question for a moment, Jiang Yu lifted her gaze, scanning the several male orcs present. She eliminated Bart, who was carrying a large racier mushroom, and then her eyes settled on Gavin, who stood beside Bart, shouldering an empty basket. Gavin, Jiang Yu paused before continuing. Why don't you carry the sheep back? In truth, although Gavin could fit the sheep into the empty basket, the space was limited, and the sheep curled inside would inevitably put pressure on its abdomen. This would not suffice. Thus, after much deliberation, Jiang Yu ultimately decided to have Gavin carry the pregnant sheep back. Hearing this, Gavin glanced at the sheep lying on the ground, too weak to stand, scratched his head, and replied, "All right, I suppose." With that, he bent down and, amidst the sheep's terrified expression, lifted it into his arms. The sheep, cradled in the enemy's embrace, fixed its wide eyes on Gavin, fearful that he might suddenly lower his head and take a bite at its neck. Noticing the sheep's heightened fear, Jiang Yu approached, gently stroking its back in an attempt to soothe it. The sheep in Gavin's arms seemed to convey a silent thank you, yet remained uncomforted. Jiang Yu, realizing that the sheep was becoming increasingly agitated and trembling more violently, ceased her futile efforts. She called to the group, "All right, let us hurry back. My stomach feels as though it might collapse." Since morning, she had only consumed 2 fruits to stave off hunger, and after a morning of exertion, she had digested them completely. Now, her stomach was audibly protesting. Let us move quickly. It was not only Jiang Yu who felt famished. Everyone else was equally hungry. Thus, they set off once more. This time, they encountered no further incidents. After an hour of travel, they finally returned to the tribe. Then, mealtime had long passed, as they caught sight of the tribe. They noticed the elder orc and Brandy standing in the clearing, anxiously watching the distance. Upon seeing their safe return, the two finally exhaled in relief. Gina and Jiang Yu walked to the forefront. And when the elder orc noticed the basket Jiang Yu was carrying, he approached, intending to take it from her. "Why are you all back so late?" Just as he reached out to take the basket, he spotted Bart, who was still shouldering the large racier. Bart, before the elder orc could inquire further, Gavin, still carrying the sheep, entered his line of sight. What in the world? The elder orc glanced between Bart's peculiar cargo and Gavin's sheep, rendered speechless in astonishment. What is going on here? Is it now customary to treat prey with such tenderness, carrying it back like this? The elder orc's expression was crystal clear, and Jiang Yu could not help but chuckle at his bewildered demeanor. This sheep is about to give birth. I was concerned it might encounter difficulties along the way, so I asked Gavin to carry it back. So, you intend to keep the sheep? The elder orc quickly grasped Jiang Yu's intentions upon hearing her explanation. Indeed, it just so happens that it is about to give birth. This will mean an increase in our flock, that a sheep typically give birth to 1 or 2 lambs, and given the size of the sheep's belly, Jiang Yu estimated that it was likely expecting twins that, if it truly bore twins, along with this ewe and the ram already raised in the tribe, they would suddenly have 4 sheep. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Unlike Gina and the others, the elder orc understood precisely what this soon-to-give birth he represented, and she smiled in delight. Quickly, let it down. It is already so frightened and about to give birth. We must not startle it. The elder orc urged Gavin to set the sheep down promptly. Where shall we place it? Gavin inquired of the elder orc while still holding the sheep. Since this sheep is nearing labor, it is best to find it a comfortable spot. After surveying the area, the elder orc suggested to Gavin, "Let us place it in the rabbit den. It's spacious and comfortable, making it an ideal location for sheep to give birth." The rabbit den, constructed of dry grass, twigs, and mud, was originally designed by birds during their breeding season for nesting and nurturing their young. "Will that work?" Jiang Yu interjected, not doubting the sheep's ability to give birth in the den, but rather concerned about the increasingly aggressive rabbit that had been behaving dominantly of late. Recently, for reasons unknown, The aggressive rabbit had become increasingly tyrannical. Previously, it had only kept the two new rabbits at bay. But now it even resisted the native rabbits captured alongside it by Yao. Any intruders were met with swift kicks from the irate rabbit. It was indiscriminate aggression. Jiang Yu pondered whether the sheep would also be subjected to a kick while giving birth in the den. If it were struck elsewhere, it might not matter, but if it landed on its abdomen, it would be catastrophic. "Let us give it a try," the elder orc proposed. "We can keep watch nearby." "All right," Jiang Yu conceded, realizing there were no better alternatives. However, the elder orc was correct. They could monitor the situation closely and relocate the sheep if the rabbit exhibited any signs of resistance. Therefore, Bart carefully carried the soon-to-give-birth sheep to the front of the rabbit's large abode and gently set it down. Once Gavin placed the sheep inside, the group gathered around the rabbit den, eagerly observing the aggressive rabbit's reaction. Surprisingly, upon the sheep's entrance, the other rabbits froze in place due to the sudden attention from the orcs, either clustering together for warmth or trembling in fear. Only the aggressive rabbit approached the sheep, sniffing around it. Just as Jiang Yu held her breath, hoping Gavin would extract the sheep, the aggressive rabbit nonchalantly walked away, seemingly ignoring the large creature that had encroached upon its territory. Jiang Yu remarked in confusion. "Why is this rabbit so accommodating today? This is quite uncharacteristic. It must be noted that this rabbit exhibits a profound aversion even to its own kind, let alone to the sheep, which are an entirely different species. Perhaps this is due to the fact that both are expecting offspring." The elderly orc observed the harmonious scene within the rabbit's nest and remarked cheerfully. Recently, the irritable old orc had also taken note of this phenomenon, perplexed as to why the rabbit refrained from attacking the sheep. The it could be attributed to the shared condition of both being with child, she speculated. The old orc's casual comment left Jiang Yu utterly astonished. "What did you say?" "The rabbit is also expecting," she exclaimed. "When did this happen? How come I was unaware?" "You mean you didn't know?" The old orc was equally taken aback, for this rabbit had been pregnant for quite some time. Noticing Jiang Yu's incredulous expression, the old orc kindly added, "I assumed you were already aware, which is why I didn't mention it." "Indeed, this rabbit has been expecting for a while now," Mia chimed in. "This is common knowledge among us." Yes, Nicole nodded. "I knew as well." Even Brandy nodded in agreement. "Is it the case that all of you were aware?" Jiang Yu was genuinely shocked, wondering if she was the only one left in the dark. You are not alone. I too was unaware. The little angel Mocha consoled her, holding her aunt's hand. Oh, now I recall. Mocha's words did not provide comfort to Jiang Yu, but rather sparked an epiphany. She remembered that Mocha had mentioned twice that the rabbit had gained weight, which must have coincided with its early stages of pregnancy, though it had shown no outward signs at that time. Consequently, she had dismissed Mocha's observations in recent days. The rabbit had indeed become visibly plumper, but with so much happening within the tribe, she had been too preoccupied to notice such minor details. Additionally, she had not been cutting grass to feed them herself, instead allowing Jean and Mocha to assist with their foraging. Thus, even upon noticing the rabbit's weight gain, she had presumed it was merely a result of being well fed. Reflecting on it now, Mocha had astutely detected the rabbit's unusual behavior a fortnight ago. Yet being a mere cub, she was too young to comprehend the reasons behind it. Orcs possess exceptionally keen senses. If Mocha could detect the rabbit's changes, it stands to reason that other mature orcs would be even more perceptive. However, unlike Mocha, they had the experience to discern that the rabbit was indeed expecting. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu felt a tinge of negligence on her part. Since the rabbit had been captured by Yao and subsequently nourished by her for over 2 weeks, it had become quite docile. Even when she reached into the cage to touch it, it would not shy away. Then one day, the rabbit had inexplicably turned aggressive, its appetite increasing, becoming prone to snatching food from other rabbits and intimidating newcomers encroaching on its territory. Such overt signs had not prompted her to investigate further. Indeed, it was her oversight. Now, realizing that the rabbit was pregnant, Jiang Yu observed it anew and found its condition quite apparent. Compared to the other rabbits, its abdomen had noticeably expanded, its mammary glands had undergone changes, and at times, she could even witness the movements of the fetus within. This unmistakable condition, and I failed to notice it. Jiang Yu lamented, gazing at the rabbit's abdomen for a while. Haha, it's never too late to realize. The old orc chuckled warmly. In any case, the rabbit is expecting, which is wonderful news. Indeed, rabbits possess remarkable reproductive capabilities. They are induced ovulators, meaning that a female rabbit can conceive almost immediately after mating. Furthermore, a single litter typically yields 3 to 6 offspring, or even more, with a relatively short gestation period, giving birth approximately a month after conception. Jiang Yu calculated the timeline, recalling that Mocha first noted the rabbit's weight gain 2 weeks prior, indicating that in another fortnight, this rabbit would indeed deliver. Soon, the nest would be graced with several little bunnies. The little bunnies would mature within 6 months and be capable of reproducing, and during this time, the adult rabbits would continue to bear young. Fortunately, during Bart's capture of the elephant bird, she had requested him to bring back the bird's nest as well, or else they would struggle to accommodate so many rabbits. Moreover, the nest now conveniently served as a birthing space for the sheep. However, the space within the bird's nest was distinctly divided into 3 sections, one occupied by the sheep preparing to give birth, another crowded with a few timid rabbits, and the last dominated by the unusually irritable rabbit. Each remained undisturbed by the others. Jiang Yu understood that this was due to the heightened territorial instincts that accompany pregnancy in rabbits. Perhaps the old orc was correct. It was precisely because the sheep was also expecting that the irritable rabbit tolerated its encroachment on its territory. In the brief moment that transpired, the sheep lying in the nest began to urinate frequently. Observing this, Jiang Yu instructed Nicole to lift its leg once more, then leaned in closer to assess the situation. Focusing intently on the sheep's birthing canal, she noted the presence of a thin, lubricating fluid flowing out, which indicated that the sheep was on the verge of delivering. Confirming the sheep's condition, Jiang Yu rose and called to everyone, "Let us depart. The sheep is about to give birth, and we ought not to crowd around it. Let's head to prepare a meal instead." Firstly, they could offer no assistance during the sheep's birthing, and their presence might induce anxiety in the animal. Secondly, she realized she was quite hungry. "What are we having for lunch? Shall we have roasted fish and meat again?" Brandy inquired, having stepped away from the old orc to approach Jiang Yu. Brandy was always the most enthusiastic when it came to cooking. She not only learned swiftly, but her culinary creations were genuinely delightful. Remarkably, she managed to season her dishes with merely the simplest salt, enhancing the inherent flavors of the ingredients, earning her accolades each time. Even Jiang Yu believed that Brandy possessed a natural talent for cooking. Her mastery over heat was something Jiang Yu admired. The most remarkable aspect was that no one had taught her. It was all derived from her own experiences with roasting. The praise she received and the sense of achievement following each meal had increasingly bolstered Brandy's confidence and outgoing nature. Once reticent, she now actively sought Jiang Yu's opinions. "Today, we shall have something different for lunch," Jiang Yu replied mysteriously, winking at Brandy. "Different? What do you mean?" Brandy asked, her curiosity piqued by Jiang Yu's expression. "Bird stew with mushrooms," Jiang Yu explained, an adaptation of the classic chicken and mushroom dish. However, the bird in question is not particularly small. "Mushrooms?" Brandy fixated on the mushrooms in Jiang Yu's statement, staring quizzically at her. "What are those?" Even the old orc turned with curiosity. Awaiting Jiang Yu's response, it dawned on Jiang Yu that upon their return, they had hurried to attend to the sheep about to give birth, neglecting to inform the old orc about the mushrooms. "Come, let me show you," she said, leading the old orc and Brandy to where Nicole had set down the backpack. "Behold, these are the mushrooms I just mentioned," Jiang Yu exclaimed, gazing into the basket and gasping. "What is happening here? When did so many poisonous mushrooms appear in the basket?" "Ha ha," Mia chuckled with delight at Jiang Yu's astonished and bewildered expression. Do you feel pleasantly surprised?" At this, Jiang Yu abruptly looked up at Mia. Her eyes filled with uncertainty. Did you gather these?" Mia, noticing Jiang Yu's astonished gaze, reiterated, "The mushrooms on top were collected by Nicole and me. Are you pleasantly surprised?" "Indeed, I am quite surprised. Truly," Jiang Yu replied, regarding the vibrant array of mushrooms filling the basket. Bemused by Mia's excitement over what she believed to be a significant accomplishment, Come, everyone gather around. Bart, you need not gather firewood just yet. Mocha, Jean, you 4 come here as well." Jiang Yu promptly summoned everyone to gather around. Including Bart, who had taken the initiative to collect firewood near the tribe upon hearing their intention to cook, as well as the 4 small orcs, Jean, Mocha, who were still lingering by the rabbit burrow, eager not to miss the lambing process. Once everyone had gathered, Jiang Yu retrieved the most vibrant, striking, and eye-catching mushroom from her backpack and held it aloft. Only after ensuring that all could see clearly did she begin her formal discourse. "Isn't this mushroom stunning? Do you not adore it?" she inquired, raising the mushroom high. "Wow, it's so beautiful." The crowd nodded vigorously, and even Mocha, who was witnessing this mushroom for the first time, gasped in awe. Mia was equally elated, for it was she who had forged this most magnificent and conspicuous mushroom. With the dazzling mushroom held aloft amidst the crowd's admiration, Jiang Yu unfalteringly delivered the latter part of her statement. "Its name is Amanita muscaria, and it is extremely poisonous." This revelation caught everyone off guard, leaving them momentarily bewildered. "What? Poisonous?" Mia was the first to regain her composure, exclaiming in disbelief, her hands covering her face in a gesture of horror. "How can that be? It is so beautiful." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu cast a playful glance at Mia. The Amanita muscaria, as the quintessential mushroom, is adorned with a brilliant deep red hue and striking white spots, rendering it exceptionally alluring. Indeed, when one thinks of mushrooms, the image that most readily springs to mind is not the common varieties such as oyster or enoki mushrooms, but rather that of the Amanita muscaria. This notion even extends to Jiang Yu herself. Furthermore, the depictions found in children's picture books and fairy tales often feature mushroom houses resembling the Amanita muscaria. Consequently, its image has firmly entrenched itself in the collective consciousness. However, it is precisely this familiarity that prevents people from mistakenly consuming Amanita muscaria. Of course, these orcs had never encountered picture books and were foraging for mushrooms for the first time, making their ignorance understandable. Meeting Mia's incredulous gaze, Jiang Yu continued her informative discourse. "Consuming Amanita muscaria will lead to immediate dizziness, hallucinations, and ultimately death. This." The crowd collectively gasped in shock. The beauty of this mushroom belied its terrifying nature. Naturally, Jiang Yu's statements were somewhat exaggerated. The symptoms of poisoning from Amanita muscaria depend on the weight of the consumer and the quantity ingested. Symptoms do not manifest immediately. After ingestion, it must be absorbed through the intestines, with symptoms typically appearing within 30 to 90 minutes, and the concentration of toxins in the bloodstream peaking only after 2 hours. Additionally, ingestion does not guarantee death. With smaller quantities, one might only experience dizziness and confusion, with fatalities occurring only after substantial consumption. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu emphasized the mushroom's toxicity to instill a sense of caution among her audience. Indeed, her words had the desired effect. They were thoroughly alarmed by the revelation of the mushroom's danger. Mia patted her chest to calm her racing heart. Then, she turned to Jiang Yu and quietly lamented, "Why does such a toxic mushroom have to be so beautiful? I can't believe I liked it so much." In response, Jiang Yu merely smiled and remained silent, reaching for another mushroom from her basket that appeared pale and innocuous. This mushroom was known as the death cap, also highly toxic. "This one is poisonous too?" Mia exclaimed incredulously. Even Nicole was taken aback, asking, "How can there be another poisonous mushroom?" Setting aside the death cap, Jiang Yu, amidst the anxious expressions of her companions, picked up a plump little mushroom. This variety was dubbed the autumn little cap, and it possessed a significant level of toxicity. "Oh no, how can this be? This mushroom is so short and chubby, it looks so adorable and cute, yet it turns out to be toxic." Mia could hardly believe this revelation. After all, she had foraged all 3 toxic mushrooms. Could her luck truly be this unfortunate? Little did Mia know, this was merely the beginning. Jiang Yu then pulled from her basket a mushroom that was entirely snow white, radiantly luminous, resembling an angel in its pristine beauty. This mushroom was known as the destroying angel, and it was highly toxic. "But Mia, why would you pick this mushroom?" Jiang Yu inquired, holding the destroying angel while gazing at Mia, who was increasingly questioning her own choices with a look of confusion. While Jiang Yu could understand Mia's selection of the previous beautiful or cute toxic mushrooms, this destroying angel was a different matter entirely. It was indeed stunning, ethereal, and undeniably exquisite, yet it emitted a foul odor. This is a stinky mushroom. Upon discovering that this enchanting, destroying angel was also toxic, Mia's spirit visibly deflated. She hung her head and replied despondently, "Sigh, I just couldn't resist picking such a beautiful mushroom, even if it smelled bad." When she first spotted the mushroom, she had rushed over in excitement to pluck it. However, before she could get too close, she was met with a noxious scent. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the odor emanated from the very mushroom that appeared so ethereal that in that instant, her illusion shattered. Confronted with the truth, Mia felt utterly defeated. She had stared at the mushroom, torn between desire and disgust for quite some time, and on one hand, it was genuinely beautiful. On the other, it was undeniably foul-smelling. Mia was thoroughly conflicted. It wasn't until the group had moved quite a distance away, and Nicole began urging her that she finally steeled herself and, captivated by the mushroom's beauty, decided to pick it. After listening to Mia's explanation, Jiang Yu cast a knowing glance at the dejected Mia and remarked, "You certainly made quite the sacrifice. After all, that mushroom is exceedingly stinky." Merely handling it had left a lingering odor on her hands. Thus, Jiang Yu set the mushroom down, went to the water trough to wash her hands, and upon returning, continued to retrieve the next toxic mushroom to educate everyone about. This is the death angel mushroom, known as the most poisonous mushroom in the world. This time, she did not exaggerate. The death angel mushroom is indeed deadlier than the world's most poisonous jellyfish. The Chironex fleckeri, this is the poisonous death cap, highly toxic. This is the autumn cliticibe, also highly toxic. This is the white poison cap, highly toxic. Highly toxic that I do not recognize this mushroom either, based on its appearance and other characteristics. There is a significant likelihood that it is toxic, so for safety's sake, I shall categorize it as a toxic mushroom. Highly toxic that I do not recognize this one either. There is a high probability that it is poisonous, so it too will be classified as a toxic mushroom. Jiang Yu spoke for an extended period, nearly exhausting her breath, before she completed her introduction of all the poisonous mushrooms. After detailing each toxic variety, she meticulously arranged them on the ground for everyone to observe. Consequently, a splendid display of mushrooms, ranging from beautiful to charming and ethereal, now adorned the clearing. Their shapes varied, and their colors were diverse. However, they all shared a singular characteristic. They were either highly toxic or carried a significant likelihood of being, so to be candid. This was Jiang Yu's first encounter with such an extensive and complete array of toxic mushrooms. As a student of agronomy, she had taken a course related to mushrooms, during which her instructor had guided them through numerous varieties, both edible and inedible. It was then that she realized the astonishing diversity of poisonous mushrooms in the world. Yet the assortment she had encountered previously paled in comparison to the vast array before her now. Although all these mushrooms were indeed toxic, their growth environments and conditions differed significantly, which dictated their simultaneous appearance. For instance, the Amanita muscaria flourishes in the temperate and polar climates of the northern hemisphere and in the higher altitudes of subtropical regions, while the Amanita virosa typically appears in Europe. However, in this world, governed by unconventional logic, they all miraculously thrived in the same forest. Thus, it marked Jiang Yu's first sighting of such a comprehensive collection of toxic mushrooms. Moreover, aside from the varieties she could name, there were others she could not identify. For safety's sake, she classified them all as toxic. After Jiang Yu's enlightening discourse, the initial panic and trepidation among the group gradually transformed into a state of numbness. Particularly, Mia maintained an expressionless demeanor as she stared at the heap of poisonous mushrooms on the ground, her mind racing to comprehend why there were so many toxic varieties. After Jiang Yu had pointed out all the toxic mushrooms, she retrieved an edible red mushroom from her basket, intending to introduce the varieties safe for consumption. However, before she could finish her sentence, Mocha interjected loudly, exclaiming, "It's poisonous." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu chuckled, remarking, "You've even learned to answer back." "Jiang, I've discerned a pattern," Mocha replied, her face brimming with excitement. "Those particularly beautiful mushrooms, or those with striking colors, are inedible and toxic, right?" This conclusion stemmed from her observations of the toxic mushrooms. After Mocha articulated her findings, The others examined the pile of poisonous mushrooms on the ground, comparing them one by one, and began to nod in agreement, affirming that indeed, little Mocha was spot on. Indeed, these toxic mushrooms are either stunningly beautiful or vividly colored. The red mushroom in Jiang's hand must also be poisonous. Yes, this one called the red mushroom is certainly toxic. Once the discussion concluded, Jiang Yu first praised Mocha's observational and analytical skills, and while Mocha basked in the compliments, Jiang Yu mercilessly revealed the correct answer. Mocha, your summary was excellent, but this red mushroom is non-toxic and safe for consumption. Excuse me? Mocha's eyes widened in disbelief. What is going on? Why is this mushroom defying expectations? Not only Mocha, but the others too were baffled. Seeing their confusion, Jiang Yu smiled and explained, actually, Mocha's observation is quite accurate. Most mushrooms can be judged in that manner, but not all vividly colored mushrooms are toxic. Nor are all unattractive mushrooms non-toxic. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's explanation, the old orc hesitantly interjected, but there are so many types of poisonous mushrooms. We can't possibly remember them all. Just moments ago, Jiang Yu had listed numerous toxic varieties, and the old orc could only recall a mere handful, while the rest were merely a vague impression. Even she had managed to remember only a few, so the others were even less likely to do so. Oh dear, I've only remembered the names of 2 types of mushrooms. I've only retained a bit. There are just too many kinds of toxic mushrooms. Indeed, as the old orc pondered this, the others chimed in, but it's all right. There's no need to memorize so many varieties. We can simply focus on these few common edible mushrooms. After saying this, Jiang Yu produced from her basket the familiar varieties of mushrooms she had collected, such as shiitake, lion's mane, chicken leg, and porcini, placing them on the ground for everyone to inspect. Jiang Yu's intention in providing such extensive information was not for them to memorize every detail, but merely to instill a general awareness of these toxic mushrooms. After all, given the orc's fondness for visually appealing items, what if one day they accidentally consumed something harmful? Once everyone had familiarized themselves with these common edible mushrooms, Jiang Yu dusted off her hands, stood up, and called out, "All right, it's time to prepare today's lunch." Jiang Yu glanced at the sun's position, estimating that it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Under normal circumstances, they would have finished lunch by now. However, they had returned later than usual, compounded by the delays caused by the lambing and the mushroom discussion. Thus, she felt genuinely hungry. "Jiang, how can we assist?" Nicole inquired. Earlier, Jiang Yu had informed Brandy that they would be having bird stew with mushrooms for lunch. And this was a new dish, leaving them uncertain about the preparation process. "I need you to retrieve the elephant bird from the storage cave, soak it in cold water, then blanch it in boiling, salted water. Pluck its feathers and clean out its innards," Jiang Yu instructed methodically. "All right, I'll go get the bird and the bowl for the salt," Mia replied. "Then I'll fetch the other necessary items from the cave." Bart added. The pots, bowls, and other utensils were stored in the cave, and he went to gather them. "I'll boil the water," the old orc volunteered. "I'll take care of plucking the feathers and cleaning the innards." Nicole chimed in. "Plucking feathers takes time. We could use a few more hands," Jiang Yu reminded. Hearing this, Mocha's Aunt Dan said, "I'll help with the plucking too. I'll join as well," Gina added, eager to assist. With everyone quickly assigning themselves tasks, Jiang Yu wasted no time and proceeded to wash the mushrooms. "Jiang, I'll help wash the mushrooms," Brandy said, not wanting to be idle as everyone else had a role. Following Jiang Yu, she assisted in washing the mushrooms. Jiang Yu selected the small shiitake mushrooms from the pile of edible mushrooms on the ground, then returned the remaining mushrooms to her basket along with the wild vegetables, saving them for another meal. After choosing the small shiitake, she meticulously removed the hard stems from the base of each mushroom. These hard stems, laden with dirt, were difficult to clean thoroughly and not easily digestible. Once she finished preparing the stems, Jiang Yu placed the shiitake mushrooms into a bowl designated for washing vegetables, then fetched water from the reservoir to rinse them briefly. After washing off the dust and dirt from the mushroom surfaces, Jiang Yu discarded the dirty water and filled the bowl again with fresh water from the tank. Tea that moment, Mia approached, one hand holding the elephant bird and the other carrying the bowl of salt. Jiang Yu took the salt bowl from Mia, added a pinch of salt to the basin, and stirred it until the salt dissolved completely before withdrawing her hand. "Now, let the mushrooms soak in the saline solution for a while." Jiang Yu explained to Brandy as she worked. Jiang, why are we soaking the mushrooms in salt water? Brandy inquired, puzzled. She had assumed that washing mushrooms was a simple task involving just clean water, unaware of the multiple steps involved, including removing the hard stems and soaking them in salt water. Upon hearing Brandy's question, Jiang Yu patiently clarified, soaking the mushrooms in salt water allows them to be cleaned more thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Brandy was even more confounded. But Jiang, these mushrooms have already been washed with clean water once. They are quite clean. Brandy's expression of bewilderment was evident, and Jiang Yu understood immediately. She chose not to elaborate further, saying simply, "You'll understand shortly." After soaking the small mushrooms in salt water for over 10 minutes, Jiang Yu gently stirred them in one direction with her hand. Soon, the sediment emerged, and the salt water turned murky. "Look," Jiang Yu gestured for Brandy to observe the cloudiness of the salt water in the ceramic basin. "That I understood then that simply using clean water would not suffice to truly cleanse the mushrooms." Brandy witnessed the gradual transformation of the salt water into a cloudy mixture. Seeing is believing. She now comprehended that only salt water could thoroughly cleanse the mushrooms that ate tea that moment. Jiang Yu fished out the small mushrooms, which had been completely rid of sediment, and rinsed them briefly in clean water before placing them in a clean empty bowl. The mushrooms were now ready, and all that remained was to wait for the water to boil before preparing the elephant bird. Mia, Dan, Nicole, you should first pluck all the feathers from the elephant bird that can be easily removed. We will deal with the stubborn down later using boiling water, Jiang Yu instructed the trio. Plucking the bird's feathers was a time-consuming and laborious task. While the larger feathers were manageable, the numerous tiny down feathers posed a greater challenge. They required a brief scalding in boiling water to facilitate removal. The group set to work, and soon, they had plucked all the feathers from the bird, leaving only a few fine, downy remnants. Dan, first soak the bird in cold water to wet it, Jiang Yu continued directing. Dan lifted the elephant bird with one hand and began to rinse it with clean water using shell.u. The water in the ceramic pot is boiled. The old beastman, seated by the clay stove, called out loudly, "All right, I'll be right there." With that, Jiang Yu approached the ceramic pot, scooped the boiling water into a basin with a ladle, and then retrieved the salt jar, adding 2 spoonfuls of salt to the hot water. Dan placed the elephant bird in the basin for a quick scald. Once the boiling water had cooled slightly, Jiang Yu instructed Dan, who was holding the elephant bird, to immerse it in the hot water for a brief moment. Scalding the bird in salted boiling water would make the down feathers significantly easier to remove. However, it was crucial to allow the water to cool slightly and ensure the bird was moistened with cold water beforehand. Otherwise, the scalding hot water could cause the bird's pores to contract, making feather removal more difficult. After the scalding, the down feathers were indeed easier to remove, and through the relentless efforts of Mia and the others, they finally managed to pluck them all clean. Nicole took possession of the thoroughly defeathered elephant bird, wielding a bone knife to open its belly. "What kind of meat is this? Why is it yellow?" Nicole inquired upon discovering a large mass of yellow substance inside the elephant bird's abdomen. "Yellow meat?" Jiang Yu leaned in for a closer look, and upon recognizing that the yellow mass Nicole referred to was the bird's fat, she explained, "This is not meat. It's oil, specifically butter. The elephant bird has no natural enemies, eats well, and accumulates nutrition, resulting in a thick layer of fat. This fat is what we refer to as butter." "What should we do with this butter?" "Tear it off separately." Jiang Yu instructed Nicole to set aside the butter. As Nicole tore it away, she asked, "Can we eat this butter? It would be such a shame if we couldn't." She was astonished to find that the butter was quite substantial, leaving the bird's abdomen significantly emptier. "Of course, we can eat it," Jiang Yu replied, looking at the piece of butter in Nicole's hand with a sense of certainty. "In a moment, I will render the fat, and not only will we have oil, but we will also have oil residue to enjoy." She had anticipated the presence of butter in the elephant bird's belly, but was pleasantly surprised by its size, which brought her joy. In fact, it wasn't just the bird. Chickens also contain a similar piece of butter, though far smaller than that of the elephant bird. This butter was perfectly suited for rendering into oil and making oil residue. "Nicole, please set the fat aside for now. Let's continue processing the elephant bird," Jiang Yu said. "All right," Nicole nodded. Under Jiang Yu's guidance, Nicole removed the inedible organs such as the intestines and gallbladder from the elephant bird. leaving behind the heart and liver, which were suitable for consumption. Once the internal organs were sorted, they proceeded to cut the remaining meat, including the butter, into appropriately sized pieces. Jiang Yu continued directing, without hesitation. Nicole used her bone knife to chop the bird into bite-sized chunks, placing all the pieces into the ceramic basin designated for the ingredients will make it easier for Jiang Yu to retrieve. She arranged the butter and meat on opposite sides. With that, all preparatory work was complete. Excellent, we can now officially begin cooking the bird stew with mushrooms, Jiang Yu declared as she carried the basin filled with meat to the ceramic pot. Woo! Please start the fire. The old beastman, seated by the clay stove, selected a small twig laden with dry leaves from the pile of firewood beside him and placed it in the stove. As soon as the twig was inserted, the dry leaves ignited from the remaining embers in the stove. Soon, a bright flame flickered to life. Once the ceramic pot was sufficiently heated, Jiang Yu added the fatty butter, continuously flipping it to salt. After a while, she flipped it to the other side and continued cooking. The butter crackled, and as time passed, the fat gradually rendered out. However, this was not enough. The fat had yet to be fully extracted. So Jiang Yu persisted in her task. It was only when the residue turned a deep golden color, transitioning from pale yellow to a rich hue, that the fat was completely rendered. The elephant bird was indeed quite fatty, and the amount of oil produced exceeded Jiang Yu's expectations. She realized that a single ceramic bowl would not suffice. Mia, please hurry to the cave and bring back the petite bowl you made, Jiang Yu instructed. All right. Upon hearing that Jiang Yu intended to use her handcrafted petite bowl, Mia dashed off to retrieve it from the cave. The enticing aroma of the rendered fat attracted the four brothers, Jean, Mocha, and Dina, who had been observing the birth of a lamb nearby. Today, Gina had led the search for food and had yet to return, leaving Mocha and the others feeling hungry. As mealtime approached, and Gina's group still had not returned. The old beastman permitted the four little ones to snack on some fruits to stave off hunger. However, fruits could only fill their stomachs, but not satisfy their cravings. Now, with the tempting scent of the rendered fat wafting through the air, they couldn't help but swallow hard. Ignoring the curious sight of the lamb being born, they all gathered around the ceramic pot, eagerly watching the sizzling oil and the fragrant residue being cooked. You, what is this? It smells so good. You, it smells amazing. I want to eat it. The four chimed in surrounding the pot, expressing their intense desire for the delectable food. This is oil residue. Don't worry, you'll get a taste very soon. After calming the four little beastmen, who were salivating at the scent of the oil residue, Jiang Yu turned to Bart, who stood nearby, arms crossed, silently observing her as she cooked. Go to the cave and fetch the chopsticks. She instructed him. Since making the pots and pans, other items had been used frequently, yet the chopsticks had remained untouched. The reason was that these beastmen did not know how to use them. Initially, Jiang Yu demonstrated how to grasp the food from the bowl with chopsticks. After her demonstration, she encouraged everyone to mimic her actions. She assumed it would be a straightforward task, but to her surprise, they could not manage it at all. In fact, they struggled to even hold the chopsticks correctly. Especially Mia, who tightly grasped the chopsticks with all 5 fingers, bewildered as to why she could not simply part them like Jiang Yu did with ease. Come, let me first teach you how to hold the chopsticks. Observing this, Jiang Yu decided not to rush into teaching them how to pick up food, but to first ensure they could hold the chopsticks properly. Thus, she picked up the chopsticks once more, demonstrating and explaining from the very beginning. Hold the chopsticks about 2/3 of the way down, and then slightly higher. Your index finger should rest on the outer side, and your middle finger should. As everyone watched Jiang Yu's movements and listened to her explanations, they attempted again, but their efforts were still riddled with errors. No, Mia, you are holding the chopsticks too low. Bart, you are using too many fingers. Moreover, Gavin, when using chopsticks, ensure that your hands are aligned. Avoid the disparity of one long and one short. Jiang Yu, holding the chopsticks, simultaneously demonstrated while vocally correcting everyone's mistakes. In the end, only the elderly orc managed to grasp the food with any semblance of skill, while the others wielded their chopsticks clumsily, akin to toddlers of 2 or 3 years. Not only were they unable to pick up dishes, but their very motions with the chopsticks were also fundamentally flawed. Jiang Yu found this utterly perplexing. Despite Mia, Nicole, and the others being so adept at their tasks, their fingers nimble and agile. Why could they not master this simple skill? Consequently, Jiang Yu had no choice but to place the chopsticks into the storage cave, temporarily setting them aside with the intention of teaching each one slowly when she had time. Therefore, when Ma Kai and the others desired to eat the oil residue, Jiang Yu instructed Bart to fetch the chopsticks from the cave. Bart soon returned with the chopsticks, accompanied by Mia, who carried a petite bowl. Jiang Yu accepted the chopstick from Bart with her right hand, while taking the ceramic bowl from Mia with her left. She first used the chopsticks to transfer the oil residue piece by piece into a clean ceramic bowl. Once the oil residue was extracted, Jiang Yu then took a ladle and scooped up the remaining oil from the ceramic pot into Mia's diminutive bowl. The block of butter was exceedingly rich, yielding enough oil to fill more than half the bowl, albeit the bowl was quite small. After ladling out the oil, Jiang Yu fetched water from the vat to rinse the ceramic pot. Once the pot was clean, she poured the chunks of bird meat from the petite bowl back into the pot, added sufficient clear water to submerge the meat, covered it, and began the blanching process. Upon completing these tasks, Jiang Yu picked up the bowl of salt set aside and sprinkled a pinch into the oil residue. Then, using the chopsticks, she lifted the crisp and fragrant oil residue, beckoning Ma Kai and the others, who were salivating in front of the ceramic bowl. Come and enjoy the oil residue." Upon hearing this, Ma Kai rushed forward, taking advantage of Jiang Yu's hand holding the chopsticks, and with a swift motion, devoured the oil residue. Freshly cooked, the oil residue was aromatic, crisp, and piping hot. As Ma Kai ate, she continuously exhaled in delight. "How does it taste?" Jiang Yu inquired with a smile, waiting for Ma Kai to swallow. "Delicious. The oil residue is both crispy and crunchy, absolutely delightful," Ma Kai exclaimed, giving Jiang Yu a thumbs up. You are truly remarkable. "I want some too." Jean, who had not managed to secure the first bite, clung to Jiang Yu's leg, gently shaking it while gazing at her eagerly. His appetite was insatiable, and hearing Ma Kai's description only heightened his impatience. "All right, everyone gets a turn. Line up, one at a time." With that, Jiang Yu used the chopsticks to pick up a piece of oil residue and fed it to Jean. Followed by the Dana brothers. The oil residue is fantastic. After finishing, the Dana brothers imitated Ma Kai's gesture and gave Jiang Yu a thumbs up. "Huh." Jiang Yu chuckled, taking a piece of oil residue for herself. Chewing while conversing with the four who were singing her praises. "When I was young, I also adored this crispy and fragrant oil residue. Whenever my mother, the headmistress, was frying it, I would gather around the pot, much like you four little orcs, eagerly waiting for the first bite. Back then, my mother would sprinkle salt, pepper, and cumin powder over the enticingly crisp oil residue, enhancing its flavor even further. This was one of the joys of my childhood." After the Dana brothers finished, Jiang Yu fed each of the four little orcs another piece of oil residue. Subsequently, she asked Mia to bring out Yao's dedicated ceramic bowl, transferring a portion of the oil residue into it, and instructed Mia to deliver the bowl to Yao in the cave so he could also have a taste. Once Mia entered the cave with the oil residue, Jiang Yu picked up another piece from the remaining oil residue in the ceramic bowl and offered it to the elderly orc sitting by the earth oven. "Come, Wushi, you two should give it a try and see how it tastes." "Delicious," the elderly orc replied, chewing thoughtfully before nodding in satisfaction. Jiang Yu's culinary creations were invariably delightful. "Everyone, come and taste." After the elderly orc had his share, Jiang Yu took another piece for herself and then divided the remaining oil residue among the eagerly waiting Mia and the others. Although there was quite a bit of oil residue, initially, dividing it into over 20 portions rendered it somewhat insufficient. For instance, Gina and her companions could only each enjoy a single taste. After relishing the delectable oil residue, everyone's appetite was thoroughly whetted, leaving them even hungrier. Hence, they could only munch on some fruit to tide them over. Bart and Gavin went into the storage cave to retrieve a piece of fruit for everyone, washed it clean, and distributed it among the tribe. In no time, the air was filled with the crisp sounds of fruit being nibbled and the bubbling of boiling water from the ceramic pot. Jiang Yu had no time to indulge in fruit. As the bird meat was ready for blanching, she lifted the lid of the ceramic pot, skimmed off the foam with a ladle, and then scooped all the bird meat into a dish, rinsing it thoroughly with fresh water. Next, Jiang Yu placed the clean meat along with some small mushrooms into the large ceramic pot, ensuring there was enough fresh water to cover the ingredients. After adding 2 spoonfuls of salt, she secured the lid on the pot once more. This time, it would simmer on medium heat for half an hour. Jiang Yu addressed the elderly orc who was tending the fire at the earthen stove. "You come quickly. The sheep is giving birth." After finishing the oil residue, Makai and the others rushed to the rabbit den, eagerly awaiting the arrival of newborn lambs. They shouted for Jiang Yu to come and witness the successful delivery of a lamb. As the sheep exerted considerable effort to bring forth its young that a lamb has arrived, Jiang Yu hastened to the rabbit den to observe the sheep that had successfully given birth as anticipated. The sheep was carrying twins at this moment. One lamb had already been born, and the sheep was preparing to deliver the second. When a sheep bears twins, there is typically a 10 to 20-minute interval between the births. Jiang Yu, Makai, Jean, and the others squatted by the rabbit den, awaiting the birth of the second lamb. With the experience of the first lamb's arrival, the second emerged much more swiftly. After a brief respite to regain some strength, the sheep's abdomen began to contract again. Soon, the head and forelegs of the second lamb appeared before the watchful eyes of the 5. Once the head and front legs were visible, with another mighty push from the mother, the entire lamb was born. The remarkable aspect of sheep is that upon birth, the umbilical cord naturally separates, eliminating the need for the mother to bite through it. With the second lamb's arrival, the sheep finally completed its labor. It lay weakly in the nest, beginning to lick its newborns clean. The freshly born lambs were covered in a considerable amount of mucus and amniotic fluid, particularly around their mouths and ears, which needed to be licked clean by the mother to prevent the risk of the lambs appearing lifeless. In severe cases, the lambs could even suffocate. Jiang Yu remained vigilant, fearing that the mother sheep might neglect to lick the mucus off her young. If that were to happen, she would have to smear some of the mucus onto the mother's mouth to encourage her to lick. Should the mother still refuse, Jiang Yu would have to take matters into her own hands and clean the lambs herself. Fortunately, the anticipated scenario did not arise. The mother was quite fond of her offspring. Everything was progressing positively. Even in her postnatal weakness, the mother sheep persisted in licking her 2 lambs clean. As she licked, both lambs gradually opened their eyes. Upon witnessing the lambs open their eyes, the mother sheep appeared noticeably joyful, quickening her licking pace. After ensuring both lambs were thoroughly cleaned, the mother sheep struggled to rise, attempting to nurse her young. However, the exertion of childbirth had drained all her strength. Despite multiple attempts, she could not stand. Even when she managed to rise, her legs would buckle, causing her to collapse again. The young lambs, positioned a fair distance from their mother's teats, cried out in hunger but were unable to access their milk. "Oh dear, I can hardly bear to watch. I must help them," Makai said, feeling anxious for the 2 lambs, who were eagerly calling out for milk. She stood up, intending to help the 2 lambs reach their mother. "Don't, Makai, come back." Jiang Yu swiftly halted Mocha's movements, asserting that the lambs would rise on their own, that if you hold them, they will carry your scent, and that you will subsequently reject them. Typically, within a mere 10 minutes of birth, lambs are capable of standing unaided. Thus, Mocha's assistance would only hinder their efforts. The realization struck her. Hearing this, Mocha reluctantly withdrew her hands. Having observed the entire birthing process, she understood the considerable challenge the youth faced in delivering these 2 lambs. She genuinely wished to assist them. However, since Jiang Yu indicated that such intervention was misguided, she resolved to refrain from further interference. The group squatted before the nest, watching as the lambs, encouraged by their mother, continually attempted to stand. Finally, after numerous persistent efforts, they succeeded in rising to their feet. Once stable, the 2 lambs wobbled as they ventured toward their mother's belly, kneeling before her, eagerly latching on her teat to suckle. The milk produced within the first week post-birth is known as colostrum, rich in nutrients and maternal antibodies, proving beneficial for the newly born lambs. With eyes closed and their front legs on the ground, the lambs suckled joyously, the sound of their feeding evident. In contrast, the ewe appeared both weary and famished. It seemed she had not eaten for quite some time, coupled with the fright from encountering these beastmen and the arduous birthing process, leaving her in a state of slight disarray. Noticing this, Jiang Yu promptly dispatched Bart, who was still nibbling on fruit, to procure food for the ewe. "Bart, hurry and cut some grass for the ewe." Tender grass would be ideal. Understood, Bart replied. With that, Bart quickly finished his fruit and, wielding a bone knife, ventured around the tribe to carefully select and cut the green grass. The blunt knife in Jiang Yu's hands became remarkably sharp in Bart's skilled grip, and with a few swift motions, he gathered a substantial handful of green grass. After placing the grass momentarily on the ground, he proceeded to gather more from other areas. Before long, Bart returned with an impressive bundle of grass. However, as Bart approached, the formidable presence he exuded instilled panic in the ewe. Protectively guarding her lambs, she began to furiously scrape at the nest beneath her, attempting to intimidate Bart, whom she perceived as a formidable threat. This surge of instinctive energy propelled the ewe to dig with such fervor that the entire nest trembled, causing the rabbits within to sway precariously. Thus, the ew's actions posed no threat to Bart. Instead, they incited the collective ire of the rabbits. The other rabbits, timid in nature, merely glared in indignation at the ew's disruptive behavior, lacking the courage to intervene. Only one particularly irritable rabbit seemed poised to retaliate, coiling its hind legs as if preparing to confront the obstinate ewe. Witnessing the impending clash between the ewe and the rabbits, Jiang Yu felt compelled to address the situation at its source. Observing Bart, who stood patiently with his bundle of grass, awaiting her next command, she hesitated and said, "Bart, perhaps it would be best if you handed me the grass," and then stepped back a bit. Upon hearing this, Bart dutifully passed the grass to her before silently retreating as she watched Bart's departing figure. Jiang Yu felt a pang of guilt, akin to dismantling a bridge after crossing it. Yet, she reasoned that it was not entirely her fault. Bart's overwhelming presence had induced a strong sense of alarm in the ewe. After all, while Mocha and the others had gathered around to witness the ew's labor. Although the ewe had been anxious and vigilant, her reaction paled in comparison to her response upon encountering Bart. Once Bart had distanced himself, Jiang Yu placed the majority of the grass by the ew's mouth, allowing her to feed. The ewe, starved and eager, wasted no time in consuming the grass. In stark contrast, the rabbits, huddled together since the ew's arrival, stared at the grass mere inches away, too apprehensive to make a move. Ultimately, it was the irritable rabbit that seized the opportunity, having grown bold and voracious since bearing young. After devouring its own share, it strutted over to the significantly larger ewe to partake in her grass. Both the ewe and the rabbit enjoyed their meal, leaving Jiang Yu feeling quite hungry herself. Indeed, she had been famished, her stomach growling, particularly as the enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air. However, the bird meat had been stewing for quite some time and should be nearly ready. Estimating that enough time had passed, Jiang Yu decided to cease her observation of the peculiar feast unfolding between the ewe and the rabbits. She had remained vigilant to prevent any mishaps during the ew's delivery, as birthing twins is often more challenging than a single lamb. Now that the ewe had successfully delivered 2 lambs and had begun to eat, it seemed unlikely any unforeseen complications would arise. With that, Jiang Yu dusted off her hands and stood up. First, she stretched her legs to relieve the numbness before approaching the large clay pot and lifting its lid. Instantly, the enticing aroma of stewed bird meat and mushrooms filled the air, making everyone's mouths water. Jiang Yu used a large ladle to stir the golden, appetizing broth within the pot before calling out to Mia. "Mia, please fetch the clay bowls and small spoons." Once Mia returned with the bowls, Jiang Yu filled each one to the brim with the savory bird meat and mushrooms. After completing this task, she thoughtfully placed a small spoon beside each bowl. "Gavin, please take this bowl of meat to the chieftain, and Bart, deliver these 3 bowls to Freya, Kelly, and Jean." The elder beastman instructed Gavin and Bart to deliver the meals to Yao and the other injured beastmen confined to their beds before inviting everyone to begin their own meal. "All right, everyone has been waiting long enough. Let us eat." With the elder beastman's words, each person eagerly grabbed a bowl full of meat and broth, disregarding the scalding heat as they gulped it down without the need for spoons. Observing their ravenous consumption, Jiang Yu finally understood why the phrase wolfing down food exists. Indeed, tigers do eat rapidly. In a brief span of time, Jiang Yu had managed to savor only 2 spoonfuls of soup, while Bart had already finished his bowl. No, it seemed he had merely swallowed it whole. He even chewed the bones along with the meat, crunching them with audible snaps before swallowing it all down. Jiang Yu was left utterly astounded. "I am so hungry," Bart exclaimed, lifting his head to see Jiang Yu staring at him in disbelief. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and praised, "Delicious. The bird meat is exquisite, and the mushrooms are delightful." "Delicious?" Jiang Yu questioned, wondering if he truly tasted the flavors in the broth. Of course, not everyone consumed their meals with Bart's reckless abandon. For instance, the elder beastman displayed a more refined approach, savoring each spoonful of soup just as Jiang Yu did, relishing the flavors. "This soup is truly delightful." After savoring the soup lingering in her mouth, the elderly orc exclaimed with genuine admiration. Previously, she had never tasted soup. But ever since Jiang Yu arrived in the tribe and began to concoct it, she realized how much delightful flavor she had missed. She once believed that meat broth was the finest soup in the world, unsurpassed by anything else. However, after tasting this meat broth enriched with mushrooms, she came to the revelation that it was indeed the pinnacle of culinary delight. Reflecting on this, the old orc mused inwardly. Truly, the only one who could surpass Jiang Yu is Jiang Yu herself. Jiang Yu, too, found today's soup to be exceptional. The bird meat and mushrooms, simmered for over half an hour, released their fragrant essence, filling the broth with a delightful aroma of meat and the unique scent of mushrooms. Requiring only a sprinkle of salt to achieve a delectable taste, each sip left a lingering flavor, evoking an endless aftertaste. Moreover, perhaps due to a more favorable ecosystem, Jiang Yu felt that the mushrooms in this world were far more aromatic than those of the modern era. In her recollection, although known as fragrant mushrooms, they were not particularly aromatic, or rather, they lacked a significant fragrance. Yet this time, Jiang Yu truly discerned the mushroom's aroma within the soup. Furthermore, this steaming broth, consumed in a single bowl, brought an overwhelming sense of comfort that it was yet another delightful meal. After finishing her meal, Jiang Yu resolved to visit Yao in the cave. She had promised him that she would come to see him first upon her return. However, who could have anticipated the urgent matter of the sheep giving birth today? After tending to the sheep, she discovered the poisonous mushrooms collected by Mia and Nicole, forcing her to postpone her visit once again. Intending to first educate everyone on the different types of mushrooms to prevent any accidental consumption. After finally dealing with the poisonous mushrooms, she needed to prepare lunch, which inevitably delayed her visit until now. Jiang Yu could easily imagine Yao's expression of grievance at this moment. She found it utterly irresistible, especially when he wore that adorable look of distress, particularly when he lay on the bed in the form of a tiger to recuperate, his furry face displaying a pitiful expression. Who could resist that? Certainly not Jiang Yu. Thus, she casually picked up a piece of grass left by a rabbit and wove it into a cricket, intending to cheer him up. Weaving crickets was a trivial task for Jiang Yu. She completed it in just a few swift motions. Holding the grass-crafted cricket, she stepped into the cave, as expected, just as she entered. She heard Yao deliberately grunt heavily. "You lack integrity." Before she could utter a word, Yao turned his back, pouting, and plaintively accused her. "You promised me yesterday that you would come to see me first every time you returned. I've waited for you so long, yet you didn't even come in." With his back to Jiang Yu, he continued to express his grievances, his tone dripping with sorrow and disappointment. Seeing this, Jiang Yu stifled a laugh, maneuvered around the animal skin bed, and approached him, shaking the woven cricket in front of him. "This is for you. I certainly won't forgive you so easily this time." Upon hearing this, Yao paused his complaints, glancing at the cricket in Jiang Yu's hands, then back at her smiling face, his eyes brimming with surprise. "For me? Of course." As a token of apology, Jiang Yu replied with a smile, nodding in affirmation. After saying this, she offered the cricket into his hands. Yao, filled with curiosity, fiddled with the cricket for a moment before looking up at Jiang Yu and asking, "What is this?" "It's a cricket, woven from grass." Jiang Yu explained with a smile. "A cricket." Yao examined the cricket in his hands, turning it over with fascination, treating it like a treasure. This was Jiang Yu's first gift to him. He was genuinely delighted. Observing Yao's enchanted expression, Jiang Yu leaned closer, playfully asking, "So, given that I prepared a gift for you, can you forgive me this time?" Hearing this, Yao recalled the stern words he had just directed at Jiang Yu, vowing not to forgive her easily this time. Would forgiving her now diminish his regal demeanor as the Tiger King? Yet, Jiang Yu had gifted him something, a beautiful little cricket. It must have taken her quite a while to make. Perhaps he could let it slide this time. Moreover, Jiang Yu had apologized, clearly realizing her mistake. If he didn't forgive her, wouldn't she be upset? Jiang Yu's feelings were far more important than his pride as the Tiger King. Contemplating this, Yao lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the cricket in his hands, mumbling, "This time, since you gave me a gift, I'll forgive you." Suddenly remembering something, he raised his head and added, "But there can't be a next time. I would be very sad." Every time he lay alone in bed, listening to the laughter and joy outside, he felt as though he were forgotten and abandoned by everyone. It was utterly disheartening. "All right, I promise there won't be a next time," Jiang Yu said, raising her hand as if to swear an oath. "Well then, I'll believe you," Yao replied, his prideful demeanor softening as he nodded. Choosing to trust her, seeing him act so haughty, Jiang Yu smiled knowingly. She had always known that he was easy to appease. With the cricket in hand, Yao stared blankly at Jiang Yu's smiling face. Feeling his mind go blank. When he finally regained his senses, he realized his face felt as if it were ablaze. He truly could not resist Jiang Yu's smile, especially now, as she sat so close to him on the bed. Gazing into her face so near, his cheeks flushed and his heart raced. Yao felt as though a little deer were bounding in his chest, quickening his heartbeat in tandem. Listening to the rhythmic pounding of his heart, he shyly lowered his gaze, unable to meet Jiang Yu's eyes, fixating instead on the cricket in his hands. "Do you like it that much?" Jiang Yu, noticing Yao's intense focus on the cricket, misunderstood his intentions. "Shall I weave another one for you? You're going to make me another one?" Yao exclaimed in surprise, eagerly nodding as he looked at Jiang Yu with anticipation. Jiang Yu, under Yao's eager gaze, stepped out of the cave and into the surrounding area of the tribe, casually plucking a few blades of grass to weave another cricket. To be honest, she had lost count of how many crickets she had woven throughout her life. During her time in the orphanage, whenever she entertained her younger siblings, she would weave one for each of them. Thus, crafting these little trinkets was second nature to her. With deft fingers, she quickly transformed the unremarkable grass into a lively cricket. After completing the cricket, Jiang Yu thought for a moment and also crafted a small butterfly and a little dragonfly from the grass. Holding the three newly made creations, she re-entered the cave. The moment she stepped inside, Yao's eyes widened, fixated on the trio of grass-crafted creatures in her hands. His gaze seemed glued to them, unwavering. Though he was now an adult orc, he resembled her younger siblings just starting kindergarten. Prompting a chuckle from Jiang Yu. "Here, this is a dragonfly, and this is a butterfly," Jiang Yu said with a smile, presenting the three little creations to him. "Wow, this dragonfly is so beautiful, and this butterfly is gorgeous too." Yao exclaimed joyfully. Accepting the three vibrantly crafted creatures with delight, he arranged the four grass-crafted figures side by side in his palm, handling them with utmost care. After a moment of admiration, he lovingly placed the four little toys on the bedside. Feeling a sense of insecurity, he then pulled the animal skin blanket over them, ensuring their safety. Once covered, Yao gently patted the blanket, reassuring himself that they were secure. Witnessing the entire scene, Jiang Yu wondered, "What? Is he afraid someone will take them?" However, within the cave, it was merely him and himself. No one else would venture in lightly. Even if they did, they certainly wouldn't be interested in these trifles. Was he really so concerned? Nonetheless, it must be said that he appeared rather endearing in this state. After carefully placing the four small toys, Yao lifted his gaze to Jiang Yu, his lips twitching as if he had something to express. But just as he was about to speak, he fell silent. Noticing his hesitation, Jiang Yu looked at him inquisitively, asking, "What's the matter?" At her inquiry, Yao hesitated for a moment, and when Jiang Yu pressed him again, he averted his eyes, hesitantly replied, I feel that my wound has completely healed, and I can get out of bed now." As he uttered these words, Yao dared not meet Jiang Yu's gaze, for he had once again lied to her. His wound had not fully healed. The reason for his deceit was the unbearable boredom of lying alone in bed day after day. He felt as though he were rotting away. In truth, the tedium was secondary. The more pressing concern was the nagging feeling of being forgotten and abandoned by everyone. Whenever Jean came to assist him with flower picking as per their agreement, he would hear about the latest happenings in the tribe. For instance, Jiang Yu and the others had brought back a large bird today, or they had returned with 2 sizable reishi mushrooms, or Jiang Yu had taught them to recognize poisonous mushrooms, or the sheep had given birth. All of these events he had missed. This engendered an indescribable panic within him. Yet he found himself at a loss for how to articulate these feelings, so he simply buried them deep within. Clumsily, he pondered that if he were to cling to Jiang Yu every day from this point onward, perhaps she would not forget him. Lying. Just a few days. Your wound has completely healed. I think you simply cannot sit still. Jiang Yu chided him playfully, a smile gracing her lips. Yao was woefully unskilled at deception. Aside from the implausibility of such a large wound healing in mere days, Jiang Yu could easily discern his falsehood from his demeanor and expressions. Hearing her words, Yao lowered his head, feeling a twinge of sadness. He understood that Jiang Yu was concerned for his health, but he was genuinely terrified. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that he and Jiang Yu were fundamentally different. She possessed knowledge that even the shaman was unaware of and could prepare delicacies he had never tasted before. He always felt that Jiang Yu was unlike anyone else, and the more he interacted with her, the more pronounced this feeling became. Consequently, he was perpetually fearful. He yearned to partake in everything Jiang Yu did, yet now he truly did not know what to do if Jiang Yu were to glance down at that moment. She would notice the glistening moisture in Yao's eyes. What's wrong all of a sudden? Jiang Yu observed Yao's downcast demeanor and, sensing his sudden despondency, contemplated before suggesting, "You lie still. Let me check your wound. If it looks good, I will allow you to get out of bed, all right?" At her words, Yao nodded, murmuring softly, "Okay." Once Yao obediently lay back down, Jiang Yu untied the bow at the top of the bandage, unwrapping the cloth, and gently removed the herbs covering his wound. "Oh, it has already begun to scab over," Jiang Yu exclaimed in surprise after examining his injury. That Yao's wound had certainly not healed as he claimed. Rather, while it had not completely mended, it was recovering quite well. This demonstrated the remarkable self-healing abilities of the beastmen. Such a large and deep wound had nearly cost Yao his life at the time. Yet without any stitches, it had begun to close and scab over in just a few days. That, of course, this was also due to the old beastman diligently changing the dressing every day. After carefully inspecting Yao's abdominal wound, Jiang Yu turned her attention to his fractured right leg. The fracture had been realigned by the old beastman and secured with branches and splints. At first glance, it appeared satisfactory. Jiang Yu gently pressed on the fracture site, and upon seeing no signs of pain from Yao, she understood it was also improving. While pressing on Yao's broken leg, she was cautious, prepared to withdraw immediately if he showed any discomfort. Fortunately, his leg was recovering well too. "I can see seems your wounds are healing nicely," Jiang Yu remarked after thoroughly checking the other minor injuries on his body. "Yao, as you can see, the wounds have begun to close, so I should be able to get out of bed now," Yao said, his previous gloom lifting at Jiang Yu's concluding remarks, and he eagerly inquired, "Can I really?" Lying in bed while Jiang Yu examined his wounds, he had been quite anxious, fearing that the healing would not go well and that Jiang Yu would insist he remain bedridden. However, now that Jiang Yu herself had acknowledged his good recovery, could he not freely get out of bed? "Very well. Given that your wounds are indeed healing nicely, I shall permit you to move about freely. You may go outside the cave to bask in the sun, which will aid in your recovery." Jiang Yu consented, her heart softening at the sight of his ecstatic expression. Although the wounds were closing, it would be prudent to avoid excessive movement during this period, and resting in bed would be best. Nevertheless, witnessing Yao's sheer joy at the prospect of being able to get out of bed melted her heart. She silently sighed to herself, realizing that it had indeed been quite confined these past few days. It was understandable. Lying in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling day after day, was indeed a torment. Especially considering that this fellow was not one to sit still, being forced to remain bedridden due to his injuries must have been incredibly frustrating for him. Most importantly, this individual had a penchant for overthinking. If left alone with his thoughts, he might spiral into unfounded worries that could negatively affect his recovery. Therefore, allowing him some time in the sun seemed far more beneficial. After contemplating this, Jiang Yu softened her stance, agreeing to his request, but with conditions. He could get out of bed, but his movements must remain gentle, avoiding any vigorous activity. Jiang Yu reiterated several prohibitions. Okay, I understand, Yao eagerly nodded, as long as he could get out of bed and stay by Jiang Yu's side. He would comply with her terms. All right then, I shall assist you outside to enjoy the sunshine. Given that his leg had not fully healed, it was safer to support him as they walked. Thus, Jiang Yu carefully helped Yao as they slowly made their way out of the cave. Feeling her gentle support, Yao's heart swelled with warmth. All prior sadness and anxiety melted away, leaving him with the simple joy of Jiang Yu's kindness. This realization made him feel lightheaded even as he walked. After all, Jiang Yu truly cared for him. That alone was enough to bring him immense happiness. Indeed, Yao was easily satisfied. A little kindness from Jiang Yu was enough to uplift his spirits. As they exited the cave, stepping into the open air, Yao basked in the warm sunlight, feeling an unprecedented sense of joy. Chief, you can already get out of bed. Chief, is your wound healed? Chief, how's the wound on your belly? Upon seeing the chief being assisted by Jiang Yu, the others who were lounging in the sun quickly gathered around, chattering eagerly, each one asking questions in quick succession. The wound is not yet fully healed. But I can get out of bed, Yao thought, lost in his thoughts, a beaming smile stretching across his face, his expression foolishly joyful. Jiang Yu answered on his behalf. That's wonderful. Chief, the sun is so nice today. Let us all enjoy it together. The crowd greeted warmly. For them, basking in the sun was an exceedingly joyous affair. Jiang Yu also noticed that these orcs were quite fond of sunbathing. Perhaps this was a shared trait among feline creatures. Indeed, the warmth of the sun upon one's skin was undeniably pleasant, yet lying directly on the ground could be a tad uncomfortable. While the other orcs, in robust health, found such trivialities inconsequential, Yao was unwell, and Jiang Yu wished for him to enjoy the sunlight in comfort. Ideally, it should feel as soft and pleasant as reclining on a bed of animal hides. Jiang Yu's gaze wandered between two majestic trees, and an idea sparked in her mind. She envisioned crafting a hammock. Thus, lying in a hammock while soaking up the sun would be far more comfortable. Moreover, the materials and steps required to make a hammock were quite simple. She merely needed to weave a rhombus-shaped net from ropes of grass. Jiang Yu deemed this endeavor entirely feasible. Yao, please wait here for a moment. I shall fashion a hammock for you, she declared. And without waiting for Yao's response, she relinquished her supportive hand and set off in search of the grass ropes. The grass ropes were the most common type in this area, abundant around the tribe. Jiang Yu approached the patch where the grass was most plentiful and, with a swift tug, gathered a generous handful. While locating the grass ropes was easy, the process of twisting them was laborious. Sitting on the ground, she twisted several slender strands together until they formed a rope about the thickness of her thumb, then placed it in her palm to rub vigorously. This was a time-consuming and strenuous task. Especially since crafting a hammock required a substantial amount of rope, she could only continue to rub and twist. After some time, Jiang Yu felt as though sparks might fly from her palms. Observing this, Yao shifted his legs, seemingly eager to assist her, but Jiang Yu, ever vigilant, halted him with a firm command. You remain right there and do not move, that will lend you a hand. Mia, Nicole, Gina, Dan, and Mocha approached. They sat down on the ground and mimicked Jiang Yu's actions, twisting several strands of grass ropes together and rubbing them with determination. What is a hammock? Mocha inquired after observing for a moment, then plopped down on the ground, grasping a few strands of grass in imitation of the adults. Indeed, you are correct that a hammock is a bed suspended from tree trunks, Jiang Yu replied, her hands still busy as she smiled. With the addition of her companions, the pace quickened significantly, and a large handful of grass ropes swiftly transformed into several ropes of thumb thickness. You all go gather more grass ropes to continue twisting. I will start weaving the hammock, Jiang Yu instructed, shaking her heated palms. If she continued rubbing, her hands would truly ignite. Understood, they replied obediently. Selecting the longest of the twisted ropes as her baseline, Jiang Yu folded the remaining ropes and tied them at intervals along the baseline. Once secured, she proceeded to tie knots incessantly. After completing the first row of knots, she staggered the ropes, tying a knot, then another between the adjacent ropes. In essence, weaving the hammock was devoid of intricate techniques. It was merely a repetitive process of tying knots. Should the length of the ropes prove insufficient, she would incorporate newly twisted ropes and continue knotting as she tied, A rhombus-shaped net swiftly took form. Once the net was complete, Jiang Yu firmly tied a final knot at each end to secure it. Thus, a hammock fashioned from grass ropes was entirely finished. With a hammock in hand, she selected a sun-drenched spot and wrapped the lengths of rope at either end around the branches of the trees. Securing them with additional knots to ensure the ropes were adequately secure. She added 2 more knots for good measure, like a T last. A simple hammock was complete. Afterward, under the watchful eyes of her companions, Jiang Yu personally reclined in it to test its comfort. The chosen spot was ideal. Lying in the hammock, she basked in the warm sunlight that enveloped her. However, while the hammock was soft enough, it was a tad too yielding, lacking the necessary support. Jiang Yu contemplated this and decided it could be further improved. Thus, she dismounted and ventured into the cave, retrieving a sizable piece of unprocessed animal hide, rough to the touch. Flipping it first side up, she spread it across the hammock. After positioning it, she once again reclined to assess the difference. Indeed, with the support of the hide, the hammock's firmness was now just right, providing both comfort and adequate support. As Jiang Yu lay there, gently swaying with the hammock's motion, the warm sunlight cascaded over her, bringing immense satisfaction. She sighed contentedly, wishing to remain there for the entire afternoon. Yet, she did not forget that this hammock was crafted specifically for Yao to enjoy the sun. After squinting her eyes and relishing a few more moments, she finally rose from the hammock. "Behold, the hammock is ready. Come lie on it and bask in the sun. It is incredibly comfortable," Jiang Yu said as she assisted Yao towards the hammock. Yao, clutching the hammock, carefully lifted his injured leg and slowly seated himself, adjusting his posture before cautiously reclining. The hammock was at a normal height, yet Yao had to be particularly mindful of the wound on his abdomen and the fractured right leg. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution. This scene left Jiang Yu anxious, fearing that any sudden movement might strain his injury. It was crucial to note that if the wound were to tear again, the healing process would be prolonged. Yao, too, felt a twinge of apprehension, though not from fear of pain. Rather, he dreaded the thought of the painstakingly healed wound tearing once more. Should that occur, he would find himself once again isolated in the cave. Fortunately, Yao managed to recline without aggravating his injury. Both breathed a sigh of relief in unison. "How does it feel to lie like this?" Jiang Yu gently swayed the hammock to encourage its gentle rocking. Quite comfortable," Yao replied, squinting his eyes as he lay on the swaying hammock, relishing Jiang Yu's attentiveness, nodding in pleasure. "That is splendid. This hammock was specifically crafted for you to enjoy the sun," Jiang Yu noted, feeling a sense of accomplishment at Yao's evident satisfaction. "What? Made just for him?" Yao maintained an outwardly calm facade, yet internally he was overjoyed, particularly when he caught the envious glances of the others. He puffed out his chest with pride. This hammock was specially designed by Jiang Yu for him to bask in the sun, exclusively for him. No one else had one. Lying in the hammock, Yao indeed evoked envy among the crowd. For these orcs, sunbathing was the most pleasurable activity outside of eating. Now, while everyone else could only lie on the hard, unyielding ground to soak up the sun, the chieftain reclined comfortably on the soft hammock, enjoying the warmth. How could they not be envious? The adult orcs were somewhat composed, casting only occasional envious glances, while the younger orcs, such as Gina and Mocha, gathered around Yao, gazing longingly at the hammock beneath him. Though they yearned to experience the sensation of the hammock, they merely entertained the thought in silence, refraining from voicing their desires. They understood that the chieftain was injured and deserved a comfortable sunbathing experience. Observing the eager expressions of the onlookers and glancing at the remaining grass ropes on the ground, Jiang Yu resolved to craft another swing. However, creating a swing would require assistance from Bart and the others. "Bart," Jiang Yu called out to him as he busily transported water between the tribe and the brook, "would you lend me a hand?" "What do you need?" Bart inquired, setting down the water ladle and approaching her. "First, you need to chop down a tree and carve out a wooden plank about this size." Jiang Yu gestured to indicate the dimensions of the plank and poke a hole at each end. "Understood," Bart replied, grasping the instructions, and headed off with his bone knife to select a suitably sized tree nearby. "What are you planning this time?" Mia, who had overheard their conversation, peeked curiously from behind Jiang Yu. "Are you going to create something similar to the hammock again? This time, I intend to make a swing as Jiang Yu surveyed the towering trees surrounding the tribe. She sought a suitable location for the swing while simultaneously addressing Mia's inquiry. A swing? Mia eagerly pressed. Is it something akin to a hammock, equally comfortable to lie upon? To be honest, she was quite envious of the hammock Jiang Yu had crafted for the chief. It appeared remarkably cozy. The swing is for sitting. You climb on and swing back and forth. It's rather delightful, Jiang Yu explained, casting her gaze toward Bart, who was busy chopping down trees. Bart stood not far ahead, wielding a bone knife, laboriously striking the trunk of a tree. The tree he was currently tackling, with a diameter of merely a few centimeters, was already the smallest and easiest to fell in the vicinity. Even so, the muscles in his arm bulged with effort, indicating the toil involved. Ultimately, the bone knife lacked the sharpness needed. While it sufficed for dispatching prey, it proved inadequate against such sturdy timber. In this instance, Bart was relying solely on his brute strength to fell the tree. Thank goodness for the orc's immense strength. Otherwise, this tree would undoubtedly remain standing today, after circling the trunk with the bone knife. Bart, upon reaching the core of the tree, gave it a forceful shove, causing it to topple instantly. From the fallen trunk, he cut off a segment of approximately 1 meter in length, after slicing it free with his bone knife. He placed the small log upright on the ground and, adhering to Jiang Yu's instructions, began chopping it vertically to remove the unnecessary portions. This task required considerable effort from Bart, observing Bart's strenuous efforts against the log. Jiang Yu felt it was high time to prioritize the smelting of iron. After laboring for a significant portion of the day, the log was finally hewn into a plank about 3 to 4 centimeters thick. The next step involved drilling holes at both ends of the plank. Seeing Jiang Yu intently watching Bart, Yao, reclining on the hammock, felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. If only he were well enough to chop the wood himself. He would be the one capturing Jiang Yu's undivided attention. Although Bart and Brandy were partners, and his own connection with Jiang Yu was impossible, devoid of any feelings, he still felt discontented. He yearned for Jiang Yu's gaze to rest upon him. Thus, he called out to her, hoping to redirect her attention. "What is it?" Jiang Yu responded, jogging over to him with genuine concern. "You, I'm quite adept at chopping wood too," Yao said earnestly, gazing at her. "Far more skilled than Bart, indeed, many times over. So please, do not focus solely on Bart." Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle at Yao's earnest expression, reminiscent of a kindergarten child eager to prove their capabilities. While not entirely unrelated, it was strikingly similar. With a smile, Jiang Yu reached out to touzle his fluffy head, and in response to his hopeful gaze, she warmly praised, "Yes, I know, you are indeed the most remarkable one." Yao, elated by Jiang Yu's commendation, wagged his tail in delight and instinctively nudged her hand with his head. Lost in his joy, he had forgotten how unbecoming such behavior was for a tiger king. At least, Mokar, standing not far from them, found herself disillusioned upon witnessing the chief's demand for praise and affectionate gestures. Such displays of affection had not graced her since she turned 3. Why had she once perceived the chief as formidable and dignified? Was it the chief who had changed, or had her perceptions been flawed? Upon turning to see the equally incredulous expressions on Jean, Dana, and Derek's faces, she comprehended the truth. Her feelings had not been mistaken. It was indeed the chief who had transformed. Jean stared vacantly at the scene before him, bewildered. What is happening? Where is my imposing and commanding chief? Unaware of the unfolding drama, Bart approached with the drilled plank in hand. The plank you requested is ready. Splendid. Thank you, Jiang Yu replied, retracting her hand from Yao's head to accept the plank from Bart. She then picked up the leftover ropes and fibers, remnants from the hammock crafted by Gina and the others, threaded them through the 2 small holes in the plank, and proceeded to the large tree she had previously selected, where she hung the ropes. After hanging the ropes, she adjusted the swing's height, ensuring it was suitable before tying a secure knot. The swing was finally complete. Jiang Yu gazed contentedly at the simple yet charming swing made from the plank and ropes, then sat down, grasping one side of the rope. With a powerful push from her legs, she soared into the air amidst the gasps of onlookers. "Wow!" Mokar was instantly captivated by the swing. "Do you want to play too?" "Come on, there's room for one more," Jiang Yu replied, halting the swing and patting the space beside her, inviting Mokar to join. The swing's plank measured 1 meter in length, ample for two. Mokar approached the swing, slightly tiptoeing, then grasped one side of the rope to climb aboard. Once settled, Jiang Yu advised, "Hold the rope tightly. We're about to swing." "I've got a good grip," Mokar eagerly responded, eyes alight with anticipation. "All right, here we go." With a strong push from her legs, the swing soared once more. However, considering it was Mokar's first time, Jiang Yu kept the swings low to help her acclimate. "Higher, higher," Mokar urged, anxious for a more exhilarating ride akin to Jiang Yu's earlier heights. "All right, I'll give it some power," Jiang Yu declared, pushing off with her legs, sending the swing soaring high. "Huh, that's it, soaring high." Mokar laughed joyously as she felt the swing rise, her delight akin to sprouting wings and soaring through the sky. "I want to play too. I want to play too." While Jiang Yu and Mokar reveled in their swinging, Jean and the Dana brothers, unable to secure a spot, stood by, gazing longingly at the swing. The allure of the swing was undeniable, captivating not only the little orcs, but also Mia, Nicole, and the others who watched Jiang Yu and Mokar joyfully swinging, feeling a twinge of jealousy as everyone's attention was drawn to the swing. And no one noticed him. Yao let out a soft grunt. He too desired to swing. Yet, since he already had a hammock, he decided not to compete for it. "All right, Jean, Dana, Derek, you three come play. When you're on the swing, make sure to hold onto the ropes tightly." After swinging for a while, Jiang Yu decided to step down. Though she wished to continue, Jean and the others were practically bursting with eagerness. When they looked at her with longing eyes, Jiang Yu found it hard to resist. She willingly relinquished her turn. After all, to her, while the swing was delightful, it was not particularly extraordinary. It was better to let Jean and the others enjoy it for a while. "All right, don't worry. We'll hold on to the ropes," Jean assured her, excitement written all over his face as he climbed aboard the swing with Mokar. As they prepared to swing, they realized their legs were too short to touch the ground. The two little ones exchanged bewildered glances, wide-eyed at one another. "Huh." Jiang Yu found their predicament amusing. She approached from behind, chuckling. "All right, sit tight. I'll give you a push." Once they grasped the ropes and settled in, Jiang Yu exerted a strong push. With her force, the swing soared high once more, and as it descended, she swiftly stepped aside, ready to push again, ensuring each ascent reached the same height. "Huh, this is so much fun." On his inaugural swing ride, Jean was filled with exuberance, laughing joyously while urging Jiang Yu to push him higher, insisting, "Not high enough. Push me higher, higher still." "All right then, let's go even higher." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu exerted a sudden force as the swing descended, propelling it skyward once more. However, it seemed that her enthusiasm had led her to overdo it this time. The swing soared to an alarming height, approaching the point of flipping over, just as Jiang Yu anxiously gazed at the swing's lofty ascent. An unexpected incident occurred at the swing's apex. Jean, whether out of sheer excitement or some other reason, released his grip on the ropes and was flung into the Be careful, Jiang Yu instinctively shouted. At this moment, the swing was at least 5 or 6 meters above the ground, perhaps even higher. Jean, having been launched from the swing, was now soaring even higher. "Quick, catch him!" Jiang Yu pointed frantically at Jean in midair. Turning to the group, lounging in the sun behind her, in truth, there was no need for Jiang Yu's reminder. All eyes were already on the swing, and everyone had witnessed Jean being catapulted away. Yet, the usually protective beastmen, watching in rapt attention, remained perfectly still, sunbathing without a thought to intervene. Even Jean's mother, Gina, wore an expression of serene indifference, in the midst of Jiang Yu's frantic uncertainty about what to do. Jean transformed into his beast form mid-air, executed a flawless 360-degree spin, and landed gracefully. After stabilizing on the ground, he waited for the swing to descend before seizing the moment, kicking off with his hind legs to leap back onto it. As he landed on the platform, Jean immediately reverted to his human form, gripping the ropes with uncontainable excitement as he called out to the still-dazed Jiang Yu. "You, swing me higher, Jiang Yu," feeling exasperated. Thought, how foolish of me to worry about him. His agile maneuvers resembled those of a lively monkey rather than a hefty tiger. Observing Jean's exuberant demeanor, Jiang Yu even suspected that he had intentionally let go at the peak of his swing. "That little rascal," Rest assured, at this height, Jiang has been capable of jumping down safely since he was a young cub. Mia reassured Jiang Yu as she approached and patted her shoulder. Besides, Jiang is remarkably resilient. Even if he did fall, it wouldn't be an issue. After saying this, Mia scrutinized Jiang Yu and added, "You needn't worry. Our Tiger Clan's cubs are far sturdier than your human children." Jiang Yu retorted, "I suspect you are subtly implying something about me, and I have evidence." Although Mia's words held a grain of truth, as humans were indeed more fragile compared to beastmen. After a while of playing, Mocha and Jean relinquished the swing to the brothers Dana and Derek. Inspired by Jean's exemplary display, the Dana brothers, after a couple of swings, grew dissatisfied. They began to innovate with new tricks, transforming the simple swing into a circus performance. Jiang Yu thought, well, since they are all just having fun, let them enjoy themselves. For these beastmen, who had little in the way of entertainment, the swing was a captivating novelty. Not only Mocha and Jean, who were in their playful youth and couldn't resist the allure of the swing, but even the adult beastmen like Mia and Gina eventually took turns to experience it. Noticing Brandy, who appeared both eager and hesitant, Jiang Yu asked her, "Would you like to give it a try?" "Can I really?" Brandy replied, "Of course. If you're scared, I can sit with you." With that, Jiang Yu hopped onto the swing first, gesturing for Brandy to join her. "Go on, don't be shy." Mia gently nudged Brandy, encouraging her to partake in the fun. The elder beastman smiled warmly as well, saying, "It's quite enjoyable. You should definitely join in." Feeling encouraged by everyone, Brandy stepped forward and sat beside Jiang Yu, instinctively grasping the ropes without needing any prompting. "Shall we begin?" Jiang Yu declared, and with a powerful push of her legs, the swing soared into motion. As the swing ascended and descended, Brandy found the experience utterly fascinating. After swinging together for a while, Jiang Yu brought the swing to a halt and turned to the elder beastman, who had been watching them with a smile. "Would you like to give it a try?" "Sure." The elder beastman readily agreed with a nod. Consequently, Jiang Yu vacated the swing for her. "Are you ready?" Jiang Yu asked, standing behind them. Once they were prepared, she began to push the swing with vigor. As the elder beastman and Brandy soared to the highest point, the former looked down to survey the entire tribe from this novel perspective that it was a breathtaking view. Not only could she see the entire tribe laid out before her, but she could also glimpse the river where they often fetched water, the expansive plains behind the tribe, and the distant forests, all visible from the heights of the swing. This was the first time the elder beastman had seen the tribe from such a vantage point. Having lived there for decades, she was intimately familiar with every detail, yet she had never considered that one day, looking down from above, the tribe would appear so unfamiliar. From this height, objects that were once towering, like the 2-meter-high cave, seemed diminutive and uninhabitable. However, as the swing descended, the cave regained its proper stature. With each rise and fall of the swing, the elder beastman's perspective continuously shifted. Staring in awe at the scene before her, she felt a deep sense of reflection. It dawned on her that the same object could present entirely different appearances when viewed from various angles. She began to understand why Jiang Yu was deemed more intelligent than them. Perhaps it was because she had seen more than any of them. Thus, the afternoon passed in joyful revelry. Since Jiang Yu had constructed the swing, it had not ceased operation in the evening. The meal consisted of leftover bird stew with mushrooms and freshly roasted fish. Despite the mushroom soup being a remnant from lunch, it remained delicious after being reheated in a clay pot. Following dinner, Jiang Yu directed Bart, Gavin, and a few other male beastmen to relocate the large bird's nest, along with the rabbits, sheep, and 2 newborn lambs inside, to the storage cave. With autumn's final days upon them and winter's chill approaching, the temperature fluctuations between day and night were significant. The rabbits were relatively hardy, but the 2 lambs, just born and still weak, would be at risk of illness if left exposed to the elements. Additionally, the mother sheep, having just given birth, was also vulnerable and needed protection from the cold. After deliberating, Jiang Yu decided to move the rabbits and sheep, along with the large bird's nest, into the storage cave, which would provide a much warmer environment compared to the open ground. "All right," Bart and the other male beastmen replied to Jiang Yu's instructions, lifting the bird's nest despite the panicked rabbits and sheep huddled together inside, and headed towards the storage cave. Once the bird's nest was carried away, the only thing left on the open ground was a male sheep tied with a rope to a branch. Let us take this sheep to the cave as well, Jiang Yu concluded. Jiang Yu felt that it was unjust to favor one over the other. Consequently, the male sheep was also led into the cave. After resolving the accommodation issues for the rabbits and sheep, time had grown late. It was time to wash up and retire for the night. As per her usual routine, Jiang Yu heated water in a large earthenware pot from the tribe to freshen up. Once she had completed her ablutions, she leisurely strolled into the cave. That moment, Yao was already nestled in his own fur bed, deep in slumber. Prior to dining, he had, with the assistance of Go-One and Ba-Te, descended from his hammock. After savoring a delicious stew of small birds and mushrooms, Jiang Yu helped him into the cave to rest. Thus, by the time Jiang Yu finished washing up and entered the cave, Yao was sound asleep. However, despite his slumber, he had carelessly kicked off a substantial portion of his blanket. Observing this, Jiang Yu tiptoed over and gently pulled the fur blanket over him, tucking in the corners. Although he could only lie in the hammock for an afternoon due to his injuries, his expression clearly conveyed a profound sense of joy. Even now, in the realm of dreams, a satisfied smile graced his face. Jiang Yu gazed at his peaceful visage and silently mused. This fellow is so easily content. She watched him sleep soundly for a while before extending her hand to tenderly stroke his fluffy head. It was only when Yao stirred slightly, seemingly on the verge of waking, that Jiang Yu retracted her hand and returned to her own small bed, covering herself with the blanket. Listening to Yao's rhythmic snores, she soon drifted into a deep slumber. Although she had enjoyed swinging joyfully in the afternoon, the exertion of traversing from the eastern edge of the forest to the western edge in search of that elusive clingy mushroom had taken its toll. Therefore, it was not long before Jiang Yu succumbed to a profound sleep. The following morning, it snowed. Upon awakening, Jiang Yu distinctly felt that the day was colder than usual before she could fully comprehend it. Yao suddenly exclaimed, "What did you say? It's snowing." At this, Jiang Yu, disregarding the chill, promptly flung off her blanket, sat up, and hurriedly donned her fur clothing before leaping out of bed. Then, amidst Yao's bewildered gaze, she dashed outside the cave. Wow, it really is snowing. Jiang Yu stood at the entrance of the cave, gazing at the vast expanse of white outside. The snow must have fallen recently, as it had yet to accumulate, merely coating the ground with a thin layer. Even so, for a southerner who seldom witnessed snow, this was indeed a delightful surprise. Jiang Yu extended her hand to catch a delicate snowflake drifting down from the sky, cradling it in her palm and patiently waiting for it to melt. Once the snowflake had dissolved, she eagerly reached out again, reveling in the simple pleasure. "Hey you, good morning," as Jiang Yu marveled at the unexpected snowfall. The 4 members of the Mokaji family, who were accustomed to seeing snow every year, were already seated on the swings, joyfully swinging away. The 4 of them huddled together on the wooden board, and upon spotting Jiang Yu, they greeted her with enthusiasm while soaring high on the swings. "You 4, why are you up so early today?" Jiang Yu inquired, noticing their lively demeanor, clearly indicating they had risen long before. They were younglings, typically unburdened by chores, often sleeping until midday. Today, however, was an exceptional occurrence. We woke up very early today," Mokaji exclaimed excitedly. "We got up before dawn to play on the swings." "Well, that was necessary." Jiang Yu chuckled. "The swings have always been there. They 1T sprout legs and run away. You could play on them after waking up just the same." Ever since she had crafted the swings, they had been occupied at every moment except when the beastmen were sleeping. Mia and her companions occasionally took turns swinging, but Jean and the others were always energetically bouncing around on them, displaying their lively spirits. This morning, however, these rascals had risen before dawn to frolic. "That's different. Waking up early means more time to play," Deliku corrected, and with that, he leaped, transforming into his beast form mid-air, performing a flip before landing gracefully back on the swing. "Hey," Jean playfully swatted Deliku, who had morphed in his beast form. "Change back, you're squishing me," with 4 of them on the swing. It was already cramped, and Deliku's fluffy tiger form wedge between Jean and his brother made it even more so. "In a way, it feels like flying when I jump in beast form." Despite being a tiger, Deliku harbored dreams of flight. With that, Deliku playfully swatted Jean back. Boom! Jean transformed into tiger in response, swiping a paw across Deliku's face. I'll show you flying. Arg. Jin's force was substantial, causing Deliku to yelp. Realizing his mistake, Deliku quickly retaliated. Jin was undeterred, and soon the two tigers were entwined in a playful scuffle on the swing. Both surprisingly agile despite their plump forms, leaping and tumbling without falling off. "Brother, come help," Deliku called out. Realizing he was outmatched by Jin, "I'm coming." Upon hearing this, Dana immediately transformed into his beast form. Joining the fray on the high-flying swing, three tigers quickly became embroiled in a playful tussle, exchanging swipes and tail flicks. Their spirited combat escalated, and soon Jiang Yu could only catch glimpses of their blurred movements. "Hey, you two brothers, play fair," came Jin's irritated voice from above. "Huh." Deliku's laughter echoed, relishing the chaos. Mokaji sat calmly on the swing, unaffected by the surrounding antics, even as the three tumbled and bounced around her. She acted as if nothing was amiss. Only when accidentally struck would she deliver a precise smack to the offender's face. Jiang Yu observed. Ultimately, two fists could not prevail against four hands, and the three-way tussle concluded with Jin tumbling off the swing. Mia was right. Jin was indeed quite resilient. He fell from several meters high, landing awkwardly, yet emerging unscathed. Rising energetically, he dusted himself off and grinned at the chuckling Dana brothers. "Just you wait. Next time, I'll make sure to defeat both of you and leave you crying." "Yo, yo, yo." Deliku, emboldened by victory, made a face at Jin. "I'm waiting." After witnessing this uproarious spectacle, Jiang Yu crouched down and gathered the thin layer of snow on the ground into her hands, gradually shaping it into a snowball. Seizing the opportunity, while the others were distracted, she hurled the snowball at the boisterous Deliku. "Ha ha, take that." The snowball arced gracefully through the air, seemingly destined to hit the largest target, Deliku. However, noticing the flying snowball, Deliku nimbly dodged to the side, evading it effortlessly. "Ha! You missed." The victorious Deliku turned and made a face at Jiang Yu. "Try again." Jiang Yu, undeterred, formed another snowball. This time, she feigned aiming at Mokaji and the Dana brothers, but instead directed it at Jin, who was reluctantly assisting the others in pushing the swing after his defeat. Yet again, she missed point one more. Jiang Yu was relentless, crafting another snowball and pretending to aim at Jin once more. Just as she was about to release it, she deftly redirected it towards the Dana brothers. However, the same trick failed twice. The brothers had anticipated her move. They remained in their tiger forms, effortlessly avoiding Jiang Yu's snowball attacks while swinging. "Ha, you. No matter how many tricks you have, you won't hit us." The two brothers seemed to possess an innate radar, always accurately predicting the trajectory of snowballs and deftly dodging them, leaving the snowballs to miss their mark entirely. It was as if they were operating with a cheat code. Your snowball throwing speed is far too languid. Observe our technique." Upon uttering these words, the Dana brothers leapt from the swings, gathered the snow blanketing the ground, and molded it into a sizable snowball, which they hurled towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu watched in astonishment as an enormous snowball hurtled towards her with precision, striking her squarely on the forehead. No, it was more accurate to say it hit her entire face, leaving her momentarily dazed. Stars dancing in her vision. As she regained her senses, she spat out the snow from her mouth while brushing the remnants off her face. The speed of the snowball had been so tremendous that her eyes had registered its approach before her body could react, resulting in an unexpected collision. The Dana brothers erupted in laughter upon their successful hit, quickly forming another snowball to launch at Jiang Yu once more. Again, it struck true, forcing her to ingest yet another mouthful of snow. Goodness, this isn't a snowball fight. It's clearly a one-sided slaughter by these brutes. Just as Jiang Yu cleared her face of snow, she noticed the Dana brothers crouched low, crafting a third snowball. This one was significantly larger than the previous two, and she feared that a direct hit could send her flying. A glance at it made her falter. "Wait, I'm done playing. You two can carry on without me. If I can't win, I'll just take my leave." With that declaration, she brushed the remaining snow from her hands and, amid the boisterous laughter of the Dana brothers, scurried into the cave. Her retreat marked by a sense of defeat. Once inside the cave, Jiang Yu dove into her cozy little bed to warm up. In the morning, upon hearing Yao mention the snowfall outside, her excitement surged. And in her haste, she flung on a single animal skin coat and rushed out without properly wrapping herself in the outer layer. With the snow having fallen, the temperature was already lower than usual. And after engaging in a snowball fight with the Dana brothers, she had inevitably become cold and damp from the snow. Thus, the first thing she did upon returning to the cave was to snuggle back under her warm fur blanket. Truly, it was the softest fox fur. As she burrowed beneath it, a wave of warmth enveloped her, gradually dispelling the chill that clung to her. Wrapped in her blanket, she sighed contentedly, "So warm." However, she knew that although the fur blanket was cozy now, it would soon lose its warmth as the temperature continued to drop. Therefore, she needed to take advantage of these next few days to fashion a batch of winter clothing and blankets. Not only clothing and blankets, but also firewood for warmth must be gathered while the snow had not yet piled high. Lying beneath the comforting blanket, Jiang Yu closed her eyes, casually contemplating her plans for the upcoming days. Meanwhile, Yao, who lay on the adjacent bed, kept his eyes open, gazing vaguely at the cave's ceiling, silently pondering how he might assist Jiang Yu in winning a snowball fight. Indeed, the commotion from their earlier snowball skirmish had been quite audible, and Yao was fully aware of how Jiang Yu had been outmatched by the Dana brothers. When Jiang Yu had awoken that morning to the news of snow, she had dashed outside joyously to engage in a snowball fight, only to find herself bested every single time. Upon her return, she had said not a word, instead lying down with her fur blanket wrapped tightly around her, her head completely concealed. Yao surmised that her silence stemmed from disappointment over her defeats, prompting her retreat beneath the blanket. Thus, he continued to contemplate ways to ensure Jiang Yu would triumph in future snowball skirmishes. After careful analysis, Yao concluded that Jiang Yu's losses were due to her frail physique. Her speed and strength in throwing snowballs could not compare to the Dana brothers. Once he was fully recovered, he resolved to encourage Jiang Yu to exercise daily to build her strength. However, he recognized this would require time, and in the meantime, he needed to instruct Jean and the others to show leniency towards Jiang Yu during their snowball fights. With this plan in mind, Yao nodded to himself, satisfied with his strategy. This way, Jiang Yu would no longer face defeat and would not have to hide under her blanket in secret sorrow. Of course, Jiang Yu, who was merely seeking warmth beneath her blanket and harbored no feelings of sadness, remained blissfully unaware of Yao's thoughts. Comfort often leads to drowsiness, and Jiang Yu was no exception. Initially occupied with her plans, the enveloping warmth dulled her senses, and before long, she drifted back to sleep. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that she stirred groggily awake. Upon opening her eyes and seeing the familiar beam of sunlight streaming through the cave entrance, she briefly wondered if the snowball fight had merely been a figment of her imagination. After dressing, she ventured outside to find the bright sun shining overhead. Had it not been for the snow on the ground still melting away, Jiang Yu might have truly believed that the snowfall was nothing more than a dream. Alas, I didn't get to play in the snow enough. I still want to build a snowman. She gazed at the melting snow with a tinge of regret. However, she quickly reminded herself that this was the beast world, not a southern region where snow was a rarity. Opportunities to play in the snow would abound, and there was no need to rush. The sunny weather was fortuitous, providing a chance to air out her blankets and prevent the animal skins from becoming damp. Consequently, Jiang Yu returned to the cave, retrieved her fur blanket along with the pile of animal skins she intended to use for clothing, and hung them on the branches surrounding the tribe to dry. After airing out her blanket, she took the opportunity to hang Yao's blanket out as well. Then, she returned to the cave, assisted Yao, and led him to the hammock to bask in the sun. Once Yao settled in, she began her morning routine. After washing up, she headed back into the cave to gather fruit for breakfast, this time taking an extra piece. After cleaning the fruit, she munched on one while holding the other, intending to offer it to Yao. As she approached the hammock with the fruit in hand, she noticed Yao lying there, surrounded by Jean, Mocha, and the others, their heads huddled closely together as they whispered conspiratorially, their voices hushed upon noticing her presence. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Yu considered that these characters were harboring secrets from her. She mentally noted to inquire about it later, while maintaining her composure as she extended the fruit towards Yao. Here, have some fruit to replenish your vitamins. You. The chief despises fruit. He only relishes meat, Mocha interjected before Yao could respond. This statement rang true. Like the others, the chief preferred meat over fruit. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu disagreed. That's simply one tea do. One must consume both meat and fruit for a balanced diet. In that moment, Jiang Yu realized that apart from the fruit she had offered Yao, he had never taken the initiative to eat fruit on his own. Not only him, but these beastmen seemed disinclined to eat fruit unless absolutely necessary, resorting to it only when they had failed to secure sufficient game. At Jiang Yu's remark, Yao, who had been about to reach for the fruit, hesitated momentarily. Then, with utmost seriousness, he countered, "You, don't listen to Mocha's nonsense. I've always loved fruit." He aimed to cultivate an image of being an unpicky eater. After saying this, he discreetly shot a meaningful glance at Mocha, signaling him to keep quiet. "Chief, no matter how you look at me, it won't change the truth. You clearly don't like fruit at all." Little Mocha, undaunted by authority and steadfast in her principles, stood with her arms crossed like a miniature adult, her head held high. With a huff, she unflinchingly exposed Yao's lies. Jiang Yu had once remarked that a child who lies is not a good child. The chieftain had lied. He was not a good child, and she must not follow in his footsteps and become a bad child, for that would displease Jiang Yu. Yao, taken aback, could scarcely believe that the usually timid Mocha would dare to undermine him. It was worth noting that among the four little beast folk, Mocha was the most intimidated by him. In the past, she had never dared to raise her gaze when speaking to him, though he never understood the reason for her fear. Yet now, not only was Mocha unafraid, she had the audacity to challenge him. Jiang Yu chuckled at Yao as astonished and somewhat disgruntled expression. Yao cast a resentful glance at the laughing Jiang Yu, huffed softly, and took a fruit from her hand, gnawing at it in a furious manner. Mocha was a little rascal, and so was Jiang Yu. Today, it happened to snow. The old beast folk stood in the clearing, observing the snow that had yet to completely melt away, lamenting. She had awoken late and missed the snowfall, only witnessing the scene of the snow beginning to thaw. Regardless, snow signified the official arrival of winter. After Yao finished his fruit, Jiang Yu leisurely strolled over to Wu, suggesting that everyone gather to stockpile fodder and firewood today. They had been fortunate yesterday, having acquired a pregnant sheep for free, and the sheep had successfully given birth. Consequently, the tribe suddenly had 3 more mouths to feed. Although 2 of the lambs were nursing, they still needed to prepare fodder for the mother sheep. Moreover, not only did they need to provide food for this mother sheep, but they also had to ensure enough fodder for the original ram and the rabbits to survive the winter. In about 2 weeks, the pregnant rabbit would give birth to little bunnies, necessitating early preparations for their fodder as well. Furthermore, with snow already having fallen today, albeit lightly and not yet accumulated, they needed to seize the opportunity to stockpile fodder and firewood before the snow piled up. Otherwise, after some time when the snow had accumulated, the grass would be buried beneath it, and it would be too late. However, with 2 sheep and several rabbits needing winter sustenance, along with the firewood necessary for warmth, the workload was indeed substantial. Thus, once Yao had finished his fruit, Jiang Yu proposed to Wu that they dedicate the entire day to preparing fodder and firewood. "Very well, let us all prepare together." The old beast folk agreed readily to Jiang Yu's suggestion. With the snowfall last night, aside from Mocha and her companions who were preoccupied with swinging, everyone else had slept soundly and awoken late. At this juncture, the beast folk gradually began to rise. Once everyone had emerged from their respective caves and gathered in the clearing, Jiang Yu relayed the day's tasks to them. "Let us split into 2 teams. Those with bone knives will form one team, and those without will form another." Jiang Yu instructed, designating the knife wielders to cut grass while the others would gather firewood. Thus, the group spontaneously divided into 2 teams according to Jiang Yu's guidance. Bartnik and the others, possessing bone knives, were assigned to the grass-cutting team, while Mia, Gina, and the others, lacking bone knives, joined the firewood-gathering team. Yao had previously mentioned that bone knives were challenging to craft, not only due to the complicated process, but also because the materials were scarce. Thus, not all beast folk possessed bone knives. Those who did were generally responsible for hunting. Compared to fruit picking, the hunting team was evidently more perilous. So even though the bone knives were in the hands of the hunting team members, the others did not harbor any resentment. Moreover, not every member of the hunting team had a bone knife. Only the core members were equipped with them. The reason Jiang Yu insisted that those with bone knives cut grass was that, after all, using a bone knife to cut grass was significantly quicker than pulling it up by hand. Jiang Yu also possessed a bone knife, gifted to her by Yao, so she joined the grass-cutting team as well. Once the tasks were allocated, the firewood gathering team, led by Gina, set off towards the forest. Originally, there had been plenty of firewood surrounding the tribe. However, whenever they needed wood for roasting fish or meat, they would start gathering from the nearby area. Over time, the surroundings had become completely barren of any dead branches or leaves. Even the small twigs were nearly stripped bare. Gina could only lead her team further into the forest to collect firewood. Jiang Yu and her team did not have to venture far. The area surrounding the tribe was filled with wild grass, most of which was dry and yellow, significantly less palatable than green grass. However, at this time, Jiang Yu could not afford to be picky. In any case, once they cut the grass, they would dry it for preservation. Consequently, Bartnik and the others, gripping their bone knives, bent down and began to cut the grass, leaving no blade behind. Jiang Yu selected a patch they had yet to cut, bent at the waist, grasped the grass at the roots with her left hand, and swung the bone knife with her right, exerting considerable effort. However, while the bone knife was wielded deftly by Bartnik, it felt as cumbersome as a rusty saw that had not been used in 10 years in Jiang Yu's hands. In short, it was quite laborious. Jiang Yu gritted her teeth, sawing at the grass as if it were wood. But after a while, when her back ached from the exertion, she looked up to find that the amount of grass she had managed to cut was far less than a fraction of what Bartnik had achieved. She decided to abandon the effort and shifted her focus to transporting the grass cut by others. The group spread out in a fan shape while cutting grass. Once they finished their small section, they would place the cut grass on the ground to stockpile it. Once a sizable mound had formed, they would collectively transport it back to the tribe's clearing to D.R.Y.T. This point, Jiang Yu was engaged in the transporting task. She first collected the grass cut by everyone, stacked it into a pile, then broke off a long vine to bind the bundled grass together and secured it with a knot. After completing these tasks, Jiang Yu then dragged the vine-bound grass back to the tribe's clearing. While dragging the grass back, Jiang Yu had to pass by Yao, who was lounging in a hammock. "Jiang, you're still a cub. You don't need to work so hard. Go play with Mocha and the others," Yao remarked, feeling a pang of sympathy as he observed Jiang Yu, slight and slender, struggling to drag such a large bundle of grass. While other cubs, like Jean and the others, were joyfully swinging, Jiang Yu was toiling away. "It's fine. I'm not exhausted. Moving around keeps me warm," Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, waving her hand dismissively. After all, she was not a true cub. Her playful days were long past. Furthermore, before meeting these beast folk, they had been nothing more than strangers to her, even belonging to different races. It was these kind-hearted, simple beast folk who had taken her in, allowing her to survive in this perilous world. She could not bring herself to enjoy their kindness without contributing in return. Moreover, she was merely doing what she could manage. It hardly qualified as arduous labor. With that, Jiang Yu continued pulling the grass bound with vines forward. Upon reaching the clearing, she untied the vines and spread the bundled grass out, ensuring it could bask in the sunlight. The grass, having been dampened by the morning snow, needed to be dried under the sun for better preservation. After laying out all the grass, she resumed collecting the grass cut by others, bundling it together, and continuing her transportation. Yao, tightly pressing his lips together, watched as Jiang Yu toiled away, dragging the grass back and forth with considerable effort, feeling a sense of sorrow. Jiang Yu claimed she was not tired. But that was surely just to comfort him. After all, who could work without feeling fatigued? Not even adult beast folk would wish to labor. Yet, Jiang Yu voluntarily took on the task. It seemed utterly pitiable that Jiang Yu, so small, had to carry such a heavy workload. If only he were well enough, perhaps Jiang Yu would not have to struggle so hard. Upon this realization, Yao suddenly felt that the beast skin hammock beneath him was not as comfortable as he had previously thought. He was filled with a fervent desire to recover swiftly. With the strength of many, a substantial patch of grass was soon evenly spread across the open ground of the tribe. Jiang Yu glanced at the sky and noticed that mealtime was approaching. She dragged the bundle of grass to the clearing, spread it out, and then walked over to the large water jar to fetch water. Washing her hands, it was time for her to begin preparing the meal. Cooking was Brandy's forte. Without Jiang Yu needing to ask, she eagerly offered her assistance. The two of them ventured into the storage cave to retrieve ingredients and other necessary utensils for cooking. The game in the cave had long been processed by Hall and Patey. Following Jiang Yu's instructions, they had cut the game into strips, threaded them with grass rope, and hung them in a well-ventilated area, making retrieval quite convenient. Jiang Yu stood before the hanging strips of meat, selecting for a moment before finally choosing of wild boar trotters. This comprised 12 pieces, which she had specifically instructed Hall and Patey to save during the previous butchering of the pork. Intending to stew them for a meal, she took down all 12 trotters at once, then grabbed a large handful of wild shepherd's purse that had been foraged the day prior, before departing the cave alongside Brandy, who was carrying the cooking utensils. Once back in the clearing, they commenced the preparation of the ingredients. The wild boar not only possessed a strong odor, but also had an exceptionally thick coat of hair, making it quite difficult to process. Hence, whenever they consumed wild boar meat, they typically skinned the animal and then roasted the remaining meat. However, this time, she was dealing with trotters, which were not suitable for such a method of preparation. Nonetheless, Jiang Yu had her own approach. She ignited a fire and directly placed the wild boar trotters over the flames to roast. Jiang, why are you roasting the trotters over the fire? Didn't you say they were to be stewed? Brandy questioned, perplexed. Jiang Yu had clearly stated her intention to stew the trotters, yet now she was roasting them instead. Had she changed her mind and decided to roast them after all? The problem was, the trotters had yet to be cleaned. No, this is merely a method of preparation, Jiang Yu explained while roasting the trotters. Before stewing the trotters, we first roast them over the fire to burn off the hair, allowing for a cleaner preparation and reducing the gamey flavor. Brandy observed as Jiang Yu deftly turned the trotters, utilizing the flames to singe off the coarse hair. She nodded in understanding. She noticed that every time she learned a new dish from Jiang Yu, before she could implement it, Jiang Yu would swiftly invent another. Each time, there were aspects she did not comprehend, prompting her to inquire of Jiang Yu. Fortunately, each time she asked a question, Jiang Yu would patiently respond. Moreover, whether it was her imagination or not, she sensed that every time she posed what she deemed foolish questions to Jiang Yu, the latter exhibited no sign of impatience. Rather, she appeared quite pleased. In fact, Jiang Yu was genuinely delighted when Brandy asked these questions. Brandy possessed a natural talent for cooking, and her roasted meat often surpassed her own efforts and tastiness, so Jiang Yu wholeheartedly encouraged her eagerness to learn. Furthermore, the sooner Brandy mastered cooking, the sooner Jiang Yu could enjoy a respite. Continuing to turn the trotters, Jiang Yu waited until all the hair had been singed away and the skin had turned black before placing the trotters into a basin to soak. Following this, she applied the same method to roast all 12 trotters, placing them in the basin to soak. While the trotters soaked, Jiang Yu took the freshly foraged wild shepherd's purse and cleaned it thoroughly before setting it aside. Once the shepherd's purse was washed, she proceeded to handle the trotters. She picked up one of the trotters, now charred on the surface, and used a clean bone knife to scrape it vigorously until the blackened skin was rendered pristine white before moving to the next. Interestingly, while this bone knife was ineffective for cutting grass, it served quite well as a kitchen knife. Nico, could you please come here? Jiang Yu called out to Nico, who was assisting in transporting grass to the tribe. Could you help me chop these trotters into pieces? She requested, handing over her kitchen knife. Had she been wielding an actual kitchen knife, she certainly would not have needed Nico's assistance. Regrettably, the tool in her hand was a blunt bone knife. Not only was she unable to chop the trotters into pieces, but she could scarcely pierce the surface of the trotters. Thus, her desire surpassed her ability. The trotters contained numerous bones and joints, and as Nico took the bone knife, she was about to use brute force to hack the trotters apart when Jiang Yu intervened. Not like that. First, make a cross-cut along this seam on the surface of the trotters. Once the skin is cut, the bones and joints will be revealed, Jiang Yu instructed, demonstrating as she spoke. Once the joints are exposed, you can easily cut along them with the bone knife, making the task much easier. Nico followed Jiang Yu's guidance. This method is quite effective, she exclaimed, having grasped the technique, efficiently chopping one large trotter into smaller pieces with ease. The efficiency was commendable, requiring nearly no effort. The 12 trotters yielded a substantial basin of chopped meat. After Nico finished with the trotters, she returned to transporting grass while Jiang Yu and Brandy continued their culinary endeavors. Jiang, I believe the next step is blanching, correct? Brandy ventured, her tone filled with certainty. The previous day, Jiang Yu had blanched the bird meat prior to stewing it. Since the bird meat required blanching before stewing, it followed that the trotters must likewise be blanched before cooking. Correct indeed, Jiang Yu affirmed, casting an appreciative glance at Brandy. Although Brandy struggled with her health, her talent and intuition in cooking were unparalleled. Elated by her correct deduction, Brandy accepted the basin filled with trotters from Jiang Yu. Let me handle the blanching this time. All right, then I shall tend to the fire, Jiang Yu began to propose, but was preempted by the elder beastman, who rushed forward, while everyone was busy cutting grass. The elder beastman had replaced the herbs for Yao and the other 3 injured beastmen once again. After changing the herbs, she returned to her cave to sort through the remaining medicinal plants. The herbs she had previously gathered with Hall and Patey were still plentiful. Once the elder beastman organized them, she brought them all out to the clearing to dry in the sun, preventing moisture accumulation. Concerned that careless beastmen might mistake the herbs for fodder for the rabbits, she deliberately chose a location far from the grass for drying. Carefully, the elder beastman arranged the herbs, ensuring each one could bask in the sunlight. Once the drying was complete, she stood up, surveying the neatly arranged herbs with a sense of satisfaction. These herbs could prove invaluable in times of need, although she would much prefer for them to gather dust and used. Just as she finished arranging the herbs, the elder beastman overheard the conversation between Jiang Yu and Brandy and quickly interjected. Having said that, she settled herself in front of the earthen stove, ready to kindle a fire. With the fire ablaze, Brandy promptly poured all the trotters into the clay pot, then added water to submerge the ingredients. Exactly just like that, the water must cover the ingredients while blanching. Brandy, you are quite observant, Jiang Yu praised her, noting that yesterday, when she blanched the bird meat, she merely demonstrated the process without providing any detailed explanations. She was genuinely surprised that Brandy had noticed even these minute details. In truth, every time Jiang Yu cooked, as long as the orcs had no tasks at hand, they would gather around to watch. Brandy was no exception. However, unlike the other orcs who merely enjoyed the spectacle, Brandy diligently memorized each step. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu perceived no fault in this, for everyone has their own areas of expertise. For instance, Nicole excelled in hunting but was utterly oblivious to the culinary arts. Hence, it is best for everyone to fulfill their respective roles, find their places, and shoulder their responsibilities. Brandy, having received Jiang Yu's compliment, smiled shyly. The 3 of them sat together by the earthen stove, warming themselves while waiting for the pig trotters to blanch. It is said that fallen snow is not cold, but melting snow is. They could distinctly feel the temperature dropping. Among the 3, one was elderly, one was frail, and one was ill, making them arguably the most cold-sensitive individuals in the tribe. Jiang Yu sat between the 2. Warming herself, she contemplated making 2 fur garments for the old orc and Brandy the next time she crafted such clothing. Indeed, with the first snowfall, the temperature had noticeably dropped a few degrees, rendering the fur garments she had previously made insufficient against the chill. She planned to hastily create several more fur garments in the coming days, along with fur blankets and fur boots. The fire in the stove burned vigorously, and before long, the water in the clay pot began to bubble. The pig trotters were ready to be blanched at you. You just sit and warm yourself. I will take care of it, Brandy said, stopping Jiang Yu just as she was about to rise. All right, Jiang Yu replied, promptly settling back down to enjoy the warmth. Brandy was willing to handle these tasks, and Jiang Yu was glad to take it easy. Brandy approached the clay pot, lifted the lid, skimmed off the foam, and then used a ladle to scoop out all the pig trotters, placing them in a basin and rinsing them thoroughly with clean water. After washing the trotters, Brandy drew more water to clean the clay pot as well. You. Am I doing this correctly? Brandy asked, smiling as she sought Jiang Yu's validation after completing the tasks. Indeed, you have remembered every step perfectly. Brandy, you are truly talented, Jiang Yu praised without reservation. She noticed that the orcs were quite fond of receiving her compliments. Yao was like this, Mocha was like this, and even Brandy was no exception. Receiving such praise made Brandy exceedingly happy. She poured the blanched pig trotters back in a clay pot, added more water until it covered the ingredients, and then added 2 large spoons of salt before covering the pot to let it simmer. After covering the pot, Brandy pointed to the already washed and drained shepherd's purse beside her and asked Jiang Yu, when should I add this shepherd's purse to the clay pot? Having watched Jiang Yu cook meat several times, she was well aware of when to add the meat to the pot and how to tell when it was properly cooked. However, this was her first encounter with wild shepherd's purse, and she was uncertain about when it should begin cooking. There's no need to rush. Vegetables don't require as long to cook as meat. They should be added just before the meat is nearly done, Jiang Yu explained, assuring her that it was perfectly fine to add it just before serving. All right, Brandy understood that the shepherd's purse could wait and returned to sit by the earthen stove to warm herself. Which we are back. The trio was comfortably warming themselves when Gina and the others returned with firewood. They either carried, dragged, or hugged large bundles of wood as they walked back from the forest. Should we place this firewood on the open ground as well? Gina asked, clutching the freshly gathered firewood and glancing at the hay drying on the ground. Just spread it out on the ground to let it bask in the sun. The old orc replied. After a moment, she added, and be sure to spread out that pile of firewood we stacked earlier to dry as well. The wood got damp after last night's snowfall, so while the snow has stopped and the sun is out today, we should dry it out a bit more. They had originally piled the firewood in a corner of the tribe, but the snow had soaked the topmost pieces. The old orc intended to dry them alongside the newly gathered firewood before storing everything in the storage cave. All right. Thus, Gina and the others placed the firewood beside the hay, spreading it out, and then they all worked to lay out the previously stacked firewood to ensure it would all receive sunlight. Once this was accomplished, everyone set off again. They gathered all the firewood together. But one trip was insufficient, so they had to make multiple trips. Consequently, Nicole transported the hay back 1 load at a time, while Gina and the others did the same with the firewood. And soon the open space in the tribe was filled with wood and hay, to the point of being nearly impassable. Ahem. Seeing this, Jiang Yu pulled Nicole, who was still tirelessly hauling hay into the tribe. Aside, Nicole, let everyone come back. I believe we have enough hay now. After all, there are only a few rabbits and 2 sheep that eat grass, and we truly do not need this much. Is this enough grass? Nicole clearly disagreed, scrutinizing the hay laid out on the ground with hesitation. It's sufficient. More than enough, Jiang Yu assured, patting her chest. If all this hay were piled together to make haystacks, it could easily yield 7 or 8 stacks. With only a few rabbits and 2 sheep in the tribe, do we really need to worry about running out? Seeing Jiang Yu so confident, Nicole hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to trust her judgment. Very well, I will go tell everyone to stop cutting grass. Soon, Bait and the others who had been cutting grass returned. They flipped the grass laid on the ground to expose it to more sunlight. And once it dried, they would bind it into piles with vines and store it in the storage cave. In the meantime, Gina and the others returned twice more, each time laden with firewood. Meanwhile, the pig trotters in the clay pot had already become tender and falling off the bone. When Gina and the others made their final trip back with firewood, Jiang Yu finally stood up, lifted the lid of the clay pot, and added the shepherd's purse. The boiling, creamy white pig trotters soup immediately wilted the shepherd's purse. Observing this, Jiang Yu gently stirred the rich, white pig trotters soup in the clay pot with a ladle, then took a spoonful to taste. Finding the seasoning just right, Jiang Yu nodded and announced to everyone gathered around the pot, "It's time to eat." Coming. As soon as Jiang Yu's words fell, Mia hurried out with clay bowls and spoons, her movements brimming with impatience. Upon reaching the clay pot, Mia exaggeratedly sniffed the air filled with the aroma of the pig trotters, practically drooling with anticipation. Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle at Mia's antics. She smiled and proceeded to ladle a generous serving of pig trotters soup into each clay bowl. Everyone enjoy. If it's not enough, there's still more in the pot. Yao, assisted by Bait, stepped off the hammock and took his designated clay bowl, savoring a sip of the pig trotter's soup. Delicious. Seeing the chieftain begin to eat, everyone else followed suit, each picking up their bowl of pig trotter's soup to partake. In an instant, the tribe was filled with the sounds of slurping as everyone enjoyed the soup. The pig trotter's soup, cooked in a clay pot, was not only extraordinarily fragrant but also scalding hot. Jiang Yu, however, could not bring herself to drink it as the orcs did. gulping it down with abandon. Instead, she took small spoonfuls, savoring each bite slowly. After a while, she finally began to nibble on the tender, falling off the bone pig trotters. Remarkably, the trotters that had once been so tough that she couldn't even pierce the skin had become soft and springy after simmering for over an hour in the clay pot, making them utterly delicious. Jiang Yu enjoyed her meal, taking small bites as she went. Initially, Yao Tu had been drinking the soup in large gulps like everyone else, but noticing Jiang Yu's refined and elegant manner of eating, he instinctively slowed his pace. After a while, he began to mimic Jiang Yu, using a spoon to sip the soup one spoonful at a time. "Chieftain, why are you eating so slowly, just like you?" Upon encountering the chieftain, who was unlike the others indulging in gluttonous slurps of soup, Ma Kana pondered, imitating Jiang Yu's demeanor. Yao thought to himself, "This young lady is quite the surprise. Her revelations catch me off guard." He felt that, in comparison to Jiang Yu, his own dining manners were rather uncouth, that he feared leaving a rough impression on Jiang Yu, which prompted him to suppress his instinct to devour hungrily and instead adopt an elegant approach to eating, reminiscent of Jiang Yu's style. However, could this be spoken aloud? Upon hearing Mokana's exclamation, everyone turned to look. When they noticed that the chieftain was indeed dining slowly like Jiang Yu, astonishment spread among them. While they could comprehend Jiang Yu's eating habits, given her noticeably inadequate teeth, which made chewing bones impossible, the question arose, why was the chieftain mimicking this behavior? Confusion etched on their faces. They wondered what could explain this peculiar conduct. Yao, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yu, quietly defended himself. "I have always eaten this way." The crowd retorted, "Chieftain, you truly excel in fabricating tales. You are the most uncouth of us all during meals." In truth, while the others disbelieved him, Yao himself felt a twinge of guilt as he uttered those words. Nevertheless, he rationalized that a minor, inconsequential fib was permissible to maintain a favorable image in Jiang Yu's eyes. Yet the principled Ma Kana would not allow such deceit to pass unchallenged. She mercilessly exposed Yao's falsehood. "Chieftain, you are lying. When you eat, it is distinctly like this." Ma Kana exaggerated her mouth's opening, mimicking the gesture of tipping a bowl toward her mouth, and animatedly demonstrated, adding, "The food vanishes in an instant." Yao burst into laughter, while Jiang Yu found herself in stitches of Mokana's vivid portrayal. Indeed, Mokana's public display, albeit slightly embarrassing, was strikingly accurate. Yao typically consumed his meals with such swiftness that he often finished before his bowl was even set down. However, Jiang Yu was puzzled by his sudden display of decorum today. "I surmise the chieftain eats slowly due to an injury to his teeth. Am I correct?" Mia speculated, believing that the chieftain's refined eating manner stemmed from dental issues, in addition to his other wounds. Her assertion received immediate consensus from the others. After all, there was no better explanation for the chieftain's unusual behavior. Instantly, sympathetic glances were cast toward him. How unfortunate! An injured set of teeth would render him incapable of chewing bones. Much like Jiang Yu, though unspoken, their collective thoughts were unmistakably reflected in their expressions. Yao, perceptive as ever, discerned their sentiments at a glance. With a stoic face, he lifted his bowl of pig's trotter soup and, under their watchful eyes, gulped it down in 2 swift motions, followed by a couple of decisive chews before swallowing the remaining trotter. Oh! Mia realized the truth. The chieftain's teeth were indeed uninjured. But this led to another question. Why had he previously emulated Jiang Yu's manner of eating so delicately? Scratching her head in confusion, she opened her mouth to speak again, only to be interrupted by the irate Yao. "Focus on your own meal. Your incessant chatter is quite distracting." He dreaded that Mia might, like Ma Kana, inadvertently reveal something startling. Mia glanced at the chieftain, who was inexplicably both flustered and furious, and murmured softly, "Why be so fierce? Surely, you have something to hide." The elder beastman remained aloof, his gaze fixed downward, indifferent to the banter among the younger ones, as he savored the delicious pig's trotter soup. While they were oblivious to the reasons behind the chieftain's behavior, the elder was fully aware. He had found someone special and began to care about his image. After lunch, Gina and her companions returned to the forest to gather firewood, in the frigid winter. Firewood was an essential commodity, and the more they could stockpile, the better. As for Bart and Nicole, having completed their grass-cutting task, Jiang Yu instructed them to bundle the dried fodder and firewood and store it in the cave. Following the pig's trotter soup, everyone was brimming with enthusiasm. Bart and Gavin stacked the dry grass, tying it with vines, which Nicole then transported back to the cave. Their roles were well defined, and their work was efficient. After observing for a while and finding no further tasks for herself, Jiang Yu joined Makana on the swing. Swinging leisurely, Jiang Yu's gaze drifted, landing on Yao, who was similarly reclining in a hammock. As their eyes met across the distance, she found it curious that whenever she was engaged in work, Yao appeared slightly sullen and discontent, yet his demeanor brightened during her moments of leisure. As was the case now, he seemed palpably happy. Jiang Yu shook her head, unable to comprehend his thought process. Redirecting her attention, she observed Bart and his crew working diligently. The quantity of dried fodder was substantial, and she watched as Nicole tirelessly transported load after load. Once the fodder was finally moved, the task of transporting firewood commenced. The amount of firewood was far greater than that of the fodder, leading to an increase in the number of trips Nicole had to make. Seeing Nicole struggle alone with the heavy loads, Bart and his companions, after bundling the remaining firewood, came to assist her. Thus, while Bart and his friends toiled diligently, Jiang Yu swung contentedly, humming an unknown tune. Unfortunately, this idyllic scene was short-lived. Just as the firewood piles were not yet fully relocated, Nicole rushed over to deliver some unfortunate news. Jiang Yu, there's too much firewood. The cave can no longer accommodate it. The cave can't hold anymore. Let me see, Jiang Yu replied, halting her swing and following Nicole to inspect the situation. The cave was not far, just a short walk away. Upon entering, Jiang Yu was taken aback by the sight before her. The cave was filled to the brim with neatly bundled fodder and firewood, completely obstructing the entrance, with the piles in front. She could not discern the interior of the cave at all. Staring in disbelief at the scene, Jiang Yu had prepared herself mentally for a full cave, but she never expected it to be so stuffed, so much so that the entrance was blocked. Absurd. Even more astonishing was that, despite her inability to see inside, she could hear the bleating of lambs and the rustling sounds of rabbits munching on food from beyond the stacks. Jiang Yu fixated on the neatly arranged firewood for a while, before turning to glance at Nicole, Bart, and the others who awaited her decision. Truthfully, she was genuinely curious how Nicole and Bart managed to pack the cave so tightly. The fodder and firewood were crammed so closely that not a single gap was visible, not even the slightest crack. "What should we do now?" Nicole queried innocently, completely oblivious to Jiang Yu's astonishment. Jiang Yu replied, "We should store the fodder and firewood in another cave." The cave was full due to the excess items, and she had no other option but to relocate some of them. However, Nicole looked perplexed. There are no more vacant caves. They were residing in naturally formed caves. Some were spacious while others were small and narrow, barely accommodating them. Thus, not all caves were suitable for habitation or storage.